Chapter 551. Hermione stood in front of the entrance to the locker room, constantly glancing around as the snowflakes from the sky accumulated in a thick layer on her hat. She let out a breath of cold air and stomped her feet as she felt like freezing. "I forgot my thermostatic locket, oh yes, Focalo." She pulled out her wand and pointed it at herself, and in an instant a wave of warmth spread through her body as if she was sitting next to a roaring fireplace in the common room, and she couldn't help but yawn. The door to the locker room opened. Katie was the first to come out, looking listless, followed by Fred and George, their shoulders slumped as if they are about to head to a doomed battlefield, and Angelina's vexed voice came from the doorway of the locker room, "Well Harry, you talk him through it and I hope for the best." Harry responded vaguely, after which Angelina came out with a numb face and her expression grew even more bizarre, Hermione thought. Angelina looked dead, just a husk wandering around. When Hermione walked in, Ron was sitting in the corner of the locker room. Harry stared at him. "What's the matter? Everyone's not in a particularly positive spirit for the upcoming match." "Oh, a dash." Hermione stepped past Harry to see Ron leaning back on the bench, his eyes dull with gloom, his face ashen as he stared at the ceiling with lost eyes. Harry passed Hermione a look. At that moment, Ron suddenly moved, so deftly that Harry and Hermione were taken aback. "Harry quickly cast the cheering charm on me," he asked in an eager tone. "What?" Harry looked at him with a bewildered expression. "The cheering charm," Ron said, his lips slightly purple from the cold, "it's the only way out, it's what I've been thinking about all morning." "What's going on?" Ron sat back slowly. "I admit I got a little nervous, just a little, well, a lot." "Harry, I boasted a lot and also praised by many. Angelina said I am no worse than Wood and Professor McGonagall exempted me from my Transfiguration class assignment. Can't you sum it up in one sentence?" Hermione snapped impatiently. "I'm afraid I can't defend a single goal." Ron stammered, "It's weird, this thought didn't cross my mind in the slightest before, but when I woke up this morning it hit me all of a sudden. I tried to cheer myself up by walking around the Black Lake twice, but things got worse and worse. I now have cold hands and feet, dizziness, panic attacks, and nausea." "That's because you haven't eaten a single thing this morning," Harry snapped irritably. "Yeah, but I don't think it would have made any difference even if I had eaten," Ron said in a hoarse voice. "I don't think so. If you're worried about underperforming, there's absolutely no need for that, it's your opponent who should be more worried." Hermione encouraged him. "The Slytherin keeper is a fool, what's his name again?" "Miles Bletchley," Harry chipped in. To be fair, he would say that Bletchley would play well, but when Bletchley had attempted to hex ball chaser Alicia in the corridor 2 days ago without success, Fred and George had let it slip that they wouldn't let him walk off the Quidditch pitch in one piece. Well, Harry of course sided with them in this. Harry went along with Hermione's words of comfort. "Yeah, think about it, Slytherin's team sucks this year, Flint's gone and their new captain is Montague, you know what he's like dash. I saw him shouting at the players when I came over, with his sleeves rolled up high, showing a pair of hairy arms, and I thought he was carrying 2 hairy hams," Hermione said meanly. Ron grinned with a stiff expression. "Their beaters are new too. Montague recruited Crabbe and Goyle into the mix, and I don't know why he did, since they're so stupid that they can't even tell the difference between the front and back of a broomstick," Harry continued. Ron rolled his eyes. "Honestly, I don't know what you have to worry about," Hermione said with annoyance. "A Quidditch game is nothing more than a child's play, well, just a game, compared to all the adventures you've been through." Harry and Ron both glared at Hermione at the same time, angry at her slip of the tongue. Hermione waved her hands in some embarrassment. "I didn't mean to look down on Quidditch dash." "Yes, you are." Ron suddenly snapped out, "You just don't like Quidditch." It was Hermione's turn to glare at him. Ron ducked his head. Hermione continued, "Think of all the adventures you've been through, trolls, 3-headed dog, basilisk, dark wizards, dragon, merpeople, Death Eaters, Voldemort." She made a long list and finally concluded, "Compared to those, one Quidditch defeat is really not worth mentioning." Harry felt that they couldn't compare it that way. Some things are not dangerous, but they are equally difficult, but he wasn't going to upset Hermione. That would be purely asking for trouble and would do no good except triggering it further. So he said against his will, "Yeah." Ron stood up as if he had come to life again. "Good point. Hermione, do you have any food on you?" No, Hermione said dully. Don't lie to me, Ron said with certainty, you certainly have a bunch of food in your little beaded pouch. Hermione reluctantly pulled out a bag of compressed crisps and tossed it to him. Ron tore open the packet and gobbled it up. Harry gulped. He had eaten very little this morning too, not because he was nervous but because he didn't want to eat too much to affect his form. Boys, how did your talk go? Angelina poked her head in through the locker room door. Harry gestured no problem and fought with Ron for the last bit of crisps. Angelina's expression froze a little. Looks like you guys are really okay, then hurry up and come out, it's time to start with your preparations. Can you guys bear to let 3 girls face 7 gorillas? Fred and George are also here. Ron said vaguely, as crisp crumbs splattered. I don't know if I can count on them, they're both posing for pictures with the professor's niffler. You have 1 more minute. She disappeared. Come on. Harry said. Wait. Hermione took out her wand and pointed it toward both of them and their bodies immediately became warm as if they had been surrounded by a burning cauldron. What spell did you use? Harry asked. The warming charm. Hermione said. It dawned on Harry. Familiar memories suddenly flooded his mind as he remembered that it was also a winter day when they had trudged through thick snow to Hagrid's hut, and on the way, Professor Hap had explained the warming charm to them, and only Hermione was in the mood to ask questions even as she was freezing and shivering, while he was more focused on the gossip of serious school days at that time. The story was titled The Gryffindor Freshman and the Hufflepuff Prefect. Now one of the protagonists of the story had become a professor of defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts, and the other one had become a minister of magic. Harry was in a bit of a trance. Even if he hadn't been there, he still felt fantastic, and understood Mafalda's thoughts somewhat. At that moment someone nudged him from the side. Stop dazing and be an example to next year's new players. Hermione said. Harry grinned. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, condensing into a single ice crystalline as they fell to the ground, and the icy wind gusted against them as Felix sat in the grandstand, enjoying the warm atmosphere in contrast to the weather. Valen sat on his shoulder, clutching her precious wand. Her 2 little feet flopped around. Nice hat, your fashion sense improved. Valen's mood got even better. Felix quietly opened his palm and a suction came out of it, and for a moment a little wizard on the stand felt a chill run down his spine. Why, it has become a little cold? A student asked in frustration. Isn't it always cold? The boy next to him said. Look, the 2 teams are starting to shake hands. The match is about to start. The 2 teams are greeted with thunderous cheers as the emotions that have been building up all year spill out at this moment, and Felix quietly increases the suction as the full, rousing, enthusiastic, joyous emotions converge in his hands and he looked like a Dementor hiding in the crowd. Only the emotions he took in were few compared to them, and the students shivered at best, then became more enthusiastic and applauded immediately afterward. As Felix's study into the magical gifts of magical creatures deepened, it is only natural for him to gain an understanding of the properties of the magic within them. It is a type of magic that distinctly differs from the magic within a wizard. To be precise, the properties of the magic within each magical creature varied, and Felix guessed that the magic is clearly influenced by the structure of their own bodies. The magical creatures' gifts come from their bodies, while the wizards originates from their souls, or rather, it is the wizards' souls that are the most special. The ghosts are inherently endowed with a certain amount of magic power and can manipulate water and fire slightly. When the soul and the body combine, a constant source of magical power is created. That's just a guess. Felix raised his head and looked at the center of the venue. The captains of both teams stepped forward to shake hands. Valen shouted and gestured with a small wooden wand as the whistle blew and the match was officially begun. 14 players soared into the air, so fast that they were soon transformed into a blur of shadows in the snowy sky. As usual, it is Lee Jordan who stands on the raised platform and provides commentary for the crowd. The match begins. Johnson was the first to grab the ball, but of course, she only weighed barely 1/2, or maybe 1/3, of the opposite player. After a year, there are new faces on both sides. Gryffindor has added a new keeper, a rather crucial position. Slytherin has added 2 new beaters on their side. Look. Johnson passed the 2, is she about to charge? Oops, what a shame, it was so close. The quaffle is now in Slytherin's hands. Warrington is charging towards the goal. There's no one in front of Warrington and the Bludgers are nowhere to be seen near, it's just the Gryffindor keeper. He's new to the team, oops. Harry rushed to look at the goal as Ron pounced actively, his fingers brushed against the quaffle, but he failed to catch it. Harry thought he heard an audible gasp as he closed his eyes in despair. Awesome! The ball is intercepted. Good job, I must say, a great start. Lee Jordan said excitedly. Jordan! Professor McGonagall shouted from the side wing. Noted for the next time, Professor, let's get back to the match, Ron defended. Good start, now it's Gryffindor's turn to attack. Fred and George are both near the Slytherin goal. I know it's not much of a tactic, as they told me privately, ahem. Harry didn't listen any further, he looked at the goal with wide eyes. Ron is swinging his fist excitedly, and from the trajectory of the quaffle, it looked like his hand should have changed the direction of the quaffle and made it miss as it grazed the goal. Harry's heart burst with excitement, as he knew that for Ron, the first goal would be the riskiest. Ron's biggest weakness is that he would lose confidence when he makes a mistake, and if he didn't guard the first goal, he would get flustered and end up giving even more goals. This was the data Ginny had provided, and Harry chose to believe it. He began to direct his broom to fly, the snow getting heavier, his vision becoming unclear, and he got nearly hit by Bludger twice. Fred and George, after making sure Ron's side didn't need help, seemed ready to fulfill their pre-match promise. Then the two of the three chasers aimed their ball at the Slytherin keeper, and although they missed once, Bletchley got freaked out, and gave away 2 goals in panic. The match got more and more intense, and by the time Harry brushed past Draco Malfoy for the 3rd time, he had literally counted the number of blisters on Malfoy's lips, and Malfoy's expression looked like he was sleepwalking, which rivaled Luna's. Finally, the referee, Madame Hooch, blew her whistle as Harry hovered high in the air and looked down at Katie, who appeared to be wrestling with Warrington, her head caught in Warrington's thick arms, and the broomstick under her arse gone missing. Foul! Madame Hooch shouted in anger. After helping Katie get her broom back for a bit, Harry took the opportunity to fly over to Ron. How's it going? Not bad, Ron said, I blocked 5 balls and missed 3, I'm almost getting a hang of it. He said with a happy grin, but the opposite side was worse. Fred and George stuck with Bletchley and made him miss the goals. Beware of them doing the same to you, Harry warned him. Ron looked uneasily toward the Slytherin team as Montague spoke to Crabbe and Goyle with his arms around their shoulder. From this angle they looked identical in stature, like triplets. Crabbe and Goyle blinked stupidly in their direction. Can I use my wand? Ron asked uneasily. I'll be unable to resist hexing if they come flocking at me at once. Then you'll get sent off, and we'll be finished, Harry said. The match continued. Harry decided to end the match as soon as possible. The situation would get more complicated as time stretched on. He flew high into the air and looked down from a few hundred feet, the wind and snow growing heavier, the effect of the warming charm wearing off a little, and finding a small ball the size of a walnut was exceptionally difficult in those conditions. He circled twice in vain and saw Mafalda sketching a crooked drawing of a snake with horns in the audience, and Harry looked at it twice, deciding that he should tease her hard about it later when he had the chance. Lee Jordan's commentary burrowed into his ears every now and then. The score is very close, both teams seem to be playing with each other's keepers to score a goal. I don't know if this could be considered a new tactic, but in future, the keepers have to be more careful. Adrian Pusey got the quaffle dash. Harry finally saw it, the golden snitch is hovering near the Gryffindor goal. Crabbe and Goyle flanked Ron from both sides, followed by Adrian Pusey behind them in a triangular formation, seemingly trying to replicate the tactics used by Gryffindor in the first half, and Ron grimaced, suspecting that he would be squashed by both of them if he didn't use his magic now. That's when his eyes suddenly lit up by the sight of Harry swooping down from high above. A warmth welled up in Ron's heart. Harry is coming to his rescue. The tempo at that moment seemed to settle into a proper rhythm. He could think of countless times when he was in a similar situation when Harry came to his rescue. He just needed to be at ease and do his own thing. But why everyone got so noisy all of a sudden? Ron lunged forward and deflected the quaffle. At the same time, he heard the wind whistling in his ears as Harry hovered upwards with the golden snitch in his hand. The stadium resounded with enthusiastic cheers, and the lion cap that Luna wore on her head roared through the chilly air, causing Valen to flinch in surprise at the sight. The match is over. Felix shook his head. The Slytherin team this term is indeed terrible, and their coordination was even more problematic. Not that it mattered much to him though, he had taken the opportunity to gather one last sample of emotion and prepared to go back and study it. It would be difficult for one man to create emotions that he hadn't experienced before, and especially he couldn't create a collective emotion as strong as this one on a Quidditch pitch. In the evening, a coin that Felix kept close to him suddenly became piping hot. Is it the house elf, Bondi? After almost a week of time, has the man in Nurmengard Castle finally made up his mind? Chapter 552. In Hogsmeade, the fire in the public fireplace spun around as Felix appeared, and patted the dust off his body. The sky looked grey-orange, with the red evening sun faintly visible through the clouds. The ground was covered with a thick layer of snow that crunched as Felix made his way through. The wizards that were returning home for the night greeted him. A skinny old wizard stopped to talk to him for a while, to discuss whether there is a lack of guts in wizards these days, before realizing that he had approached the wrong person and that his friend had gone home early for dinner because he couldn't bear his yapping anymore. Madame Rosmerta of the Three Broomsticks was posting a discount poster. "Mr. Hap, why are you out so late? Would you like to come in for a drink?" "Oh, no, got something to take care of." "Are you going to visit your branch outlet?" "I bought a chair to lie back in for a while before my shift every night." Felix made the turn to enter a side street. The light dimmed. The street is near the Shrieking Shack, so not many people would walk near this place. He stopped where he was and traced his fingers on a coin, and after a moment the sound of bouncing footsteps appeared from behind him. "Mr. Hap!" Bondi the house elf jumped out and gave him a bow. His nose brushed the snow on the ground as he straightened up. He then pulled a crumpled letter from his person and respectfully handed it to Felix. Felix took it and asked, in a seemingly casual tone, "Bondi, who is your master?" The house elf's body stiffened for a moment, and he bowed his head and said, "Bondi was offered to Mr. Grindelwald by his master to look after his daily life." "Was it by a certain faithful acolyte?" "When did this happen?" 2 years before." Felix glanced at him. "Mr. Grindelwald is in poor health." Bondi took a deep breath and said pointedly, "The winter is heavy in Nurmengard Castle." "And his magic?" "Mr. Grindelwald has not been allowed to cast spells since 1945. Certain magic is possible, Felix thought. He had seen Bondi on October 27, and it was clear that there was another man's will attached in his mind. There must have been some restriction placed on Grindelwald after the failure, not just a confiscation of a wand, which is not necessarily that much of a problem for wizards like Grindelwald, so there must be other harsher restrictions. An unbreakable vow, for example. The history is rather vague and not clearly documented, as if everyone had coincidentally and deliberately forgotten about this hidden problem, leading to the obvious holes that people like him would always find when they try to interpret it from the perspective of a spectator. Why did Grindelwald give up everything because of just a duel? Were all his tens of thousand followers a pretense? Even if only 1/10 of them were loyal, these people could knock any ministry of magic in the world out of existence. Felix didn't continue with that line of questions, and asked Bondi about other things. "Do you usually live in Nurmengard Castle?" "Yes, sir." "Is it possible to keep owls there?" What? Bondi looked up in astonishment. "It's too much trouble to solely rely on you to deliver the mail. From this year, Hogwarts protection magic will repel other house elves, but it does not place any restrictions on owls." Felix explained that it would certainly be a lot easier to send mail through an owl, saving him from having to run out every time. Bondi the house elf bowed his head deeply. "Oh no, it's not possible. Nurmengard Castle is sealed off by a strong spell and no one can find it. Only the International Confederation of Wizards' dedicated officers have permission to open it." Felix was slightly surprised. Grindelwald seemed to be much more restricted than he had previously thought. He opened the letter, which was, as usual, not very long, and in summary, it stated that he had agreed to discuss certain issues with him. Other than that, it was nothing more than sarcastic remarks, such as "I have read all your books, and they are very shallow, too passive and not as courageous as Carlotta Pinkstone," or, in an instructional tone, he advised Felix read up the history of magic from the 14th to the 17th centuries, and so on. At the end of the letter, he also requested some parchment, ink and a quill. "I've added a lot of snow to the ink bottle to write this letter. Also, those blokes will check Bondi's mind every 2 to 3 months, so you have to sort out that problem." Felix looked at the faint ink marks and smiled broadly. He had managed to catch some inconsistencies in the letter, but he wouldn't assume Grindelwald had gone senile without a proper check-up. Grindelwald claimed that he had read his books, so who had given them to him? To put it politely, Felix had never mentioned his plans or expectations for the wizarding world in his book, so to some people, he is just a pro-Muggle and Muggle sympathizer, or, an opportunistic businessman, grabbing wealth by carrying novel ideas from Muggle society. But the truly insightful person, like Dumbledore, or Grindelwald, can perfectly see his unfinished meanings reflected in those books. That is, Felix Happ believes that the fusion of wizards and Muggles is inevitable, but he is a non-aggressive mild-mannered person, or at least pretends to be so, who tries to subtly influence wizards to accept the idea and prepare them in advance. If he showed this theory to ordinary wizards, they would probably frown at it. They are used to the existence of the Statute of Secrecy, so telling these people that the Statute of Secrecy will eventually be broken would be like telling Muggles that they all would eventually walk around naked in the freezing temperature. As for bringing his views to the radicals, they likewise would dismiss it, probably because they would find his views too soft and not sufficiently sharp and straightforward. Take the witch Carlotta Pinkstone mentioned in the letter, as an example. She is a social campaigner, born in 1922, famous for advocating the repeal of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, and has already been imprisoned several times for the blatant and deliberate use of magic in public. Incidentally, she is about to be released from prison next year and is expected to make another splash when she does. Grindelwald was also a radical, but again he was different because he was a failure. Taking Felix's book to him is akin to telling Grindelwald that there is a similar but more moderate ideology like yours out there that has achieved some success, and here's the book for you to check out. Felix could easily discern a strong preaching flavor in this kind of approach. He guessed that the man was Dumbledore. If it really was Dumbledore, then the restrictions imposed by the International Confederation of Wizards would pose no trouble at all, as there are multiple ways for him to get around the restrictions of Nurmengard Castle, and the easiest one is to send a mail through Phoenix Fox. Felix gave Bondi some stationery as for how it would bypass the inspection. Felix didn't take the bait. The fact that Grindelwald could even attach himself to Bondi and watch the battle at least meant he could use some memory magic, so he figured he might be testing him. But Felix isn't going to take the bait. Over the next few days, Felix spent some time brushing through the 14th to 17th century history. The Hogwarts Library provided a wealth of information, including magical handwritten journals, travel journals from that period, and in particular, he found several books in the restricted section from that period, that has no curses placed on them, and merely a historical record, the sort of book that he would not normally read. Felix read them all to the hilt with a heavy heart. All the historical records in restricted section are more real, with more gory truths. The letters he had started to receive during this time began to pile up as well, with all sorts of invitations to join raining down on him. Felix hadn't even known there were so many magical organizations before, with over 30 different alchemical and ancient runes societies alone. There were also many letters from individuals, the most notable of which was from Jura Edmund of Ilvermorny, whose correspondence perfectly reflected the current mentality of young people in the United States magical community in his description, like, "The performance of the MACUSA has been disappointing. The officials don't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem. I spoke to some of the older people at the school, and they told me that in the 1960s there was a group of people who were attracting members under the guise of pure blood and glory. However, there was no market for such concepts in America at the time, because under the standards of the British magical community, no one except the few families that had migrated here was qualified to advertise themselves as pure bloods. So that group didn't succeed in its objectives. I'm sure something similar may have happened in other countries, but because at that time people had just experienced the bitter lessons brought by Grindelwald, such ideas were strictly discouraged and instinctively rejected by people, to the point that no new cults developed. Now almost another 30 years have passed, a new generation of wizards has grown up and new dissatisfactions are starting to build up. Our biggest conflict is caused by the forced division between wizards and Muggle society, which although has improved in the last 2 years, is still not as good as it should be. Sooner or later the false illusion of peace that we treasure so much will explode. I was deeply affected by the death of Professor Agilbert Fontaine, a man who had sheltered me, but now he is no longer present. So, Mr. Happ, I have departed from Ilvermorny. I have decided to join the emergency squad that the Magic Congress is planning to form, which in my opinion is just for show, but I still decided to sign up. For now, I will remain active in my country, but there may be a chance for us to meet in England in the future. I wish a smooth journey ahead of us." Felix closed the letter, and after pondering for a while, he took out a parchment and wrote a reply. "Dear Jura, I see the hope of the next generation of the United States magical community in you. There are some problems that are difficult to deal with, which we will all encounter sooner or later, so it is impossible to turn a blind eye to them. I have likewise thought deeply about the issues you mention in the letter, and my thoughts are as follows. You are faced with two problems, one because of the public upheaval, social unrest, and the potential threat of the Voldemort forces that stem from the death of Headmaster Fontaine, and the second is caused by the dissatisfaction that has erupted from this matter and the negative attitude that you, the Renovation Society and all other visionary people have towards the Magical Congress. The former is an emergency and a major focus of everyone's attention at this time, while the latter is more distant and seemingly less urgent, but more tricky to deal with. I couldn't agree more with your decision to join the Magical Congress. It will give you a realistic experience of the struggles and moral dilemmas faced by those in power, and if you can't be confident that you can do better than they can, the result will inevitably be negative and counterproductive, no less damaging than the devastation caused by the death of Headmaster Fontaine. I also see that you have proposed some other solutions, such as working with Future World to replicate some of the proposals we made in our correspondence last year, but I must point out that you and I are not exactly in the same situation. Almost 300 years have passed since the Statute of Secrecy was created. In other words, no one alive today has ever seen what a completely non-secrecy situation would look like. The results of a rash change are bound to be both good and bad, and while people certainly will cheer for the opening of a door to a wonderful world, they will also inevitably be hurt by the thorns beyond it and thereby develop an aversion to it. If one wanted to count the conflicts between wizards and ordinary people, they could never be summed up in a single sentence. The Hogwarts collection contains a wealth of relevant documents and materials, starting with the witch hunts in the 14th century to the frosty relationship between the two in the years before the birth of the Statute of Secrecy in the 17th century. During these 300 years, wizards lived in near semi-public circles in the early days, and the best of them, or ambitious wizards, were often able to become guests of the royal nobility. But the lower classes of wizarding families still led a double life, when public opinion was controlled by secularism and religion, when wizards and magic were still considered mysterious, cunning, and evil, when witch hunting was considered legitimate, and when the idea of the elimination of heretics blossomed under the propaganda of some, thus creating a highly visible division between top and bottom. This period saw a concentration of thought-provoking cases, from good and dedicated wizards, who were betrayed by the neighbors who they had helped, by the people who they had loved with all their existence, and from the bad and evil wizards who loved to experiment and slaughter others, and their widely spread tales of terror. It was in this environment that the book The Tales of Beedle the Bard was created, where opposing views and ideologies collided violently. If you ask me what my opinion is, I would say that any attempt to characterize a large group of people based on a handful of individuals is undoubtedly a bad idea. Especially if you have already chosen a side beforehand. But it must be admitted that ordinary people far outnumbered wizards by a ratio of nearly 3,000 to 1. Because of this, even if only a small percentage of ordinary people had a more violent attitude towards wizards, the result would be disastrous. Wizarding families back then were all particularly prone to losing their children, as the children were not able to control their magic and would frequently attract the attention of witch-hunting muggles, and were powerless to resist. We are accustomed to reading about mature, self-preserving wizards who saw pitchforks, hoes, and crosses as nothing, but the true history was not that rosy. The newly formed British Ministry of Magic, formerly the Wizarding Council, had sent a special delegation to contact the Muggle monarchs, William III and Mary II, in the hope that Muggle law would recognize and protect wizards. When this attempt to gain official recognition and protection failed, it forced wizards to voluntarily move in the opposite direction, to go underground and keep their secrets. Thus, the Statute of Secrecy was born. This law effectively divided wizard society from Muggle society, and over time, some common ground was developed. For example, the fact that the parents of young wizards from Muggle families are excluded from this act of secrecy has certainly eased the conflict, especially compared to the harsh laws of the U.S. Magical Congress. As far as I know, the U.S. magical community and the non-magical government have always been in a state of hostility, and there is no cooperation between the two, which is due to a dark and bloody history, when a part of those in power had authorized attempts to crack the secrets of wizards, resulting in fierce confrontations and several moves of the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States of America. These all needed to be taken into consideration in advance. Chapter 553. The owl flew into the blue sky with the letter, soon turning into a small black dot and finally disappearing, and Felix had a feeling that it is going to be a long journey. During the last academic year, he had several exchanges with Jura, in which he mentioned some of his real ideas in a broad sense, such as using newspapers to gain public support, using the institutional approach to improve regulations, accumulating experience with trial projects, being strong enough to protect himself, and having enough patience. The experience of his newly befriended pen pal warrants his caution. A moment of haste would inevitably make him an enemy of the world, and although he is confident that he will not end up in Grindelwald's position, but the very fact of not being able to realize the vision he has in mind is a failure, not to mention plunging the world into chaos. If Felix had to describe his state of mind, the only thing he can come up with now is a philosophical paradox, the Theseus paradox. The ship of Theseus, which had been at sea for centuries, would have its planks replaced as soon as a piece rot, and so on until every single plank and rope on that ship was not the same as the original one. So is that ship still the original Theseus, or is it a completely different ship? There are many more questions that arise from this, but Felix is not interested in answering them, and especially will not debate them with anyone. Because such problems have a unified feature, that is, there are no universally accepted criteria for judging them. Everyone has a different interpretation of what is new and what is old, what is part, and what is whole. His approach is a little more pragmatic. Felix is clear about one thing: if the ship had never replaced its rotten planks and had not been regularly maintained, it would never have lasted the centuries of turmoil and corrosion of the sea, and then no one would have thought about this torturous question later on because the ship would have been no more. The same would apply even if that ship is a ship of wizards. Felix is going to be the one who keeps replacing the planks, and as for who will be the philosopher who will shatter the sandbox, Felix smiles wryly, who cares? He just hoped that this person would appear as late as possible. Better to wait until he had hammered the wizard's ship from top to bottom for the people on board to find out in surprise, how is it different from the original? All I wanted to do was to roll a snowball to form an avalanche and save my time and effort, but now I've become a ship repairman. And what is Voldemort? A plank-chewing rodent? A mold that rots the hull? What about Dumbledore? Grindelwald wouldn't be the last grumpy ship repairman who was forced to lay off, would he? I'm a ship repairman with a knack for repairing, Felix hummed softly under his breath as he walked towards the ancient rune classroom and cheerfully entered it, and stood on the podium to teach the 7th-year students. The professor looks like he's in a good mood. Cedric whispered. Any good news to share, Professor? Lee Jordan grinned broadly and raised his hand to ask a question. Ah, Felix said lazily, there's one. Professor McGonagall has invited me to be part of a student club assessment. It's an experience I haven't had before, and I think it'll be fun. Is there such a thing in school? Lee Jordan asked blankly. I remember when all I had to do to set up the Loud Club was fill out a form, and that was just 4 years ago. How many people do you have in your club? Cedric asked in a confused tone. Just me. Lee Jordan said. So you've never applied for an activity space either? Cedric softly sighed. No dash. Got school-issued activity funds. Cedric's deep grey eyes stared at him. Lee Jordan's mouth dropped open, as did Fred's and George's. That's the key. Cedric lowered his voice to conclude. We seem to have missed something, George. Fred slowly came back to his senses. Yeah, we didn't get any word of it. George said with resignation. Ahem, Felix cleared his throat, it's normal for you guys not to know. I found out after asking Professor McGonagall that the relevant information will only be sent to those student clubs who have submitted their names in the student body. Well, let's get to class. Today we are going to learn a set of runic circuits that can be used on various items that need to be fireproof, such as amulets, or house-building materials. As soon as the bell rang, the twins instantly rushed out of the classroom, turned down the stairs, and ran to the bulletin board in the entrance hall, scanning it with wide eyes. Sure enough, there's nothing on it. Fred said with a disappointed look on his face. Hi. Harry greeted, holding a form as Ron and Hermione followed him, going to eat their lunch. Fred and George looked over maliciously, startling all three of them. What's that in your hand? Fred asked. A form that Professor McGonagall gave me, saying it has something to do with the Frontline Lookout Club reviews, assessments, and stuff, though I haven't looked at it thoroughly yet. Harry said vaguely. Fred suddenly jumped over and took Harry by the shoulders with one hand, while spreading out the parchment Harry was clutching with the other. George's movement was also perfectly in sync, and the two men pinned Harry between them left and right, causing Harry to protest constantly. The parchment contained only a short line, the Frontline Lookout, a student club affiliated with the student body is requested to participate in the professorial assessment, in which the successful clubs will be provided with a venue, equipment, and funding for their activities. Please prepare the relevant materials in advance. At the bottom, there is a list of relevant records needed is mentioned, which includes the purpose of the club, the scope of its activities, the list of current members, and so on. After reading through it, Fred let out a long sigh. George, we definitely can't miss this, it's our only chance to keep the Prank League name in the trophy room. The Prank League? Harry asked in surprise, how come I've never heard of it? It was just established. Fred immediately replied. Since when did you guys become Model Percy? Ron deliberately put on an expression of surprise and circled around them. Fred wagged his finger, oh, little Ronnie, we're not like Percy, this is just a single step in our grand plan. He lowered his voice. George and I are doing everything we can to leave our mark more in the school. Yeah, George squinted at them, we've mapped Black Lake, buried 72 secret treasures, and sneaked into Filch's office to make a copy of our years of rule-breaking list. Ron swallowed hard and looked at him in awe. To give it to Mafalda, George said under his breath. To who? Harry exclaimed, almost shoving Fred and George aside. Mafalda. Fred said as he rubbed his shoulders, I have to admit, this relative of ours is a genius, she's recently opened up a new business that focuses on helping people write their biographies. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's expressions froze as if they were petrified. Think about it, George slapped Ron on the shoulder in the end, slipping a biography with our glorious history into the library and waiting quietly for someone to discover it. Hermione grunted lightly, I see you're trying to train a few more students to follow your pranking career. You got me. Fred beamed. That's exactly what we hoped for. George nodded profusely. Then they left with a bounce in their step. You know what I thought of? Harry said through clenched teeth. Ron and Hermione looked at him. Riddle's diary, Harry said grimly, they know about the Marauders map, so they must have done something similar to guide the mischievous students to their buried treasure. After lunch, Felix appeared in the staff common room where Professor McGonagall was not that surprisingly present. She looked very busy with a stack of documents piled on top of her work desk. There is another person in the staff common room, Cuthbert Binns, Professor of the History of Magic. He appeared to be asleep, his ghostly body lying on a transparent couch, as he snored with a huffing and puffing sound. Professor McGonagall looked up and pushed her glasses up, the word is out. All that needs to be known is known. Felix pulled a chair from the side and sat down, with those loud-mouthed students around. This will soon be an open secret, and it will probably be overcrowded with applicants when the time comes. Professor McGonagall smiled faintly, then pursed her lips tightly, will it work? Felix shrugged. Some things are better done than not done. None of us want to see the students of Slytherin House isolated as a result of the Wizarding War, and this kind of foreseeable trouble should be solved when we have time. After the trial run in the Magic Rune Club, it's now time to extend it to the school. So you're suggesting that each club should consist of members from at least 2 houses? Felix nodded, I do approve of Hogwarts splitting up the young wizards into different houses, it brings more than one immediate benefit, the new students will develop a sense of belonging as soon as they enroll and there will be a natural sense of competition. But there should also be cooperation after the division, in order to increase the bonding of the 4 houses. Professor McGonagall broke into an unconcealed smile. After a short while, her sharp gaze examined Professor Binns and the sleeping couch he is slumped in from behind her round glasses, and if she was not attentive she might have perceived them as one, like an oddly shaped ghost couch with legs poking out of the seat that seems to be sticking into the fireplace. Can we get the things out of classroom 7? Professor McGonagall asked softly. Felix thought for a moment, the students certainly can't bring it out. But the ghosts are special, didn't they manage to bring food into the Great Hall last Easter? I reckon it should last for a while. He was not exactly concerned about the community of ghosts in the castle, there were only 2 ghosts that he really cared about, and they had already departed this world. Since classroom 7 had been opened to the students, everything inside had been handed over to a couple of memory bodies to manage. Over the next 2 days, as Felix had predicted, the various clubs had become the new center of the conversation. Students began to inquire about the details in every possible way, and after learning about the first part of the event, that you only need to find 3 people to register your application with the student body, they were dumbfounded. when someone got a letter of approval from the student body and an assessment sheet to show off under the students' noses, they finally took the plunge and started to act. Especially when Ron mindlessly blurted out, "If I create a music appreciation club, will I be able to apply to buy a magic gramophone?" The remark was a perfect fuse. It was soon put into practice by students and, what was outrageous is, that club was approved. Thus, all sorts of clubs sprang up. Of course, Felix knew that when this enthusiasm died down, most of the clubs would become deserted and automatically abolished in the following year. But he is also quite sure that there will be some clubs that will remain, and each one will be equivalent to a small magic rune club, acting as a bridge between the four houses. Using the school's original system and changing it slightly to achieve his aims, Felix was quite happy with this. He, the ship repairman, replaced another plank. What would Hogwarts end up being like if a longer period of time elapsed? Felix was sure that time would brew everything. The only ones who had a hard time were the head boy and the head girl, who had to review all sorts of odd clubs, although they took Professor McGonagall's hint and relaxed their review criteria slightly, but they were still startled by the strange outrageous clubs. A prank league? What is this? The head boy looked shocked. The head girl came over to take a look and said indignantly, "I am sure it was the Weasley twins. I caught them digging holes all over the school the other day. What should we do then?" Rejected. Ugh, forget it, let's have them change the name. The head girl thought for a moment, "We shouldn't be the only ones to suffer, I'll get some helpers over here." Ron and Hermione were somewhat baffled when they were called over and even more so when they saw Malfoy. Then the two heads carried over a thick stack of documents and said to the four prefects, "Each of you will be responsible for a part, try to get it reviewed today." Malfoy frowned at the two empty-handed heads. "What about you guys?" "We're responsible for the final vetting," the head boy said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Make sure there are no house names, no discriminatory terms, no inducement to break the rules, and don't even think about names like the Prank League or anything like that," the head girl said with gnashing teeth. Once the work had been divided up, the time taken quickly became a teeny bit less than it had been, and after almost an evening of work, all the vetting process was finally over. By the end of the week, a huge piece of parchment was posted on a bulletin board in the entrance hall, with 4 sets of little magic lamps illuminating the parchment. A crowd of students gathered at the foot of the board. Announcement. The list of all clubs that have been approved by the student body is as follows. Music Appreciation Club, Muggle Film Appreciation Club, Exploding Snap Club, Magic Golem Dueling Club, Chocolate Frog Card Dueling Club, Classroom 7 Exploration Squad, Crumplehorn Snorkax Certainly Exist Club, Frontline Lookout Club, Grilled Fish League, Read a Book a Week Society, Popping Dancers League, S.P.E.W. The above clubs can recruit members on the last weekend of the month in the school Great Hall and will be evaluated by professors on the first weekend of December. The successful applicants will receive support in terms of activity room, professorial guidance, activity equipment, and start-up funds. Membership requirements. 1. A minimum of 3 regular members. 2. A minimum of 2 different house students in the club. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood at the foot of the bulletin, reading the various names that looked both reliable and unreliable, trying to analyze who had founded those clubs. Look, the Harry Potter Fan Club. Dennis, our application is approved. Harry closed his eyes painfully, his face burning red as he tried his best to pretend he didn't care, and darted a quick glance to the side to see the Creevy brothers clutching their faces and cheering as Ron read curiously, "That's a weird name, the Swear to Defend School Rules Club, who came up with that name? If Percy hadn't graduated, I would have thought it was him," said Ron, with his mouth wide open, as Fred and George high-fived with glee. In addition, they saw S.P.E.W. Harry stared at Hermione blankly. Hermione looked away sheepishly and blushed. "Well, I was thinking that if we could make SPEW a regular club in the school like the Gobstones Club, there would always be someone to keep an eye on the treatment of house elves. I promise it won't slow down the Frontline Lookout Club." Harry and Ron looked at each other. "You know what I thought of?" Ron asked with a pale face. Harry nodded understandingly. At the moment SPEW only consisted of Ron and Harry, apart from the founder Hermione, and the thought of their names being printed under SPEW and displayed in public in the Great Hall 2 weeks later, with the possibility of their names being read out by the professor in a month's time, made their hearts ache. Harry only had one thought at that moment: whether it's the Harry Potter fan club or the so-called SPEW, please, don't recruit anyone. Chapter 554. Never seen such a spectacle, Fred said as he came closer, with a strange sense of contentment on his face. Harry looked at the notice board and understood what he meant. The names of the student clubs posted on it added up to over 100, most of which had just been established during this week, and there was a lot of discussion at the foot of the board, and he heard Justin swear that he had seen 100 kinds of snuff bottle club, and Harry's eyes searched the parchment and found a similar club, but he was not sure whether it would be the Muggle craft or the Goblin craft. 2 feet away from him, a Hufflepuff boy animatedly described how magical drawings work. You could make something move if you just drew it on a piece of parchment. It's pretty simple, but that's only the basic of the basics. There are lots of advanced techniques, and you can even interact with the people in it. Then, wouldn't that be the same as magical portraits? There are lots of them hanging in the castle. His friend asked. Of course, it's not the same. The boy turned red and raised his voice. Think about it, there's a little man trapped in the maze, and to avoid being eaten by hundreds of blast-ended Skrewd he has to rely on you to escape. You have to think up a way to offer that little man help, and if he makes it out of the maze he'll express his gratitude to you from inside the canvas. Harry listened for a while and found it very interesting, but he soon found that the boy began to invite the audience to join his magic painting club, and Harry's mouth dropped open in amazement. At that moment, Hermione strode through the crowd, beaming with joy. It's working, she said gleefully. 3 people have shown interest in joining SPEW, all freshmen. I didn't expect the new students this year to be so compassionate. Hermione, it is against the rules to abuse the power of a prefect. That's what you told me, Ron said. Hermione raised her eyebrows. Ron grimaced and stopped talking, and when Hermione turned to merge into the crowd again, he lowered his voice and whispered to Harry, if it's not an abuse of prefect power, then it just means that the current young wizards are failing their basic pre-entry education and haven't even learned how to spell spew. In the corner, Felix and Snape stood together. I didn't think you'd do such a trivial and irrelevant thing. Snape's lips quirked, as his voice was only heard within a small circle close to them. It's just a matter of raising your hand, Felix said, looking at the chaotic crowd of students. He felt like he had developed an odd habit after studying Dementors, enjoying being in a positive, jovial atmosphere, but it was unfortunate that halfway through his research, he didn't have enough Dementors in hand. What specifically happened was that the last Dementor was starved and couldn't resist stealing some of the emotions he had worked to collect from the stadium, so Felix did a few destructive tests on that Dementor. As he considered how to replenish his supply, he asked quietly, been under a lot of stress lately with your part-time job? Snape took a deep breath and said in an unemotional tone, easier than teaching a bunch of trolls. Oh, Felix agreed tacitly, as he counted the Gryffindor house students in the crowd. 1, 2, 3, 4. Snape turned his head to look at him expressionlessly and Felix smacked his lips. Good thing I don't have that much of a nuisance, both Slytherin and Gryffindor students are performing well. He paused and said, I was told by someone that the one who must not be named is pretty depressed these days. The Aurors in the Ministry of Magic are more or less frustrated, you know, the pointless overtime is most frustrating. Snape didn't say anything. His memory went back over a month before. It hadn't been long after the battle in Hogsmeade that he had felt the dark mark on his arm grow hot, a call from Voldemort. Of course, he didn't immediately leave. It is a privilege Voldemort granted him, because of his undercover status, he doesn't have to respond immediately to the summoning. So he waited calmly, as if nothing had happened, until Dumbledore returned, who showed him a dry hand and asked him vaguely how much time he had left, and Snape was tempted to punch Dumbledore in his crooked nose. Dumbledore wasn't injured at all, at least in Snape's eyes, and it wasn't the hand that really required attention, but his suddenly younger face. But as soon as Snape had asked 2 questions, he was deflected. Knowing what Dumbledore meant, Snape stared at the dry, charred, lifeless hand, and memorized the image deeply, burning it into his mind so that he could freely assemble it into a memory he wanted when he needed it. The dark mark kept working through the day and into the evening, with 2 more changes, with one more urgent than the other, and by the end of the day, it had reached the point where it caused him unbearable pain. So Snape was forced to meet Voldemort a little earlier than expected, and he had thought of a good reason before he left. Dumbledore had ordered him to keep watch over the school, and he couldn't get away. But when they met, Voldemort didn't ask any questions about it at all, and he had never seen Voldemort so out of shape. those red eyes seemingly ready to pick someone to devour. Bellatrix, the key woman, the one Dumbledore had told him to keep an eye on, was standing behind Voldemort with a tremble. Voldemort asked him to go to a secret room on the 7th floor of the castle as soon as he returned, to retrieve a tattered diadem. Large room full of miscellaneous items, a male wizard half-statue, tattered cupboard splashed with strong acid. He described it in great detail and specifics, fearing that Snape would not be able to find it. Snape agreed, although he reckoned Voldemort would be disappointed. Voldemort then asked in detail about Harry Potter's scar, and Snape told him everything, after which he asked about the Parseltongue, a secret that had been revealed back in Harry's second year and which Snape hadn't held back. The questioning ended with a long, suffocating dead silence. Bellatrix was motionless like a quail, as she fidgeted throughout the conversation. Finally, Voldemort asked for more details about Dumbledore's injuries, and Snape recounted every scene he had seen the headmaster from the beginning of the school year until now, as per Dumbledore's instructions, and all of them had one common feature, which was the fact that Dumbledore always wore gloves. When he heard this, Voldemort's face mingled with a complex look of annoyance and joy. Snape was then ordered to return to the school immediately to confirm the status of the diadem. And the news had to be reported to him before dawn. In his mind, Snape thought Voldemort was out of his mind. He didn't seem to have any concern for whether his undercover role would be exposed or not, but he agreed to do it anyway. Snape returned to the school and spookily appeared on the 7th floor, then turned a corner and entered the headmaster's office. Such was the life of a double undercover agent, where it would take him more than twice as long to report the situation. Figuring it was about time, he met with Voldemort again. This time the meeting place was changed to the old manor of Augustus Rookwood, the loyal Death Eater who is currently imprisoned in Azkaban, and thus his home is unceremoniously occupied by Voldemort. Voldemort was still accompanied by Bellatrix, and it seemed as though Voldemort intended to carry her with him all the time. Snape calmly reported the information he had gathered. The diadem was naturally lost, and Voldemort was furious. Even furious seemed an understatement as he walked around the dimly lit room. The snakewood wand in his hand made a hissing sound. Voldemort cursed Dumbledore aloud, using nearly every vile word he could think of. Contrasting instructions emerged from his mouth. First, with a vicious look on his face, he told Snape to poison Dumbledore as he proceeded to treat his wound. Let Dumbledore die, die. Voldemort growled madly, but it didn't take him long to dismiss the idea. Go and investigate the whereabouts of the diadem, he said through gritted teeth. We must find out if it was destroyed or hidden. If necessary, you can break into the headmaster's office. No, wait for word from me. I will arrange for a spy from the Ministry of Magic to cooperate with your mission. But it had been half a month, and there was no news from Voldemort's side, as if he had died, and Snape had no idea who the spy that Voldemort was talking about was. That man wouldn't be coming, would he? The next few days were filled with an air of restlessness throughout Hogwarts. Despite the fact that the last weekend of November is still a few days away, the students can't wait for the activity to begin, often taking the opportunity of having classes together in different houses to recruit members for their clubs. From what Felix had observed, Gryffindor and Slytherin didn't interact with each other for the most part, and they both chose students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff houses to go after. Even when he was walking outside, he could see students from different houses coming together and chatting. But he had never expected that there would be students who would have their minds set on him. Hey, Felix! Luna looked out from behind a suit of armor and jumped out excitedly when she saw him. Felix walked over to her. Luna. He looked at her with some surprise. Not far from them, a group of girls is hiding in the background looking at them. It's like this, Luna said with a serious look on her face. I want to invite you to join my club. Your club is dash. The Crumplehorn Snorkax certainly exist club. Felix paused and asked tentatively, is it possible that you can't recruit anyone and want to get me to make up the numbers? Well, I can't, I mean, I am a professor, after all, but I recommend Valen. Oh, no, I've got 3 people. Luna said cheerfully, but if you gather 4 students from all the 4 houses and 1 professor, you can engrave the club's name on the candles in the Great Hall. First come, first served, so I'll have to hurry. Felix looked slightly out of breath. How come I didn't know about this? It's a hidden trail. Luna said. It's gossip, right? Felix said to himself. He should have expected it. With the nature of the Hogwarts students, all sorts of unreliable rumors were bound to be spread. He just didn't think it would be Luna who would fall for it. He glanced at the students in the corner. They must be the one egging it up. Felix thought about it and lowered his voice. Now that you've found out, well, I agree. Just don't tell anyone else. When he left, Luna got immediately surrounded by a group of chattering girls. How was it? Did it work? Luna nodded. Is the information true? One girl asked. The professor forbid me to say. Luna replied dully. Oh, the girls looked at each other meaningfully. It seemed to be true, and they dispersed in a huff with long drawn-out murmurs, not knowing which professor to find. Felix returned to his office, thinking about making a portable Dementor capture cage that he would sell to the Ministry of Magic when the time came and just use the captured Dementors to offset the bill. He sat on the sofa, half lost in thought, and when he looked back for a moment, he saw Valen sitting across from him with the new Solutions to Rune magazine copy, and leafing through the pages rapidly. This academic magazine was printed on his behalf by Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood, who sent Felix a sample issue each month, with a complete set of that month's Quibbler edition. A typical Wizards tabloid, Quibbler is not a popular magazine, but it does not lack readers either. As Felix understood it, despite Luna's denials, its niche magazine offered something akin to entertainment news, containing a hilarious variety of conspiracy theories and discussions about virtual creatures. Of course, sometimes serious topics are discussed in a serious manner, only the conclusions reached are often unbelievable. Felix, for example, has anonymously published a couple of small articles on it, speculating about a future society of wizards. One of them was about the exploration of Mars. A wizard is about to travel to Mars in a Muggle-built spacecraft to grow vegetables when he got intercepted for smuggling 300 Muggles with him using an undetectable extension charm. As a result, the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle government stated that the law would be amended to ban all non-transparent containers to be carried to Mars, and as a result, hot water bottles on Mars became a rare resource. The response was, well, lukewarm. Then, Luna's father wrote a short story based on a similar format. A seer travels to Mars, where the aura is too strong to make a prophecy, causing the seer to be accidentally struck by a meteor while flying on his broomstick. This story became the latest popular joke in the wizarding world, and given the closed nature of the wizarding world, it is estimated that it will not go out of fashion even after a century of circulation. Valen wasn't interested in the raw theories in the new Solutions to Rune magazine, but she liked to look up the names of people she knew. As she leafed through it, she took out her precious wand and scribbled in the air, and soon the office was littered with crooked letters that made Felix dizzy from reading them, so he reached out and squeezed the words in the air together, crumpling them into a glowing, shiny ball. Valen yelped in displeasure. Felix threw the ball at Valen, who exasperatedly threw it back at him, and soon the two were playing this fun, and boring, little game with gusto. Before going to bed, Felix suddenly remembered to write to his new pen pal who lives in Nurmengard Castle. It's not a matter of courage, and it's not about proactiveness, it's a matter of brains. Even if I had been born in your time, I would not choose to make an enemy of hundreds of thousand wizards and billions of ordinary people. In my opinion, enslavement is the most time-consuming and laborious way to go, not to mention the fact that the population on both sides has now almost tripled. Speaking of tripling, I suddenly remembered a question about the engorgement charm. I have a colleague who grows very special, extra-large pumpkins. Do you think eating such a charmed pumpkin over a long period of time would cause malnutrition? Or will it harm the soil? I think this subject is more valuable and could be classified as Muggle research. Or name it something new. Enclosed with the letter are 2 political books and an excellent magazine that I strongly recommend, Quibbler, which sells over 500 copies a day and is worth reading. Finishing his letter, Felix lifted his head and straightened his back, and Valen, who was lying across the desk, immediately closed her diary and looked at him with a wary expression. Felix looked away, wondering which unlucky person in the school had been defeated by Valen this time. Unfortunately, he only managed to glimpse 2 names, one is Astoria and the other is Mafalda. Chapter 555. When he woke up, Felix was startled by the immense emotions throughout the castle. He shook his head as the castle in front of him seemed to possess an emotion of its own. He knew it was an illusion, but it was quite a fascinating feeling, Felix thought as he washed up. It was like every brick in the school had come to life, and couldn't wait to be part of today's occasion. It is the last weekend of November and the day the school has promised to let student clubs that have been vetted by the student body to recruit new students. Although Felix didn't think there is much need for it, many clubs had already started grabbing people a few days in advance and had probably recruited enough by now, the emotions he felt when he first woke up seemed to indicate that he had guessed it wrong before. As Felix packed up and led Val into the Great Hall, he realized that he had underestimated the enthusiasm of these students. The Great Hall was packed and already full of students. Felix subconsciously switched to a Dementor's point of view to observe, and as far as he could see, he felt as if he is in a sea of joy. 4 long tables were stacked up against the wall, and in their place were booths that looked like reefs, with waves of water carrying strong emotions stirred up around them. Everyone seemed to be filled with multicolored flares as they raised their voice in jubilant emotion. Felix paced to the corner of the Great Hall where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick stood together, Professor McGonagall's face looking a little stiff. She could hardly ignore the violations that were happening all around her. "Oh, Minerva, don't be too strict," the good-humoured Professor Flitwick said, taking out his wand and waving it through the air a few times like a conductor, and from the tip flew a colourful silk ribbon, and flocks of chirping birds flew out as they glid through the air in a neat formation, and occasionally would find a fallen student and hover around that student to help him. Felix narrowed his eyes. Did they appear to be a flock of eaglets? Beneath the soft golden plumage, there is a fine layer of bronze feathers. He was dazed, as he suddenly remembered a similar modification he had made in the Great Hall at the start of his first year, when he had conjured up a large emerald green snake on the ceiling, with Severus in it. Felix grinned and pointed his finger out as a huge akami coalesced in the air. Bird head, thin neck, blue-green feathers, with freely stretched wings and shimmering plumes, and as it bent down it revealed a pair of serene amber eyes. The students in the Great Hall went quiet for a moment, then burst into even greater murmurs, and chattered noisily. "An akami. I've only seen it in pictures, I never thought it would be so beautiful in real life," Justin Finch-Fletchley said with a look of awe. "I've seen them in Classroom 7, Susan Bones said, but she too was staring up at the ceiling in fascination. They're hidden in the bamboo grove, beside the ceramic town." "What's that?" Justine asked. "A town entirely made of porcelain, and Professor Happ's memory body invited me in to play around a little, saying it was Susan Bones thought for a moment, a beta test." "Yes, that's the word. A beta test." Justin more or less understood the meaning of the word. "Sounds interesting, I wonder when it's going to open." On the other side, Professor McGonagall gave Felix a stern look, and felt quite uncomfortable with his polite yet provocative glance. Her chest puffed out and with a sudden swipe of her wand, the chairs in the corner magically flipped on their heels and burst out, transforming into large and small golden-furred lions. When Dumbledore appeared, the Great Hall looked like a chaotic mess, golden eaglets soaring around, a kami with blue-green feathers carrying a few students overhead, and a group of badgers hunkered down beside the wall, staring unblinkingly at the Peeves ghost above. Peeves floated around in midair, fully dressed in his usual silly costume, and he miraculously did nothing to spoil the occasion. This could only mean one thing: the emotions of the students in the Great Hall were causing Peeves to feel happy. Dumbledore's feet were met with a brushing sensation, and he lowered his head to see, as a small fluffy lion tilted its head up to meet his gaze. Dumbledore smiled and took out his wand and pointed it downwards, turning the dark, cold floor into a grass-green carpet with him at its center. Amidst a roar of cheers, Dumbledore courteously walked away, looking through the crowd as he went, and he soon found the very conspicuous figure. "Severus," Dumbledore said as he stood side by side with Snape, taking in the bustling scene in the Great Hall, and shook his head as he did so. "I would never wear a black robe if I had planned to attend a fete. Unfortunately, this is the only color I have to wear," Snape said coldly. "Sometimes it's nice to change things up. What do you think of silver? Or green?" Dumbledore concluded and gazed at the students walking around the Great Hall, and after a while, he softly whispered, "Keep an eye on Felix." "Who?" "Felix, Felix Happ," Dumbledore said in a near whisper. "Are you mad, Dumbledore?" Snape bellowed. A dozen feet away, a student holding up a Muggle film poster shook his hand in shock and the poster fluttered and landed at his feet. Snape stared at the name of the film on it with a disgusted look on his face. "Lion King." "The Lion King." The student picked up the poster with trepidation and ran away in a huff. Snape calmed down, but his tone became even snarkier as he lowered his voice and said, "Have you grown old and senile?" Dumbledore showed a helpless expression. "I am indeed old, but not quite senile." But Snape still peered at him as if to see, if he is someone else in disguise, there was nothing wrong with that hawkish nose any way he looked at it. Knowing he had to give an explanation, Dumbledore looked at the Weasley twins waving a huge banner in the distance and said with a sigh, Felix is doing something very dangerous. What is it? Snape asked subconsciously, breaking the laws of the Ministry of Magic? Has he been doing something more illegal than that? No, Severus, it's much more serious than that, Dumbledore said. It involves a very dangerous man, that's all you need to know. In a way, he's more dangerous than Voldemort. In short, I can't make an accurate judgment. You were his teacher, you're the only one who knows him best. No one will ever understand Felix Hap. Snape said spitefully, I wouldn't be surprised if he suddenly cast a killing curse on you one day. To be honest, I don't really care about that. Dumbledore said with a grin on his face, well, just keep an extra eye on him, will you? Fred and George stood on a wooden trunk with a row of empty butterbeer bottles in front of them, and 7 or 8 young lower-grade wizards crouched in front of the bottles, looking at the clusters of fireworks that continued to explode in them with envious expressions. Fireworks in a bottle. Fred said cheerfully, just sign up, and you can get one for free. He reached out and pointed to a poster that dangled at one side with big colorful letters flashing on it, Swear to Defend School Rules Club. A student reads carefully the introductory section below the big letters, still struggling to understand the cumbersome school rules? Or have you been deducted of your house points and detained for breaking school rules and been too ashamed to see anyone since then? Have you ever been teased by your classmates for your lousy rule-breaking attempts? If you're wondering the exact same thing, the answers can be found in the Swear to Defend School Rules Club, where you can learn all about school rules and the authoritative analysis of the new rules added each year. It will make your 7 years at school much easier. The student had a feeling that something was wrong, and when he looked up, he saw a face with a big smile. Well. George squeezed his eyes and said, are you intrigued? Still on the fence? It's a rare opportunity, my friend. You can sign up first. We offer 3 training sessions for free, and if you have the talent you will soon be able to comprehend the key points. 2 minutes later, the boy left in a daze, clutching a butterbeer bottle. Be careful not to break the bottle. George warned kindly behind him, then sighed contentedly. A deliberately low voice suddenly heard in his ear, what are the consequences of breaking the bottle? Startled, George turned his head to look at the 2 students who were keeping themselves tightly cloaked. Harry? Ron? George muttered in surprise. Yeah, it's us. Harry muttered. George looked them up and down for a good while before he suddenly burst out laughing, Hermione's been looking for you guys. Yeah, we know, Ron said vaguely, we've avoided her twice. Harry's gaze went over his shoulder and he could see the front line lookout, S.P.E.W, Crumplehorn Snorkax certainly exist, and Harry Potter Fan Club, all 4 booths grouped together in a loose square where the Neville, Hermione, Ginny, Luna, and Creevy brothers were working feverishly. Harry shivered, as he knew that pictures of Harry Potter's face were hanging all over a curtain in the Creevy brothers' booth. The picture of him fighting the dragon hung at the top, and he wondered how Creevy had managed to capture it. His head occupied a good 1/3 of the picture, while the other 2/3 consisted of hideous Hungarian horntail, with Ron and Hermione clapping their hands in the corner like spectators who had stumbled upon the scene by mistake. A crowd of people gathered around and pointed. To Harry's horror, Draco Malfoy was staring and sizing up his picture with undisguised contempt on his face, and not far from him, Mafalda excitedly pulled Dennis Creevy in to ask questions, and Dennis enthusiastically introduced it to her, as she pulled out a small green notebook and quill afterward. Do you mind if I take notes? Oh, of course not. 2 sharp voices bore through the bustling great hall and reached Harry's ears. If he had to choose, between Malfoy and Mafalda, Harry wasn't sure who he wouldn't want to see more here. If it was before this school year, that person would definitely be Draco Malfoy, since he would surely make up a bunch of nonsense to taunt him, but now Harry hesitated. He had absolutely no idea what story Mafalda would make up. He then noticed something even more alarming as Professor Hap and Sirius walked over in pairs, stopping in front of the Harry Potter Fan Club and surveying the pictures on the curtain with interest. Sirius's eyes seemed to glow. Hi, Harry. Harry was jolted by the sudden tap on his shoulder. He looked back to see it was Luna. What are you doing here? Harry asked in a lowered voice. Mentally regretting for the millionth time that he hadn't taken a small sip of Felix Felicis before coming here. Hermione has been looking for you. Luna said, I saw she was too busy and volunteered to help. A lot of people signed up. Ron asked in surprise. Is SPEW that popular? Yeah, they can barely keep up with it. Luna said with a big smile. Even though he couldn't hear the accusation in Luna's tone, Harry was flooded with a faint sense of guilt towards both Hermione and Neville. After all, he was the one who had founded the Frontline Lookout Club, but he now had dumped all the responsibilities on someone else. There was a slight hesitation in Harry's mind, but it was immediately thrown out of the window when he saw Professor Hap walking past. He would die of absolute shame if the professor asked him about the Harry Potter fan club. "Can I interview you?" Mafalda asked. "What? Me?" Dennis Creevy looked at her with a confused expression on his face and Mafalda nodded. "Oh, okay. What grade are you in?" "Second year." "So you enrolled last year?" Mafalda asked with great interest. "Yeah, and I was the one who took that picture." Dennis pointed proudly at the picture featuring the Hungarian horntail. On the other side, Sirius signed the enrollment form with gusto. "So is that all?" "Of course." Colin Creevy replied with excitement as he dug under the booth and pulled out a large box. "All the photos are in there, all of them personally handpicked by me." Sirius left happily with a full set of photographs of his godson. "Dennis! I can't believe we've recruited a professor to our club!" Colin exclaimed sharply. He turned back to hug his brother only to find Dennis was missing. He looked around twice and found Dennis being led by a girl towards the deserted SPEW booth as they chatted. Hermione was handing out Frontline Lookout Club leaflets with Neville and Ginny, occasionally answering the question, "What is the Crumplehorn Snorkax beast?" or something like that. Hermione's face looked exasperated. She had decided to put the two club booths together in order not to delay things, but her booth was completely deserted. None of the three freshmen who had previously agreed to come today didn't show up. On the contrary, the Frontline Lookout Club was very popular, with a steady stream of people inquiring about it, and the registration forms soon filled up to the brim. Hermione looked around the chaotic Great Hall and thought sadly to herself that the music, films, magical drawings, and violent dueling were more appealing than a society that promotes the rights of elves. At that moment, a small, black, round creature suddenly jumped up onto the table. "Key! Valin!" Hermione looked back to see Valin holding a custom-made wand and waving it around in one hand, the tip of which glowed with Lumos glow brightly and looked like she was waving a glow stick around to cheer her up. "Wow!" Hermione's heart warmed, and she picked up Valin and rubbed her cheek against her face. A small palm-sized book fell out of her niffler pocket and spread out on the table. A Diary of a Grandmaster. Hermione could barely make out the crooked letters on the book, and she looked at Valin in confusion as Valin struggled out of her grasp in embarrassment and picked up the small book she had dropped. She then turned her head and slipped away. Hermione pondered where she stood for a few seconds, then pursed her lips with a smile. "What's this about?" a voice asked. "Frontline Lookout Club, you can think of it as the Auror Training Club. It's self-driven in nature, but we do provide professional training as well as..." Hermione subconsciously recited the lines, Professor?" Felix smiled and nodded at her. "No one asked for it?" he asked, surveying the stack of blank registration forms on the table. "It most likely does not match the current trend," Hermione said, hanging her head in sadness. "If you just want to attract some members, you could try what the Weasley twins did," Felix said. He and Hermione looked together in the direction of the Swear to Defend School Rules Club, which looked packed, in stark contrast to this side of the room. "But I don't want to dash," Hermione said, biting her lip, looking stumped. "Hello!" a voice interjected, and Mafalda probed at them. She had just made an appointment with Dennis for an interview and then proceeded to carry out her scheduled plans without stopping. "Can I get a sign-up form?" Hermione looked at her with wide eyes. "You're joining S.P.E.W. Mafalda shrugged. "If you're okay with that dash." "I do." Hermione instantly said. "You're interested in house elves too? What were your thoughts on that?" "I actually think the name is a bit outdated, but it's the first objective of this organization. I mean, contrary to my original vision, now I want to bring equal rights and benefits to all creatures with human-like intelligence with a new constitution that unites them all. Now the wizards have the absolute superiority over the other creatures in terms of power, making this the right time to show our grace." Felix twirled his quill in his hand and listened in silence as his own assistant seemed to keep refining his ideas. In his opinion, equal rights and benefits are unnecessary, and he wouldn't do such a thankless chore in any way. But nevertheless, it is worthwhile to eliminate hatred and build a pan-magical alliance led by wizards. After thinking about it for a moment, he took a registration form and filled it out. Mafalda is not quite used to Hermione's enthusiasm. Oh, she stammered, there's something I think you should better be aware of. Counting your club, I've joined a total of 27 clubs. The joy on Hermione's face froze. Are you kidding me? Or have you joined every club you can possibly sign up for? Of course not. Mafalda said angrily, I made sure to have a chat before I signed up, at least to make sure they didn't create it on a whim. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, as she sounded quite less convincing. The two stared blankly at each other for a while before Hermione finally gave in. She said tiredly, okay, here's the form, wait, someone already filled this one out. Professor. Hermione looked around, only to see Harry and Ron sneaking around from the other side. They had pretty much wrapped themselves up like a mummy. You guys, still, no, to come back. Hermione yelled at them. The professor left. Harry and Ron's eyes dodged, not daring to look at her. Harry blurted out sheepishly, great, what are you doing here? He turned his head to glare at Mafalda. Mafalda raised her face up in a condescending manner. Chapter 556. Nothing to do with you. Mafalda said with a stubborn scowl. Well, Harry quipped accusingly, what story are you going to make up again? Harry Potter's secret army? Or Hermione Granger's ambitious recruitment of an army of house elves, with the determination to overthrow the Ministry of Magic? Sounds great. Mafalda said, filling out the registration form as quickly as she could. By the way, your costumes look ugly, you look like a pair of mummies. Don't concern yourself with us. Ron said angrily. I'm warning you, stop bossing us around and quit making up stuff about Harry or I'll deduce some points from your house, I'm telling you. Don't think I'll let you get away with it just because you're related to me. Hermione tapped on Ron's back with her finger and Ron paused uneasily, as he muttered reluctantly, I'm doing her a favor, she has certainly crossed the line. At that moment a sarcastic voice interjected, it doesn't seem like your family name is earning you that much of a brownie point, does it? It was simply a pointless attempt. What are you trying to say? Mafalda clenched her fists and glared at Draco Malfoy. Pruitt, Draco stated softly, his grey eyes fixed on Mafalda as her whole body tensed, you claim to be from a distant offshoot of the Pruitt family, but as far as I know, the last few descendants of the Pruitt are few in number and have no children of school age. Mafalda's eyes flinched as she averted her eyes a little as her body trembled a bit. Malfoy, you haven't changed a bit, all you can do is bully a little girl. Harry couldn't bear to look away and chimed in to help, but as soon as the words left his mouth he regretted it a little. Why the heck did he bother to interject between them, since he hated both of them quite a bit? Draco's expression stiffened, just telling the facts. Mafalda calmed down as she wisely changed the subject, where's your girlfriend, Malfoy? She literally can't take her eyes off your pointy chin for a moment. Oh my goodness, it's been almost 5 minutes, she's not going to faint, is she? Draco slowly said, you mean Pansy? She's gone to perform her duties as a prefect. I don't think so. Mafalda said with a sly and snarky tone, I just saw her trying to confiscate a butterbeer bottle from a student, when it fell to the ground and suddenly exploded and lit her pretty dress on fire. Oh, she's out of luck, and with that, she turned and ran off. Draco narrowed his eyes and then fixed his gaze on Harry, so you're once again famous, Potter. His head tilted to the side and Harry knew the Harry Potter fan club was exactly in that direction. Yeah, Harry said woodenly, he knew Malfoy wouldn't miss the chance to taunt him, he had thought it would change for good after he promised Malfoy to keep the diary thing a secret a while back. Your fame is always going up, without stopping a single moment, and I'm actually quite bitter about it. Ron laughed out loud. Draco sized him up twice, if I were you, I'd go home and go through the family tree to avoid identifying a random person as my relative. Well, only if you have that kind of thing in your family. After saying it he turned and left. What does he mean? Ron frowned, as he stared at Draco's back. Hermione sighed, and she glanced carefully at Neville and Ginny, who were not far away from them, and kept her voice low to prevent it from spreading. You guys honestly don't think Mafalda's last name is Pruitt, do you? Why not? Ron asked, and then his eyes widened. Harry's mind raced. Mafalda's father is a distant cousin of Mrs. Weasley's, and Mrs. Weasley's surname was Pruitt before she married, and that suggests something. He quickly found the template for the comparison, Dudley and him. The two of them are cousins, but one of their last names is Dursley while the other is Potter, and if Dudley ever has children in the future, his children will only have the last name Dursley, and not something different, like Potter. It occurred to him now that Mafalda had mentioned that her father is a squib, and squibs are looked down upon in the wizarding world. Harry almost instantly believed that Mafalda's father had suffered a lot of discrimination when he was a little kid, so he certainly wouldn't want his daughter to be like him, and Harry was convinced that as a father he would do something about it when he heard his daughter going to be part of a wizarding community. What would it be? Changing her family name, changing it to one of the sacred 28 which he distantly related to. The dislike Harry felt for Mafalda in his heart instantly diminished, and it was replaced by sympathy. Ron's reaction was half a beat slower, but he too thought of what Harry had just thought of, and he opened his mouth without uttering a word, as the three of them silently stopped discussing the subject. But at that moment, it suddenly struck Harry how utterly stupid the idea of pure blood is. Harry remembered what nearly headless Nick had said. Professor Hap had never talked about his origins for a single second, but that hadn't stopped him from becoming the banner of Slytherin House, and the other houses also adored him. But Harry wondered if it was due to the fact that Professor Hap had always given fewer assignments than other professors every time. For some time I wanted to say, stop your nonsense and take off your ridiculous hoods and get over here to help, Hermione said in a lecturing tone as she straightened her waist again. Harry and Ron reluctantly showed their faces. Ron covered his face because he didn't want to be seen when his name was written under the spew word, while Harry just wanted to stay away from the Creevy brothers. He peeked behind him and saw that the Harry Potter fan club was deserted, leaving only an empty brown curtain and table. Was there no recruitment? Harry thought expectantly as Ginny walked over quietly. They're out of gifts. What? Harry asked in confusion. The gifts. Ginny said calmly, a free set of your photographs for simply joining the club. I think the shots are quite good. Harry stared at her. You also didn't dash. Ginny shrugged and admitted readily, it's just writing a registration form, it's a real bargain for those who need it. Harry's face suddenly felt like it was on fire, and he couldn't speak without stammering. My set is under the table, you can take a look. Ginny covered her mouth and giggled softly, I will go over to Luna's booth. She found a bunch of butterbeer corks somewhere and plans to make a few necklaces. Ugh, I'll have to talk her out of it. Harry sat down slowly, leaning against the table, and caught a glimpse of a large box on which he was winking playfully. Felix crouched in front of a booth, where 7 or 8 boxes lined up horizontally in front of him. In it dolls of various shapes and sizes were stacked neatly. As he looked past the first row, the dolls appeared more primitive, the proportions of the dolls were somewhat off, and he could see hints of magical golems in them, probably the earliest work of the makers. From the second row onwards the dolls were much more refined, with many other models, including a wonderfully detailed Bowtruckles walking around in one of the boxes, and Felix could hardly find a fault with it except that its head looked a little crooked and its leaves glowed a bit. And those glowing leaves had ancient runes inscribed on them. You used the Tranquility Circuit? Felix asked with interest. Yes, Professor. Cedric was slightly nervous. I adapted the elements from the 12 amulets I had seen in class to this, and it worked quite well. With that, he pronounced a crude phonetic phrase, and one of the leaves of the Bowtruckle's body suddenly burst with bright light, and the expressions of the few people enveloped in the halo, Felix, Cedric, and Cho Chang, all became peaceful. A bit strong. Felix commented. Cedric smiled, I will use it occasionally when I practice my rune writing skills, it calms my restlessness. Felix nodded. Cedric then introduced him to the dolls on the shelf one by one. I made these by imitating magical golems, but there were some problems in the joint areas all the time, and the movements were not that fluid. Later on, I designed some more models that are not just limited to fighting, like this forked-tailed dog doll, Krupp, whose sole function is rolling over. It has a very vivid expression on its face. Felix said. I combined a mixture of transfiguration with it, Cedric explained. The magic can be sustained for a long time by using runic circuits that can store magic, which makes it more convenient than alchemy, in a sense. Felix thought for a moment and inquired, any thoughts on where you'll work after you graduate? Cedric said honestly, not really thought about it yet. What do Mr. and Mrs. Diggory think? My family wants me to enter the Ministry of Magic. My father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Cedric said, but Collins advised me to join the Auror Squad, and Fred and George have invited me to join their magic trick workshop many times. But I wasn't really interested in either. What about your own interest? Cedric looked at the dolls on the table, as his gaze became soft and absorbed. Well, I guess that won't be that bad. Felix said understandingly. The conversation with Cedric had been very rewarding for him. He realized that it seemed that another subdiscipline of ancient rune had emerged, combining ancient runes and transfiguration, which may later encompass areas such as alchemy and memory magic, with just a gentle push from him. Would Cedric dwell even deeper on magic golem study? Felix had made a number of magical golems by himself, but it became apparent that he had no desire to delve deeper into the subject, so handing over this expertise to someone who would be worthy and has a passion for it would be the ideal outcome. Felix ended the session by suggesting Cedric to check out the second-to-last row in the restricted section of the library. Remember to keep this enthusiasm alive, he advised before leaving. What did Professor Happ mean by that last statement? A simple encouragement? Cho Chang looked at Cedric with puzzlement. It didn't quite sound like that to her. Cedric obviously thought so too, and after contemplating it for a few moments, he suddenly broke into an excited smile and said, I think he meant something like this. He raised his hand and traced a magic rune in the air, and in the next second, the magic rune was transformed into a colorful, beautiful cloud that bounced around in his palm, as if he is holding a flowing aurora borealis. I guess Professor Happ had left some kind of materials there, and the enthusiasm rune is the key to it, Cedric said with certainty. How did you reach that conclusion? Cho Chang asked with a jubilant voice. Cedric stammered, I told you that Fred and George have been hiding things in the castle in various guises these days, and I know a bit of the inside information. One of the ways to open the hidden treasure spot is to recite a Latin poem in an ancient runic language in front of a suit of armor, or, of course, to whack the armor 17 or 18 times in the stomach. Felix continued to wander around the Great Hall in a good mood, as he spotted many professors enjoying this experience alongside the students. The burly Hagrid and Professor Burbage, of Muggle Studies, are standing in front of a poster of a Muggle film. Professor Burbage was talking rapidly, but Hagrid was clearly distracted, as he kept staring at the poster, an old monkey standing on a raised rock, holding a newborn lion cub up high, with hundreds of animals standing beneath the rock with their heads bent down. In a jarring voice, Hagrid asked, a cartoon? Is it for kids? The student swallowed as he answered, adults can watch it too, I think it's pretty entertaining. So, Hagrid waved his arms, where can I see it? Do I need to buy a magic projector? The Future World Company sells them, and Professor Happ once had screened this film in our class. The student whispered. It sounds easy to get, Hagrid muttered, do you have any suggestions if I want to show it to a much larger, creature than me? Oh, I think, the student said with a shaky voice, as he looked terrified, our club doesn't consider recruiting members of that size. Hello, Hagrid. Felix couldn't help but interject them. Hagrid turned his head and said with delight, great. Felix, I've just had a great idea, if I could only show little Grok dash. His face suddenly flushed, so much that even his wool cap and the beard on his face couldn't hide it. Ahem, I mean if I could show it to the big guys in the Forbidden Forest, it would be great. It would be nice, at least it would reduce their tantrums, he muttered. You could write and ask Remus, I remember the company was doing tests on the new product and needed a lot of feedback. Felix said. Hagrid left cheerfully. As soon as Hagrid had left, Professor Burbage made her way over. She pulled a bulging envelope from her pocket and said with annoyance, Professor Happ, help me pass it on to that big talker, I'll make him come forward and admit his mistakes. Felix blinked, Charity, some of his words still make sense. But he is too arrogant, Professor Burbage said with exasperation, he's talking like I'm some little kid who doesn't know anything. Hear what he wrote, only a fool would abandon his wizardship, and if technology can't be used by wizards, it's only a threat. Professor Happ, who is your pen pal? I'd really like to have a proper chat with him in person. Snape, who was pretending to be passing by, stiffened and stopped in silence, as he inclined his head to survey the booth in front of him, a soft padded-clad wooden stand with a grilled fish sticking out of it. The grilled fish's eyes locked with his. Would you like a skewer, Professor Snape? A young girl asked, mustering up her courage. Snape tore his gaze away from the dead fish's eyes and stared into Eleanor Branstone's eyes, and coldly said, no need, Miss Branstone. On the other side, Felix was patiently explaining to Professor Burbage why his pen pal would not show up. Charity, you should know that in reality there are some people who are withdrawn, inarticulate, and extremely repulsive to interact with people. Professor Burbage showed a skeptical look. Is that so? His language in the letter was pretty much sharp though. Some people prefer to communicate through their writing and think more thoughtfully. Felix said with a shrug. Eleanor Branston couldn't help but gaze curiously at the statue-like Snape, wondering if Professor Snape is thinking that her fish isn't grilled properly, and pulled out a small jar from her belongings and used her wand to conjure out a blue bellflower-like flame, which circled the grilled fish twice as she sprinkled some spices, and in an instant the aroma was overwhelming. Snape's nose twitched slightly. Eleanor Branston looked at him encouragingly, as if waiting for him to ask, but Snape took 2 cold steps back, revealing Valen, who had been drawn in by the aroma. "Traveling Niffler merchant!" Eleanor Branston called out, pointing at Valen. Valen puffed out her chest proudly, her dark eyes blinking as she pointed out her one small finger at the grilled fish on the stand. Eleanor Branston handed her one with a grin. Valen leaped onto the table and gave an odd glance to Snape, who had been standing next to her, and when she saw no reaction from him, she ate it happily. "It is delicious." "Hey, Valen, so you are here." Felix, who had just concluded his conversation with Professor Burbage, turned his head and made his way to the booth where Valen eating. He stared at the grilled fish and muttered to himself, "Looks like a perfect heat, do I have to sign up to get one?" He asked Eleanor, as he looked down. "Or you can help with the flyers." Eleanor carefully pointed to a few students not far away, who appeared to be from different houses, but all with one unifying feature, grilled fish in one hand and a flyer in the other. "Sounds fair enough," Felix said hesitantly. "Would it be alright if I traded it with a recipe? I know a secret sauce that tastes rather Severus." He trailed off in surprise. Snape looked at him indifferently. "Of course, I've heard that you are the person who created the fish deboning spell." Eleanor said. "Stop, don't mention that." Felix grimaced and pulled a piece of parchment from his ring, one hand on the fish, and the other one on the recipe. "Deal." Eleanor Branston blinked. "Deal." She glanced over at Snape and handed him 2 grilled fish over. "The extra is a gift for you, Professor, you can give it to whoever you want." "Oh, thanks." Felix took it and took a bite from one of the skewered grilled fish, then turned his head to look at Snape with a smirk. "Want a try?" "I can assure you, it tastes great." Chapter 557. Snape fought the urge to brush it off and took the grilled fish, but his gaze was frighteningly intense. "Got something to discuss with me, Severus?" Felix asked, seeing that Snape was silent. They emerged from the Great Hall and made their way to the middle of the yard, where the ground was covered in a blanket of snow. "I heard your discussion with Burbage about growing crops with magic." Snape paused, putting the words together without a rise in his tone, "and I happen to have a similar doubt." Of course, he had heard more than that, such as the existence of a pen pal involved, which he assumed would probably be the dangerous man that Dumbledore had mentioned, and through Felix's description, Snape had a brief mental picture of a withdrawn, stubborn, inarticulate, out-of-touch wizard. Such people were not uncommon in the wizarding world. But the one who could alarm Dumbledore so much would probably be someone of great strength. These thoughts flashed by as Snape concluded his sentence and surveyed Felix without moving. Felix glanced at him, unfazed. He had happened to want to pull a potions master in, and compared to Damocles Belby, who lived far away, Severus, who lived close at hand, would be obviously more suitable. There is also an alternate candidate in the form of Slughorn, but with that old man's fickle nature and fondness for enjoyments, it won't be easy to convince him. The wizards have always shown a disposition to be self-sufficient. Growing vegetables with magic? To them, it's no different from washing dishes or tidying their rooms with magic, but if you look at it another way, vegetables, fruits, and crops are all life, and no one had ever known for studying how magic played a facilitating role in this process of growth. Snape listened silently, always feeling something was wrong. Why was the conversation actually going on about growing vegetables? What the wizards have taken for granted is a fantasy in the eyes of the Muggles. Felix continued, "I think this is a good starting point." "Starting point for what?" Snape asked perceptively. "Looking at Muggle science from a wizard's point of view, and ultimately adopt and improve it using magic." Felix said, "This process requires an understanding of both sides. There is no need to be well-versed, and Professor Burbage's knowledge base is perfectly adequate for it, which is why I introduced this subject to her." Snape hummed through his nose and said nonchalantly, "It is indeed better than going into the nature of magic without knowing it." Felix didn't respond to that. "As far as I know, no wizard has ever systematically studied the effects of magic in growing crops before. There is one big reason for that, besides the fact that there are indeed fewer people in the wizarding community, the prevalence of pragmatism among wizards. This was the conclusion Felix came to when he looked at the differences between wizards and non-wizards from a broader perspective. The foundations of the two buildings, magic and technology, are very different. The former is based on magic and the soul, while the latter is based on reason and logic. For the vast majority of wizards, the ability to reason and deduce logically, although useful, is not necessary, at least it does not interfere with their ability to cast spells. Over time, this part of knowledge has only been reflected in specific disciplines. Magic planting studies? Or magic agriculture studies? If Professor Burbage can really work something out, it might change the world. Change the world? Snape couldn't help but frown, the very word sounded dangerous. Ah, a poor choice of word. Felix grinned and took a bite of grilled fish. The accurate term is, wizard's powerful trump card. Snape made a silent note of it while secretly wondering where this card could be used. He subconsciously took a bite of the fish as well. The tender and tasty fillet exploded in his mouth, followed by a warm heat that filled his stomach and heightened the cold and biting air in the yard. He heard Felix continue, Professor Burbage stands at the doorstep of a whole new field, and I'm happy to provide her some meager help. Like that pen pal? Snape risked asking. He felt he was getting a little closer to the truth. Dumbledore had instructed him to. No, Dumbledore had no intention of telling him who that person is, but that didn't stop him from finding out from Felix. Snape thought secretly. Well, he didn't expect it to go so well either. Felix didn't seem to be hiding it. A wonderful sense of familiarity arose in Snape's mind. When had it happened before? Oh, he had been pulled into the Future World Company, and still to this day he had to take some time out of each month to brew an enhanced version of Wolfsbane potions and sort out recipes for alchemical materials. Vigilance instantly pulled up. Felix blinked. That was some serious eavesdropping, Severus. Like a seasoned hunter waiting for his prey to take the bait, he explained patiently, there are more people than just him. At least as far as I can think, the discipline of magical planting, let's name it that for now, may also require knowledge of spells and potions. Him? A male wizard? Snape's mind wandered. Then it dawned on him why Felix had revealed this information to him readily. It required knowledge of potions. He had a feeling he was throwing himself into the net. It seems like a lot of work, and I don't see any point in it. Snape said calmly, I've only heard of dumb wizards, not starving wizards. Broaden your mind, Severus, there are more than just wizards in this world. Snape mulled it over slightly, his calm heart rippled, the hand that held the grilled fish trembled, and he had to use occlumency to hide his true emotions. After a long while, he asked hoarsely, you mean, those muggles? No, there is statute of secrecy to restrict it, unless dash. His expression became unfathomable, and then a cold chill went up to his spine. Felix waved his hand, I didn't mean to defy the statute of secrecy, that's why I said it is just a trump card. Snape was slightly reassured, but Felix's next words made his heart rise to his throat and his guts jump out along with it. After all, there are lessons to be learned from the past, Felix said, if I've learned anything from the past, it's that you can't take an extreme route, because if you're extreme, the people who support you will be even more extreme. Even if it influences hundreds of thousands of people, it's somewhat insignificant. He shot Snape a meaningful look. A name instantly dawned on Snape, Gellert Grindelwald. Is he the man Dumbledore is wary of, the first Dark Lord? He listened intently, even slowing his breathing to carefully deduce every word Felix said. Extreme views can bring in blind followers, but they can also separate you and your followers from normal people, Felix said, it happens all the time, doesn't it? When you are the only one who is distraught by something and crying out for justice, the bystanders who don't feel that way, would look at you strangely and be intimidated by the way you wave your arms and subconsciously move away from you. So what did you do to solve this problem? Snape asked, having calmed down completely. With Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic holding the front of the line. Felix said irresponsibly, at best I am simply anticipating some possible crisis and doing some advance preparation. It's not illegal to start a company, is it, and supporting the development of the wizarding world is not going to be attacked by the masses. Including pushing Burbage to study what you call magic planting study? You think this thing will get us through a certain storm, crises? Snape pursued the question heartily. I don't know. Felix said briefly, all I know is that there are still over 1 billion people who don't have enough to eat in this day and age. Chapter 558. The club recruitment event in the Great Hall came to an end. December brought more snow and cold wind, and one morning Felix was watching outside from his window. Black Lake is frozen thick enough to support hundreds of young wizards skating and sledding on it, with students having snowball fights around the rocks and willows on the shore not far from the lake. Someone made a big scene, using magic to conjure up a 7-foot-tall snowman that chased students around, and Felix stared at it for a while before realizing it was a student who had unfortunately been affected by a sticking charm and later got hit by snowballs. Key. Valen, who is sitting on his shoulder, looked around, as she was amazed by the bustling scene on the Black Lake, and then she turned her head to look at the great demon lord for permission. Well, don't forget to eat, I'll be staying over at Severus' place the whole day, Felix said as Valen happily jumped down and rummaged through her pockets for her gear, as she has to maintain her reputation as a combat niffler. Valen has been around Felix for a long time now and has been influenced by his occasional mischief, or a bad sense of humor, coupled with the great demon king's strong backing, caused Valen's notoriety in this area to gradually spread. Presently, she draped herself in a small cloak and selected one of her 7 exclusive wands which were jeweled with gems the size of a rice grain, as she glided down through the window facing the Black Lake. The little cloak opened behind her, rippling with light, and carried Valen off into the distance. Valen waved her wand excitedly in the air, a blue and a green gem lit up under the vibrations of a specific frequency of her magic, as a snowman nifflers formed quickly under the magic of the gem, and they followed Valen in midair all the way across the sky towards the Black Lake. The sound of students exclaiming and laughing in the distance put Felix in a good mood as he gathered his things and headed down the revolving staircase, past the entrance hall, and towards the potions class office on the basement level. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. I never imagined that I would kind of miss Professor Grubbly Plank one day. Hagrid actually got the latest magic projector. I'm really worried that future classes will consist of teaching Grob how to adjust the buttons on the projector. Ron kicked and stomped his way outside, and then he seemed to have tripped and fallen, with snow caked all over his clothes. I tried to talk him out of it, but he thinks it's all under control. Hermione's voice was slightly muffled. She carried a snowman niffler in her arm. Miss Granger. Felix called out to them and Harry, Ron, and Hermione paused. Hermione was startled and dropped the snowman niffler in her hand to the floor, which jumped up and hit her a few times. Ouch! Hermione yelped and watched as Niffler Snowman stormed out of the entrance hall and ran off after a large group. Felix couldn't help but laugh. Hermione turned red. We saw Valen pass by in the sky and there were so many more on the ground. Everyone picked up one, she stammered. Felix blinked, so Valen hadn't flown very far before the army of Nifflers she had high hopes for had been intercepted by the little Hogwarts wizard? He felt a little sorry that he hadn't seen that scene, and Harry and Ron turned their heads sideways and laughed, as they had wanted to do so for a long time. Hermione gave them a stern look and asked in a stammering tone, Professor? Is there something wrong? Ah, yes, Felix retracted his smile and took a pouch of gold coins and a piece of parchment out of his ring. The money for the new Solutions to Runes magazine has arrived, help me distribute it to the students according to the list. Is it still 5 galleons each? Ron asked eagerly. That's right, Weasley, Felix said, I remember you published several articles under the name Frontline Lookout. Yup. Ron said happily. Then you guys can have a nice Hogsmeade weekend. Felix said, turning his head to Harry who had been silent, I saw the article you wrote about incorporating the rune sun wheel into the Patronus charm to make the Patronus stronger. Genius idea. Harry grinned a little, I was just trying it out. Didn't you suggest me to work on the Patronus charm more when I had the time, before I put most of my energy into the occlumency, but now there is no need for that, so I am spending my time working on the Patronus. The scar didn't hurt again in the last 2 months? Felix asked. Harry nodded. Something suddenly occurred to him, Professor, I've tried quite a few ancient runes, but this is the only one that worked, and I've never been able to figure out why. Felix thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, I would suggest you to try more runes that lean towards the spirit and will. After all, the Patronus itself is a product of positive emotions. Harry looked down in thought when Hermione blurted out, so Harry was able to pull it off because the rune sun wheel symbolizes a positive rising process and also indicates a change of will under the influence of magic. Felix nodded approvingly. In that sense, the tranquility, enthusiasm, and even the light rune you have learned can be tried out with the charm. Well, when the Christmas break is over, I will have a look at your club." Harry breathed a sigh of relief when Felix left. Thankfully, the professor hadn't talked to him about anything else. He had been avoiding meetings with Professor Hap lately and was on the edge since meeting him now. It was simply because the scene of the professors reviewing the Harry Potter fan club at the start of December was too awful to look back on for the rest of his life. If there is a spell that uses an emotion like an embarrassment to cast it, Harry thinks he would surprise everyone by casting it very powerful beyond his mastery. I wonder who. Harry seriously suspected it was Snape, who had put the Harry Potter fan club together with Frontline Lookout Club in a very conspicuous place, so he was forced to stand expressionlessly in a corner of the Great Hall and listen to the Creevy brothers talk about the significance of the Harry Potter fan club in front of a crowd of professors. "Harry Potter is the bravest man I've ever met, he fought the basilisk and outsmarted the you-know-who." The Creevy brothers spoke on stage in a high, staccato voice, like a duet, and Harry was leaning against the cold wall, praying that he would sink into it, preferably without anyone finding it. At least he didn't have the courage to look which of the three, Snape, Sirius, or Professor Hap, had the most excited expression on their face. Not to mention that all of Harry's professors who were teaching his classes had come over to join in the fun that day, and he didn't know how he'd gotten through the last 2 weeks. "Harry, you could fry an egg on your face," Ron commented at that time. Even though the memory was really unbearable, Harry had secured 120 galleons for the Frontline Lookout activities. Hermione was jealous as she only received a stipend of 10 galleons for her meticulously prepared SPEW speech, which Snape interrupted nastily. "This is not the venue for the Minister of Magic's campaign, Miss Granger. If you want to achieve even a tenth of your vision, you'll have to wait till you graduate." Hermione was exasperated for a few days, and at one point fantasized about using a permanent sticking charm to stamp the new SPEW slogan on the door of Snape's office. Even Harry and Ron, who had been upset with Snape, were startled and were forced to persuade her with facts and reason. In addition to a substantial amount of gold galleons, the Frontline Watch had well over 50 members, for which the school had given them a spacious abandoned classroom as an activity area. It wasn't until later that Harry learned from Professor McGonagall that the house elves would help with the cleaning up, but they hadn't had the chance to do it yet due to lack of manpower. Hermione insisted that the house elves should not help, saying condescendingly, "I can do it myself." Ron snickered, who said otherwise, "It's just a broom room, anyway, and he paid for it, spending most of the afternoon on thick dust and stubborn paint." "But I am innocent, I didn't say anything about it," Harry couldn't help but complain that day. There was another change. Mafalda had made an appearance at the Frontline Lookout Club and, in fact, there were several new faces at the club that he hadn't expected to meet, such as the Greengrass sisters, and he almost thought he would also meet Draco Malfoy. Then Mafalda told him that Malfoy hadn't even joined a club. "Well, he will just wait and see, it's a Malfoy family tradition that they won't make a stand easily." Ron hit the truth right on the head. To Harry, Mafalda's change in attitude towards him was purely a surprise. He speculated secretly that it was probably because he had defended her that day that Mafalda had finally given up on making up stories about him in her little essay, and in her words, she had simply matured to do something more meaningful. "It's just a campus gossip tabloid," said the equally sociable Fred. "She fills it with news she gets from 37 clubs. It supposedly sells well." Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other. "Is it popular?" Hermione asked with mixed emotions. "There were quite a few submissions from people," George said, "along with advertisements and anonymous love letters." "You guys wouldn't be one of them, would you?" Ron asked with a squint. "We're paid for it, a full 2 sickles." Fred said, first with some indignation, then with a look of admiration, "To be honest, I kind of like her, that's not a bad business to run." "We both felt like we were outdated," George said with a thumbs up. Chapter 559. Felix knocked on the door in the dungeon office. Snape was wearing the same black cloak as always, his curly black hair fell to the back of his neck, and his unwavering dark eyes always reminded Felix of the grilled fish he had eaten that day under the cold wind in the yard. The person who had opened the door silently stepped aside, revealing Professor Burbage bent over the table, her hair disheveled as if it were a pile of hay and her wide glasses looked like a pitchfork stuck in the hay. As Professor Burbage was carefully inspecting a flower pot. "Did I miss something?" Felix asked pleasantly. "You're just in time, Felix. Professor Burbage said with excitement, still not taking her face off the flower pot. I told Severus that we had to wait for you to come over and witness this. There's nothing to witness, Snape said. He slammed the door behind him and strutted over to the table, where he pulled a glass vial out of his top pocket. Please, he said coldly, and Professor Burbage hurriedly stepped aside, holding her breath as she watched Snape carefully screw open the stopper and drop a drop of liquid into the flower pot. A miraculous sight occurred. The brown dirt in the pot bulged up to reveal an inconspicuous hint of a tender green bud, and a few minutes later, as the three of them watched in silence, a palm-sized green shoot swayed gently in the pot. This is, Felix inquired. A rejuvenation potion, a magical potion that prompts seeds to sprout. Snape said. Don't you have to add a growth potion? I remember when these two potions used together it could even restore most of the wilted plants to health. Felix asked curiously. There's no need to waste it, Snape said, the seeds Burbage provided are plenty nutritious on their own. Can I take it back with me? Professor Burbage asked pleadingly, eyeing the seedling in its pot. Oh, no. Felix immediately said, we had a deal. He wanted to take the potted plant with him to get it tested in a lab, mainly to see the changes in nutrient content in the soil and the subsequent growth of the plant. Burbage knew this too, she just couldn't bring herself to part with it. Right now she is looking at Snape with a pitiful look. Severus. I only brewed this one vial of potion. Snape grunted, with the most basic ingredients, as someone requested. Felix reassured Professor Burbage, there's no need to rush, Charity, there's absolutely plenty of time to spare. From germination, growth, flowering, and fruiting of the seeds. We only need to figure out the first step for now, which will speed up the growth cycle by at least half a month compared to the normal process, no? He asked Professor Burbage. Yes, absolutely possible. She said with conviction. That's enough. Felix said, don't think it's insignificant, studying the process thoroughly is quite remarkable and fully worthy of an Order of Merlin. Professor Burbage left with a red face. She now wanted to ask Headmaster Dumbledore for a plot of land to build an experimental greenhouse. I am sure Sprout will help, and she would be more than happy to do so. Snape said dryly from the doorway, hoping she would bother him less in the future. Turning his head, he found the culprit sitting leisurely on the sofa, flipping through a magazine. What have you come up this time, some new trump card? He sarcastically asked. I was wondering if the killing curse could kill the bacteria in the water. Okay, I'm just kidding, forget about it. Felix hurriedly said when he saw the look on Snape's face. I have one thing to tell you, Mr. Scamander has found a way to make the blast-ended screw-it breed steadily. He said in his letter that they are now overflowing with larvae and asked if I needed some. Snape thought hard for a moment. The slime of the blast-ended screw-it larvae is corrosive, but when handled well, it can remove the properties of certain potion ingredients without losing its excellent secondary component. Then you'd better publish a few articles and help to spread the word. Felix said. Snape nodded, that is what he was hoping for. The office quieted down and Snape stared at the specimen jar on the shelf against the wall and said, I was informed that you have the Ravenclaw diadem in your possession. Dumbledore told you about this? Felix asked. Not him. Snape said. Felix frowned, it is something that only Dumbledore knew about, he never brought it out to show it personally, mainly because he felt too ashamed to use it covertly all the time. On the contrary, Valen had worn it for a while at the very beginning of her studies, but Valen had no idea what it was, other than that. Did someone from the Ministry of Magic tell you that? Felix murmured as he mulled it over, but only a few people in the Ministry of Magic might have a clue about it, and these kinds of important files on record usually wouldn't be noticed by the general staff of the Ministry unless someone deliberately went looking for. Oh, I see. Voldemort still had his hand in the Ministry of Magic. What's that? Snape asked softly, as he had long wanted to inquire about these. It can't simply be a relic of Rowena Ravenclaw. Although legend has it that her diadem can increase one's wisdom, but the Dark Lord attaches far more importance to the diadem itself than the legend. Felix fell into silence. The fewer people knew about the secret of the Horcrux, the better it would be, but since Sirius knew about it, he seemed hesitant, his biggest concern still being the fear that Severus would be able to deduce the secret of Harry being a half Horcrux himself. In fact, Sirius's side is also a hidden problem, but Sirius doesn't really know much about Horcruxes, especially not the fact that they can be made out of living beings, while Severus has the chance to know about the existence of the snake. Something to do with the secret of his immortality? Snape asked in a low voice. He watched the expression on Felix's face carefully, and although he found nothing, a moment of silence was enough to allow him to surmise part of the truth. Instead of pressing the issue, Snape changed the subject and added, "The Dark Lord found out about it through a spy from the Ministry of Magic, and he asked me to sidetrack it, but I thought, it would be better to ask you directly. I already have enough trouble to deal with and don't want to waste any more time." Felix smiled. "It really is the least time-consuming way to go. Perhaps Voldemort will praise you for your efficiency." "I have no intention of reporting back immediately," Snape said. "The Dark Lord takes this matter very seriously, even more than his desire for the item in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, and he revealed to me that he would find an opportunity to arrange a spy to work with me." "Send a spy to the school?" Felix felt amused. It would have been a good plan, but with Snape around, it seemed a bit ridiculous. He didn't take it too seriously. If he captured the spy now, it would probably reveal Snape's undercover identity, and Felix guessed that Dumbledore might push the boat along the tide and wait for the spy to present himself at the school, and then it would depend on who would show up at the school. He was somehow looking forward to it. Voldemort only had one Horcrux with him now, and presumably, his insecurity was at an all-time high. He just didn't know if the Golden Cup was on him, or Bellatrix Lestrange. By all accounts, Voldemort is not the man to entrust his only lifeblood to his men. So, Felix tries to simulate what Voldemort is thinking at this moment. "If I were him, in Voldemort's situation, what would I do? The first thing that must be done is to make sure that the Horcruxes are secure. There are 3 Horcruxes that I clearly know that have been destroyed: the diary, the snake, and the ring. The Horcruxes whose status cannot be determined consist of the diadem and the locket. The diadem may be in the school. Well, I currently don't know that it's on Felix Hap. And the locket, where do you plan to spend your Christmas break, Severus?" Felix asked, looking up. Snape looked at him in confusion, and replied, rather reluctantly, "Need to do some errands at the Order of the Phoenix base." Felix withdrew his gaze. "Good, got it, so I suspected that the locket had been stolen by a former servant. Regulus had died over a decade ago, and if the Horcrux hadn't been destroyed, the best chance of it being in the old black ancestral house would be high, a place where he couldn't possibly enter for now. And in addition to that, I also knew that I had some sort of connection to Harry Potter at school. For the past 2 months, I had to protect my mind with occlumency a little tighter. It was quite frustrating, but at the moment it seemed to be the best thing to do, because I am not sure if this connection will extend to other Horcruxes. Damn, the half-told prophecy. Damn Harry Potter. Now I must ensure that the only Horcrux is under my nose, and I must never be separated from the Golden Goblet unless there is a compelling reason to do so." Felix thought hard, and he was going to find out that reason now. He continued to contemplate. There are 2 other people on his level in the wizarding world, and if they set up a trap, all hell will break loose, so I must be very cautious now, but I know that one of them will not live long, so I just have to wait in peace. But I wouldn't mind giving him a kick when he's at his weakest if possible. It would be a wonderful feeling. That's if he's holding the Horcruxes that are crucial to me. Felix was instantly enlightened. Was this Dumbledore's plan? To use the Horcrux to bait Voldemort? But there seemed to be no place for him in this fight. It would be entirely a one-on-one affair between Dumbledore and Voldemort. What can I do? Felix asked himself. Yeah, it's so easy, I should have known. He said with glee. Of course, it would be a good opportunity to get the last Horcrux while they were at it. Well, now for that last-minute scenario. Voldemort and the Golden Cup Horcrux have to be separated, and no one would be stupid enough to bring their second lifeline to a duel to the death, even if the opposite party is a dying man, and the only person Voldemort could trust with it would be Bellatrix Lestrange. Snape stared at Felix, who was mumbling to himself, oblivious to his complex mental activities. "Care to have a game of exploding snap, Severus?" a moody Felix asked. Well, they certainly didn't play the cards. Felix emerged from the potions class office with the student club list that was also posted on the notice board in the entrance hall, albeit that had been dated 3 weeks ago. Christmas is just around the corner. Felix is planning to make a trip to Newt's house over the holidays, to update his material library, and he's also going to travel around the world and collect some rare magical creatures while he's at it. As he passed a huge suit of armor in the corridor, he suddenly stopped to take a closer look at it, as it seemed to have some kind of hidden magic in it. The helmet of the armor also rattled as it slowly lowered its head and locked eyes with Felix. Felix! Clang, clang, clang! Huff, huff, huff! Felix stopped banging on the armor and turned his head to look into Keeper Filch's light-colored, furious eyes and asked, somewhat awkwardly, Mr. Filch? Oh, it's Professor Hap, I thought, Filch mumbled, I was just chasing Peeves who had somehow got a bubble gun and there were colorful bubbles all over the ceiling. It could be Zonko's new product, I must report it. Felix waited in silence for Filch to leave. Clang! Clang! He knocked twice more and the armor finally seemed to have had enough and opened the mask on his helmet and began to dry heave. By the way, Professor Hap, I wanted to ask Filch, who had walked away, came back with an embarrassed and curt expression on his face but then froze when he saw Felix's movements, and Felix had a bit of a headache, he simply wanted to examine the strange armor. It was at this point that the armor exaggeratedly cupped its belly and opened its mouth to spit out a red envelope, which slowly floated through the air as the two watched. Oh! Felix whispered, recognizing what it is. The howler began to smoke and then burn, and he took a few steps back and reached out, detaining the sound within the confines of the entrance hall. After a few seconds, a cheerful voice that belonged to the Weasley twins, which had been amplified hundreds of times, rang out. It doesn't matter if you're Peeves, or a Filch, or a brat who failed an exam, or, Fred's and George's voices interchanged with each other. You're great and certainly mischievous adventurous got caught numerous times indomitable. The persistent the number one delinquent. Voices began to converge here and there, and Filch's face turned purple. The howler continued to thrash through the air with glee, hurry up. We've made plenty of help accessible to you, provided you and I have our hearts in the right place. Bang! The howler exploded into a ball of flame, from which colorful fireworks flew out and finally disappeared in unison. An embarrassing silence followed. Felix patted the dust from his body and, despite his inner grudge, on the surface, he pretended to be calm and asked, Mr. Filch, did you forget any tools? Oh, yes. Filch muttered vaguely, the loosely hanging flesh of his face twitching unnaturally. As he brushed past Felix, Felix heard him curse the Weasley twins' names over and over again. As Filch headed towards the office, Felix hurried out of the castle as well. After stepping on the stone steps and taking a few breaths of the dry, cold air, he relaxed. Felix could see that Filch had something to say to him, and might even have been preparing for it for a long time, but the timing was indeed a little awkward just now. Let's wait until we have another chance. If he heard the news of the Weasley twins' detention, he would certainly be able to reminisce about today's event happily. Felix made his way down the steps. Seeing Valen having fun from a distance, made him grin widely before changing his direction and making his way through the greenhouse and vegetable patch to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A few shifts later, he is standing at the edge of the cave where the giant Grop stayed over for this winter. There was a loud thump sound came from inside, and tiny stones tumbled down through the cracks in the rocks above his head. Felix caught the smell of a mixture of mold and straw. Grop, real BRTE, will bite, ah hey Lan, the lion, the voice sounded deafening. Shut up! You stupid bastard! Hagrid yelled, be a good boy and go brush your teeth. There was another smashing sound, which sounded like an outburst of discontent. Ouch! Hagrid ran out, panting as he covered his face in pain, his moleskin coat ripped open in several places. Are you all right, Hagrid? Felix. Hagrid looked surprised as he grinned and pulled the bits of stone out of his beard. It's all right, little Grop was messing with me, he's improving fast, even when he loses his temper he holds back from hitting people. Then his tone turned low, though there's still a possibility of an accident. Are you showing him a film? Felix glanced towards the cave. From this angle all he could see was a huge, dirty foot. Yeah, Hagrid said cheerfully, little Grop loves little animals, just like me. I'm going to take him to meet some friends in the Forbidden Forest when the time is right, without him being on a leash, but not now, I'll just have to show him the film. He's never seen a lion before and is curious about it, and I plan to give him the book you gave me. Felix zoned out for a moment, remembering the set of books he had given Hagrid when he first visited his door, with the various Muggle animals drawn on them. At that moment, there was another smashing sound heard from the cave and Felix saw the big foot thumping on the ground, like a drum. "Quiet! I'm talking to Philly!" Hagrid yelled at the cave. "Philly? Phil, Hermie Hager Siri hurry wrong dash Grop yelled down from inside. Hager said helplessly, his English is still substandard and fixated, he thinks hurry sounds better. "Is there something wrong at school?" he asked gruffly. "Oh, no. It's a personal matter," Felix said, "I want to know the location of the giant tribe, I know they've gone deep into the mountains. I mean, I wanted to know which direction they've run off in." He saw Hagrid trying to speak and quickly added. "You aren't thinking of dealing with them, right?" Hagrid muttered uneasily, "They are kinda miserable, with not much left of them." "Well, I have no need to do that, but I think it's necessary to check on their status, considering that they have disappeared from the wizard's sight for a long time." Hagrid froze for a moment. "Well, I can only tell you the general direction, do you have a map?" "I've collected a bunch." When Felix reappeared, he was at the edge of the Black Lake. Valen was skating on the ice while he stood at the edge. One of the students must have transfigured a pair of ice skates for her, and judging by the movement alone, her skating skills were much better than most of the Hogwarts students. "Valen, do it again!" a student shouted excitedly. Valen happily pulled out her exclusive wand and waved it casually. A stormy wind swept up the snowflakes on the ice like a tumbling snow dragon, and Valen rushed straight into the whirlwind, as her small yellow hat and scarf fluttered high in the snowflakes. Chapter 560. Over the next 2 days, Felix found himself always bumping into Filch on various occasions. From the staff common room and the ancient rune classroom to the entrance to the Great Hall and behind one of the armor in the corridor, his reserved and flattering face could be seen from time to time. Felix waited for news of the Weasley twins' detention, but it was completely uneventful. He guessed Filch must have spent all his time figuring out how to have a chance meeting with him. On the third morning, Filch crouched at the door of the ancient rune office with a bucket, rags, and other cleaning tools, huffing and puffing as he went through his work. "Hello," Filch flashed his mouth full of big yellow teeth, "Professor Happ, I noticed the entrance is a bit dirty. Come in and have a seat, Mr. Filch." Filch nimbly dashed in as he brushed past him, displaying agility that was completely out of proportion to his age. His eyes seemed to lit up at the sight of Valen, who was self-entertaining herself on the sofa, controlling a bunch of little colored figures as they danced with her exclusive wand. "Mr. Filch!" Felix called twice before he snapped back to attention. Filch rubbed his hands together and said flatteringly, "Your Niffler is really smart, and it is rumored she also can write." "Thanks," Felix said briefly, bang, as he closed the door. "I'm a squib, Mr. Happ," Filch whispered. "A squib is a dash." "I know the definition of a squib," Felix said. "We can move to the point a little faster, as I noticed you seem to be dwelling on it for a long time." "Oh, okay, yeah," Filch said wretchedly. "Squib, we were never taken seriously, just a second-class citizen, not even as good as those house elves, at least they can use magic. You don't know how I have to carry the kerosene lamp and fight with the mischievous, dumb kids on a daily basis." "I remember the school purchasing a stock of small magic lamps," Felix reminded him. Yes, but that light was too bright to catch without alerting them," Filch said wryly. Felix was silent, not wanting to comment whatsoever about the war between Filch and the students. All he knew is that Hogwarts needed someone to help keep order, lock the doors at night, and clean the castle at their leisure, so there is Filch. Filch did a good job, but he likewise extended his power boundlessly, repeatedly suggesting for the school to reinstate corporal punishment, the underlying root cause of which was naturally due to his jealousy towards the students. At the same time, Felix understood the reason why Filch came to the door. "We don't even have a birth record. The only way to prove our existence is by looking up our parents' names. When I was 10 and hadn't shown any magical abilities, my family was frustrated. When I turned 11, naturally, I didn't receive my letter from Hogwarts, and they started talking about sending me away to a Muggle school, but it didn't happen because there was a war going on outside at the time." Old Filch gasped. "People were dying everywhere, and they were so frightened that they decided to leave me behind, and pretend that they didn't have me because I disgraced them, and other relatives of the family stopped showing up at our door. Professor Happ, Mr. Happ, you can naturally see how much ridicule I have received, having spent my adult life wandering the wizarding world on my own, and if it hadn't been for the encouragement of Lady Oakby." Idris Okbai? Felix asked. It is her. She is a good person, better than anyone. Too bad she died 10 years ago. It's true that good people don't live long, Filch said emotionally. Felix blinked. He had heard similar remarks back in the headmaster's office, where the chubby Slughorn was eating an icing pineapple while lamenting the misfortune of one of his favorite students, Lily. Felix thought these words were entirely heartfelt, as Slughorn had forked out a small vial of Felix Felicis. As for the Okbai that Filch spoke of, her full name is Idris Okbai and her only widely known contribution was the establishment of the Society for the Support of Squibs, a society dedicated to helping the squibs living in the magical world in any way they could. Okbai died 10 years ago at the age of 113. But in Filch's words, it became good people don't live long. More than 20 years ago, I was doing odd jobs all over the place, not even able to buy newspapers, and scavenging for leftovers every day, until one day, Filch suddenly beamed, as his eyes widened. Do you know what I saw? A job posting. Felix conjured up in his mind the image of a cynical, cranky, idle, headstrong, stubborn, middle-aged man, doing a menial job with a fire of jealousy inside him. Of course, he had better options, but he had spent his entire childhood in the wizarding world, and letting Filch leave would be tantamount to killing him. So he muddled along until one day the middle-aged man got his hands on a newspaper from the trash, or from some wizard on the street, that changed his fate forever. After seeing the job posting on it, his life took a turn, and thus the Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts born. That's right. Finally, I made it to Hogwarts. 30 years late, but still made it, and I saw the young students, sir, and you don't know how envious I was of them. Filch looked frantic, part of his face strangely contorted and trembling as if spilling out his dark inner secrets unimpeded for the first time. Valen, who was playing with the colorful little figures, was stunned and stared blankly at Filch, whose expression was out of control. She looked at the great Demon King and then at Filch, wondering whether to slip out and call his cat over, as Filch's nose was about to drip a bucket of snot. Luckily Filch pulled a dirty handkerchief out of his pocket just in time. He blew his nose so hard in a fit of anger that made the edge of the handkerchief fly around. Filch looked up, showing his red nose, and smiled curtly. Mr. Happ, I'm sorry to make you see this. You are one of the few people at school who have helped me, and I feel no reason to hide. He met a pair of silver eyes, the silver glow covering the pupils and whites of the eyes. He had never seen such a sight before and was unable to speak in terror. Filch, do you know the definition of a squib? Felix asked. Filch felt puzzled. He had tried to explain it at the beginning of the conversation, only to be stopped by Felix, and now Felix had brought the subject up again. Filch thought he was being mocked, and his face turned ugly. Like many concepts in the magical world, squib is rather a broad concept, and we can define it from all angles. Felix said steadily, the common definition in the magical world deems someone, who was born in a wizard family, but unable to demonstrate any magical ability, as a squib. Filch looked at him blankly. Professor Happ. I hope you'll notice the subtle distinction here, it's the key to keep this conversation going. Filch's face showed a clear confusion, but he meekly shut his mouth. Professor Happ's expression at the moment was somewhat frightening. Many parents can't actually be sure if their child is a squib. There's no way to be sure. What really kills their hope is the letter of notification from Hogwarts, and if it's received, they are naturally not a squib. Even if his spell casting at the beginning was crappy, have you actually had the experience of casting a spell? Felix asked coldly. Filch froze, and stammered, I haven't, never. No, you don't understand me. Felix's silver eyes gazed at him and stared at the meager magic inside him that looked like stubborn stone, but it was an exaggerated metaphor. Magic and stone were two different things from every sense of the word. They could not be the same. Felix murmured, not some complete spell, one of those tiny, accidental experiences that you had dismissed only as an illusion, rattling a small piece of paper, breaking a cup with just a little force when you were angry. You had that experience, hadn't you? Filch thought hard and put on a pondering face. I think I have, yes. He suddenly shouted, startling Valen again, and she held up her little wand in front of her. Filch tried his best to keep his eyes wide as they shone with reminiscence. I remember a particularly stubborn stain a few years ago. I used up a whole bottle of detergent, and it didn't go away. I just kept staring at it for a while in a frustration, watching it in a bit of a trance, and then it was gone. Does that count? He looked at Felix with an expectant look on his face. We can try, Felix said with great interest, jumping up from his armchair as though he would sooner witness an interesting piece of spectacle. Half an hour later, Filch left excitedly. Mr. Filch, Felix called to him from behind, your magical response is too weak if you don't mind me asking dash. Oh no, this is good enough for me, Filch grinned gleefully, holding a small, jeweled wooden wand in his hand. Even if it only works once in 10 times, it's still a godsend for me. But not for me, Felix thought to himself. Upon closer examination, he realized that the magical fluctuations in Filch's body were far weaker than Valen's. Even comparing Valen and Filch together was somewhat bullying. Valen may be a Niffler, but she is a normal Niffler, not a squib Niffler. In terms of talent, she simply beats Filch by a landslide. It took a lot of effort on Felix's part to make it slightly more useful by adding a whole 5 amplification circuits in the end. The final result, the small wooden wand in Filch's hand, had 7 gems inlaid on it, 1 to store magic, 5 inscribed with amplification circuits, and only the last one containing the actual magic, the scouring charm. That is all he could achieve for now. Felix pulled back his tangled thoughts and said calmly, "You misunderstand, Argus. I meant to say that your situation is typical, and I'm going to take some time to study a few more similar cases, not now, of course, and I assume you know some friends who share your plight." Filch blinked twice and asked tentatively, "You'd like to get to know them?" Felix shrugged, "As you said, the Ministry of Magic doesn't have their names. It's pretty hard to find them." After closing the door, Felix sat down on the couch to play the exploding snap cards with Valen. But his thoughts had wandered elsewhere. The Squibs had always played the role of the invisible people, and by contrast, the Ministry of Magic's recent stream of incentives and enticements for werewolves to register voluntarily spoke volumes about everyone's attitude. One Filch certainly doesn't matter, but the group of Squibs is a natural link between the wizarding world and the ordinary world. If the wizarding world would ever be forced to go public, the best person Felix could think of to travel between the two worlds would be the Squibs group. Felix seemed to see a second trump card beckoning him. Well, he decided to ignore it. For now, Voldemort is still alive and kicking. He decided to leave the preliminary work to the employees of Future World Company. Gotta find something for them to do. Key. You lost. Felix snapped back to find Valen darting around with a small notebook. On a certain date, month, and year, the Great Demon King lost for the first time against the genius Niffler Valen. After peeking from the side, Felix confiscated the notebook in annoyance. This one doesn't count, let's play another 100 games. In the last Ancient Rune class before Christmas, Felix looked down from the podium at the students who were completely out of the mood for class. Professor Flitwick had allowed us to have free time in his class. One student boldly hinted. His words drew a low murmur of agreement. Yes, Professor, you only need to spend 2 minutes at the end to assign our assignment. Another student chipped in boldly. Felix looked at them with a wry smile. That's not impossible. I'll assign the assignment first, and after that, if you still feel you all need free time for the rest of the class, I'm all for it. A suppressed cheer had risen from below the podium as the 2 students who had spoken had enjoyed heroic attention. Given that some students will not be able to cast spells during the holidays, I will not assign any practical assignments. The whole thing is on the answer space where you will find a new gift sign on it, the one that is hanging on the Christmas tree, and yes, that is your holiday assignment. The students opened their parchments. Harry stared at the Christmas tree in incredulity. There is a small, silly-looking lion at the bottom of the tree. It kept jumping up and down, pawing at the gift box hanging on the branch, which naturally turned out to be a waste of effort. There is also a pattern of a glowing wand next to the gift box. He turned his head to see Hermione excitedly poking her wand at it, and the gift box in the tree immediately fell down and was pounced on by the impatient lion cub. Bang! The lion cub was drowned in test papers. Quite a novelty, isn't it? She said gleefully. Yeah, it looks kind of festive. Harry muttered, not a trace of joy visible on his face. You guys get it, O.W.Ls year. Felix said cheerfully from the podium, after a moment, only to pretend he had just seen the sad atmosphere in the classroom. Oh come on, I always wanted you all to be happy with your studies. Here's the deal, I can give you an offer. All the students looked up. If you can prove to me that you have indeed mastered this part of the subject, I can consider my assignments to be nothing more than a repetition of meaningless labor, and will reduce them appropriately. Felix said with extremely sinister intentions, I have specially prepared a test that is not compulsory, as it is really not good to have a test before Christmas. The students who had just been clamoring for free time were dumbfounded, they stared blankly for a good while, then finally looked at Felix. Hurry up with the papers, Professor! One student yelled. This statement basically marked the end of the open battle between the professor and the students, with the students' side losing out. Of course, they thought it was a good deal. Harry had spread out his thick test sheet and was just about to answer the questions when Hermione jostled the sheet. He couldn't help but glance to the side to find Hermione quickly skimming the whole paper with a look of delight. The paper had been divided into 10 sections, with translations, deductions of meaning, and an examination of the 12 steps involved in making the amulet. Harry immediately started with the section he is best at, considering what the professor had just said. Ron on the other side of the room just sulked and answered the questions, and Harry had to reluctantly give up after Ron failed to catch the answer even though he had mouthed the answer twice. Time passed, and the only sound in the classroom was the subtle rustle of quills on parchment, which was pleasing to the ear. Finally, the bell rang. Harry lifted his head and looked around the classroom. Noticed that only a few students had finished answering their papers, and only Hermione stared at the paper for inspection, mumbling something under her breath. Stop answering questions! Felix announced, as all the test papers flew towards him, and stacked neatly in a row on the lectern. I'll finish marking them before the holidays. Okay, you can leave now. The students exchanged looks of excitement and thrill with each other as they gathered their things and left the classroom in a line. You guys leave first. Draco Malfoy said to his two followers. Crabbe and Goyle scrunched their faces into a frown as if they didn't quite understand until he said it again, to which they shrugged and walked off alone. Draco stood in front of Felix, a fine bead of sweat seeping from the tip of his nose. It's like this, Professor Hap he stammered. Felix raised a hand to stop him and turned his head to glare at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who are still dawdling in the doorway, refusing to leave. Bang! The door slammed shut in front of them. Now you can talk. Draco froze for a moment and whispered, Professor, I wanted to ask if you are free for Christmas. I'd like to invite you to the house. Lucius asked you to ask. Felix calmly questioned. Draco looked up at him, unable to tell from that face whether he was happy or not. And he stammered, No, it's me. I think, well, you've always taken good care of me, teaching me not only the disillusionment charm and apparition but even the advanced magic like occlumency, which if my father found out, he would have let me express my gratitude. Felix looked down at him, his light yellow hair and pointed chin identical to his father's. Felix didn't speak for half a second. Don't think too much about a lot of things, it is not your turn to get involved in this mess, for now, all you need to do is enjoy a pleasant holiday. But Potter and the gang Draco said defiantly as a flush rose to his pale face. They're not like you. Felix said firmly, Merry Christmas to you in advance, Mr. Malfoy. Draco turned away stiffly as he pushed the door open. Draco. He heard the professor's voice say and Draco looked back with excitement. Professor Hap had stood in front of the huge window, the clear sunlight from outside spilling into the classroom and casting itself on the professor's back. It made it completely impossible for him to see the man's face as he squinted his eyes. Is your wand made of hawthorn wood? The professor asked. Yes, Professor. Draco said. A wand of this material is particularly suitable for healing magic, you might consider it. Chapter 561. Christmas came and went as usual. The school is deserted and silent. Felix attributed this to the daily updates in the newspapers, which served as a sideways reminder to the students that there is a Dark Lord lurking outside the peaceful school grounds. That's why they become more and more eager to be with their families over Christmas. It's not really that bad, Professor McGonagall said. During the last war people were always on edge and quickly made decisions without any consideration for the future. Like what? Like getting married as soon as they graduate, and young couples eloping together and fleeing abroad, happened quite frequently. Professor McGonagall sounded somehow disapproving. 2 seats away, astronomy Professor Sinistro was describing in detail a spectacular solar eclipse she had seen, and Trelawney, who had been silent, looked at her thoughtfully. Last summer, I saw with my inner eye, the existence of eerie shadows on Jupiter, which may correspond to what is happening right now. I really regret I didn't issue a warning in advance, but I caught a bad cold then. The implication in her words was so obvious that the others at the table glanced at her. Professor Sinistra asked with interest, "You're talking about the astronomical phenomenon involving an impact of a comet hitting Jupiter?" "I observed it from start to finish. It started with a big explosion and then diffused a huge cloud of dark dust that lasted for months." Trelawney clutched the necklace adorned with beads around her neck. "Well, we're probably not talking about the same thing, you know, people with inner eye don't see things quite the same as normal people." Felix gave a sideways glance, then turned his head away quite firmly. "Fine." Professor Sinistra smacked her lips and said, and immersed herself in slicing the beef pie on her plate. Dumbledore also withdrew his gaze and rejoined the conversation between Professors Burbage and Sprout. "I can't wait to see the latest developments, Charity. I must say this type of research is very interesting and crucially there's not much risk involved." "Yes, Pomona has helped me a lot," Professor Burbage said with a burp. Professor Sprout poured her a glass of wine with a smile. "Where's Sirius?" Professor Flitwick looked around. "He's gone home for the holidays, with his godson," Felix said. "You mean Potter?" "Oh, I have a hard time associating him with the word father, probably because he left such an impression before. But I have to say, he's a qualified professor, much better than I expected." Professor Flitwick huffed sentimentally, thus the dismissive soft grunt from Snape was not heard. Felix thought about it, whether it was the school performance he had inquired about from the fat lady or the more glaring No.1 Death Eater and Azkaban's first escapee, both had a higher profile than the title Professor Black. But Sirius was doing pretty solid now as a professor. As the cold wind howled, the fire roared in Black's old mansion. Sirius, who had just been mentally complimented by Felix for his solidness, is currently being scolded, as Mrs. Weasley thrusts up her waist and her short, lanky frame explodes with great energy, without saying a word. Disappearing without a trace. "Do you know how worried we were, thinking you had been taken away by the you-know-who, which really isn't the worst thing that could have happened," she huffed, "and you took Harry along knowing it." Sirius leaned listlessly on the sofa, his right hand dangling out of sight of Mrs. Weasley, as he fiddled with a Muggle chess piece hidden between the gap in the stone wall. Harry stood on the side, not daring to breathe. Mrs. Weasley had been shouting for half an hour, and halfway through Ginny, Ron, Lupin and Tonks had all appeared at the door, but no one had the courage to stop a still angry Mrs. Weasley. It wasn't until Mr. Weasley returned that she remembered there was still beef stew in the pot and hurried to the kitchen. "Please, do something serious for once," she shouted at Ginny and Ron, who were standing at the top of the stairs. Sirius, who just looked downcast, stopped what he was doing and pricked up his ears, and when the footsteps died down, he leaped up from the sofa and made a face towards the stairs. Ginny watched in disbelief. "Don't listen to her, Harry, a man needs to experience a bit of adventure, not to mention I will step on in advance if something happens." He winked at Harry and made his way upstairs. Ron repeatedly made sure his mother had really left and came up to Harry and asked, "Where have you been?" "To visit the grave," Harry whispered through his teeth. Ron opened his mouth and finally patted Harry's shoulder wordlessly. "Don't think about that, let me show you something nice." "While you were away, Ginny asked Tonks a lot about the Auror training program, and we think some of it would work perfectly well in Frontline Lookout." Harry looked up with interest. "I'll go over and see before dinner. Is it in Ginny's room?" He glanced towards the stairway. Ginny had disappeared at some point. Taking a few steps forward, he found Ron staring at him oddly. "I'm warning you, if you plan to do something to Ginny, I will never let dash," he stated in a low voice as if he had been constructing this sentence in his head for ages. Harry's jaw dropped. How could dash? The conversation between them was interrupted unexpectedly as Mrs. Weasley poked her head from the door. "Dinner's ready, children, go wash your hands." "Where's Ginny?" Harry and Ron both shrank back at the same time, leaving the previous conversation behind them. "Didn't she went looking for you?" Ron muttered. "Each and every one of you is a pain in the arse," Mrs. Weasley's voice trailed off. Malfoy Manor. Draco Malfoy sat at the elaborately decorated dining table, a roaring fire burning in the ornate gold-gilded fireplace as he clinked his silver plate. "Draco, mind your manners," Narcissus said. "If you're done eating, you can look under the Christmas tree, a few of your seniors have brought you presents while you were napping." Draco licked his lips, and sat upright, as he looked at Lucius and said, I have something I want to talk to you about." "Is something happened at school?" Lucius put his fork down slowly and wiped his mouth. then picked up his goblet unhurriedly. "No," Draco said, breathing heavily. "Then what is it?" Lady Malfoy looked at her son in disbelief. She had pale skin, with slightly high cheekbones, which made her look a bit villainous at first glance. Without answering his mother's question, Draco looked at Lucius and stammered, "Dad, I want to talk to you alone, a conversation between men." Lucius and Narcissa exchanged an odd glance. "So, you think you can take the responsibility?" Lucius put down his goblet and wiped his mouth with the clean white velvet again, and repositioned his spine against the back of his chair, as he stared straight at his son. "Draco," Narcissa's voice held a clear warning. "I think so," Draco said stubbornly. "Very well, very well." Lucius lowered his voice, "Come with me." Draco leaped up from his chair quickly. "Bring your wand," Lucius said coldly. The expression on Draco's face froze. The next day dawned beautifully and Felix showed up at Diagon Alley very early. "These are..." Lupin watched in wonder as he pulled out a roll of parchment. "A plan, and information about some squibs," Felix explained. "Some of the addresses may be old to find, and it's okay if you can't find them." Lupin unfolded the plans first, his lips quivered as he read the dark green print, and his expression gradually grew serious. "The exclusive wand that allows the squibs to cast spells, the principle behind it is magic frequency, isn't it quite different for each person?" "That's right. The so-called magic frequency is actually a precise measurement of the fluctuation of magic power, and the magic power in each wizard has a subtle difference, which is our unique characteristic. In theory, you can accurately identify the wizard casting the spell by the magic frequency." "And in reality?" Lupin asked tactfully. "In reality, it's more complicated. If your control of magic is strong enough, and you are determined to conceal it, it is entirely possible to change the frequency of your magic," Felix said in an elusive tone, "but it must be recognized that such a process is difficult, very difficult." It is precisely because of this fact that Felix was able to create the exclusive wand. Because this wand can only recognize a specific magic power. If outsiders wanted to imitate it, they would have to rely entirely on luck, and there's a possibility that they wouldn't get any results even if they tried tens of thousands of times. Lupin looked at Felix and felt that his smile was rather crafty. He lowered his head and continued to look through the plans. "Yesterday Sirius brought Harry to Godric's Hollow," he said as he read. "No trouble, right?" Felix asked. By the trouble he meant Voldemort, whose hideout is nowhere to be found. "No, they went and returned quickly, they didn't stay too long." Lupin smiled. "Still got a good scolding from Molly, but I think it was a lesson he deserved." "No need to rush this plan, right?" Felix nodded slightly. "Let's start with the people settled in the wizarding world first, don't make too much of a buzz." Lupin thought carefully for a moment. "Felix, you don't have to lock your sights entirely on the squibs, some wizards are actually pretty bad at casting spells." "You mean?" "We could advertise in the newspapers, something like a correspondence course in fast spell casting or something." Lupin gave a reminiscent look. "I lived off that job for a while, it was really an easy time, all I had to do was write letters every day, and only occasionally I will get customers at my door. That was also when I honed my teaching skills. Unfortunately, it didn't last long." The subject came to an abrupt end and Felix reckoned what followed would not be too rosy. Lupin took out his quill and cocked his head to ponder the wording for the ad, with an earnest look that Felix could not bear to disturb. He skulked around Lupin's office, mentally analyzing the positioning of the squibs. According to Felix's anticipation, when the dust had settled and the wizarding community had gone public, the two sides would inevitably enter into a more substantive exchange. But this exchange would certainly not be completely relaxed and unrestricted, and it would not be a scenario where wizards could fly all over the place. This is when someone will need to travel back and forth between the Wizarding Society and the Muggle Society. It is best to be involved in both sides in order to act as a bridge of communication, but then again there is a distinction between bridges. In Felix's mind, young wizards from Muggle families, including purebloods willing to embark on the new wizarding ship, represented the future backbone of the wizarding world, but they would essentially have to remain in the wizarding world in the end. They are unlikely to serve as a direct window to the outside world, presenting the wizarding world to the outside world and vice versa. That would undoubtedly be a waste. But it is quite necessary to have some windows for communication between the two sides in the early days of the opening. The alternatives Felix had in mind for this role are squibs and the relatives of young wizards from Muggle families. These people knew about the existence of magic early on and occasionally experienced it firsthand, or at least most of the parents of the young wizards had the experience of accompanying their children to Diagon Alley to buy books. It would be unlikely that they would be able to pursue magic, but the new age certainly would birth many new professions, and a number of them would suit them well. Felix expanded his imagination. First of all, tour guides would be necessary. They could either guide wizards to science and technology museums, or guide ordinary people to experience the magical world on a day trip. In addition, there would be New Age writers who would use the perspective of ordinary people or the perspective of squibs and a wizard's relative to portray what it's like to see the magical world and unravel the mysteries of magic. The benefits are obvious. Strangeness is a breeding ground for suspicion, and the only way to bridge the gap is to understand. And of course, there are also the traders who sell potions, food, and moving comic books. These things always need to be run by someone, and it's hard to get wizards to do business based on pounds. After a lifetime of calculating that 1 galleon equals 17 sickles and 1 sickle equals 29 newts, Felix reckons a fair number of wizards can't figure out decimal. But if the parents of the young wizards are willing to do so, Felix is happy to see it. He, for one, thought favorably of the parents of Justin Finch Fletchley, whom he had contacted. The only thing Felix is concerned about is the mentality of the squibs. He could intuitively sense the ambivalence of both desire and hatred in Filch. To him, it didn't matter at all who ruled the wizarding world or how many people died in the wizard wars, or he would even be happier with more deaths. The only people Filch could accept were those who had helped him, like Ms. Oakby. Felix is not even sure if he counts as one. The mentality of the marginal group of squibs was reflected in Filch, and it is quite representative. Of course, others would probably not be as extreme as Filch. In most cases, once the children of wizarding families were confirmed as squib, they would be sent to Muggle school early. Filch didn't go because of the war, and these people would grow up with very minimal entanglement with the wizarding community. Like Mafalda's father, he married and had children like normal people, and would have spent his life pretending the wizarding world didn't exist at all if it weren't for the fact that his daughter is a witch. So Filch is an example, or a rather extreme one. After all, not all squibs have the opportunity to see hundreds of little wizards bouncing around in front of them as soon as they open their eyes. Felix casually picked up a copy of the Werewolf Code of Conduct from the desk and could tell that Lupin had been looking through it so often lately that even the corners were worn. He flipped the book open and the pages automatically settled on a particular page in the middle. "No, Felix!" Lupin shouted in panic as he reached for it and ended up knocking the book out of Felix's hand by pushing too hard. A photograph floated down from the tumbling book of the Werewolf Code of Conduct and spun to the floor. The photo showed the woman with conspicuous short pink hair winking mischievously at him. Felix froze for a moment. "Oh, sorry, I didn't see anything." He turned around and unsurprisingly heard a grinding of teeth. Good thing Lupin hadn't rushed over to bite him, and after a 10-second interval, he turned around and Lupin had cleaned up the scene and panting in his chair. "Don't say anything," Lupin said half-heartedly, his voice hoarse as he buried his face in his hands. "I think Tonks is quite dash." "Don't say a word," Lupin said sharply, his chest heaving violently. Felix put away his joking expression as he nodded silently. Everyone has a knot in their heart. Stepping out of the sword castle, Felix pulled out a communication mirror and said to the man in it, "Give me Greybuck's location." A disguised, shrill voice sounded from the other side, "Oh, he's hiding far away, and probably not in England right now." "So you aren't in England either?" Felix lazily quipped. "It's not like I'm hanging out with him. The guy's probably hiding in a cave in some random little country. With a bunch of werewolves around him," the man exclaimed in annoyance. "Reconciliation requires sincerity, remember? You were the one who took the initiative to find me," Felix reminded. A violent gasp was heard from the mirror as if the other man struggled to hold back his anger. Felix waited a moment and said calmly, "Give me that man or his location. I don't care what you do, but if you do it, we'll forget about our feud. It's quite tiring to always remember your name, Mr. Shafiq." Chapter 562. After Christmas, the days at Black's old mansion filled with boredom. Harry, Ron, and Ginny were doing their assignments at the dining room table, and every half hour, Creaker would bring a steaming pot of tea. "Thanks, but I really can't drink any more." Ron's face turned red as he held it in, and shortly thereafter he bent over and ran upstairs to use the bathroom. It looked disgusting to Ginny. She picked up the teapot in a delicate gesture and poured herself a cup of tea, and brought the cup to her lips, taking a very ladylike sip before gently placing the cup on the dining table and looking up to find Harry frowning as he pondered his potions class paper. She immediately huffed and flipped through the pages loudly. Ron returned. "Snape is still in the study," he said briefly. Harry knew what he meant. Snape had started to come over regularly the day after the Christmas, and it was a little odd how he appeared at the Order of the Phoenix headquarters 3 days in a row at a time when the members of the Order were all busy. "Look on the bright side, maybe he's just coveting the Black family's book collection," Ron said. "I saw him, last night," Ginny said pointedly, and Harry and Ron immediately turned their heads. "I was going to the kitchen to have some water and I saw him glide past the stairs like a ghost without making a sound." Harry and Ron looked at each other. This made him even more suspicious. Is he looking for something? Maybe trying to decipher the Order of the Phoenix's protection magic? "Don't be silly, this place is under Fidelius's charm and no one can force Dumbledore to reveal the secret. Why don't we write to Hermione, she knows quite a bit of sneaky magic," Ginny suggested as she leaped to her feet. "Good idea." For the next few days, Harry and Ron discussed what Snape planned to do while they anxiously waited for Hermione's reply. It took nearly a week for them to realize that the old Black Mansion is protected by layers of magic and Hedwig couldn't find her way back in. Harry slipped out during lunchtime and brought back Hedwig, who had been wandering around Grimmauld Place for days. Hedwig angrily pecked Harry's ears and fingers as Harry kept apologizing, and only when she had vented enough did she drop a bulging envelope on the top of Harry's head. Hermione's letter was long. "Mum, Dad, and I are in Switzerland, and it's very peaceful here without a hint of a war vibe. I persuaded them to stay here for a year and a half, but they strongly disagreed and forced me to promise to write them a letter every week. I taught them by hand how to subscribe to the Daily Prophet and the New Solutions to the Rune magazine, and although they couldn't read the latter, they were able to find my name on it. They were also interested in the Quibbler, which I thankfully discouraged in time, as I don't want them to ask me what is a goblin pie in a letter. For your questions, I do know a few tricks, but I'm not sure if they'll work on Professor Snape. I recommend a few methods that Muggles use, which I was inspired by a detective novel Dad was reading recently. You can place a strand of hair in the space between the book and if someone opens it, the hair will fall out. Other methods are enclosed at the end. What do you think?" Putting the letter down, Harry asked Ron and Ginny. "Use that Muggle method," Ron and Ginny said in unison. Harry didn't object. Apparently he too had little faith in his chances of getting past Snape using magic. In the evening 2 days before the school starts, Harry went upstairs to call Sirius down for dinner. At the 4th floor stairway, Harry saw Sirius leaning against the door frame, and just when he was about to say hello, he noticed that Sirius was facing the room, as he lazily fiddled with his wand, talking to someone inside. Harry took a few steps closer and the voice became clear. Sirius' tone was unfriendly. "Tell me, how did you end up in my room? Who was he talking to?" The question just popped into Harry's head and in the next second he knew the answer, when a slow voice said, "Naturally, I have something to look for you. Why are you even asking this question? Do I look like I am lost or something?" "It is Snape." Harry's breath caught and his heart raced. He held his breath. Snape's actions had been so suspicious lately, and he desperately wanted to know why. "Yeah well," Sirius squinted as he looked around the room, "I thought someone had sneaked into my room to look for something." "Look for something?" Snape's icy voice said with an intense contempt in his tone and Harry could almost imagine his thin lips puckering up like a snake poised to spew venom. "Oh, you mean the bikini pictures posted on the wall?" Sirius, who was raising an eyebrow at Snape, stiffened and licked his lips. "What did you say?" "I have to say, you have a unique taste and a lot of nerve." Snape's sneering voice heard and Sirius turned red. "That's an old picture," he growled in a low voice. Not wanting to hear any more, Harry backed away, when Snape suddenly appeared in the doorway, bumping past Sirius who was in the way, and was surprised to see Harry who was tiptoeing backward. That moment was downright awkward. A few seconds felt like centuries. Harry froze in place as a sneer pulled at the corners of Snape's mouth. "Looks like someone found out your little secret, Sirius. Would you obliviate him?" He walked away with a large stride. Harry turned slowly to get down the stairs. "Stop," Sirius said with a grimace and Harry stammered, "I didn't hear anything." Sirius couldn't help but curse in a low voice, not sure who he was cursing. "Follow me." Harry walked into the room with a great burst of courage. He had never formally entered this room before, at most knocking on the door to call Sirius out for dinner and vaguely glimpsing the large sculpted bed and velvet drapes over the bed. It was only when Harry entered that he realized the room is spacious and beautiful. Sirius sat on the bed with a huff and pointed to the wall behind Harry. "See for yourself." Harry slowly turned his head, expecting to see some odd pictures, which he did. Harry noticed the Gryffindor flags on either side of the silver satin wall first. They acted as the baseline for the entire wall of photographs, allowing one to tell at a glance which house the owner of the room came from. Harry secretly applauded. Then he couldn't help but notice the wall full of stickers and photographs, and Harry blinked. It wasn't quite what he had expected. There were lots of pictures of Muggle motorbikes plastered on them, only a few of them being bikini pictures as Snape had called them, the girls' faded smiles frozen on the yellowed pictures. They didn't move at all, seemingly cut from a Muggle film poster. This had been glued to the wall when Sirius was at school, which Harry realized, and at the same time he had to admit that Snape was right about one thing: Sirius did have a lot of nerve. Apart from these, there are also many wizard pictures on the wall. Harry was first surprised and then with a tinge of discomfort, he finally knew where the set of photographs that Sirius had obtained from the Creevy brothers was hidden. There are dozens of Harry Potters winked at him. Harry wasn't sure what he felt more inside, embarrassment or being moved. His eyes were slightly sore, and it took him a few moments to spot a couple of different pictures. A picture of 4 Hogwarts students standing arm in arm. Harry stared at the picture of his father, Sirius, Lupin, and of course Peter Pettigrew, each of them smiling happily at the camera. And then there is a picture of Sirius with a young man on his shoulder, which Harry recognizes as Regulus, neither of them very old when the picture was taken, and Sirius was yet to run away from home. The last picture, Harry's breath froze, featured a dark-haired baby flying up and down on a small broomstick, giggling and smiling, and 2 legs of a full-grown man were trailing behind him. That must be his father, James Potter. "Lily mailed it to me back then, I managed to find it when I was cleaning the house," Sirius said, pointing to the baby picture. "It was hidden in my motorbike repair manual and I nearly threw it away." Harry remained silent, unsure of what to say. "I have a few more letters here from James and Lily," Sirius stammered. "I've been hesitant whether you would want it or not." "Of course I do," Harry immediately said, looking at Sirius with an expectant look on his face. Sirius smiled. "It's probably not exactly what you're expecting. We talked mostly about the war in those days, except for your mother, Lily. She always had a great passion for life," he muttered, and when he finished he paused for a moment before getting up from the bed, and yanked open the drawer of his bedside table, taking a pile of letters from it. Harry gazed greedily at the somewhat faded traces of ink, wondering how he hadn't thought of this before. But then it occurred to him that he never seemed to have the habit of keeping Ron and Hermione's letters. He decided to change it immediately, starting now. "Do you have James's invisibility cloak?" Sirius abruptly asked. "What?" "Oh yeah, Headmaster Dumbledore gave it to me in my first year," Harry replied, not knowing why Sirius was asking this question, his full attention fixed on the letters. He saw a line of beautiful handwriting, probably written by his mother. He impatiently held it in his hand, wishing he could feel the body heat of the person writing the letter. Sirius stopped talking and looked moody. He waved his hand and Harry headed outside. He suddenly turned back at the door. "Well, Sirius, I wanted to say that you do have good taste." Without waiting for Sirius's reply, he hurriedly slipped away. Chapter 563. Meanwhile, Felix is creating a house in the icy Arctic and Valen is hiding under his thick dragon hide hat, feeling uncomfortable from only seeing endless glaciers. Felix has had a pretty productive week. After Christmas dinner, he spent the day focusing on company matters before popping over to Newt's country house, where he was greeted by the Scamander couple, Newt's wife, Tina Scamander, a kind and earnest old woman who, after knowing he was planning a short trip, had thoughtfully prepared Felix a box with 12 varieties of hot dogs. "Honey, you might as well make some apple pie as a dessert," Newt said. "I always have trouble grasping the heat," Tina said as she glanced at him. For the next 3 days, Felix followed Newt's instructions, traveling to and from all the magical creature sanctuaries around the world, collecting the magical creatures' data he had in his mind, and as the final week of the holidays approached, he reached the North Pole, a place he knew the least about. "A magical creature that can split itself?" Newt asked. "Did my memory body tell you that?" "Frankly, I don't know if it was an illusion, but I saw one once in the far north of the world, which is a combination of a snow ferret, fox, and a wolf. They split themselves when hunting, somewhat like the Modagots that guard the important places of the French Ministry of Magic. Though they are totally different because the Modagots is not a creature, but a spirit being. Felix was very curious about this magical creature. He must admit that he was intrigued when he first heard about it in classroom 7. Despite knowing that the liquid luck potion is useless, he still used up the last bit of his stock and began his endless search. His advantages lie in his superb mobility due to the apparition and his eyes that can discern magic. But the Arctic is too vast, so hopelessly vast that he can only trace a circle outwards based on the general location provided by Newt. Luckily, he had found a rather precious jewel on the black market in the Americas, a jewel from a horned serpent that is endemic to that region, and the jewel on its forehead grants both invisibility and the ability to fly, which Felix had woven into a carpet, thus allowing him to float without any burden. Felix himself can fly, but it requires a lot of magical power, and he rarely uses it unless it is for battle. In comparison, Voldemort made it look easy, and Felix wondered if he had dissected a horned serpent and transplanted its bloodline into his own body, or of course, it could have been a Lethafold. 2 days to go, if we can't find it by then we'll return, Felix said, and soon the house made of ice was built. After entering it he enlarged the interior by casting the undetectable extension charm and created a fireplace inside, which was when Valen jumped out of his hat. "Didn't you have a good time with those otters yesterday? Kiki. The thermostatic pendant not working? Well, you've been using it for a long time. When we get back, I'll make you one, never mind, let's buy one." Felix pulled out the thick blanket, an iron pot from the ring, as he turned his head to look at Valen and said hesitantly, "Do you prefer to grill fish or soup? Plus we have plenty of hot dogs, too." Valen gagged twice. "A bit greasy? How fussy." Felix smacked his lips. In the end, he didn't touch the hot dogs either, he'd had enough of them in those 2 days in the Brazilian rainforest. The next day, Felix was sitting on his flying carpet, looking down from several thousand feet above, with endless, undulating icebergs below him. The carpet could actually fly even higher, but Felix's magical perspective couldn't keep up if they go any higher. Valen leaned against his back, happily playing a mini-game. The game came from the Magic Painting Club at school. When the club was considering what theme to use as material for an interactive magic painting, Valen showed up at a crucial moment. She not only provided the core inspiration but also included a substantial amount of funding. The result was a magical painting mini-game called Brave Warrior, with Niffler as the lead role. After spending some time slaying, Valen took a new magic painting out of her pocket, and Niffler in the middle of the painting, which was anxiously waiting at the edge of the level, jumped onto another one, armed with a deluxe version of her exclusive wand, and set off to challenge the new level. On the other side, Felix had made a new discovery. A creature with snow-white fur nimbly moving across the white earth, and by following its path, Felix found a nest of frantically fleeing Arctic rabbits. The creature indeed looks like a combination of Arctic fox and Arctic wolf, as described by Newt, albeit a lot smaller, looking about the size of a ferret. The key thing is that Felix saw rapidly flowing magic on this creature. Having magic meant that this is a magical creature. As Felix floated 200 or 300 feet above the air, the snow-white magical creature, which was oblivious to the eyes of the mysterious man overhead, moved as fast as it could, but the Arctic rabbit was no slower and steered quite nimbly. This magical creature leaped high as it approached the Arctic rabbit, and splitting an identical entity from its body as it reached the peak high it could reach from the jump, the two white shadows crisscrossed through the snow, with their mind connected as they cooperated seamlessly and caught an unlucky rabbit in the blink of an eye. Felix watched as he descended, mentally tsked in amazement as he couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary if he didn't look closely. The magical creature with the snowy white fur picked up the rabbit and turned its head to see a strange creature descending from the sky. It had never seen a human before, so it stayed where it was to examine Felix. Felix smiled kindly. "Little fox, maybe a little wolf? Or a little ferret? Whatever, I got delicious hot dogs for you." 2 days later, Felix released it. "Full harvest, let's go, Valen." Valen waved goodbye to her newfound friend. Bye. Kiki. Watch your weight. Kiki. Otherwise you can't catch any food. Felix patted Valen lightly. "He is much more in shape than you are." Exasperated, Valen wanted to hit him. The Hogwarts train had stopped at Hogsmeade and the young wizards who had gone home for the holidays returned to school by carriage. Ron and Hermione, as the prefect, had organized the young wizards into the carriage and entered the carriage in time with the last group. As soon as they got in, the night thestral carriage moved. What, all about dark magic? Snape. Hermione looked at Harry and Ron in surprise, her mind still not switched back after spending the last 2 weeks traveling around with her parents. Well, it's normal if you think about it, isn't it? We all know he's interested in the defense against the dark arts class, maybe he's preparing for it. Harry said dismissively, if that's the case that's fine, it means we only have to put up with him for 1 more year. The point is, he's still sneaking around the house in the middle of the night, as Ginny can testify. Ron added. Oh, ugh, I don't know, but it's his personal business. Hermione stroked her hair, did you guys finish your assignments? I think there are a few things that could be changed. Harry and Ron looked at each other, they had obviously spent more time guessing Snape's motives. I'm still a little short, Ron glanced uneasily at Harry, who didn't say anything. Well, if you guys don't turn in your assignments tomorrow, will you give that reason to the professors? Hermione asked pointedly. Harry sighed. When they got back to school, they hurriedly finished their dinner and went to the library. A number of students were already sitting inside, and they found a random empty table and sat down, Hermione looking around thoughtfully. What's wrong? Well, the Muffliato charm became popular. Harry looked around, he did notice some students' mouths opening and closing rapidly without making a sound, and the gloomy face of Mrs. Pants, the librarian, repeatedly showed up through the gaps in the bookshelves, like a vulture that has failed to find its prey circling high in the sky for a while before regretfully leaving. Harry tapped his wand on the table and the surrounding sounds became muffled, sounding like a low, noisy buzz. Harry flipped out his assignment, his history of the magic essay short of 1 more paper to finish. He swirled open his ink bottle, the tip of his quill drenched in ink, as he scribbled away on his parchment. In the interval of looking up, he saw Snape's silhouette flicker in the middle of the bookshelf. Harry's heart thumped and his eyes strained to catch Snape's movement, surprised to find him lingering in the restricted section for a short time before finally sitting at a table, reading a book. It was only when the library was about to close that Snape stood up and left with the book. Wait for me, Harry said to Ron and Hermione as he stood up. What? But he was already stood up and walked out of their table. He returned after a long while with his heart in his throat. What's wrong? Ron asked, you look like you've just been hit by Mrs. Pants with a chicken feather duster. Snape, the book Snape was reading, Harry swallowed hard, Magic Mist Evil. So? Hermione asked with annoyance, not taking her eyes off her own paper, Harry, he is a professor, even if he studies dark magic, he must have a legitimate reason, he's probably thinking about how to crack them, you probably would have found out more if you could check his book borrowing records. Good idea. Ron said, hey, I'm serious, we could really try that. Now you're wrong about that, Hermione. Harry said lowering his voice, I haven't read as many books as you have, I've only heard that name once. Hermione looked up and froze as she stared at Harry's face. In a dry voice she said, I remember, a passage in the preface of this book, no discussion or instruction regarding the evilest magical creation, the Horcrux, will be given here. Harry, you think he's investigating? She didn't continue, but both Harry and Ron knew what she meant, Snape might be secretly investigating about the Horcrux. Chapter 564. In the club room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione bickered verbally. Harry, we should better not get carried away, remember, in the first year you thought Professor Snape was planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but he was actually spying on Quirrell. He also extended his protection when Quirrell tried to make you fall off your flying broom. Hermione magically locked the door and chanted a few more anti-disruption spells to make it easier for them to talk about the dangerous topics without fear. I know. Harry sullenly agreed. And second year dash. Thanks for mentioning the second year, he tried to expel Ron and I as soon as school started, don't say he wanted to protect me, Hermione, his mind shouldn't have been magically connected to Dobby, not to mention he didn't know the Chamber of Secrets was going to be opened at that point. Oh, Hermione was a little short of words, third year, he was on our side. Do we need to award him a medal? For not siding with the Dementors. Harry was annoyed, Hermione, why do you keep speaking for him? He used to be a bloody Death Eater. Hermione was silent for a few seconds, but Headmaster Dumbledore defended him. You told us yourself, Harry, remember? You saw it in the Pensieve. He, also, doesn't deserve to be trusted, Harry said through clenched teeth. Who? Harry didn't say anything. Ron and Hermione looked at him uneasily. You mean Headmaster Dumbledore, what makes you think that dash? Harry remained silent. He is hiding a huge secret inside him that is weighing him down, and he doesn't know if he should tell it to Ron and Hermione. The secret had nothing to do with Snape, but it had to do with Headmaster Dumbledore. In the pile of letters Sirius had handed him, he learned a fact that shook him to his core. Have you had any nightmares lately, Harry? Hermione asked softly, looking over to Ron, who shook his head to show that he knew nothing about it. No, Harry said with a blank face, but Ron and Hermione looked even more worried. Harry hesitated twice internally before he pulled a letter out of his pocket and handed it to Hermione. Hermione immediately read it. Dear Padfoot - she paused, who wrote this letter? My mum, Harry said, keep reading. Oh, well. Dear Padfoot. Thank you for Harry's birthday present. It's his favorite toy ever. He looks delighted to be flying around on his toy broom. I've attached a photo for you to see. I'm sorry you couldn't make it. James was feeling a bit stuffy here, though he tried not to show it, but I could tell, the invisibility cloak is still with Dumbledore, so there's no opportunity to go out. How happy he would be if you made it over. Wormtail was here last weekend and I felt he was downcast, but maybe it was from the news about the McKinnons. I cried all night too when I heard it. Bathilda drops by often, she's a funny old lady who tells so many stories about Dumbledore, it's truly unimaginable. I don't know if he would be happy to hear it in person. To be honest, I don't know how much to believe it. It's hard to believe that Dumbledore once knew Gellert Grindelwald, the Dark Lord who rampaged through Europe, and that they were once close friends because they shared the same ideology. But Bathilda claims to be Grindelwald's aunt, and if that's true, then it's hard to pretend what she said is anything but true. After all, she doesn't have any reason to lie. She also revealed a fact about the catchphrase that was later used by Grindelwald to justify all his atrocities and which made him famous, for the greater good, which is said to have originally been written in a letter addressed to his close friend Grindelwald by Dumbledore. It's unbelievable. There are even more unbelievable things, which I cannot reveal in this letter, and perhaps we should not be harsh on a young man at 17. Just think how silly we acted back then, and how James still thinks the whole world should know about Quidditch. That's all for now. I hear Harry's cry. I hope it's not because James tries some crap due to him being bored. If it's, I'd knock him hard on the head. Lily. Harry saw the shock written all over Ron and Hermione's faces, almost exactly the same as when he first saw the letter. 1 second he was experiencing all that tender care that he never remembered through his mother's handwriting, the next he was pulled back to reality by the cold truth. It was as if his heart had been torn in two, one half leaping with jubilation and sadness at the knowledge that they had once had a cat, that Sirius had bought him his first flying broom, and that his mother had been as gentle and kind as everyone had told him she was, perhaps a little sentimental as well. But the other half, Harry didn't know how to describe his feelings, when he was exposed to the more real Dumbledore, the 17-year-old Dumbledore, who had already become good friends with Gellert Grindelwald, the Dark Lord who was destined to bring shopping mode doom later on when he was only 2 years older than he was now, and how ironic the words shared same ideology sounded. And there is also that invisibility cloak, Harry thought. For what reason did Dumbledore took the invisibility cloak? A legendary warlock like Dumbledore could become perfectly invisible even without an invisibility cloak. He recalled another implausible conjecture he, Ron, and Hermione had made about the invisibility cloak that the older brother of the three brothers from the Deathly Hallows held. If Dumbledore shared the same interest as a young man who aspired to establish a new order dominated by wizards in his youth, was he also interested in the legendary Deathly Hallows that could make one a master of death? Did they plan to establish an eternal reign together, just like Voldemort? Harry was ashamed of himself for thinking like that. How could he put Dumbledore on the same level as Voldemort? But it was hard for him to find excuses and prevent himself from having an afterthought. If Dumbledore hadn't taken the invisibility cloak, was it possible that his family might not have died? Harry stubbornly ignored the fact that Dumbledore, Professor Hap, and Professor Moody had all seen through the invisibility cloak, and held on to the possibility that could never be verified, repeatedly shifting between hope and cynicism. He buried it all, locked away firmly with an occlumency until he couldn't help but burst out suddenly during his conversation with Hermione. He felt resentment coursing through his veins as he looked fervently at Ron and Hermione, like asking them to see how Headmaster Dumbledore wasn't as nice as they thought. He felt a gush of pleasure from seeing the looks on Ron and Hermione's faces as they were on the edge of collapse. "Harry," Hermione trailed off, "I know it's truly unbelievable, but it's understandable dash." "Understandable?" Harry shouted, "Understandable? Understandable, you know he dash." "Yeah, I know." Hermione stroked her hair confusedly and walked around the activity room. "I know, talented people always have a lot of ideas, not to mention some people will go much further off the rails than that at their most creative age." "Who do you mean?" Harry snapped. "What dash? You said some people are far more outrageous with their ideas than Dumbledore. I can't think of dash." "That doesn't matter," Hermione said impassively. "We're all well aware that Headmaster Dumbledore is sitting in the headmaster's office right now. He didn't participate in any of Grindelwald's speeches and atrocities, on the contrary, he stopped him. He took the invisibility cloak," Harry said stubbornly, through clenched teeth. "Ugh, I'm sorry, I know it's hard on your heart, Harry, but we both know the invisibility cloak won't stop Voldemort. Their fate was sealed from the moment Wormtail betrayed." "I won't believe fate," Harry shouted, his panting voice distorted with rage. Hermione gave him a careful look and gestured with her eyes for Ron to help, who seemed to have not gotten over his shock. He racked his brain and said, "Yeah, Harry, I think Hermione's words have a point." "Which words make sense?" Harry said through clenched teeth. "It's just that geniuses always think differently, they're all quite precocious, like Professor Hap, and of course, you dash," Ron slowly mumbled. "Me?" Harry looked at Ron incredulously, the anger in his heart strangely lowered a little, not because Ron had called him a genius by any means, it was ridiculous. "Yes, that's right, you." Ron's tone smoothed out considerably, but it was still slow and sounded like he was making it up as he went along. "No kid your age has been through more than you, to put it mildly, even Dumbledore," he deflated, preferring not to say anything offensive. "You're targeted by one of the world's strongest wizard, and thwarted his plots 3 times, and you also established the Aura Reserve dash." "My performance dash." Harry opened his mouth. "To be honest, it's quite outrageous too. I collect chocolate frog cards, and you know Andrus the Invincible, right? He's known for conjuring up giant-sized Patronus, and you did it at the age of 15 dash. I had the help of the rune dash. At least it hasn't been publicly demonstrated by anyone other than Professor Hap yet, has it? And as for practical skills, you're above the average orator's level now. You also once managed to beat Sirius in training, which is why he was too embarrassed to name you in class." "That was a sparring match." Harry's face flushed a little. Ron patted him on the shoulder. "Harry, you know what the other graduates say about you? A well-deserved student leader of this era. No one but you could possibly claim that." "I'm sorry," Hermione interjected coldly, "I haven't heard that one before." "Because you're not a graduate," Ron said without thinking. "Collins told me that, and the footage of the last 2 events of the tournament, you have no idea how hot they sold. Harry, you're not just famous for the scar on your forehead. Well, speaking of that, I'm quite famous too, I have fans sending me letters." Harry and Hermione stared at him. Ron said cheekily, "Not as many fans as you, of course, but I mean, do you expect me to complain?" Harry felt very strange inside. He didn't know how the conversation had turned to the question of whether he is a genius or not, but there is no doubt that he felt much less resentment towards Dumbledore in his mind, and the gloom that had been weighing on his heart for the past few days dissipated. "Even if you all have a point, it at least shows that Headmaster Dumbledore can also make mistakes," he said stiffly. "I thought of a good idea," Hermione said. Harry looked at her and asked, "What is it?" But there wasn't much hope in mind. "Write a letter." The corner of Hermione's mouth curled slightly as she pulled blank parchment and a quill out of her book bag, and with a flick of her wand, the quill automatically wrote on the parchment, in a completely different handwriting than Hermione's usual one. Harry and Ron came up next to her left and right side, and both of their mouths dropped open in surprise when they saw the first sentence being, "Dear Felix." "Dear Felix." Felix read the letter in front of him with an odd expression, as he had assumed that he would never receive a letter from Ms. Jane in his life, and he continued to read on with anticipation. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to write. I was a little pessimistic in my last letter, but things are gradually getting better. The hard times are not yet over, but I am confident that the future will get better. Lately, I've had so many strange ideas popping into my head, they're like 1,000 billywig insects buzzing around. Maybe adapting the story in my head into a book would be a big hit? I don't think I'll ever be a writer, but the characters in this story seem to come to life, and the problems they had started to plague me as if they were real in reality. I urgently need valuable advice if you are willing. The story takes place in a remote and closed town where the mayor is a respected elder who fought in the battle and captured the most feared bandits with his own hands, and then he returned to the town and became the protector of the town's civilians, and the townspeople all hold him in high regard. But there are a few formerly influential blokes who believed that the old mayor had touched their interests, and decided to gather behind a brutal and evil ringleader to overthrow him and regain their former noble position. A boy lives in the town's herb shop, and among his neighbors there is a warm and cheerful girl. They are both about the same age, and later they become very good friends. After going to school, the boy and the girl did not end up in the same class, but their friendship was always preserved. In the meantime, two major incidents happen to the boy. First is that he joins a school group that favors the idea of the criminal gang that rampages around the town, and the girl keeps urging the boy to leave, but the boy wants to gain fame and refuses to agree. As for the other incident, he and the girl fell out 2 years before graduation. After graduation, the boy secretly joined the criminal gang, while the girl became a policeman and married her suitor. The girl and the suitor foiled several plots of the criminal gang, which angered the gang leader, who killed them personally, leaving only a baby behind. After that day, the evil gang leader also disappeared and the townspeople rejoiced. When the trial took place, the mayor of the town stepped in and shielded the boy. It was said that he had indeed been a member of the gang, but at some point, he realized his mistake and became undercover. The boy then became a teacher at the only school in the town, and in this way, more than 10 years passed and the girl's orphan child came of school age. The child, who had been secretly fostered by the mayor of the town in the home of the girl's relatives because both of his parents had died, had a miserable childhood and had always believed that he would be shoveling cow dung for the rest of his life, but to his surprise, he received a letter of acceptance from the school. The child enters the school with great joy, only to be met with hostility from the boy, who is now a teacher, who had the same unhappy childhood as he did. I don't know why. Maybe it's because the child always reminds the boy about the father of the child? The child showed a great deal of athletic talent and had the potential to become a good sheriff later on. The girl's orphan child wants to avenge his parents' death, so he has been trying to gather information about the gang leader. He later discovered about the comeback of the gang leader, who now had found a new weapon, and also learned the reason why he didn't die last time was because he had built strong armor from precious materials, and he has 6 pieces of such armor in total. The boy had recently noticed that the teacher who had been targeting him had been acting strangely and might also be investigating the armor's mysteries. This is very unusual, because not only did the mayor already know the reason why the leader was not dead, but he also destroyed several pieces of armor personally, so this teacher is definitely investigating privately behind the mayor's back. There were so many doubts in this boy's mind. He didn't know if the teacher who treated him badly is a good or bad person, and if he is good, why did he disobey the mayor's orders? Especially since the boy had also recently discovered that the mayor had made his share of mistakes when he was younger, and his image of the wise and good man in the boy's mind was shaken. Felix put the letter down and laughed rather heartily. Valen looked at him curiously. Oops, someone's secret is going to be impossible to hide. He looked at the snow owl that is waiting for a reply and asked, "Your name is Pigwidgeon?" Hedwig reluctantly whimpered in response and buried her head in her wings. Chapter 565. Harry showed a confused expression as he handed the letter to an eager Hermione and Ron, who couldn't wait to read it. "Ms. Jane, judging by your drafting skills alone, you're really not quite suitable for writing a book. It is a little too flat. That was a joke. I suggest you write from the point of view of the girl's orphan child and unravel the past layer by layer. As for how to string them together, find a theme for the story that flows throughout the whole book. Why does the mayor protect civilians? Why is the boy willing to go undercover? How did the girl's orphan child survive? By the way, some of the information is only known to the people involved and those closest to them and will seem incomprehensible to the bystander. For example, I have a niffler called Valen. Only I know how many hours a day she sleeps, and only I know that she is addicted to games these days. Don't be surprised if one day she no longer splurges, it might be because I blocked her pocket money. After reading your story, this is what I can assure you of. Finally, I suggest you to change the owl's name, she doesn't look very happy when I call her Pigwidgeon. Hermione looked thoughtful as she finished reading the letter. Is it really bad? Ron on the other hand snorted out a laugh. I told you we shouldn't have let Hedwig wear piggies, Ron's owl tag, that would have looked silly. Hermione raised her eyebrows. And you guys agreed then? She looked to Harry for input. Harry didn't notice her gaze as he mulled it over with his head down. What would be the theme that flows through the whole thing? Guilt? Not really, Voldemort doesn't have guilt. Dude, the answer is pretty obvious. Ron said. Harry glared at him and Ron twisted his head and whistled. At the weekend, Harry bumped into Snape again at the library door, and Snape came out from inside clutching two large, thick books. Harry was relieved for a moment. This means that Snape has not pinpointed the keyword Horcrux, but when he thought about it again, it seems normal. Hermione at first rummaged through the restricted section but still couldn't find any reference material, even when she knew the name Horcrux. The only book that mentions the word Horcrux is Magic Mist Evil, but the author of this book only schemed through about it. Harry was disappointed back then, and now he is glad. Potter! What are you doing? Snape strode over and asked him coldly. From his angle, Harry could see the cover of the book he carried in his arms featured the face of a distorted male wizard who seemed to be suffering inhuman torture, with his mouth wide open enough to fit half a coconut. I came to find a book to read in the library, Harry said. He took his eyes off the cover of the book and stared at Snape's face. It was completely a spontaneous reaction. From their first meeting, Snape had shown an intense and unwarranted hatred. Harry also hated Snape, whether his slow, drawn-out way of speaking, his cold, stone-like eyes, or his greasy hair and huge hawkish nose. These are the factors that Harry dislikes, not to mention that they come together. Even without counting these, Harry didn't think Snape is a qualified teacher. He is known for his eccentric attitude. Even Sirius is trying to remain impartial by restraining himself, but Snape deduces points unscrupulously. It does not seem so to me. You look like you are specifically waiting for someone. Snape spoke unkindly, staring at Harry's bulging pockets. I guess you have some prohibited item in your pocket, hand it over. Filch would be interested. Harry obediently took the object out. It looked like a silver-grey material composed of liquid, which fluttered and fell from his hands to the floor and formed a glistening puddle. Snape sucked in a cold breath. This is my invisibility cloak, a relic left to me by my mother and father. It's saved me a few times, from Voldemort. Harry stared into his eyes and said, Professor Snape, does it count as a prohibited item? Snape did not speak for a while. The two men seemed to be engaged in a silent battle, at least that's what Harry thought. He was prepared for this. If Snape intended to confiscate it, which was just what he wanted, he could turn around and demand it back since the invisibility cloak was a birthday present from Headmaster Dumbledore. Snape took his eyes off the invisibility cloak and stared into Harry's eyes, and half a moment later, he said coldly, Put it away. Harry slowly bent down and picked up the invisibility cloak from the ground, and at this point, he didn't know what to do. His plan didn't consist of what to do next. While he was hesitant he felt darkness before his eyes, a wind blew by, and the hem of the black robe brushed his hair. Harry looked up and only saw the back of a man hurrying away. Harry stared at Snape's back, a strange emotion fermented in his heart. In the evening, he pushed open the door to the common room. Ron and Hermione approached him anxiously. Where have you been, Harry? Yeah, we've looked everywhere. I went to the covered bridge. Harry muttered. The covered bridge. Ron looked at him uncertainly. What were you doing there? It is freezing outside. Thinking about something. Harry said vaguely, as he headed back to his dorm room and laid straight down on the four-poster bed without taking off his clothes. He hadn't slept a wink that night, which caused him to walk to class the next day muddled with dark circles under his eyes. Tell me, what color is this, Potter? In potions class, Snape's eyes glinted with malice as he spooned out the potion from Harry's cauldron before letting it flow back down for all the class to see. Green. Harry muttered stiffly. What color it is supposed to be? Snape asked again in his elusive voice. Pink. Harry replied. Pink, so you can tell the difference. Snape repeated as a chuckle broke out in the background. Then surely you should have known what you are brewing is just a pot of waste water. You are going to be stuck with 0 points, Potter. He waved his wand and the liquid in the cauldron was emptied in one swift motion. Harry sat down with an expressionless face, shaking with anger. It is true that he did not do well, but Goyle's potion resembled a sticky paste, and Crabbe's cauldron oozed a foul smell and black smoke, but Snape didn't give them a 0. It didn't require any brain to know that Snape was targeting him. He stared at Snape's back as he returned to the podium, and this time Harry didn't have any messy thoughts in his mind, he just wanted to hex him. The bat bogey hex seemed to have a different allure to him now, and his mind already imagined a swarm of bats flying out of Snape's large hawk nose. Don't be impulsive, Harry. Hermione in the side tried hard to calm him down. Ron didn't have time to talk, as his cauldron was steaming and spitting out a yellow bubble. Felix had been wondering what kind of person would show up at the school in the form of Voldemort's mole from the Ministry of Magic in late January when he heard Sirius complaining. Something's wrong, Sirius muttered in a small voice. Currently it is breakfast time, and he is tackling a tough-looking steak, the knife and fork hitting the plate with a tooth-aching sound. I don't know why the Ministry of Magic sent a team to school at this time of year to inspect the students' mastery of apparition and side-along apparition. Is this because they don't trust me? Well, you're not bad, Professor Flitwick complimented you on that. Felix said casually as he leafed through the Daily Prophet. It's his habit. Sirius was still fighting with his steak, and from using too much force the plate shattered. He huffed and pointed his wand at it, and the plate immediately restored itself to its original state, and he pointed once more, which cut the steak into pieces. No, I need to ask Amelia to see what she's up to. Felix had no intention of getting involved as he closed his newspaper and finished the last bit of milk. What's going on lately? Constructing a building. Well, sorry. We're really constructing a building, Sirius said vaguely as he wolfed down his steak, building all sorts of terrains. You know I can't mess around the castle, and I don't think Classroom 7 is real enough. I'm tempted to take my students to the Shrieking Shack for adventures, it's easy to set up some traps there. You're still on probation. Felix reminded him. Thank you. The two men went their separate ways for their classes, and the atmosphere in the 7th year Ancient Rune class was very relaxed. Although it was their last year, with all kinds of new and exciting teaching methods, the students had been progressing very quickly, making it the subject that they had to least worry about. Felix took the students to Classroom 7 and 2 ghosts floated past them, chatting as they floated by. Nice dessert today. The students were used to this. One by one they passed through the water-like curtain. Felix stopped at the entrance and waited until the last student jumped in, and after a few more seconds a figure identical to him coalesced in the air. Felix's memory body looked up and down at his original and grinned. Gonna do something bad. Chapter 566. Felix looked blankly. Okay, I will stop joking. I want to ask one question. I can act like as usual, right? The memory body frowned, seemingly genuinely troubled by this. Just don't overdo with your stupid play. Felix said. The memory body flipped the bird and Felix asked with a dark look on his face, where did you learn to do that? A student. The memory body said absently, I can tell you his name, I remember him well. Felix took a step out of Classroom 7 and went to the Room of Requirement, then reappeared in the Shrieking Shack. A few apparitions later, he was standing near an abandoned warehouse. In the warehouse, a man lay tied up, hulking, with knotted grey hair and a beard, deeply sunken eyes, and long yellow nails on dirty fingers. He looked more like a beast than a man. Felix noticed that the ground was covered with thick scratch marks. Fenrir Greyback. Greyback whimpered, a rag stuffed in his mouth. Oh, I forgot. Felix said insincerely, waving his hand as the rag was removed and the man spat on the floor. This revealed the sharp teeth in his mouth and the visible scab in the corner of his mouth. At this moment he slanted his eyes from the ground and asked in an incredulous tone, Felix Hap? Were you the one who sent the men to capture me? It was me. What did Voldemort tell you to do? Felix's sharp gaze pierced straight into Fenrir's eyes like a rapier, and after a long while, Greyback's gaze went slack, and he fell to the ground, motionless. Didn't Voldemort give you his mark? Oh, sorry, he probably doesn't think much of you. Felix said. Greyback, who looked like a corpse, moved and his eyes grew fierce as he whimpered, that was cooperation. Cooperation? Do you really think you are qualified? Felix shot out a stunning spell and the werewolf fell straight back down. After a long while, Lupin and Tonks suddenly appeared out of the air, both of them raised their wands and looked around warily. Is it the right address? Tonks asked in a low voice. Yes, that's what the note that suddenly fell on my desk read. Lupin said, with a vague guess who did that, but with Tonks right next to him, he couldn't go into details, in case it turned out to be something illegal. Over there. Tonks said warily, and the two moved step by step to the edge of the warehouse, in perfect sync with each other, and Lupin, who realized this, became even more frustrated. The lock on the warehouse proved no challenge to them, and he pulled open the heavy iron door, but his body froze when he saw what it held inside. Meanwhile, Felix had returned to classroom 7, regardless of what Lupin intended to do, he, for one, decided to take this matter into his own hands. He reckons Lupin won't kill Greyback as long as he doesn't lose his mind a bit, even if the werewolf was the one that bit him when he was a child. So Felix left a curse on Greyback, to let his sin wither with his body. The students in classroom 7 were ignorant of all this, not even knowing that the professor had changed in the middle of the process. All they knew was that Professor Hap had led them to classroom 7, where they came into a forest clearing and sat one by one on huge, bald tree stumps, where a line of vine hung from the sky, and Professor Hap sat impishly in a hammock made of vines, as he gave them a lecture. Does anyone know what we've been learning lately? Yeah, that's right, what a great memory. Hi, didn't I tell you guys? Combining the core runes of the 12 amulets together to create ancient magic, didn't tell you? How sly! Never mind, I'll demonstrate it to you. The professor is very lively today. Fred said, looking at the memory body that had been swinging. Probably wanted to try a different style, George said, it's quite tiring to always maintain a straight face. Makes sense, we could try that. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out of the air and grabbed their professor. The students looked at each other in confusion. Before they could react, the professor reappeared. Felix cleared his throat and said to the dumbfounded students on the stump, Ahem, does anyone know what I just said? There's an extra point. After class was over, the students walked out of the classroom in a row. The professor must have slacked off, probably ran off to have tea with Professor McGonagall. Why Professor McGonagall? Gee, don't you think she was very elegant when she was young? If only I could be that elegant in the future. In the afternoon Felix saw a lot of new faces in the school, a dozen adult wizards, only a few of whom he recognized. They mostly consist of people from the Wizarding Examinations Authority and people from the Apparition Test Center along with high-ranking ministry officials, and among them, two people had attracted his attention, they're Dolores Umbridge and Chesterton Avery. Gee, it's not that difficult to guess. Felix muttered. Nope, can't take it lightly. His gaze swept over the dozen or so adult wizards present, perhaps a real mole is hiding among these people. Dumbledore welcomed them warmly, and then he chatted in a low voice with his old friend Professor Tofty. Is Professor Marchbanks absent this time? Dumbledore asked in a gentle tone. She's busy preparing the test papers, and it is the people from the Apparition Test Center who are in charge of today's test, but because they are understaffed they have brought in a temporary group from the ministry. Professor Tofty said. The slightly young wizards in the crowd looked around with excitement, they had rarely had the chance to return since they had graduated and now they felt so much younger all of a sudden to be back at the school again, and currently, they were chatting passionately about the interesting things they had done at school. Can we take a stroll around? A round-faced witch asked. Sure, Corinne, Dumbledore pointed his white-gloved hand towards Professor McGonagall, Minerva will arrange everything. The round-faced witch shrank at the name and said in a slightly weakened tone, Good morning, Professor M.C. McGonagall. It's afternoon, Miss Corinne. Professor McGonagall sternly said. Oh, good afternoon. Amos. Come and see, I've found something new, Wilkie Tweecross, a wizard wearing an old-fashioned bowler hat, shouted from the entrance hall, My, what a change, it wasn't here when I came last year. He is the instructor of the apparition class from the Ministry of Magic who basically would pop by the school once a year, and with a look of wonder, he plastered his surprisingly pale face on the bulletin board. Is it a club? Amos Diggory asked from far away at the great hall door, I heard said mention it over the holidays. Without speaking, Wilkie Tweecross carefully pulled a colorful piece of parchment from under the bulletin board and said with a look of admiration, This looks like a newspaper? Let me see. Akami breaking out of its shell documentary sales is quite a boom, and it was filmed by a Niffler, huh? I didn't know this. Weasley twins were screaming at a suit of armor late at night and were caught by the caretaker, Filch, who arrived on the sound. TCH, was it exam stress? Thinking back when, Filch cast Dispel in a high-profile manner and dispelling the rumors about him being Squib, Professor Sinistra's schedule remains chaotic, often waking up in the middle of the day. Professor Burbage's intention to change the Muggle Studies course to teach farming and students complaining. Ha, that's so interesting, this newspaper is called The Wall of Mystery. Do you like the name? I picked it myself, it's the name of a song. A voice asked. Oh, Wilkie Tweecross looked down at the little girl who had suddenly popped up, and then at the newspaper. Is this your paper? Yeah. Wilkie Tweecross stared at the parchment and asked tentatively, little girl, your name is Mafalda. Mafalda nodded proudly as she fluidly changed the subject, so can you tell me what you do? Do you want to interview me, little girl? You're only supposed to be in the first year. That has nothing to do with our interview, I have interviewed a lot of big shots. Mafalda straightened her chest and tried her best to look taller. Wilkie Tweecross felt a little amused. Yeah, well, who are they? Let's see, 3 winners of the Order of Merlin, 3 full members of the Dark Force Defense League, the captain of the Quidditch team, the head girl and head boy of the school, last year's Tournament of Champions contestants, and some future celebrities. Later on, I'll also target the professors. And Headmaster Dumbledore. Mafalda said with a straight face. The more the 2 adult wizards listened, the more surprised they became. Is Cedric Diggory among them? Amos asked eagerly. I'm his father. Yes. He's one of those future celebrities, the kind that would be on the chocolate frog card. And you could even predict that. Feeling rather absurd, Wilkie Tweecross wanted to hear the young girl's reasoning. Yeah, he's had quite a few articles published in the New Solutions to Rune magazine, but the real reason is his Magic Puppet Club, which has just recently been renamed. Mafalda cocked her head at the yellowing bulletin on the wall and stated with conviction, it's not just him, I have a feeling a lot of the clubs in here are going to turn into massive entities in the future, I'm witnessing history. Amos Diggory and Wilkie Tweecross looked at each other and Amos admitted he was somewhat persuaded. He had been bothered about a family issue recently and this little girl seemed to have given him an answer. But Wilkie Tweecross would not forget what he had just read on the bulletin board and wondered how on earth the S.P.E.W. and the Crumplehorn Snorkax Certainly Exist Club could become a huge corporation. He happened to know where the Crumplehorn Snorkax had originated from, a third-rate tabloid in the magical world, and its editor-in-chief didn't seem to be in his right mind. So, young lady with a keen sense of smell, what about you? What's your stance about yourself? Wilkie Tweecross asked. Me? I'm just the chronicler of this episode of history. Mafalda said briskly, of course, it doesn't stop me from making money, so do you plan to be interviewed? I can pay the honorarium of 2 sickles each. Chapter 567, Money-Eating Snake. In the Ancient Rune Office. I heard you've been spending a lot of money recently. Valen responded stiffly, sitting on a small table. Seriously, how many clubs have you invested in up to now? Valen looked around with her little hands behind her back, refusing to look straight at Felix who is standing in front of her. And have you paid someone to write your autobiography? The student who runs that school tabloid. A newspaper shook in front of Valen. Valen's jaw dropped, it looks like all of her little secrets seems to have been dug out. It's about time, Felix said solemnly. As he sat opposite to Valen, and with a shake of his palm, something jumped out of his ring. Valen's mouth opened wide in surprise at what appeared to be a hideous snake. Valen stared at the little creature in front of her. It appeared to be a greenish snake with a ridiculously large proportioned head, and from the moment it appeared it swam happily around her with a wide-open maw. Valen reached out with a jerk, and picked it up by the tail and shook it. The little snake bounced twice in midair like a flexible rope and opened its mouth to spit out a copper canute. Valen's eyes widened. This is a snake that can spit money? It's a money bank, Felix answered. Today I will teach you 2 new concepts, savings and interest. Valen, who was having fun, stopped and slowly turned her head to look at him. Key. Simply put, it's about saving up your pocket money and putting it in one place, which is here. Felix pointed at the small snake which was twisting and turning. It was specially prepared by me for you, you can place some of your wealth in it. The little snake, which is essentially an alchemical item, nodded cooperatively and opened its mouth wide. Key. Valen looked at Felix in confusion. Why would I put my money in the little snake? I have my own pocket for it. That's not the same, Felix said in a tactful manner. Think about it, the money that goes in your pocket, it's only getting smaller and smaller, isn't it? Valen froze and nodded. That's right. Felix raised his pitch to make his tone more convincing, but if you keep your money in the little snake, after a while, it will become more. Valen looked dumbly at Felix and then looked down at the little snake that she had been clutching in her hand. Is this another precious treasure? Key. How much more can it become? Well, this would be a dynamic and evolving growth. To be more precise, it will vary according to the time and quantity you store. For example, the growth you gain for storing 1 gold galleon will be less compared to storing 10 galleons, like 10 times less. And the difference between storing it for a day and storing it for 10 days would be different too, with the same 10 times difference. Do the maths yourself, how many times does it multiply in total? Valen wiggled her fingers as she looked down, and after a long moment, she looked up at Felix in confusion. 100 times. Felix revealed the answer. Valen looked shocked. That's right. Felix said with a smirk, don't worry, how will I take your money? I'm just handing you a way to make more money, it's an untold secret, your money is still yours, it's just transferred from one place to another and the little snake will still be in your hands. Well, how is the deal, a good bargain, no? Valen thought about it for a while. It seems so. She nodded her head afterward. Very well then, let's discuss a precise figure. Felix paused and asked uncertainly, how much do you have? Valen looked down at her small pocket. All she knew for sure is that she has a lot. Even after using some of it, she still has a lot. I'll count it for you, Felix said as he looked at her pocket. When he saw the lack of response from the opposite party for a long time, he muttered to himself with a sigh, save up, interest, money grows more money. Valen had an intense internal battle going on in her mind. Would the Great Demon King swindle her out of her money? But all the pocket money she has was given by Great Demon King. Don't forget the Great Demon King is very cunning. But the little snake would remain in her own pocket. The Great Demon King is very cunning. But the money grows more when you put it in the little snake. Valen barely realized that it is getting dark, and after a long internal tussle, she finally closes her eyes and solemnly nodded her head. Clang! 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 Valen looked at her little pocket and instantly felt penniless, and then she looked at a small pile of gold galleons on the floor and her sense of joy returned. That makes a total of 2007 gold galleons when you calculate it. Felix said with a look of amazement, tell you what, how about we deposit 2,000 galleons into it? Valen looked at him silently. All she wanted now is to punch someone. It's a good deal, I'll do the maths for you, there are some pretty complicated mathematical equations involved, you haven't learned to do arithmetic? Ah, what a shame. The sky turned completely dark and Valen squeezed the numerical formula that took up most of the parchment with a pang of confusion. Swish! A small mound of galleons on the floor was swallowed by a little snake that had opened its bloody maw. Key! Valen grabbed the little snake by the neck and shook it hard. She was just starting to regret it. But now it is too late, the little snake burped and opened its mouth to spit out 7 gold coins. Valen looked at the money on the floor for a moment, before she picked it up one by one and stuffed it into her little pocket pitifully. We might as well place the little snake money bank it. Key. Valen clung to the little snake with a deadly hug, as her dark, shiny fur flared up all over her body. It's yours, all yours. Felix chuckled, just one last step, let's set a date, if you take it out earlier than that time, you won't get the extra galleons. Valen held out her trembling hands and offered the little snake to him. The next day when she woke up from her cradle bed, Valen stared at the ceiling in a daze for a couple of seconds and subconsciously felt her little pocket, then she yelped and jumped up from her bed, and looked around, finally finding the gluttonous snake that had eaten her wealth in one of the corners of the cradle bed. Valen breathed a long sigh of relief and her little shoulders relaxed. She slipped out of the bedroom with the little snake money bank and looked around the office for a moment. Is the Great Demon King not home? She walked over to the sofa, and with a hard hop, she jumped onto the Great Demon King's usual favorite spot and started rolling around on it. After rolling around contentedly for 2 minutes, she suddenly got worried and looked fearfully under the sofa. The little snake had coiled itself into a tight circle and lazily flicked out its tongue. Valen's heart settled down. It is a weekend, and she reckons that the Great Demon King has gone off somewhere for a stroll. She pulls out her magic painting and traced over it with her little finger, on which the game's protagonist, Niffler, has already collected 4 gems, each of which can unleash powerful ancient magic, and, at Valen's insistence, the Niffler is also wearing a charming cloak. But today the game seemed less appealing, and every now and then Valen was forced to check whether the gluttonous snake was still there. The snake often wandered off, in an irregular orbit around you, according to the Great Demon King, which Valen didn't quite understand, but it probably meant that it wouldn't go too far. Still, Valen would feel panic when the snake disappeared from her sight. Each time she takes the trouble to jump off the sofa and pull the gluttonous snake out of its hiding place in the corner and place it in front of her eyes. When lunchtime came, Valen wobbled and prepared to go out. After thinking for a moment, she took the gluttonous snake with her. She absolutely could not let it out of her sight. She hid the snake under her yellow hat and wandered around the castle, after seeing Mafalda, who was selling tabloids and looking for the material. Valen subconsciously looked at her little pocket, and there were only 7 gold galleons inside, which made her sad. Valen had learned how hard life can be when she eventually passed by Mafalda. She clenched her little fist. She had already made up her mind, she would stop buying newspapers until she had saved enough money again, till then she will borrow it from someone to browse. After some searching, she finally spotted an acquaintance. Key. Astoria Greengrass looked down and saw that Valen was greeting her in a friendly manner. The two came together and began to read the newspaper. Valen soon finished reading one side and was anxious to turn the page. She squinted her eyes. The reading speed of this defeated warrior is a bit slow. Never mind, one has to be considerate. Don't worry, Astoria seriously said, you see it says that 12 people from the Ministry of Magic have come to stay at the school for 2 whole weeks, and their job includes testing the results of the apparition training as well as assisting with special training, indicating that the Ministry of Magic is very concerned about the safety of its students. See, that's what it analyzes. Valen tilted her head to look at her, making Astoria slightly puzzled. Valen pulled a piece of parchment out of her small pocket and quietly handed it to her. What's this? Well, do you want me to calculate this formula? Let's see, it's not that hard to do. Astoria looked down at the dense mathematical formula, and her gaze swirled in circles. It's bit difficult, not my fault though, it's because I didn't choose the arithmancy class. Although she didn't get an answer, Valen finally put her mind at ease. It wasn't that she isn't smart enough, it was the Great Demon King who was making it difficult. As she parted from Astoria, she happily carried the gluttonous snake for a walk, and there is a large crowd of people gathered in the entrance hall, and Filch is blocking the entrance to the Great Hall with great poise, holding a wand in his hand. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in the crowd watching the buzz. What year are the ones inside? A new student asked. 7th year. Ron chimed in. They had learned apparition last year in their 6th grade and this is a chance for them to get their certificates early. After that, he finally revealed his true intentions. What do you guys think? Is it possible to get a certificate even if you're not old enough to master the apparition? A few younger students around looked at him with awe. I think it's hard to get, Hermione said analytically. According to the rules, one has to be of age dash. But these are special circumstances, aren't they? Harry asked, quite looking forward to it too. If we got it, we don't have to take a carriage to Hogsmeade. And it would be a lot easier to see Grop. He glanced at Hermione, who had also thought of that. The 3 of them could not escape Hagrid's warm invitation to visit Grop's temporary home for a weekend, no matter what. The trio prepared themselves rigorously by practicing all sorts of defensive spells all over again before going, and were amazed at the sight they saw when they arrived. Grop was sitting on a pile of hay, holding a giant half-eaten pumpkin in one hand and expertly switching the buttons of the magic projector with the other, and they couldn't believe they had watched half an episode of The Lion King in a cave together with the footage of the second event of the tournament. Grop became very excited to see Harry, as he huffed and yelped at him, and they half-guessed in conjunction with the footage on the magic projector, before eventually realizing that he actually wanted to see Harry's patroness charm. Hagrid had also bought a magic radio to keep Grop entertained, and when they emerged from the cave, Ron stated incredulously, have I been under a Confundus charm? I still can't believe I heard witching hour in a cave next to a pair of feet over 20 inches tall that was tapping to the beat. Don't worry, your mind is perfectly clear. Hermione said. She originally didn't want to come, but now she thought it was a good idea. We can have a little faith in Hagrid's dream, can't we? Are you ready for a 16-foot tall forest keeper? Harry felt at the time that he could find a perfect opportunity to persuade Hagrid that he didn't need to rush and that 2 more years would be nothing. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. Snape had recently become more aggressive and kept picking on him. He wasn't sure if it was because Snape had read some of his thoughts. The previous year Professor Happ had happened to mention that Snape is a master of legilimency. A pair of small feet made their way to the Great Hall and Valen sneaked past the door. Filch was just about to stop her, but when he realized it was Valen, the old wrinkled face immediately smiled widely. Valen smoothly shoved a small dried fish to Mrs. Norris and slipped into the Great Hall. "Oh Merlin, she's so smooth," Neville said with admiration. At that moment, there was a shrill, squeezy scream sounded from inside, and the students in the entrance hall froze for a few seconds as a short, fat woman stepped out. "It's Umbridge," Harry instantly said. He had seen how condescending this woman was and how she had been carried out of the school in a wretched state. He just didn't expect to see this woman in school again. He had thought that Umbridge had been kicked out of the Ministry of Magic with Fudge's downfall. "Well, she has learned to keep a low profile," Ron said, and Harry knew what he meant. Umbridge is wearing a taut bright green wizard's robe that is conspicuous but very low-key compared to the dazzling pink from before. "Filch, I just saw a big rat," Umbridge said in a pinched tone. "Her name is Valen, she's a Professor Happ's favorite pet, and she's not a rat, she's a niffler," Filch remarked with discontent. Umbridge's body stiffened as she noticed Filch's grumpy attitude and a sweet smile immediately piled up on her slack, wide jaw. "So that's it, that little fellow looks pretty cute. Do you like cats too, Mr. Filch?" "I also adore them, I love them so much dash," she asked, pointing to Mrs. Norris, who was lying at Filch's feet, her head lowered as she nibbled on a small dried fish. "She has a name, it's Norris," Filch said stiffly. Umbridge shut her mouth. At that moment Filch suddenly yelled at the crowd, "Look out!" He huffed and puffed his way into the crowd, and the students around him immediately scattered to the side, revealing an underclassman who was standing there unsure of what to do. There was a floppy slice of cauldron cake stuck to the floor at his feet. "Don't pick it up yet!" Filch yelled again, and the student complied almost immediately. Filch muttered under his breath, "Just causing me trouble all the time, he, sullying the castle, don't touch it." He suddenly shouted at a student who had his wand out and was pointing it at the floor. "Let me do it," Filch said with a red face, pointing his exclusive wand at the remaining stain on the floor. "Turjo!" he yelled at the top of his lungs. The remnants of the cake on the floor immediately disappeared and Filch grinned widely as he took a step back to the Great Hall's entrance. Umbridge was astonished. She knew Filch is a squib, yet he is now able to use magic? And the clubs with weird names, the newspaper, she felt like Hogwarts had become completely unrecognizable. "Umbridge!" At that moment, another young man stepped out of the Great Hall. "Professor Tofty is asking to allow the 6th years in." Umbridge glanced at him. "I was just about to mention that, little Avery." The young man's brow immediately furrowed. The 6th years began to gather spontaneously and Harry saw the chaser Katie Bell mingle in the crowd, walking into the Great Hall with an excited look on her face. Greeting the 7th years who had finished their assessments, where the captain of the Gryffindor team, Angelina Johnson, had a beaming look on her face. "Did you make it?" Katie asked as she brushed past her shoulder. Angelina gestured a thumbs up at her. In the Great Hall, the 2 middle tables had been temporarily moved elsewhere and replaced by 2 little wooden circular stages, spaced about 10 feet apart from each other. A dozen adult wizards stood near the wooden circles, and all 4 of the heads of Hogwarts were present. "Good morning, everyone." Wilkie Tweecross stepped forward to speak, catching the eyes of all the 6th years. "I hope you saw the announcement posted in the entrance hall before you came in. The Ministry of Magic is busy at the moment, but we still managed to spare some of our manpower in order to have all the students at Hogwarts master the apparition or side-along apparition, which is a basic requirement set by the Ministry of Magic, as Ms. Bones believes it will effectively reduce casualties. Today is our first day, so my colleagues and I will be focusing on checking on your progress, and judging by the performance shown by 7th year students, you have learned quite well. I have to thank the professor of this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class for that. I know how tiring it can be to teach apparition to others. So," he waved his wand, "students who have mastered apparition, or think they have, step forward, and we can finish this part of the assessment first." "Don't make a fuss," Felix said to Valen, who stood on his shoulder, "we'll be just watching the fun." He squinted as Umbridge and Avery made their way in grudgingly from the outside of the Great Hall, and Felix's gaze started to twinkle a bit. Chapter 568, The Ministry of Magic's Assessment. In the Great Hall, the 6th graders are still being assessed. They all had the basic foundation for it, and even according to the normal procedure in previous years, they would have started to access apparition magic around this time. But because of serious appearance, they had got their training a little over half a year ahead of schedule, so a large proportion of the students stepped forward when Wilkie Tweecross questioned them. It was significantly less time-consuming for the staff of the Ministry of Magic to just examine the students' apparition performance without the need to guide them, as all they had to do was just stand by and record the results. There were 2 minor splinching instances occurred during which students reacted quite calmly, mainly because they had already seen it in advance in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The next step of the assessment is the side-along apparition, in which the staff of the Ministry of Magic is responsible to bring the students along with them to apparate, and then check the students' physical state to see if they have any strong negative reactions. It's a heavy load for us, Wilkie Tweecross said, and each person has to take a break for every few attempts. So I will reserve 2 days for this. But the thought that there are nearly 1,000 more students left sent a pang of distress through the Ministry of Magic staff's hearts. I wouldn't have to suffer this if I didn't come to see, said Amos Diggory whispered. After the most part of the day passed, the Ministry of Magic staff were all exhausted enough for the 4 heads of house and Felix to come down and help, but after 2 more sessions, something went wrong on Felix's side. Wilkie Tweecross came over quickly. How are you feeling? He watched the student's expression carefully. Quite fine. Cormac McLagan, who had a short, thick, coarse hairstyle, froze for a moment and replied. Oh, that's not okay. Wilkie Tweecross paused as his lips furrowed. Why not? He asked in bewilderment. Without answering him, Wilkie Tweecross looked at Felix. Well, Mr. Happ, your apparition was very skillful, and the process of movement is nearly free of discomfort, which does not meet our test requirements. He pointed at the side where Amos Diggory had moved into the opposite wooden circle with a 6th-year student, and the girl began to dry heave before she could stand. Marietta, are you all right? Her friend Cho Chang asked with concern. Barf, Marietta clutched the wooden circle and vomited as Mr. Diggory covered his nose and walked away from her, and no one seemed to have wished to go near her except Cho Chang. You see, it has to be that bad to test the impact. Wilkie Tweecross said, without any extra expression on his face, which made Cormac McLagan look at him in respect. Oh, that's quite normal, it won't look weird when you see it more. So do you want me to cause as strong reaction as possible? Felix asked with interest and a shiver went down Cormac McLagan's spine. It doesn't have to be particularly strong, Wilkie Tweecross said in an unnatural tone. Near noon, the 6th years left with excited faces as they exchanged comments, and the Ministry of Magic staff wrote down their names and performances one by one, before letting the 5th years in. Wilkie Tweecross repeated what he had said before by the book and then asked the students to disperse evenly and wait for the staff to carry them as they apparate. The heads of house walked between the students to help them get lined up, and Ron raised his hand while Wilkie Tweecross approached them. Tweecross walked over to them. He looked thin and pale as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Well, student, what's your problem? Well, it's like this. Ron glanced at Harry and asked, I just wanted to ask, since we've mastered apparition - when he saw Wilkie Tweecross frown a bit, he hurriedly added, we were preparing for the Tournament of Champions, so incidentally we learned to apparate, me, Harry and Hermione. Wilkie Tweecross showed a look of surprise. He looked closely at Ron's face and then at Harry. Oh Merlin, yes. I recognize you. I saw you on the footage, you are Weasley's kid, right? I am sure of it when I saw the red hair and freckles, you were pretty impressive at the bottom of the lake. Ron's face flushed, he had just spent most of his time in the Black Lake reading a bunch of casual books by repeatedly breaking in the same level. Not noticing his hidden emotions, Wilkie Tweecross continued, I met your father Arthur Weasley a few times, unfortunately we never got to talk more than a greeting. Ahem, I think it's okay. Pardon. Guys. Wilkie Tweecross clapped his hands as everyone looked over, let's add some fun to the hard work and welcome the winners of the Tournament of Champions, who have worked extraordinarily hard to make our country proud, and the footage only showed a very small part of it. In fact, they also mastered the apparition. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were pushed to the center of attention. Oh, Hermione groaned under her breath, I wasn't planning on being in the limelight right now. Ron's voice trembled a little, believe me, I didn't see it coming too. Harry, did you bring the liquid luck? Now is the right time. Harry knew Ron too well to know that he was babbling out of nervousness. How could they possibly drink the liquid luck while everyone watches? But he did mentally ponder whether it is necessary to carry it everywhere with him, lest he encounters a similar unexpected situation and be helpless. The students and professors gathered around them, all watching the show with great interest. They knew that Harry could apparate. He had demonstrated it when dealing with the dragon, by using it to move twice. Ron had also used it once. As for whether Hermione knew the magic as well, they weren't quite sure. Well then, to be safe, let's let Mr. Potter try it first. Wilkie Twycross said, and then Harry was pulled near a wooden circle. Wilkie Twycross pushed him from behind and Harry almost tripped as he jumped into the circle crookedly. Very well, please hold your breath. The voice of Wilkie Twycross sounded from afar, but Harry's consciousness was all focused on the wooden circle. He is literally familiar with this process and had used it during the Christmas holidays. He collected his thoughts and tried with all his might to occupy the space across the room. He appeared across the room all at once. Many students were startled. They could discern a comparison. Most of them were unaware that the Ministry of Magic staff had in fact deliberately heightened the discomfort of the apparition. All they knew is that Harry's spell casting was extremely smooth compared to the loud bursts made by the adult wizards, and he appeared in the center of the wooden circle a dozen feet away in a flash before their eyes. In the crowd, Umbridge examined Harry, and she could tell that he was performing this magic extremely well. Wilkie Twycross, the professional instructor, was also a little surprised. Can you adjust the position you appear in, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded. He had spent a lot of time over the summer trying to imitate Professor Happ's tactic. Although it still looked elementary compared to the original, it still had some semblance of the professor's tactic. At least Sirius couldn't handle it. The students applauded after a long pause, and several members of the frontline lookout loudly cheered for Harry. The crowd grew quiet and Ron saw Wilkie Twycross grinning and beckoning him, so he walked over with fluttering feet. When Harry was returning, he squeezed the words out of his teeth and whispered, "Do you need a daydream spell from Neville?" Ron grinned stiffly as he stepped into the wooden circle. Wilkie Twycross rambled on, introducing him to his colleague. "This is Weasley, his brother and Dad both work in the Ministry, you should know them. Arthur's very nice, I've seen him in the lift a few times, and he has always initiated the greeting. His brother's a workaholic, I had believed he worked the night shift for a while." Ron really wanted to tell him to shut up. He took a few deep breaths, trying to stabilize his emotions, his eyes fixed dead on the wooden circle in the distance. Bang! He appeared in the wooden circle. Ron touched his face quickly. "I made it. No hair loss? And the eyebrows are intact? Great!" He beamed with delight. Finally, it was Hermione's turn, who also managed to complete her spell skillfully, appearing exactly where she was supposed to be without much noise. The students applauded in unison, and she retreated into the crowd with a red face. "Very good," exclaimed Wilkie Twycross, "very good, students. They have demonstrated their magic brilliantly, and I will advise the Ministry to issue them certificates in advance. Also, as a professional instructor, I must correct one thing in order to avoid any unnecessary misconceptions on your part. Their spellcasting gestures are not the standard style." "What do you mean?" Cormac McLaggen asked. "They're doing it wrong." "No, of course not, in fact, they did it much better." Wilkie Twycross spread his hands. "The most important thing for beginners to remember when operating is 3 Ds, destination, determination, and deliberation. Other than that, the gestures are also necessary. It will help us master apparition, because, with it, you can easily visualize." Twycross walked into the nearest wooden circle, where he opened his arms and gracefully spun in place, and disappeared in a fluttering whirl of robes, before appearing in a wooden circle on the other side. "Just like that, mobilize your magic and turn gracefully, that's the right way to do it dash." "Are you kidding me?" Ron shouted. Twycross looked at him calmly and Ron flinched as he mumbled, Sorry." "It's all right," said Twycross, "I'm just curious about why you think it's weird. Didn't the person who taught you the apparition tell you about this spellcasting gesture?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately looked to Professor Happ in the crowd. The professor looked at the ceiling and seemed to be suddenly fascinated by the candle decorations overhead. Draco Malfoy, who was not far away, also had a surprised look on his face. He had the same confusion when he had studied, but the professor hadn't mentioned it at all, and he had assumed that he had seen the wrong information. Professor McGonagall gave Felix a stern glare. As the situation became clear, Felix must have omitted a rather important step in the first place, causing Harry and the others to not even know the common spell-casting gesture used by beginners even after learning the spell. Professor McGonagall glanced at Hermione. This student should know, but the other too well. She smacked her lips and said, "Twycross, can we continue the assessment?" Chapter 569, Myrtle's Help. "Oh, sure." Twycross snapped out of his confused state. "So, by the way, are there any other students who would like to try it as well? I know under the current special circumstances, some of the parents may have violated the restrictions for your safety. The Ministry of Magic is not going to pursue this for now." Harry's mind wandered as he stared at Malfoy, who had bragged to him a long time ago that the professor had promised him to privately tutor him some magic spells, including apparition. But Malfoy didn't intend to stand out, and until the end, he had just performed the side-along apparition, under Mr. Diggory's guidance, with ease. A week passed in a blink of an eye. The Ministry of Magic team had spent 2 days sorting through 1,000 students from top to bottom at Hogwarts, and in the end, less than 100 students had failed to meet the standard. According to Twycross, "I'm really impressed, this has greatly reduced our workload. If you had come a few months later, the number of students who didn't meet the standard would have been even lower." Sirius stated, not knowing whether to say it proudly or grumblingly. "Ms. Bones was very anxious lately," Twycross said half-heartedly. Sirius' heart fluttered, and he pulled Twycross aside and whispered, "I know all that. I worked as an assistant for the minister for nearly 2 months before, and I'm on good terms with Amelia. She told me all about it. Things haven't gotten better." "Alas, I also inquired by chance," said Twycross. "The number of Muggle victims has been steadily increasing in recent times. Many of them were only discovered during the Ministry's private investigations, and their bodies were stolen." Ms. Bones was concerned that the you-know-who might be up to something big. Sirius frowned. When he approached Felix to discuss this matter, Felix looked unusually calm. "Voldemort is personally taking action, and he seems to have planned to create a batch of Inferi. We should stop him!" Sirius exclaimed sharply. "I'd like to, but, as I just said, Voldemort is personally handling this, and he's not utilizing any Death Eater's forces. And you certainly can't catch him when he wants to leave for sure." Sirius' face froze, and he muttered, "Something has to be done. We made some preparations, in fact, probably in the next few days." Felix said, before turning towards Angelina Johnson, who had been sitting on one of the benches in the yard. "Miss Johnson?" Angelina approached them slowly. "Do you need me, Professor Hap?" Her friends are looking over leisurely. "Yes, I wanted to remind you that your hair is not exactly the same color as I've seen before," Felix stated calmly. Angelina yelped and fished a small mirror out of her robes and looked at herself carefully. "It really is." She frowned as a very jarring strand of pink hair in her ponytail turned to black. "Tonks!" Sirius growled under his breath. "Hi Sirius, long time no see." Angelina waved at him. "So that other one, that wouldn't be Remus, would it?" Sirius was taken aback and looked incredulously at the other girl on the bench. "What makes you think that?" Tonks rolled her eyes. "He's not here, he needs to watch over the Sword Castle." "That's Emmeline Vance, and Kingsley and Mad-Eye Moody are also here, they got withdrawn from the Department of Mysteries guarding duties." Sirius gaped. "Since when?" "Yesterday," Tonks cheerfully said. For the next 2 days, Sirius made an extra effort to look for students who were acting abnormally in class and even became slightly paranoid. He always felt that some students below the podium would be Mad-Eye Moody, Kingsley, or even Mundungus. After class, Harry, Ron, and Hermione went to the Great Hall for dinner. "Sirius has been acting weird for the past 2 days," Harry said. "I've been meaning to ask this," Ron asked with a grin. "Would you guys play a frisbee when you were alone together?" Harry hammered him on the back softly. "Hi, Neville, Dean, Seamus." Harry greeted them and sat down in the empty seat next to them. Dean and Seamus seemed to be asking Neville to do something, as Dean said eagerly, "Cast that spell on me again, that daydream spell. I've noticed that I'm studying more efficiently." "Professor Hap told me this spell should not be abused," Neville whispered. "There's nothing wrong with using it once in a while," Seamus said while shaking his head. Harry knew about this magic. During the Christmas break, Ginny had inquired from Tonks about a part of the Auror training, and when school started they used it in their frontline lookout training. After that, which did not turn out well. The enormous amount of training weighed on the members, and not everyone was comfortable with the mechanical repetition of spell casting. Then Neville stepped forward and stammered to introduce a spell he had learned. Harry was quite shocked when he first experienced the Daydream spell, an exact replica of a cosmic astral magic he had experienced on his golden invitation card. Objectively speaking, of course, it was considerably less effective, mainly because Harry's occlumency kept reminding him that everything he was feeling was fake. This made Neville's magic much less effective. But for the other members of the group, the magic gave them a spiritual baptism. Their little troubles were nothing compared to the vastness of the stars, and those who experienced this magic would be uplifted for at least a while. It's a bit like the amulet Cedric came up with, but both methods are obviously different, and I prefer this one. Fred commented. Snapping back from the memory of the last club event, Harry had become keenly aware that someone was staring at them. He followed his senses and looked across the table to see two students, a man and a woman, seated at the opposite table. They appeared to be a couple, and when Harry looked back at them, they smiled quietly at Harry. In the evening, when Harry, Ron, and Hermione emerged from the library, it was late, and they were practically the last ones out. The three of them were walking down the empty corridor, and Ron was cursing Snape and the assignments he had given to them by turns. That was creative, Harry thought. Ron seemed to have found a real use from divination class. They could get a steady stream of unlucky and ill-fated muses from the class and use them to vent their anger against Snape. Suddenly there was a flash before their eyes, and the ghost of a girl darted before them. Myrtle! Harry muttered in surprise, he hadn't seen her in ages. Oh, it's you guys. Myrtle was startled as well. She then turned and was about to float away, but then she paused in midair as if petrified. She slowly turned around, her large bulging eyes glaring at them from behind her thick, white, round glasses, and Harry wasn't too comfortable with that scrutinizing, weighing gaze, which reminded him of Malfoy. Can you guys come with me? She continued. What are you talking about? Ron muttered, we're tired after a long day of catching up on our assignments, and now we just want to go back to bed and sleep. You guys and Draco are friends, right? Myrtle asked. Who? Ron looked up abruptly. Draco Malfoy. Myrtle said, he's in a bit of trouble and I don't know who to ask for help, but I certainly can't look for the professor, that would make things worse, she rambled on, floating over and bobbing in midair. He's not about to get shoved down the toilet, is he? Ron perked up, and it just happens to block your home too. Rude. Myrtle shouted at Ron as she descended from midair. She then floated up slowly and covered her face sheepishly, but he is indeed in my lavatory. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other blankly. Myrtle swooned for a moment before she remembered what she had to do, and she hurriedly urged them on, are you going to help or not? Time is running out. Who the hell is the one who's delaying? I don't want to get caught in the girls' lavatory. Ron muttered in a small voice. You've been there plenty of times. Hermione pointed out. They had indeed been there more than once, spending a considerable amount of time in their brewing polyjuice potion during their second year before they moved elsewhere when Malfoy found out. Maybe, but for Malfoy's sake, Ron hesitated, and they looked at Harry, waiting for him to make a decision. Let's check it out. Harry eventually said. Chapter 570, The Vow That Was Forced got interrupted. The three of them followed Myrtle and walked quickly in the direction of the girls' lavatory. The good news is that the library and the lavatory are on the same floor, and they didn't have to take a long way around. As they approached the lavatory, Ron abruptly asked, Myrtle, how did you meet Malfoy? I've heard that you have a habit of peeking into the prefect's washroom. Myrtle whimpered and covered her face as she passed through the wall. Harry and Hermione glared at Ron, who shrugged, I am genuinely curious. Just shut up. Hermione said as they came to the door of the lavatory where Myrtle normally haunted. Harry listened with his ears sideways for a few seconds and whispered, can't hear a thing, must be warded with a spell. Harry and Ron turned their heads to Hermione, who quickly pulled out her beaded pouch and rummaged around for a moment, before pulling out 3 extendable ears from it. Harry inserted one end of the flesh-colored extendable ears into his ear and threw the other end towards the dirty door, which automatically went through the crack. Great, I hope there's no anti-disturbance kind of spell placed there, I'll try. Yes, there isn't one. They quieted down to listen carefully. A throaty squeezed voice reached their ears, what's there to think about? Or should I ask our Lord to give your father a direct order? Draco, we're on the same team, we just need a little help from you. Hermione looked up in horror. It's that woman, Umbridge. What's she trying to do? Draco Malfoy's slightly hoarse voice sounded out, I won't, make a vow. I can't, the vow, it'll kill me. As long as you don't try to break it, there'll be no problem. Malfoy, do you want to betray the Lord? No, not. Draco's voice trailed off, your chance for success is too low for me to gamble my life. I need to think about it for a while, I'll get back to you tomorrow or the day after, I'll ask my father. Lucius is one of us, you surely don't think you can stay out of it. I didn't expect that. There's no time for you to waste, dear Draco. If you don't say yes for good, I'll report it right away, so think for yourself what will happen to your father then. Umbridge said in a sweet voice, sounding like an innocent little girl, but the Golden Trio couldn't help but shudder at the thought of her big cakey face and the threat she was making at the moment. What shall we do? Hermione quirked her head to look at them. What does she mean by the vow, the one that will kill people? Harry calmly asked. My guess is it's probably the unbreakable vow. Once you enter it, it can't be altered and there's only one consequence for breaking it, death. Hermione said quietly, but that requires a third person to witness it. Sure enough, another unfamiliar voice spoke up. It sounded like a young man. Just sign it, Draco. Let me tell you a secret, Dumbledore, that Mudblood Protector won't live long, our Lord is simply staying on the lookout. He attaches great importance to this mission and asked us to complete it at any cost. Surely you don't want to be the reason for the failure, right? A silence followed inside. What shall we do? Hermione asked once more. They have to be stopped, somehow. Harry said, rising to his feet and pointing his wand against the door. Wait. Hermione said, we don't know what their plan is yet, it's best to let them believe it was an accident. She thought for a moment, I have an idea. Hermione But Hermione was already rushing forward. She put on a panicked look and hovered back and forth at the door. Hi? Why is the door locked? She muttered to herself and seemed to be building up her emotions. With that, she drew her wand, Alohomora. The spell that blocked sound at the door was broken, and the lavatory door popped wide open with a crack. We all risked our lives to get here, why are you? The man's impatient voice abruptly halted. Hello, is anyone there? I'm in a hurry to use the toilet. Who placed the spell at the door? Was it to stop Myrtle? Hermione asked slowly. The few short seconds were stretched too long, and it seemed like there will be no end to it. Harry and Ron's palms were sweating as they stared intently at Hermione, fearing that a wand of glowing green light would be thrust out from inside. It was impractical to wait for the opposite party to make a decision, so Harry shouted wisely, Hermione, make it quick, we'll be waiting outside. Yeah, I still want to trade chocolate frog cards with Dean. Ron shouted after him. Hermione's hesitant voice said, oh, hold on, there's a problem, it looks like there is someone inside. Do you need help? Harry shouted at the top of his lungs. Finally, the door opened. Draco Malfoy appeared with a pale face. Oh, it's just you, Hermione Granger. Malfoy. Hermione's surprised voice exclaimed, what are you doing in the girls' lavatory? I'm going to tell the professor. Mind your own business. This place is abandoned, Malfoy shouted in a low voice, what are you doing here? Where are the two heels, Potter and Weasley? Going to the toilet, of course. Hermione said in a condescending voice, they're outside, unlike you. Out of my way. The conversations kept going on as Hermione's unrelenting voice said, just wait, I'll make sure to tell the professor, so he can deduce your points and detain you. And I'll tell Filch too. As well as asking every girl to keep their eyes on you, you nasty, vile. Harry listened and secretly complimented Hermione in his mind, this way the people inside would be more or less apprehensive and would find it hard to approach Malfoy openly any further. The pale yellow hair and pointed chin of Draco's silhouette gradually became clear in the darkness, his face sweaty and pale, as if he seemed to have caught a serious illness. An enraged Hermione trailed behind him. Draco Malfoy! Harry blurted out in a faint tone of surprise. Malfoy gave them a stern glare and turned his head away without a word. Hermione paused in exasperation until Malfoy's figure disappeared, and then she asked in a calm whisper, how was it? Awesome. Ron gave her a thumbs up, and the people inside. Hermione shook her head slightly, indicating that she hadn't seen them. Probably hiding. Harry mouthed, the wand in his hand kept pointed at the darkened door of the abandoned girls' lavatory. Hermione hadn't fully entered just now. It would have been terrible if she had fallen under the imperious curse. She wasn't sure she could break free from the curse. Harry nudged his wand over Ron and himself, and under the effect of the disillusionment charm, the two immediately blended into the darkness. Hermione also followed suit, and they slowly backed away, hiding in the darkness. After waiting quietly for 10 minutes, they all somewhat became impatient, and then a faint movement came from within. A silvery glow glowed in the darkness. It looked like a cat, but it seemed rather faint, and the patroness circled around for a moment, before dissipating into specks of silver. Then a short, fat woman materialized in shape and looked around before hurrying away. But none of the golden trio uttered a word. They knew there must be another one inside. After another moment, a young male wizard exited from inside and left with great strides. Only when his back disappeared did the trio breathe a sigh of relief. "That man's name is Avery, we've seen him before at the Ministry of Magic," Hermione whispered. They walked back in silence, looking preoccupied. What had happened today was more than they had expected. "They're obviously up to something, better tell the professor," Hermione said, to which Harry and Ron nodded. Suddenly, the door to the broom room on the ground floor opened silently and 3 pairs of hands poked out of the darkness to drag the trio inside. They reacted almost instantly. Harry cast a humanoid shield charm and the barrier that clung to his body swelled into a ball in the blink of an eye, pushing the disorganized hands out of the way, and 2 dark thorns flew out of Hermione's beaded pouch and headed towards the darkness in a tangle. Ron stepped back and muttered a spell, as white flames quickly gathered at the tip of his wand. "It's us, Harry," a very familiar voice said. Harry's heart pounded as he looked at the figure in the darkness as he blurted out incredulously, "Angelina! Come on in," Angelina said impatiently. The door to the broom room closed behind them. Chapter 571, Preparations from Both Sides. Harry narrowed his eyes slightly. The broom room was pitch black, with only a faint light radiating from a few wands. There were 3 people standing close to them, Angelina, the captain of the Quidditch team, and 2 others who looked familiar to Harry, and he carefully tried to recall and recognized them as the odd couple he had seen in the Great Hall at lunchtime. Harry couldn't figure out how they knew Angelina and why they were hiding with her between the brooms and tried to drag them in. "Angelina, what the hell is going on? And, who are they?" Harry asked as Hermione poked him quietly with her finger from behind him, which made him notice that there are still 3 or 4 people standing in the corner in shadow, whose faces and bodies blended amongst the wooden crates, brooms, and cleaning tools, leaving only the outline of some of their limbs showing, making them look like monsters with multiple limbs and weapons. Angelina opened her mouth to explain when Ron suddenly interjected, "Beware, she's not real, she might have used a polyjuice potion." Harry thought Ron had a point and his heart started to race. Someone chuckled lightly in the darkness and Harry noticed that one of the large figures was looking down at them at some point. "Don't be paranoid, boys." The tall student who had lowered his head stood upright and approached them. Harry gripped his wand tightly. He generally only had seen this type of body stature in the Slytherin team. If Ron hadn't just warned him that Angelina might be a fake, he would have linked it as a collusion between the captains of the 2 teams. In the darkness, the silhouette of the speaker bent slightly to place something on the floor. Harry realized it is a magic lamp and the next second the room lit up. The bright, gentle glow illuminated the tiny broom room completely. It was then Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally got a glimpse of the room in its entirety. Counting them, there are 8 people. 3 on their side. Harry unconsciously started to consider how they could win if a fight broke out, and although at the moment it appeared that the other side showed no hostility, Harry is certain that the Angelina in front of him is by no means the team captain he is familiar with. "It's me, Tonks," Angelina said, closing her eyes and assuming a thoughtful expression, as her face gradually transformed into a different appearance, with her hair turning pink. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's mouths dropped open. "It's really you?" Then Harry stammered. Tonks seemed to be in a good mood as she pointed to the 2 people that Harry found familiar and said, "This is Frank and Alice, you've met them before at the Order of the Phoenix base, although they're in different faces now," and she pointed to the people in the corner, Alastair and Kingsley. They all greeted them. "I'm sorry, I might have scared you guys," Alice Longbottom said, "but you guys are really something." She pointed to the bruise on her wrist, then swiped her wand over the scratch, and it instantly healed. Harry felt that the events that had happened today were unbelievable, but he had at least solved one mystery. The two people across the table during the day were the Longbottoms, and they weren't looking at him, but at Neville, who was next to him, but more questions arose as to why they had shown up at the school in a group and disguised as students. Hermione drew a cold breath and hissed, "You guys are following Umbridge and Avery." Realization dawned on both Harry and Ron. "What a sharp girl!" the huge student in a long green Slytherin robe said, and Harry caught a shadow of Professor Moody in the way he walked. The tall student lifted a parchment, with dense lines and flickering black dots in his hand. "Marauder's map," Harry uttered in surprise. "You recognize it?" "Ah, I remember you have a similar one, or the original version. This one's made by Felix," Moody said. His voice sounded younger and there is no fake blue eye darting around his eye sockets to make Harry feel uncomfortable, but the next second his intact, much younger eyes fixed on them with a deadly stare. "You nearly messed up the plan, little ones." The trio immediately tensed up. "Don't scare them, Mad Eye," Kingsley said with a smile. He still had the same dark complexion with lots of dreadlocks tied on his head. At first glance he looked a bit like Quidditch commentator Lee Jordan. But Harry knew that he is usually bald. Harry felt like he is attending a fancy dress party. Kingsley said gently, "It's true that our visit to the school has something to do with Umbridge and Avery, but there are other tasks on our shoulders." "What task is it?" Ron pressed impatiently. Kingsley shook his head slightly. "Involving Voldemort? Do you guys need help?" Harry offered testingly. He figured it out in context with what he had just heard in the abandoned girls' lavatory. Kingsley stared blankly at him. "Okay, well, there's plenty of time to catch up later, let's get down to business first," Moody said. His gaze settled on Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who subconsciously felt a gush of pressure despite the fact that he had a completely different face before their eyes, which looked considerably more well-defined than Moody's. "Well, I saw it on the map, the ghost named Myrtle led you all to the girls' lavatory, didn't she?" He waved the Marauder's map in his hand, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded dully. Moody grunted and paced back and forth in a small circle. "It looks like you guys having a colorful school life, but you really shouldn't have disturbed them." "But they were forcing Malfoy to make a vow." Hermione snapped sharply. "Still an unbreakable vow," Ron said. "That stuff literally costs life." "Yeah, we can't just stand by and watch," Harry muttered. Moody stopped pacing while everyone showed a surprised look on their faces. "That's rather a surprise," Moody said as he glared at them, a look of disbelief still visible on his face. "Tell us what you know, and we'll try to analyze it." "Granger, you speak." He called Hermione's name. "Oh, okay, Professor Moody." Hermione was somewhat surprised. Moody grinned wordlessly, and Harry concluded that this grin looked intimidating regardless of the face it appeared on. "I was your professor for only 6 months, but I was extremely impressed with your paper. To be honest, I wish I had an assistant like you when I was working, at least I didn't have to worry about reports." Professor Happ probably thought the same thing. Ron muttered in a small voice. "I helped you write a few reports too, Alastair," Tonks reminded kindly, "but you only gave me my usual score." "Yeah," Moody said, "and I wonder why I didn't look you up afterward." After all the jokes ended, Hermione cleared her throat and began to describe their experience. "Well, we came back from the library, it was about 8 o'clock, and then we met Moaning Myrtle halfway through, and she told us." Hermione finished her story. The people in the broom room didn't speak for a moment, each in their own thoughts. This left the trio somewhat unsure of their attitudes, and Hermione asked softly, Did we do something wrong?" She thought about the plan Moody had mentioned at the beginning and worried that she had inadvertently ruined it. "No, you guys made a good choice," Kingsley reassured her. "We targeted Umbridge and Avery early on, but we also suspected there might be another mole in the school, so we've been using the map to monitor their movements for the past few days, hoping to follow their trail, as we did tonight. But we couldn't possibly crouch under their noses and figure out what they were actually talking about, let alone realize that they had gone to the extent of forcing a student to make an unbreakable vow. It was you guys who saved that boy. Death Eater's little brat," Moody scornfully commented. "But also a student of the school," Kingsley stated with a nod. "He is likely to be a Death Eater in the future, just like his father, aunt, and uncle," Moody growled in a low voice. "You better make it clear that it's the aunt who married Lestrange," Tonks said cheerfully, to avoid a misunderstanding. "Oh, I'm sorry about that," Moody said under his breath. Harry wanted to laugh a little, he thought about the purebloods dilemma that Sirius had mentioned to him. Catching one means pulling a bunch of them, but right now it is not the time to laugh. The atmosphere in the broom room was a little serious, and Frank interjected from the side, but the boy isn't a Death Eater, at least not yet. If we try hard enough, he won't be able to inherit the family business even if he wanted to. Let's hope so. Moody's young face wavered a bit. Alastair's just saying empty words, in reality, he's more righteous than any of us when it comes to this kind of thing. Kingsley reassured a somewhat dazed Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He would have made the same choice in your position, so don't feel pressured, you've done a good job today. I heard you guys aren't exactly on good terms with Malfoy? That's even more impressive, so go back and get a good night's sleep. At that moment there was a knock at the door and the Golden Trio turned back in alarm. Do you accepting someone? It's probably Emmeline. Moody muttered, as he picked up his wand and gestured for the rest to be quiet. The door opened and a girl with straw-colored hair and a round face walked in, carrying a cloth bag. There's quite a bit more food in the kitchen than I thought there would be, she said cheerfully. Harry got the feeling that he had seen that face somewhere. He guessed it might be one of the upperclassmen like Angelina. Hi, you guys here too? Want some? Emmeline Vance asked, taking the food out of her bag and handing it out to the others as she did so. No, thanks, Harry said, and Ron and Hermione also shook their heads. By the way, Harry turned his head to Tonks, where's the real Angelina? Of course, she's in her own dorm room now, Tonks said as she took a hard bite of the pie in her hand. She agreed immediately when I asked her, saying that she can freely use this time to think up a game plan while I borrow her identity. You know, I'm metamorphagus, so it's easy for me to disguise. Everyone is relying on a polyjuice potion to disguise. Alastair, Frank, and Alice are using normal human hair. You know, the school is so big that no one can guarantee to know everyone. Emmeline has a relative in the school. It's usually just two of us that are hanging outside to collect information. Harry nodded as Emmeline spun around and came back to him, holding up a bag in her hand. Ron and Hermione each holding a chocolate muffin and grinning cheekily at him. Kinda hungry after a night of extra work? Ron whispered. Have some, I asked the house elf in the kitchen for some extra dessert. Emmeline Vance said kindly. Harry relented to her hospitality and randomly picked up a fried jam donut and ate it in silence. Why are you back so late? Moody asked. Emmeline Vance sighed. There was a club having an event in the kitchen, and they were having a great time exchanging cooking tips with the house elves, and I had a hard time until I found a lone one and asked for his help. It was very novel, we didn't have anything like this back in our day. Well, can I ask a question? Ron asked. The guys looked at him and Kingsley smiled. What do you want to ask? We won't reveal anything that needs to be kept secret. What are they doing at the school, I mean Umbridge and Avery? The question you should ask is, what the you-know-who want them to do. Death Eaters don't make their own decisions. Wreaking havoc, stealing things, snooping for information, are all possibilities, but the possibility of creating havoc is low. Why do you say that? Ron asked, wiping the crumbs of cake from his mouth. The guys looked at each other and Frank Longbottom answered with careful deliberation, because it's not worth the effort. Based on our judgment, those two should be one of the few undercover agents that the you-know-who have in the Ministry of Magic. After all, we have the upper hand now and not many people are willing to surrender to the losing side. Besides, unlike the last war, with Thief's downfall, any attempt to use bewitching magic like the Imperious Curse would no longer work. Headmaster Dumbledore also confirmed this point. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took the moment to exchange meaningful glances with each other as they lowered their heads to eat. They probably knew what Voldemort is up to, the Horcrux, but Harry's mind wondered why Headmaster Dumbledore hadn't destroyed it as soon as he could if he had one intact in his possession. I'd like to ask a question too, may I? Hermione asked. All right, one question each. Then you guys should behave and go back to your beds. Kingsley said in a coaxing tone. How long are you all going to stay? Hermione asked. Harry looked up and around excitedly, while mentally fighting the urge to applaud Hermione. It won't be too long. Tonks said with regret, whatever they plan to do, they have to act in the next few days. That's why Ministry decided to send us here, to keep a few more pairs of eyes on them. If they drag it any longer the Ministry of Magic will take us back. Okay, enough talk, Moody said interrupting her as he looked at Harry, the final question. Harry shoved the last bit of fried jam donut into his mouth and asked, politely, Professor Moody, did you see Professor Snape on the map? What's he doing? And Sirius. He added Sirius for the sake of it. Snape's name isn't on it, Felix mentioned that his name was erased when he gave me the map. Moody said calmly as if he didn't catch the undertone of targeting in Harry's question. As for Sirius, he was a little pissed off that we didn't tell him first, and now he lowered his head and stared at the Marauder's map. He's going back and forth in his office, probably thinking things over. He claps his hands to end today's conversation. Boys, I have to thank you for your noble behavior today, but you need to hurry back because the lights will be turned off pretty soon outside. Keep it a secret, you know quite a lot of the inner story because we see you as one of our own, he continued with a wave of his hand when he saw Harry trying to respond, not as juniors, but as future companions and comrades in arms. I've heard about the club you've been running for the past 2 days, the Frontline Lookout Club. And that's pretty impressive. Remember, there's no such thing as a shortage of dark wizards to catch, and there will be plenty of opportunities for you to flex your muscles in the future. But that's not now. Harry looked a little disappointed and mumbled, so we don't have to do anything. The question made Moody hesitate for a moment. He looked at Ron and Hermione, who also looked expectant, and said, if there's a ruckus in the school in the next 2 days, you guys can help to maintain the order. But it's likely you'll not feel anything as it passes. Provided it's not a threat to your own safety. Kingsley added. Okay. Harry said. And then the three of them walked out of the broom room. Hundreds of kilometers away, Voldemort walked down a long, eerily dim underground passage, with green torches on either side, and he was followed by Bellatrix Lestrange. My lord, will they make it? Bellatrix asked in a low voice. Whether they succeed or not is irrelevant. Voldemort said coldly. So much time had passed that he had completely calmed down, but his desire for his Horcruxes had been growing with each passing day. Especially after his attempts to make a new Horcrux had failed. After the Battle of Hogsmeade, Voldemort realized that Old Man Dumbledore knew the secret of the Horcruxes. Although he was shocked, he was not overly frightened. He calmed down and figured out that Dumbledore was cursed and would die sooner or later after a few years. At that time only Felix Hap could stand against him, and he firmly believed after a period of time he would not lose. When it comes to the critical point of the fight, it would not be impossible to trade one life for another. After all, he still had a Horcrux with him and could continue to make Horcruxes. But when he intended to use the death of Headmaster Ilvermorny to create a new Horcrux, a violent tremor ran through his soul, as if he was going to disappear in the next instant. Voldemort realized the possibility that he would no longer be able to split his soul. Not being able to split his soul meant that he would not be able to make a new Horcrux, and it also implied that every single Horcrux that still remained would be incredibly valuable. Every extra Horcrux in existence counted as more than one life. Severus brought back mixed news. He failed to retrieve the remains of the locket from Black's old mansion, but the house elf did survive, suggesting that the servant he had thought loyal had truly betrayed him and dealt him a fatal blow. But combined with the information that Regulus Black was dead, he could probably guess that Regulus had not had time to destroy the Horcrux, since he had exchanged his own life for that of the house elf. He had enough confidence in the curse trap he had arranged. That was idiotic. He said through clenched teeth. Master. Bellatrix looked at him in confusion. Voldemort ignored her and continued walking down the eerily deep corridor, heading deeper and deeper into the ground, with a faint rustling coming from the other end. House elves do have some tricks up their sleeves, and he had failed to consider those tricks, but house elves are too weak and incapable of destroying a Horcrux. If Severus failed to retrieve the locket from the old mansion, it probably means it had ended up in the hands of Old Man Dumbledore. The fate of 2 complete Horcruxes remained unknown. Voldemort clenched his fists furiously, as a dangerous red glint flashed in his eyes. Just as Dumbledore knew Voldemort, Voldemort also thought he saw through Dumbledore, and he knew one thing, whether or not the 2 Horcruxes survived to this day, they would all be destroyed before Dumbledore dies. Voldemort took a deep breath. Bella. He said softly, and Bellatrix looked up at him respectfully. Gather all the forces. But Voldemort glance. Chapter 572, Revelation from the Patroness Charm. The next day, in the classroom with the Frontline Lookout Club sign on the door, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were arranging the soft mats and wooden targets in order on the floor. Which might be used later. The door was pushed open and Fred and George sauntered in. Why are we moving here today? Professor Hap is coming, Harry said. The twins approached Harry with a look of interest and Harry shrugged. I guess he wants to see my patroness and guide us in the meantime. Cool, Fred said. They also joined in, and by the time Ginny and Luna came in, the classroom was already full of people. Ron and Neville were moving a large wooden box filled with various spell books and training props together. I'll help, Ravenclaw student Anthony Goldstein shouted, raising his wand and pointing it at the wooden box. Don't! Neville was startled and shouted. However, the spell had already been recited, Wingardium Leviosa. The wooden box swung violently, knocking Ron's hand away, and the corner of the box smashed into his foot, causing him to yelp in pain. The crate then floated slowly, swaying left and right as if drunk, and rose higher and higher, soon reaching a dozen feet high into the ceiling above them. You need to learn a bit of control, Harry said as he ran over and looked up for a few seconds. Sorry. It's my first time controlling something this big, Anthony said with a sad face. It's not about the size, Harry shouted towards his ear, you need to learn to control your spell. Spell? Anthony muttered in confusion. That's right, you're doing great now, look. You managed to make the crate fly to the ceiling, I now need you to complete the next step and make it descend again, Harry said as the people around him watched apprehensively, Hermione mumbling under her breath. What are you doing? Ron asked, tiptoeing on one foot as Neville supported him from the side. Preparing a shock absorption spell, just in case. Hermione said quickly, oh, but I suppose there's no need for that. The large wooden box descended to the ground little by little and slowly landed. Anthony slumped to the floor, covered in sweat and panting. Harry pulled him up. Well done. Thanks. Anthony grunted as the members around him applauded. A voice sounded from the doorway, very brilliant teaching, if it was a classroom I would consider giving you 20 points. Felix said with a smile on his face. The members of the frontline lookout gathered around. What are you going to teach us, Professor? Fred chimed in. How about the ancient magic hidden behind the 12 amulets? Lee Jordan suggested. The last demonstration was too short. Felix wanted to put his memory body in a small dark room, but at the moment he could only go along with his memory body's mischief. Last time was considered as an introduction. To pique your curiosity, I'd like to give the students more time to do their own research. As far as teaching goes, it might be better to leave it as suspense until the end of the school year, just like illumination magic. I just dropped by today to check out a few things. Potter, I'm interested in seeing your variant patroness. Oh, okay. Harry said. This is something that had been agreed upon a long time ago. The professor had said that he would take the time to stop by after the Christmas break, but he didn't expect it to drag on until now. Harry's happy emotions brewed, expecto patronum number. As he whispered, a silver stag burst out of his wand and circled around them. Harry grew very comfortable with this charm, and he saw Professor Hap nod slightly, which sent a jolt of excitement through him. As he maintained the patroness charm, he held out his other hand. There seemed to be an additional invisible carving knife in the air, outlining a bright runic symbol. In the blink of an eye, the runic symbol turned into a purple mist with a faint golden glow. Harry looked up and the silver stag which was hovering in midair flung its hooves and rushed toward him. Instead of ducking, he reached out his hand, in a manner that looked like he was about to caress the patroness' horns to the other's eyes. Then, the purple mist merged with the patroness, like ink dripping into a pool of water. The patroness's blurred outline became clear, and its hooves touched the ground with a ta-ta sound. Felix smiled at this. Have you tested the power? He asked. Harry scratched his head in confusion. There were no Dementors in sight, but when he saw Professor Hap's eyes moving towards the wooden target, he instantly understood. Go on, Harry said as the stag gently nudged his hand with its massive antlers before turning towards the wooden target and slamming into it. Bang! The wooden target was knocked over. The patroness' bright purple glowing horns became dim and seemed to turn back into a blur of silver color, and when Harry tried to control the spell, the stag's form became solid again. Professor, it has another form, Harry said, pointing his wand at the stag as the purple mist on the patroness faded away, followed by the rapid expansion of the stag's size making it 2 or 3 times bigger than it was. It just simply got bigger, but I don't know what the point is, he said embarrassedly. It will be useful, Felix commented. Have you tried any of the other runes? I've tried tranquility and enthusiasm, but they don't work too well in conflict with the patroness charm," Harry honestly said. "Strange." Felix was a little surprised. "I've tried it personally and there were no problems." "Have you tried it too, Professor? And it worked?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "Yeah." Felix opened his hand and a silver rain swallow emerged from the thin air and landed on his shoulder. He then produced 2 runic symbols, one by one, and brought them to the rain swallow's beak, which opened its beak and swallowed a cyan symbol, then its silver aura gradually tinged with faint cyan color. A faint halo rippled out, and those around it immediately felt their mood become very calm and peaceful, with a very lazy, but clear consciousness. Then the rain swallow patroness swallowed another fiery red symbol, and its body looked like it cloaked itself in a thin layer of flame as it gave a high-pitched cry as a halo of radiance spread out. The peace of mind was immediately shattered, and Fred and George, who were close by, clenched their fists with excited expressions. "Fred, I've got a great idea, how about pulling Peeves into our club?" George excitedly blurted. "Can't wait!" Fred responded to him enthusiastically as the pair strutted off towards the door. Harry was also feeling out of sorts. His own enthusiasm for Quidditch had resurfaced and all he wanted to do now is ride his broomstick wildly through the sky. Maybe taking Ginny with him would be a good idea. His mind whirled with crazy thoughts, then the occlumency spontaneously worked and his mind cleared, as he subconsciously pulled the twin who reacted the most. "Professor!" he shouted urgently. "I know." Felix cancelled the spell and looked around the room. Most of them felt like they had been bonked in the head and gradually came back to their senses, but with confusion still evident in their expressions. "Sorry, I didn't expect such a big reaction. You guys carry on with your practice and ignore me while I examine it myself." Felix sat down on the large box in the corner and secretly wondered what had happened. Are they that weak to be affected that much by a slight emotion? Harry shook his head. The occlumency is isolating the adverse reactions. He looked at the rest of the group, who were clearly caught up in a state of false enthusiasm and dazedness. He clapped his hands together, drawing everyone's attention to him. Harry said stiffly, "Let's continue our patroness charm practice today. I know it's been a long time, and you may have gotten a bit rusty dash." "Bollocks! I'm in great shape!" Ernest Macmillan exclaimed. Without waiting for Harry to continue, Ernest started waving his wand around with a look of concentration and enthusiasm. Harry suddenly realized that these people couldn't have been influenced by that enthusiasm rune, could they? Amplifying emotions with the power of the patroness, but how on earth did Professor did that? The training today had been surprisingly good. It only took Ernest half an hour to condense a vague shape, and Harry was startled when he saw it. How did Ernest's patroness somehow look like his cousin Dudley? He stared at it for a while before recognizing it as a boar, and because of this he missed the Weasley brothers' brilliant show narrowly. They brought the blurred silver mist together to form a vivid magpie. "Look at this, Harry!" Fred exclaimed, but as his wand turned a different direction, the magpie reverted back into a mist. "You're close enough, try again a few times," Harry encouraged, even though he didn't know what had happened. Got it," Fred stated impatiently and proceeded to get together with George to study the odd magpie patroness. Fred's attitude was not unusual, Harry noticed. Most of the members had become more focused but also became rather annoyed if they were disturbed, as if they were immersed in their own world. This could be an effect of the professor's magic, Harry thought. He approached Felix resentfully, the professor holding a rain swallow in his hand, constantly feeding it runes of various shapes and sizes, which had tinted the rain swallow with a blossom of colors. "What's wrong?" Felix asked with his eyes closed. "He is experiencing the construction of the rain swallow patroness. His patroness is far more stable than the others, even beyond the definition of the patroness charm itself, due to the fact that he had inherited Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's memory nodes and used them to nearly reconstruct his patroness. They don't need my guidance, at least for today," Harry quipped. "Oh, I'm sorry, I seem to have messed up your day," Felix said. "It looks like they got a great deal out of it." Harry shook his head and then looked at the rest of the classroom with some concern. "It won't leave any after effects, will it?" "No, it's like a sudden rainfall, the effects are minimal." "They should get tired though. You can prepare some chocolate in advance." Harry nodded. "Unless they're in that mood for a long time, that is." Felix stopped and opened his eyes. "Professor?" Harry looked at him curiously. "I've been wondering what would be a good carrier for the emotions," Felix muttered. "And now?" Seems to have found the answer right at hand, no. Felix lowered his head to examine his patroness. Say sorry to them for me. Also, the reason you couldn't incorporate the other runes into the patroness was found, because its spell intent simply isn't the same as those runes. I'll write it down and give it to you later. It's a bit of a pain in the arse to explain at once. He got up with a jump and disappeared in a flash with the help of the Room of Requirement as a medium. Dumbstruck, Harry reached out and poked the air in front of him. Just now someone had been sitting here, but now it seemed as if the professor had never been here. Harry sat in Felix's place for a moment in confusion, which naturally ended in no success. He looked up at the others, who didn't notice the eerie scene, except for a dubious glance shot by Hermione, who nevertheless turned her head back to practice the patroness charm. Only one person seemed unaffected in any way. Mafalda came over and asked curiously, "What did you talk about? And why Professor Hap has suddenly disappeared? I thought it is not possible to apparate in the castle." "It was nothing," Harry said warily, "you weren't affected." "Well, I was, but now I have an urge to interview you, very badly." Mafalda's enthusiasm for gossip, interview, overrode her enthusiasm for magic. Harry looked speechless, and after a long pause, he whispered, "There's something I happen to ask of you." "An advertisement? Or an exclusive reveal?" Mafalda asked with great interest. "Is there any difference between the two?" Harry squinted at her. "The former requires you to pay for the advertisement, while the latter involves me paying you an honorarium," Mafalda said matter-of-factly. "Well, you need to distinguish it." Harry froze and said vaguely, "Well, it's an exclusive reveal, but it also counts as an advertisement." After half an hour the whole group broke from that state of intense focus one by one, looking exhausted. Harry handed out the prepared chocolates to them. "The professor asked me to convey his apologies, he's not quite skilled in that magic yet." "Where is he?" Fred turned his head to look around. "I guess he got into a frenzy too, but he went into that state by choice." Harry said furtively, "He'll probably perfect that magic next time." "That's pretty cool," George said with a look of admiration. Ginny yawned, her eyes fluttering half open and half closed as she asked, "Can I have a nap on the cushion, Harry?" "Let's go to the Crumpled Horn Snorkax Certainly Exist Club," Luna said. "I transplanted a lot of plants, and it looks like a little garden with a hammock. Want to come along?" She turned her head to stare at Harry. "No, thanks though," Harry said as he bid farewell to Neville, Susan and the rest of the group, and eventually, only a few people were left in the classroom. "It does seem a bit scary, I mean that magic," Ron said with a lingering fear. "I didn't know it was affecting me, I was so into learning that I became annoyed if someone distracted me from doing it." Then he added with a smile, "But it worked like a charm though, I seem to be getting the hang of it and my patroness has taken on a hint of shape." "Me too," Hermione said cheerfully. "The professor once said that it was difficult for me to muster strong emotions, probably because I am too collected. Maybe I should make myself more enthusiastic." Mafalda was the last to leave apart from them, and she gestured at Harry. "It's a deal." "What deal have you made?" Ron asked, munching his chocolate. "Draco Malfoy," Harry said softly. "Great," Ron said happily, "I can't wait to see him get cursed by everyone. Peeping in the girls' lavatory is enough to get him in trouble. And he couldn't complain about it because we sort of helped him out." He was in such a good mood that he looked as if he had already eaten several chocolates. His face beamed brightly. "I didn't say his name." Harry shook his head and said. "Oh." Ron's eyebrows dropped. "I bet he would not thank you for letting him off the hook regarding this." Harry shrugged. "I don't expect to get anything in return either." The Great Hall was buzzing with life in the late evening as the Ministry of Magic staff remained after the dinner to guide the students who had failed their assessment as usual. "Step up, there's only less than a third of them remaining." Twycross cheered his colleague on. "I need a break," Umbridge said coldly, as she walked out of the Great Hall on her own. "Wilkie, I'd like to get some air too, it's been a tiring few days, sorry," Avery whispered, followed by several more people who made their own excuses to leave. Twycross watched this with a mixture of bewilderment and deflation as he glared at the remaining people from the ministry. "Do you want a break too?" No one walked out of the room this time. "Twycross, do you need a hand?" Professor Flitwick asked enthusiastically. "Oh, Professor Flitwick? Is it your turn to be on duty with Professor Snape tonight?" Twycross beamed. "Thank you so much." "Snape, who followed Flitwick, stood in silence as he stared at Umbridge and Avery as they passed the long table until they disappeared in the doorway of the Great Hall. The fact that Voldemort had not revealed his undercover status to these two made him secretly relieved. It indicates that the Dark Lord seemed to have finally regained a bit of his senses. Although it is not necessarily a good thing, at least he does not have to worry about him suddenly going berserk during one of the debriefings. On the other hand, Umbridge and Avery, who had walked out of the Great Hall, passed through the entrance hall and came to a dark corridor, where they hid behind a huge pillar and muttered. "You go. Why not you? I have a more important task." Valen, who was passing by in the distance, gave them a curious look. She smacked her lips and carried the little snake away. She had failed to negotiate with the Great Demon King last night. Valen had concluded that she sucked at maths and that she needed to find some assistance. From her previous experience with Astoria, she knew that many of the students at school are unreliable and probably inferior to her, and she had to find the right person for this task. It just so happens that she knows a school topper. Umbridge and Avery peeked out furtively from behind the pillar and stared at Valen's back. "You think this little thing will help with the plan? Give it a try. If it works, you'll have someone to open the door for you." Avery whispered, "I'll find another opportunity to make contact with Malfoy, and if that doesn't work, there's a backup." He left from the other side of the stone pillar. Umbridge stopped where she was, somewhat persuaded. The ancient rune office seemed like a den of horrors in her mind, but if someone there to lead the way, it would undoubtedly be much easier. She stepped out from behind the pillar and discreetly pulled out her wand. Her wand looked very short, only 8 inches, like a quill with its feathers pulled out, and it looked very inconspicuous. Umbridge stepped closer. She had heard about this Niffler in the past few days, a pet, raised by that man, who she hated with a passion. Umbridge slowed her breathing as she kept mentally reminding herself that all it would take would be a Confundus charm, just like she had convinced her own father to retire early. It would be easy. Her mouth squirmed, and then there was a flash of white light. Umbridge almost thought she had succeeded, and she controlled herself from grinning broadly, but things went beyond her comprehension when the little yellow hat that Niffler had been wearing suddenly exploded with a powerful light and bounced off the spell that she had been confident of. Valen, who is carrying the little snake, stopped. Chapter 573, Start. Umbridge never expected to find a precious defense item on the Niffler body. She had only heard that the Future World Company is developing a similar product and the Ministry of Magic had recently ordered a batch. Yes. She snapped out of it. Future World and Felix Hap, in a way, both are considered the same. Umbridge looked around, and there was no one anywhere. She found the Niffler still stupidly standing in the same place, pulling out a small wooden stick and gesturing at her with determination. Umbridge made up her mind and took a step closer. She squeezed a smile out of her big fat face and said in a sweet tone, "What a little cutie, can I hold you?" Valen shivered as she waved her little wooden wand and backed away. Umbridge's pitch-black shadow covered Valen's tiny figure and Valen was soon cornered. Umbridge broke into a vicious grin and the next second she saw the little wooden stick in the Niffler's hand light up in the darkness. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. She seemed to have seen it somewhere. Umbridge barely associated it with Filch when a strong whirlwind appeared from below her feet and dragged her whole body into the air. One by one the gems on the exclusive wand, which the Great Demon Lord had asked her to use with caution, lit up, and the wind increased, creating a strong whirlwind that in seconds produced a terrible whimpering sound resembling a fast sword clash, and then a flurry of snowflakes fell down. Umbridge, who found herself trapped in the freezing wind, fell backward and forwards, and cried like a slaughtered pig. Valen looked uneasily at the screaming Umbridge, fearing that she would get into trouble for this, and then she tucked away her exclusive wand and scampered away. She decided to go and tell the Great Demon King everything. Bang! Umbridge fell from mid-air, her face covered with bloody scratches, her clothes torn and tattered, and her grey-brown hair looked like a hornet's nest laced with ice. She rose from the ground, shivering with anger. At the same time, her fear for the man which she had pushed to the back of her mind seemed to return. She was okay even when a squib cast a spell, although she couldn't figure out the reason. At least he is still a human being, but for a Niffler to use magic, she didn't know which she felt stronger, the humiliation or the shock. It took a few moments for her to come back to her senses, and she hastily treated her wounds with a few crappy healing spells, then left quickly. She crossed the corridor to the entrance hall where Mafalda is distributing tomorrow's newspaper under the bulletin board, with half a dozen young wizards standing in front of her. Remember, focus on spreading the first news about a creepy perverted student who recently sneaked into the ladies' lavatory at night with the intent to commit an offense, a reminder for everyone to be safe. 2 boys cringed and hugged each other in fear. Mafalda gave them a blank look. It's the girls' lavatory, the girls. It has nothing to do with you, understand? One of the younger girls asked in horror, who's that pervert? The client didn't say, ahem, I mean, there's no investigation yet, you can ask everyone to keep an eye out. Mafalda corrected, she had just almost blurted out the words in her mind, and to divert attention she said encouragingly, all the best, I promise to send someone to buy you all presents for next Hogsmeade weekend. Is someone actually advertising something? The girl who had just asked the question asked timidly. Of course, except many of them are hidden ads, see the second confession letter? And the 5th one where Professor Burbage is looking for an assistant? It shows we have already reached out to the professor's community. Sooner or later, I will set my foot in the headmaster's office and interview Headmaster Dumbledore. Umbridge, who was passing by with her face covered, suddenly stopped and looked at Mafalda incredulously. Mafalda was in the midst of delivering her speech with gusto when she suddenly noticed the young wizards in front of her looking over her shoulder in unison. She turned her head and saw a wide, fat face close to her chin. Mafalda was startled. After staring at the filthy Umbridge for a moment, she wondered why she hadn't noticed before that there's someone who looks like a toad inside the castle. Maybe it was just the angle, she thought. She subconsciously took 2 steps back to look twice more for confirmation, but once some thoughts appeared they could never be erased. I've seen you before, you're from the Ministry of Magic, what can I do for you? Umbridge grinned, which tugged her wounds painfully, hiss little girl, I heard what you just said, you're the editor-in-chief of the Wall of Mystery newspaper? I didn't expect you to be so young. You want to buy a newspaper? Mafalda interrupted her. Umbridge stared at her with bulging eyes, and asked after a moment's frozen silence, how much is it? 3 newts a copy. Actually, you should buy 2 copies for better value, for only 5 newts, which is half the price of the daily profit. Mafalda skillfully solicited business, even Valen is a loyal reader of mine. That niffler. Umbridge stared straight at Mafalda, who nodded uncertainly, and Umbridge immediately squealed. From a distance, Felix, who is walking towards the kitchen with Valen in his arms, looked up, what was that noise? Key. It's that wench. A few minutes ago. Valen passed through the entrance hall and glanced quickly around the great hall, but after not seeing Felix, she turned around and headed back to the entrance hall, where she was scooped up by the sneaky Felix. Immediately Valen yelped in aggravation, well, I know all about that, she's really bad. Felix let her vent and occasionally chimed in. Let's get something to eat in the kitchen, baked fish? A cake? I've just figured out a trick, how to make food that holds emotion. Would you like to try a caramel pudding that brings tears to your eyes? Not a fan? That's fine, we can try other combinations. They headed down the entrance hall to the basement, at which point Mafalda was just leading her small group down the stairs. It didn't take long before the exaggerated scream was heard. Felix furrowed his brow, this Umbridge started to get on his nerves. February has brought more than just the warming weather, as the much-anticipated Valentine's Day loomed around the corner. Students are especially ecstatic as the new Hogsmeade weekend and Valentine's Day has coincided with each other. One more week till the holiday. A Ravenclaw girl announced loudly during breakfast. She gleefully showed her friend a pretty bow, I'm going to tie it on the wall of Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Across the table, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together with no joy on their faces regarding the impending festive day. They're leaving tomorrow. Harry whispered, his eyes darted sidelong to the Ministry of Magic group, who were sitting at the long Slytherin table where Umbridge and the young man with the surname Avery were sitting far away from each other. Looks like a guilty conscience. Ron said. They're not going to rush it on the last day, are they? Or well after today's light out. He blurted out, mad-eyed Moody had said that they might have dropped by to steal something, and midnight would be the best time. Just like Quirrell, he acted in midnight too. Well, they don't have many chances to do it during the daytime. Hermione said, did you bring the Marauder's map, Harry? Brought it. Harry whispered, taking the opportunity to drink his porridge and rummage through his pocket for a wad of parchment, it's always good to have an extra pair of eyes. He said. Not to mention that Professor Moody's map didn't show a few people, but Harry didn't mention it, lest there be another argument. Actually, it's 3 pairs of eyes. Ron corrected him with a grin. It's the whole front line. Look out, Harry. Hermione gave them a blank look. Don't think I don't know what you've got in mind when you distributed information on the topic of reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance at the last activity. Harry seemed a little embarrassed and whispered, it's the best thing to do, isn't it? Hermione sighed, have you noticed that you kinda talk like Headmaster Dumbledore? Harry looked at her with his jaw dropped. You've always complained about the adults keeping everything from you, and now you're keeping everything from the club members. I'm doing it for their own good. And to prevent leaks. Besides, it's best if fewer people know about that thing. Harry stammered out an explanation, and then his expression fell. Could this be the reason? Can Dumbledore and Professor Hap, or even Professor Moody and Kingsley's attitude toward him and his own attitude towards Neville, Seamus, and Luna be equated? Harry bowed his head to ponder, and a voice within him said, I am not like them. But then a new question arose, what is the difference? I can't stay out of it, Harry said to himself, everyone else might give up, but he would never. Even if Voldemort became 10 or 100 times more powerful than he is now, even if Voldemort defeated everyone and ruled the wizarding world, as long as he is alive, he will stand against Voldemort. Harry firmly believed this. Then he saw Neville and Hannah pass by, and he realized that they are going to attend herbology class together. Harry stared at Neville, his face no longer round and pudgy like it had been in the first year, as his face started to develop definite lines. If something particularly dangerous came up, Harry felt that he would refuse to allow the other members to take risks, but he probably wouldn't refuse Neville because he knew that Neville shared the same stance as him when it came to Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Hermione looked across the table and said sarcastically, he does know how to draw people in, he's acting like a warm-hearted senior. Harry and Ron looked over to where Chesterton Avery was chatting with a group of Slytherin students, the words senior and awesome faintly heard, and Pansy was listening attentively, with an expression of interest, not even realizing that Draco Malfoy who is sitting beside her looked cold and silent. Harry could see a strong look of disgust in his eyes. He's not trying to approach Malfoy again, is he? Hermione asked in a low voice, is it possible that tabloids are ineffective? Malfoy won't give him a chance if he's smart enough. Harry said with certainty. They glanced in the direction of the Slytherin table every now and then for the rest of breakfast, and after a short while, the Slytherin students stood up one by one, when Malfoy decisively put down his knife and fork and followed the large group away. Crabbe and Goyle felt rather bad about the fact that there's some food left on the plate, but in spite of their reluctance, they were viciously dragged away by Malfoy. Look! Harry said. They too hurriedly finished their breakfast and scurried off to their herbology class. It was on the way that Harry had time to regain the train of thought that had been interrupted by Hermione, and he had to admit that Hermione had a point, albeit just a little, he mused as he ran across the yard to the greenhouse, thinking that if he had been Headmaster Dumbledore he would also have treated someone who is destined to be Voldemort's enemy differently and revealed some secrets occasionally, but for sure he wouldn't reveal the whole truth. Thank you, Hermione. Harry mumbled. What? Hermione asked grumpily. They were taking a shortcut through a muddy vegetable patch where the snow was half melted, making it very hard for her to walk with half of her shoes sinking into the mud. I said thank goodness there's no Snape class today. Harry said aloud. Well, he certainly didn't mean what he said. In fact, he had been purposefully keeping an eye on Snape in his potions class lately, trying to peek at the expression on his face to see if he had managed to make it close to the truth about Horcruxes, even ignoring his snide comments at the cost of gaining 2 more zeros. The greenhouse stood in distant view and Harry saw the students standing outside. He strode a few quick steps just in time for the greenhouse to open from the inside, but the person who came out took him by surprise. It was Snape, dressed in black, with Professor Hap standing beside him, and Harry also saw Professor Burbage and a smiling Professor Sprout behind the two. He remembered a piece of news he had read in the Wall of Mystery tabloid. Professor Burbage had applied to build a new greenhouse and had been looking for work-study students a few days ago. Pomona, I didn't realize you were so familiar with the concept of self-pollination. Professor Burbage enthusiastically said. It's not new knowledge. Professor Sprout's tone suddenly became dry. Oh, I thought it was a Muggle thing. Professor Burbage whispered an apology, while Felix and Snape had already left first. Voldemort is up to something big, any plans? Felix asked briskly as they walked across the lawn, with a gentle and unblinding sunlight shining over them. I don't think this will be the final showdown, so it's unlikely that I will meet him in person, which will reduce the awkwardness considerably. Snape said slowly, as for my intentions, pretend to be stumped by things. Stumped? So you're still planning to stay undercover? Felix furrowed his brow. Have you thought of an excuse? Excuses are easy to find. Snape said softly, but I'm going to more or less smooth things over for those two idiots, so there will be no complications subsequently, and if they fail again, it won't be my fault. Let them suffer the wrath of the Dark Lord, after all, it's his hope for eternal life. TCH. What did you guess this time? Horcrux. Snape stated coldly. Felix was quite surprised, not expecting Severus to actually find it out by himself. But how did you dash? By listing the names of the dark magic I was able to find, I happened to have adequate discernment in that area, and then eliminating them one by one afterward. I narrowed it down to 10, but I still couldn't finalize the answer until I ran into Professor Slughorn at the Honeydook's door. Snape said lightly. Felix had no thoughts other than sigh at the coincidence, even though there was still some trace to it. Dumbledore had taken Harry to visit Mr. Slughorn several times during his fourth-year summer holidays, and with Severus' keenness, he surely could have guessed that Slughorn is hiding a great secret. All he had lacked was some association. And, Felix reckoned Severus must have made his best effort to have a good conversation with Slughorn by adding optimum layers of verbal manipulation and perhaps even using Dumbledore's name? Which would have made the other man less defensive. So did Severus manage to guess Harry's half-Horcrux status? Felix wondered a bit, but again, this isn't his problem, let's leave this headache to Dumbledore. Have you considered that Potter will ruin your plans? Snape suddenly spoke up. What about him? Felix suddenly remembered the letter. He tested me. Snape squeezed the words out of his teeth. Felix turned his head, and stifled his laughter. Oh, As he looked up, don't worry, I'll consider his influence. Maybe this is a good thing, the more people involved, the harder it is to sort out the tangled threads. I'll talk to Dumbledore when I get a chance to make a few more sets of plans. After parting ways with Snape, Felix used his communication mirror to contact Lupin, who lounged in the Sword Castle. I have a feeling that the Sword Castle will be attacked today, between 6 to 8 o'clock in the evening. Those things I left in the storeroom should come in handy. Great. The other side said mildly, I've been planning to organize a staff party, they've been working hard lately. By the way, how did you pinpoint the exact time, did you use a crystal ball or tea? Neither, I read the phases of the moon. Felix joked. Oh, actually you could have just asked me, Lupin said pleasantly, I think I have more say in this, after all, the full moon is only a few days away. Are you feeling all right? Barely able to eat, the potion Severus prepared works better than the market one, and of course, it tastes more bitter. I'm worried I'll develop a sweet tooth one day. At least I know what to get you for next Christmas. Felix said optimistically, I'll also keep an eye on the map and will be there as soon as the attack happens, so keep an eye out and focus on staying alive. What about the school? The other side asked in surprise. The best I can do is finish the fight in time, moreover no matter what, I need to show my face in the company. Felix was about to put away the mirror when Lupin's hesitant voice was heard from it. Felix, do you know Fenrir Greyback? The infamous werewolf. Felix said casually, no, I don't. What happened? Dead. On the third day after being taken into custody by the Ministry of Magic, before the Ministry could figure out a solution to his amnesia, he poofed into pus, and I was told the smell in the interrogation room was unbearable. Stop describing it. Felix said with a black face. He bet he heard a soft chuckle from the opposite end. Well, Professor Hap, Mooney asked me to send his regards. So, thanks. In the evening the sun was sinking in the west over the treetops of the Forbidden Forest and the sky darkened. After dinner, Wilkie Tweecross conducted the usual supplementary lessons on apparition and side-along apparition in the Great Hall, with fewer than 30 students left to meet the standard. Umbridge and Avery didn't show up again. Tweecross asked gloomily, as his mood turned for the worse now. Although Professor Tofty is technically the group head this time, but because of his age, he only showed up at the beginning, and after that as the most experienced one, he had taken charge of the group all these days. I'm sorry, Mr. Tweecross, Avery said with an apologetic look on his face as he hurried over, I'm late. Wilkie Tweecross nodded stiffly as he waited a few more minutes, but Umbridge didn't show up. Annoyed, he decided that he would make sure to highlight her dereliction of duty in his report when he returned. "Let's finish the lesson," he announced. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry scribbled away his homework with a grimace. The professors didn't care about Valentine's Day, so instead of decreasing, their homework started to increase each day as the new term began. He pressed the Marauders map under his parchment and stared at it every now and then. Suddenly, he stood up with a loud thud as his knees hit the desk. Ron, Hermione, and even Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who were a few tables away, were startled, and the others in the common room also looked over. Harry held back his tears and stared fixedly at the Marauders map. The dot belonging to Umbridge is moving rapidly in the direction of the headmaster's office, and the office is currently vacant of people. Chapter 574, The Chaotic Castle. Something's happened. Ron asked in a hushed voice, his hand unconsciously reaching into his pocket, where Harry knew his wand was stowed. "Let's talk outside," Harry said in a near whisper. Ron and Hermione stood up and hurried out of the common room. As they passed Neville, he stood up and asked, "Ha dash," but Harry quickened his pace and walked away. He is still uncertain about the situation, so it is best to leave the others out of it until the critical moment. The trio pushed open the door of the common room and walked some distance ahead. "Have they started the operation, Umbridge and Avery?" Ron asked impatiently. Harry spread out the slightly crumpled Marauders map, and immediately both Ron and Hermione surrounded him. "It's hard to tell, look here." Harry pointed at a small dot. "It's Umbridge, she's heading towards the headmaster's tower. I don't know if she knows the password, but... Hey, we're on the 7th floor. With a few turns of stairs and corridors, we might be able to intercept her early," Ron said excitedly. "Good idea," Harry said, "but there's one problem, we have to split up." "Why?" Ron looked at Harry in confusion and then at Hermione, hoping for an explanation. "Umbridge's strange movements may be a sign that the operation has begun. But she's not the whole picture, look." She pointed her finger over the map. "Avery is still in the Great Hall, and he hasn't made a move. That's not normal." "Where's the Order of the Phoenix?" Ron asked. "2 are guarding the Great Hall, 2 are at the front and back gates of the school, and the remaining 2... Well, Alastair and Tonks are patrolling the school walls. They're guarding against the Death Eaters who might break into the school," Ron muttered in surprise. "It's possible," Harry said, looking down at the map. "Have you seen Malfoy?" "Probably in the Slytherin common room. I'll look for..." "Oh no," Hermione groaned, "he's out and on his way up. At this time of day no less." "Could he be?" she asked uneasily. "I don't know," Harry said, "so we need to split up. You guys take the map and keep an eye out for Avery on the way. Since Umbridge has moved, he's bound to do the same. But it's a good thing we have Frank and Alice, as well as other professors in Dash." "What about you?" "I don't need a map, the destination is clear," Harry said briefly. "I just need to make sure no one slips into the headmaster's office, and it would be best if it's just a false alarm. That's why I didn't alert anyone before, as we need confirmation." Ron and Hermione nodded silently as Harry walked up a different staircase from them. After passing through 2 turns, he knew he would soon arrive at the headmaster's office, as he had been there before and vividly remembered the huge gargoyle statue standing in the doorway, which Harry hoped would still remain in its place. A stone gargoyle stood at the center of the empty corridor, with no one else in sight. Harry wondered if Umbridge had broken in. Even if she couldn't possibly have left on such short notice. At that moment the gargoyle suddenly moved out of the way, as the revolving staircase automatically curved down and a man appeared in Harry's line of sight, to which Harry slowed his pace and looked incredulously at the man who had emerged from the headmaster's office. "It is Snape." "Potter," he said coldly, as he blocked Harry's path, "what are you doing here?" Snape, Professor, I'm looking for Headmaster Dumbledore. I saw Umbridge approaching here, and it's clear she's trying to break into the headmaster's office." "What a load of crap, I just came out of there, the door was locked, and the headmaster wasn't there," Snape said coldly. But Harry opened his mouth, not sure whether Snape was telling the truth or not, and he looked back at the corridor he had come from. No one had appeared. Had he run too fast and appeared before Umbridge could arrive? And could he be able to intercept her by heading back? Or was he too sensitive and Umbridge was just in a hurry to go to the lavatory and that's why she ran so fast? As he thought about it, a suspicion that he hadn't noticed before surfaced. Instead of guarding Umbridge, the Order of the Phoenix had spread most of its men around the school and the castle. Harry subconsciously took a step to leave, but he suddenly paused and looked at Snape critically. "What's the password? I want to go inside," Harry asked. Snape's thin lips twisted together with a mocking smile and Harry felt very embarrassed. He knew Snape must be laughing at himself in his mind, but what if Umbridge was one step ahead of him and hiding in the headmaster's office? Had she locked the door and that was why Snape couldn't get in? Or maybe the two of them had colluded. Harry didn't know Umbridge's target, but he knew that Umbridge had been sent by Voldemort, who must have an ulterior motive. He ignored Snape and walked briskly towards the stone gargoyle. Iced lemonade? Pear crusty gummies, licorice wands, fizzing whiz-bees. I'm working for your master, can you open the door? He trailed off in annoyance. The gargoyle didn't budge. Snape looked at him mockingly and Harry stared into his deep dark eyes, uncertain of what to do. Normally he would have shouted at Snape, but this morning Hermione had inadvertently reminded him that no one could clearly see the whole picture. This made him think, since he could get part of the information from the others and privately rack his brains with Ron and Hermione to try and piece together the complete truth, it would be possible that Snape was doing the same thing. This all provided in the premise that both he and Snape had been partially informed by Headmaster Dumbledore's revelations and had seen a clue by chance. Professor Happ's reply also clouded Harry's judgment. If the answer to the questions asked in that letter is love, as Ron had said, the answer is quite obvious. Harry's breath stopped when he considered that, then Snape's willingness to go undercover, despite the danger he had faced, could be explained in a way that made Harry uncomfortable. Snape is inherently a bad person, it's ingrained in his bones. Both his preference for Slytherin House and his undisguised hatred for Harry are simply a strong proof for this conclusion. The only difference would be that he loved someone deeply, Lily, and Lily's death made him turn his back on his old master and completely fall to Dumbledore's side. But if Snape and Dumbledore were working together, why he didn't have the slightest care about something so big? Harry thought with annoyance, didn't he know that Voldemort was plotting outside? Harry stared at Snape, with intense anger. The intense and complex emotions churning inside him made it nearly impossible for him to think, and the occlumency was hardly helping. Suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited the fog in his mind. Voldemort. Yes, Voldemort had returned, and if, Harry felt breathless. He shuddered at the thought that he seemed to know where Snape had gotten the information about the Death Eaters, not from visiting his Death Eater friends, not from writing letters, not from stalking them, but, he is one of them. The boy who once lived a quiet life for over a decade has reassumed his Death Eater guise, and once again became an undercover agent. Would it be the case? If Snape is undercover, then Harry has absolutely nothing to worry about, even Umbridge is just a ridiculous tool to pass on false information. He was suddenly enlightened. But what if it isn't? Harry looked hesitantly at Snape, who had already turned to leave, and Harry gritted his teeth as he chased after him, blocking in front of Snape. Snape's eyes were blank, his face was expressionless, as he looked at Harry condescendingly. Harry was completely unable to tell what he was thinking. "Potter, would you like me to give you a deduction? In my opinion, 20 points dash. You know what's in the headmaster's office, don't you? Silverware made by goblins, pensieve, all sorts of precious books, even information about Voldemort and his whore dash." "Shut up, Potter!" Snape interrupted him loudly. "I didn't mean to say it," Harry said calmly, wondering inwardly at how quickly he had reacted. "But you didn't seem surprised by it, you knew it, didn't you?" He stared at Snape's face. "Then you should know its importance. We've destroyed a few of them, like the diary, like the snake, and the ring, but maybe one or two still remain. Headmaster Dumbledore is trying to decipher its secrets, and it's hidden in the headmaster's office at the moment. If Voldemort regains it back..." "The snake? What snake?" Snape asked coldly. "Don't you know? A big snake used to follow Voldemort around before he was resurrected, and later it was killed, and it was one of those dash," Harry said. One of those things," Snape muttered, and then suddenly stared dead at Harry, his empty, cold eyes showing a look of horror. Harry couldn't understand that look, it held so many emotions: shock, suspicion, clarity, and fear, probably more complex than all the emotions he had felt from their first meeting to now combined. Dark eyes stared into green ones, Harry suddenly lost the courage to meet Snape's gaze, but he stubbornly refused to look away. Snape made a frightening whirring, gurgling, and choking sound from his throat as if he was about to eat someone. Harry took a step back in fright, before forcefully bracing himself not to turn his head and run. He even admired his courage, and after an unknown amount of time, the complex and terrifying emotions in the depths of the opposite eye were hidden away and became undetectable. Snape looked at him and gritted his teeth. Harry clutched his wand uneasily. Bam! A distant, dull thud interrupted their staring contest, and Harry looked out the window. The sound didn't come from this side. He ran to the other side and pressed his face against the edge of the corridor window, squinting hard to make out a blaze of light rising from the edge of the dark, forbidding forest in the distance. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Harry had the absurd notion. A huge hole had been blown in the school wall. Then a few red sparks appeared in the sky and hovered in the air. Harry's heart tightened. It was a warning sign from the Order of the Phoenix. Snape also stood at the window, his black eyes staring ahead. In addition to the red sparks, the fire that had first appeared disappeared and was replaced with rolling black smoke that climbed straight up high into the sky. Then they heard a faint shout, and then a green light shot into the black smoke and twisted the smoke into a large, unmistakable skull pattern that shone with a haunting green glow. Dark Mark! Harry uttered word by word. He stared at the huge skull rising high into the sky, and instead of being obscured by the rolling smoke, it became clearer and alternated with the red sparks emitted by members of the Order of the Phoenix as a giant python squirmed eerily and grotesquely out of the skull's mouth. The Death Eaters are attacking? Harry thought incredulously, unable to accept it for a moment. The Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with Dumbledore, Professor Hap, and a bunch of professors present is the safest place in the world, like a steel wall. How dare Voldemort became? Isn't he afraid of being killed? Even if he had a Horcrux, it still would be too stupid. A buzz and cacophony of noises rang through the castle, and Harry knew that the others had also heard the commotion and were probably asking each other what had happened. Potter, go back to the common room, Snape coldly said. Harry ignored him. He knew that a part of the Hogwarts wall had broken off, and Voldemort would never do a useless job. The danger is here. His face pressed hard against the window, his glasses embedded in his skin, and his nose pressed hard. As he stared blankly at something, there seemed to be some sort of creature in the area where the wall had broken off, a Death Eater? But he wasn't sure if it was just a reflection of the green, dark mark. Potter, I said, go back! Snape shouted angrily, striding over with his wand raised to drag Harry away from the window. Hold on! Harry shouted. His heart felt like it had been submerged in ice water abruptly and his body shivered. He could see a steady stream of creatures coming in through the broken wall, not black-robed Death Eaters, but some kind of pale, strange humanoid creature with a phosphorescent body that glowed brightly, like a cluster of dancing ghostly fires. In fury, Snape breathed in, his hand suspended in midair. The noise in the castle grew louder, accompanied by screams and panicked footsteps, and Harry jumped up at once, remembering what Moody had told him a few days ago, that there might be a ruckus in the school. He left Snape behind and scurried outside. A riot is happening, Harry thought as he ran. A large number of Inferi had rushed into the school. Is it 100 or 1,000, or perhaps even more? It couldn't be just the Inferi. He imagined an army of Death Eaters, dark wizards, werewolves, vampires, and dementors swarming in. The more he thought about it, the colder his heart grew, wondering what happened to the members of the Order of the Phoenix who were guarding the outside now. Had they fought or retreated? He became anxious. The only good news is it is almost dark. Most of the students are staying in the castle. There is no danger for now, but it is not impossible for some exceptions to happen, in case there are students wandering around the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry's heart jumped. He thought of Luna. She has a centaur friend, the one called Firenze. She and Ginny occasionally went to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to meet him, in case. He dreaded to even think about it. And Hagrid. Harry paused in horror. The broken wall wasn't that far from Hagrid's hut. Hagrid would have heard the noise and gone out to check it out, taking Fang with him. Unless he was staying with young Grop, away from home. He mentally prayed, hoping that Hagrid had a whim to be with Grop, something like it was Grop's birthday, and he might need to accompany him today. Harry was so overwhelmed by all the thoughts in his head. The Marauders map is with Ron and Hermione, so he had no way to make sure they are okay. Fear continued to well up in his mind when he heard a familiar voice, Harry. Hermione and Ron ran up the revolving staircase, gasping for breath. Harry found himself subconsciously running towards the door of the Gryffindor common room, and the next second, the portrait of the fat lad. Chapter 575, Battles. Traces of that great battle still remained at the edge of the Hogsmeade village, and Voldemort took a moment to reminisce. Although he had escaped last time, he had sort of fought two of the world's greatest wizards in quick succession, and the threat rating of Voldemort had risen sharply in various countries' ministries of magic. With the headmaster of the Ilvermorny School in the United States as a warning, no one dared to underestimate this evil power rooted in Britain, and even the duel half a century ago has been repeatedly mentioned, with many newspapers openly referring to him as Second Dark Lord. Voldemort wandered through the streets of Hogsmeade at that moment, looking for his target. He was looking for a foolproof place, not some slimy lover's teahouse or an owl post office littered with bird droppings and noise. He saw the three broomsticks in from a distance and weighed his options for a moment when he spotted a dark alleyway. A distant memory was triggered as he walked in with a little melancholy and stopped at the door of a shabby inn. Nothing seemed to have changed here, the battered wooden sign with its rusty frame, swayed along as the wind blew. Rude shouts of drunks drifted out through the old windows that were accumulated with thick grime. Sigh. Voldemort pushed the door and walked into the Hogshead Inn, bringing the chill of the early February night with him. The scene before him was even more familiar. The bar was occupied by a dozen or so cloaked customers, wearing veils and hoods as if it was the latest trend. With just a cursory glance, he could tell that at least 3 tables of customers are engaging in illegal transactions. The barman on the counter was pushing a glass of flaming blue wine to a hooded fellow, after which the barman, Aberforth, continued to polish the empty glass, and looked up absently as he did so when his movements suddenly froze. The sound of the glass shattering drew the attention of the other customers, who looked at Aberforth and then settled their wary eyes on Voldemort. Hiss! There was a loud gasping sound. The temperature in the filthy, cramped, dimly lit room seemed to drop instantly to the freezing point. Merlin, the you-know-who! A male wizard by the fireplace cried out. He is wrapped in blood-stained bandages, a get-up that would hardly be welcomed in the Three Broomsticks Inn not far from here, but he is allowed to swagger into the Hogshead Inn, which is what keeps this little bar in business. The male wizard scrambled to his feet, knocking over the table in front of him with too much force, and took out his wand, not to attack, but to cast apparition. Then there was a flash of green light, and he fell flat on his face. His wide eyes showed the unrest he felt before he died. Voldemort bowed with a lazy grip on his wand. I am planning to receive a guest, so gentlemen, I hope you can all do me a favor. For a moment, the air in the bar seemed to freeze. A thin wizard with dark circles under his eyes who looked suspiciously like a vampire shouted shrilly, "He wants to kill everyone." Voldemort's gaze moved up slowly, a sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth as he raised his wand, and then the strange and bizarre customers of the Hogshead Inn fell like wheat. The struggle began, so did the slaughter. Another man attempted to apparate, only to be strangled alive by a shadow from the darkness that wrapped around his neck. Desperate cries and the faint glow of the spell cutting through the air were confined within the dimly lit bar, from which no one could escape. Within a minute, there were only 3 people left in the room. Aberforth summoned his patroness, which would deliver the news of Voldemort's arrival to Dumbledore. The substantial goat patroness passed through the wall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Voldemort calmed down after the killings and gazed intently at the face that looked identical to Dumbledore. If it was just a resemblance, he wouldn't have cared at all and would have just killed him in passing, but rather than being weak, Aberforth is far above the level of the average wizard, and his will for resistance is extremely tenacious, giving Voldemort some trouble, insignificant, but enough to make him look at the other party differently. For Voldemort, who is obsessed with the power of bloodline, being strong and looking like Dumbledore were traits that made him associate Aberforth with Dumbledore. The more he stared at Aberforth's bright blue eyes that erupted with anger beneath his dirty glasses, and the strands of metallic, wiry grey hair and beard, the more he really did see the resemblance. The memory of that failed job application decades ago rushed back to him. With great ambition and the intent to spread his influence throughout the wizarding world, he had chosen the post of defense against the dark arts class professor as his springboard, but his plot had ended even before it had begun. Dumbledore had turned him down mercilessly, pointing out the fact that his minions were staying and doing business at the Hogshead Inn. He recalled Dumbledore admitting personally at the time that he had a good relationship with the local barman. So that's it. Voldemort smiled, with a wicked look on his face. He waved his arm twice and 2 more wizards fell, leaving only Aberforth behind. Aberforth's face looked grave. He knew he could not escape. There was hope before, but he had insisted on fighting, and it had proved to be the wrong choice. He was no match for him. Now that he is left alone, it would be hard to apparate in front of Voldemort any longer. "What are you to Dumbledore?" Voldemort asked softly. "Tui." Aberforth spat on the ground, which mixed with the trace of his blood. Then he raised his wand. The battle ended swiftly. Despite all superficial attempts of resistance by Aberforth, and despite the fact that half of the wall of the Hogshead Inn was reduced to rubble, Voldemort won easily. He slowly and deliberately swung his snakewood wand, and from its tip a few snake-like ropes sprang up, trapping Aberforth firmly in place. He was hung upside down on the wobbly ceiling. Satisfied, Voldemort paced up to Aberforth and watched him struggle on, as he leisurely beckoned a bottle of wine and a glass from the bar shelf, but both the bottle and the glass were too dirty for him to use, so he threw them away in disgust and asked in an almost whispering voice, "Can you speak now? What are you to Dumbledore? A relative, or a blood brother?" "You, goat turd, scum," a few scattered words spewed from Aberforth's blood-oozing mouth, which didn't exactly sounded like a good word. "You need to learn to respect the strong, has nobody taught you that? Or perhaps you're illiterate?" Voldemort said, and with a wave of his hand, the snake-like rope wrapped around Aberforth's neck as he calmly said, "Crucio dash." A stifled scream rang out. "I hope you can hold out until Dumbledore comes to rescue you." Compared to the tragic events in the Hogshead Inn, the sword castle in Diagon Alley looked like a blazing sword that attracted everyone's attention. The sharp blade of the sword that pointed straight upwards, billowed black smoke. A dozen black-robed wizards continued to add the fire in the darkness, and the building debris that fell from the sword castle smashed the ground into a deep, burning pit. The hit wizards stationed in Diagon Alley battled fiercely with the black-robed wizards. "Damn it, they're using fiend fire. Are they trying to completely destroy this place?" One of the hit wizard, hiding behind Ollivander's window, coldly stretched out his arm to throw a few magic spells, which knocked down an advancing enemy. But Holt's heart sank. He didn't know what was happening at the Ministry, but 5 minutes had passed since the distress call had been sent, and the Ministry's backup wasn't here yet. At the moment there are only 2 emergency squads in Diagon Alley, which are perfectly adequate for daily patrols, but they are outnumbered in the face of a sudden attack. It didn't take long before they had to abandon the public fireplace in Diagon Alley and fight their battles in the streets and alleys. With a few loud bangs, Holt knew that the historic fireplace had been blown to pieces. There will be no more support for a short time. He gasped and looked out over the distant sword castle. The magical building seemed to be crumbling. He hoped there wouldn't be too many people inside, maybe they had operat and escaped. Suddenly, he rubbed his eyes, suspecting he had gone blind. A man silently appeared at the entrance to the sword castle, gazing up at the blazing torch-like building. With the help of the swaying firelight, Holt saw the side of the man's face, with short black hair, blue eyes and a tall, thin figure. Holt wanted to shout, but he was too far away, and then he saw a shocking sight. The surrounding fire spontaneously gathered into the man's hand, condensing into the shape of a long sword, and with a flash of light, a dark wizard who was standing proudly a short distance away was pierced through the chest by the flaming longsword, and in the next instant, a mass of flame burst from the dark wizard's body, burning him to a crisp in the blink of an eye. Holt felt like he seems to have been nailed in place and couldn't move. At that moment, a spell came from around the corner and hit the window glass, clipping half of the metallic grid with a crisp blow. He hurriedly crouched down with his head shrunken and threw out a few spells haphazardly, knowing for sure that he had missed his target. "Boy, get in here. Hurry!" a voice said from overhead, and Holt looked up to see a white-haired Ollivander waving at him through the window. Holt almost dropped his jaw. Didn't this old man leave for a holiday abroad? He crawled into the house, and the door slammed shut as he asked urgently, "Are you really Mr. Ollivander?" "As true as you are," Ollivander said as he hid behind a stack of old boxes, watching for movement outside. "But aren't you Dash?" "That's false information, a lie. I've been hiding in the basement of the shop," Ollivander muttered. "I had to, a lot of wand makers have been harmed over a period of time, I didn't want to disappear like Gregorovitch for no reason." "How many of you from the Ministry are there? You don't seem to have enough people to deal with Death Eaters." "There are only 2 squads in Diagon Alley now, and the fireplace was destroyed," Holt explained, "but the turnaround has arrived." "Why can't I see that?" Ollivander whispered. The cries outside subsided a bit and Felix glanced into the hall, which looked like a mess but without any corpses. Remus and a dozen workers are being protected by a pack of tall, sturdy magic golems and fighting 24 dark wizards. A watery glow rippled over the surface of these big golems, and ordinary spells that struck them simply had no effect. Rather than being evenly matched, it would be better to say that Remus and the group are dragging the enemies down. Not to mention the fact that the employees are fully armed with a full range of anti-spell products. Felix turned his head up and appeared high in the air, then he opened the Book of Rune and sent bolts of black lightning downwards. In a matter of seconds, the enemies outside the sword castle were purged out. After that he entered the hall of the castle, where the battle is still raging, and the group of dark wizards did not notice Felix's arrival, or rather, those who were guarding the outside did not have time to inform. "Can we withdraw?" One of the dark wizards shouted. "We can't break in. Those lumps of stone are too solid, harder than metal." "No. We must wait for that man to come," another one said, who is clearly superior in position and seemed to be the leader. Felix noticed that man and quickly identified his name from the list of Death Eaters as well, Lestrange, a member of the Lestrange family. "Are you waiting for me?" As he walked towards the battlefield, his finger sliced through the air and sent the black smoke rolling out. "It's Felix Hap. He's here, run!" Someone shouted and they all apparat. There was too little time for Felix to distinguish whether Bellatrix Lestrange was among them. He was slightly disappointed, but that hadn't been part of the plan, as Voldemort hadn't been that cornered and had no greater temptation to part with his only Horcrux now. He waved his hand again and the hall was covered in a silvery glow, and in the blink of an eye, they seemed to be taken to a completely unfamiliar place. Before they had time to react, an overwhelming golden flame filled that particular space. They were burnt to ashes in the mind space. In reality, one by one, the dark wizards' eyes were lost in thought, their bodies stiffened and their eyes rolled upwards involuntarily, and Penelope took the opportunity to hit two of them in the head without noticing the anomaly. "This is..." Clammy pointed at Felix, and an expression of surprise dawned on Penelope. She stared at the dark wizards, who had been removed from their special state. "Hurry up!" One of them shouted, and before she could finish the word run, their bodies went rigid again as if they had been struck by an invisible hammer on the back of their heads. The others in the sword castle paused as the dark wizards took a few steps backward and forward before collapsing in unison. Felix approached the Lestrange, crouched down and opened his eyelids, and looked him in the eye. The Lestrange's eyes magically turned silvery grey, and after a short while, Felix stood up. He waved his wand, and the fiend fire that were burning inside and outside the sword castle converged toward him. The tip of his wand seemed to contain a black hole with an infinite suction, and the fiend fires that were coiled around the building in various forms of creatures were torn out of shape, and eventually all converged and became a small orb. Felix gently took it down and held it in his hand like holding a somewhat warm glass orb. "Felix." Lupin came over. "These people. Lock them up for now, the Ministry of Magic won't have time to send someone to collect them for a while." "How exactly did it go on your end? Were there any casualties?" Felix asked in a low voice. "No casualties," Lupin said under his breath, looking at the people who had slumped to the ground in the distance and couldn't help but smile. "The attack happened after work hour, so most people went back home. I managed to gather the remaining people together and escape the first wave of attacks. I then activated the golem guards to send the employees who aren't good at fighting to leave through the fireplace, which took a while, and the rest of the people who volunteered to stay behind to defend the company followed the golem guards to the lobby, just in time to bump into these people. To be honest, the enemy's strength," he frowned, "isn't exactly what I expected. It's like a makeshift group with only a few good fighters. In fact, I wanted to be more aggressive in the fight, but I refrained myself. Since Penelope and the group aren't exactly warriors." "You're right," Felix nodded. "Voldemort is simply not powerful enough to fight Hogwarts, Future World Company, and the Ministry of Magic at the same time. I have roughly looked at their memories. These people are made up of a few Death Eaters and the dark wizards they have recruited and threatened to join them, with the task to create as much chaos as possible. Presumably, something similar is happening on the Ministry of Magic's side. If that's the case, there will be fewer casualties." Lupin said analytically. "What about the school side?" "Well, everything was peaceful when I came over, but now, well, it's hard to say. Hurry back. I can handle it from here, and I promise you, when you come back everything will be back to the way it was," Lupin said quickly. Felix chuckled softly and took a few steps forward as the scene before him changed rapidly. At Hogwarts, Frank and Alice, who are disguised as students, are holding a marauder's map, staring at the names Avery on it, when all of a sudden a jumble of footsteps is heard from the grand staircase, and the two looked at each other, before lowering their heads to look at the extra string of student names on the map. After getting their brooms, the students scattered to the various entrances of the school. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Fred, and George, along with some of the others, rushed to the castle's main door and were surprised to find it locked and Filch guarding it. By order of Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, all students are forbidden to set foot outside the castle. Filch said with a stern face. Oh come on, Hermione said, we want to help, and we can help, the professor is right behind the door, isn't she? Filch, sir, we can't let them fight alone, they're up against Inferi, Dementors, werewolves, vampires, and whatever else. He won't get out of the way, Fred said under his breath, why not let me give him a dash? But Filch thought about it and actually stepped aside. Thanks, Mr. Filch. Hermione said gratefully, taking out her wand and pointing it at the door, which opened noiselessly, and from a distance, they could hear the sound of professors chanting out incantations. They should be on the stone steps, yes, that's it. One by one they stepped out of the oakwood door and Filch caught Mafalda by the arm, her expression bewildered as she wondered why she was pulled out. So did Luna, who is standing next to her. You can't go out. You're too young, Filch said with bulging eyes as he stared at Mafalda and spoke hesitantly, you're a freshman? What's your name? Mafalda turned her head to Luna and pointed her hand out, I don't know, ask her. What's going on? Ron came over in a huff, he had just barely sat on his broom when this unexpected situation occurred, he sucked in a breath when he saw Mafalda, what are you doing here? Filch, Mafalda looked over at Luna and Ron stiffened and turned his head, praying he wouldn't hear an outrageous answer. Luna said cheerfully, didn't I greet you all earlier, she was there. You found Mafalda behind that door. Ron blurted out, remembering what had happened sometime earlier when Luna had attempted to open a door. Yeah, I saw both she and Umbridge walk in, and not long after she was the only one who walked out and locked it from the outside. I thought it was strange, so I knocked on the door but there was no response, and later I was surprised to find her inside instead of Umbridge, Luna said as she spread her hands. You idiot, Luna, obviously Umbridge had used a polyjuice potion. Ron shouted at her. You're not allowed to yell at her. Mafalda shouted. You don't make trouble. Ron yelled back. He shoved Mafalda roughly into Filch's hands like a rag in the process, well, ahem, please, help me keep an eye on her, so she doesn't slip away. Ron. Someone shouted in the distance. Oh crap, I've got to go and back up Harry. Ron said, jogging to the platform outside the main door and mounting his broom with the twins and Neville. That's when another voice sounded behind them. Wait. Alice panted, as she ran over, you guys, shouldn't, go out, it's too dangerous out there, dash. Aren't we done with this already? And who is this dash? Fred snapped irritably, looking like he wanted to hit someone. When Hermione saw Alice's face she acted like she had seen a ghost and yanked his sleeve so hard that she almost hauled him out of his broom, ouch. Hermione, what are you doing? She's Neville's mum, Hermione whispered and Fred was taken aback. Does Neville know? Fred asked in a lowered voice, and George tried hard to eavesdrop, but he was pushed back. Hermione shook her head. Alice Longbottom stared at Neville, you're still young dash. Not that young. Neville said, looking anxiously into the distance, 7 or 8 minutes had passed since Harry had left. He said stiffly, you chose to stay at the castle, I chose to back up Harry, we all have our own choice. No, I mean, they'll be fine, you just need to stay in the castle in peace, the adults will take care of everything, the children dash Alice stated anxiously, taking Neville's hand, think about your parents. I'm sorry, Neville said, they'd be proud of me. He took a deep look at Alice and, with a strong push of his feet, flew high into the sky. On the side, Fred gave a thumbs up. As he, George, and Ron flew off in the direction of Hagrid's hut. Chapter 576, End. Granger, and, oh, dear. Professor McGonagall came running from the distance and darted her head back in mid-sentence as several brooms whizzed past above her head. Her chest rose and fell violently as she stared at the distant Neville and the boys. You guys, what the hell is going on? She asked under her breath. Well, it's rather obvious, isn't it? They went to reinforce Harry. Hermione made her tone as light as possible. What about the whole Harry thing? Hagrid's in danger. I know, I've sent Sirius and Snape over there. And little Grop. Don't tell me you know about the giant, Miss Granger, or did you just come up with a name on the spot? Professor McGonagall asked exasperatedly. I know, Hermione answered stiffly. Now no one else was present, she felt it is her duty to explain, especially speaking up for the already exposed little Grop. That's Hagrid's brother. We spent our time with him listening to music and watching films when we were free. He's quite fond of the song A Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love. She couldn't go on any more, because Professor McGonagall clutched her chest, gasping for breath, and looked like she would pass out soon. Professor? Is there anything we can do to help? Hermione asked cautiously. The dozen or so students who had followed her nodded silently, although from the looks on their faces you can tell they all seemed to have shaken too. Giants are considered fairly brutal creatures in wizards' books, so they admired the courage of Hermione, who was able to listen to music with the giant along with Harry and Ron, who aren't present. If it weren't for the bad timing at the moment, they would have asked 100,000 questions now. Professor McGonagall glared at Hermione and swept her gaze over the students behind her. I heard that Professor Black had taught you a few practical combat formations in class? Let me see what you have learned. Work in groups of 3, and hide behind armors and gargoyles, don't venture out easily, and only attack the inferi that the professors missed, remember. If you are injured, report it immediately, even if it is just a scratch. The claws and teeth of the inferi are poisonous. The students nodded silently, and the excitement on their faces lessened a little. Luna, Ginny, you're with me. Hermione whispered, and Ginny pulled Luna closer. Hermione stretched out her hand and clawed it toward the sky. Golden flames created by the ancient magic poured out from her fingers and coalesced into the shape of a firebird before it reached the ground. It stretched its swan-like wings and flew off into the distance. The other students looked at her enviously. The firebird swept across the castle ground, illuminating a wide flat area halfway to the hill, where a whole array of armors and gargoyles, both big and small, and even in the shape of creatures, stood in rows at the moment, forming a solid defensive line to hold off the inferius. At their back a dozen adult wizards stood, both professors from the school and men from the Ministry of Magic. But they are paled in comparison to the sheer number of inferius, and can only hold the main path. They were forced to stand scattered, each group in charge of an area, but they are unable to do much about the places further away. Some distance away inferius seemed to have taken an interest in getting their arse hooped by Whomping Willow. All we can do is make sure that we clear this path first, and wait for daylight for the rest. Professor McGonagall said as she rejoined the fight, waving her wand as the small grasses peeking out of the ground grew wildly, tripping up the approaching inferius while Hermione controlled the firebird to spew a blaze of flames that burned them to ashes. In the distance, 2 Dementors floated in mid-air, like tattered rags blown up by the wind. They seemed a little dreaded all of a sudden, and when Hermione looked up again, the Dementors had disappeared. A wolf howls were heard from the Forbidden Forest, and she wasn't sure if it was a werewolf. I hope no one is dead. Although we have prepared for something like this in advance, there are still a few things we can't control. Professor McGonagall said as she looked at the green skeleton hovering in the sky. As soon as the words left her mouth, the huge constellation-like dark mark suddenly became dazzling and exploded from within into a myriad of bright fireworks. People from all over Hogwarts looked up, and with a huge explosion, the skull's jaw shattered and the snake writhing in its mouth disappeared, replaced by a brightly colored dragon that swam merrily through the sky. The skeleton's eyes were replaced by 2 spinning, sparking wheel-shaped fireworks, making the whole thing look hilarious. With the help of the dazzling bright light, Professor McGonagall saw several black dots bursting out of the green cloud, and she let out a low groan. It must be Fred and George. Even at this time. They did a good job this time. Ginny said as she stared up at the sky while shaking her wand sharply and flinging out a hex. Bat bogey hex won't do anything to an inferi, Ginny, Hermione said, you'll have to use a flame-based spell, try bright fire. She froze, staring at the hapless inferi. Wow, what a big bat! Luna said with a look of awe. Finally, the dark mark disappeared along with the Weasley fireworks, and the castle turned dark again. Hermione, Ginny, and Luna are standing at the front at the moment, and Luna, who is controlling a white flame, turned her head back and said, "We need a little light." Someone also had thought of the same thing as her. At the entrance to the castle, Cedric held a bright ball of light in his hands, which radiated a soft glow in all directions, and behind him, a group of students stood with their hands outstretched, with coordinated gestures, and soon a number of balls of light flew into the air like lanterns and small moons, dotting the sky above Hogwarts. Once they had finished this, they trotted down the stone steps to Professor McGonagall's side. Professor McGonagall had already gotten a little numb. "Thank you, boys, in a group of 3, don't get too close to the front." "Professor McGonagall, Mr. Kingsley asked me to inform you that the back entrance to the castle is secured. He won't need that many men on his side," Cedric said. "Excellent," Professor McGonagall said with satisfaction, "we are in need of men on our side, there are so many places to defend. Since you are here, I can spare a few professors. There is more than one battlefield." She was right. In addition to the Ministry of Magic in faraway London, the Hogsmeade village neighbouring the school is also divided into several battlegrounds, the wall near Hagrid's hut, the front and back gates of the castle, and even the relatively peaceful headmaster's office counts as a battlefield. Umbridge made a mess of the office. At first, she disguised herself as a student brimming with curiosity, claiming to have obtained Dumbledore's permission to do an interview for the Wall of Mystery tabloid. She looked around, poked around, touched and pawed, even grabbing the sorting hat and shaking it off, with no result other than choking on the dust and making her eyes tear up. She had rummaged through everywhere she could, books were scattered all over the shelves, the wine cabinet had been roughly pushed aside, and a few oily fingerprints were stuck on the inlaid wooden panels as if checking for hidden compartments. As the minutes ticked by, the shouts and commotion outside spread like a plague throughout Hogwarts, but Umbridge didn't look the least bit alarmed or surprised. She even tried to barge into Dumbledore's private bedroom on the floor above, making it impossible for the portraits of successive headmasters to ignore her antics any longer. The portraits in the headmaster's office shouted at her in anger. "Never seen a student like you before." A fat, red-nosed wizard in the portrait said, "Stop it. What house are you from?" Umbridge tried several more times and found herself blocked by an invisible film, and her magic also had no effect whatsoever. With no other choice, she turned her attention to the headmaster's desk, and Umbridge sat laboriously in the headmaster's chair as a scowl appeared on the Mafalda's face she is using. "Obviously, I'm a Slytherin," she answered casually. "Liar." The portrait of Phineas Black, Sirius' great-grandfather, the one who had been voted as the least popular headmaster at Hogwarts, exclaimed, with his eyes squinted as if he had only just woken up. "My name is Mafalda, and you can have someone check it out," Umbridge said sweetly, "that is, if you can Headmaster Black." She then stopped paying attention to the accusations of the portraits and concentrated on a drawer in the desk. This drawer is locked when she first checked it, and she tried the regular unlocking spells, which did not work at all. There is no other way at the moment, so she can only put her mind on this again. "I need a key," she said to herself. "I hope he isn't wearing it, then I would get nothing." She tried to think, if that key was in the room, where would it be? It took her a not too short time to finally rummage through the bottom drawer on the other side and find the key, which is hidden under a thick pile of documents and a few letters. Normally she would have been interested in prying into Dumbledore's privacy and social network, preferably to get hold of some dark materials. But now she just haphazardly rolled the documents and letters into a ball and fumbled her hand around the interior of the drawer to pull out an ancient key. She held her breath as she slipped the key into the lock, and the sound of click was almost heavenly to her. She yanked the drawer open and the glow of magic instantly blinded her eyes. She stared greedily at the contents: a purple wand, a black jeweled ring, a locket, a diadem, and a tattered diary. Apart from the wand, the locket, and the diadem, the other two looked dull. Slytherin's locket. Ravenclaw's diadem. Umbridge, who is trembling with excitement, disregarded the shouts of the portraits at the side thief. "Disgraceful thief!" And stuffed the target of her trip, a relic said to hold the mystery of the Hogwarts Big Four, Slytherin and Ravenclaw powers, into her pocket, before jumping out of the chair and making her escape. She knew she had delayed too long, the you-know-who had promised to buy her time, but she couldn't afford to bet everything on it. After a few steps, she abruptly paused. An unstoppable thought crossed her mind: you-know-who's desire for the locket and the diadem was overwhelming. What about the other treasures that were placed alongside it? Is that wand a powerful wand? Is there any hidden secret behind the black jewel ring? Diary. Umbridge, however, did not bother to think about the tattered diary with a large hole in the center. Greed and desire once again prevailed as she turned back and reached out towards the drawer when she heard a high, resounding chirp and a phoenix materialized out of the fire in the circular office. Umbridge was horrified. She hadn't considered this situation at all. Is Dumbledore coming back? She could only fool stupid portraits with her appearance, there is no way she could fool Dumbledore. For a moment, she seemed to forget how to breathe. Fawkes spread his wings and landed on the gilded perch in the office, and looked at her critically. There was some silence in the circular room and Umbridge slowly retracted her hand, and curtly showed her empty hands to the phoenix as she moved towards the door step by step. Don't let her leave. Fawkes, she's a thief. A portrait shouted. Umbridge's mind went buzz. Damn you, stupid portrait, I'll destroy you sometime. She had already heard the angry chirping of the phoenix and the flapping of its wings, and with a pull, the door opened, and thanks to her now slim and much smaller figure than the phoenix with its wings spread, she was able to close the door quickly before it could enter. At the last moment, Umbridge saw Fawkes' long, sharp beak peck the door frame, sending a few sparks through the door. Bang! The door slammed shut and Umbridge sighed with relief. Thud! There was another thud, and she jumped up in fright, scrambling to the spiral staircase, which began to slowly descend automatically, but she couldn't wait, so with her short legs she stomped down the steps to increase her speed. The wall started to split open a gap, and she leaped out impatiently, followed by a mad dash through the empty corridor. Her heart was in her throat when she heard the door slam open, and she rolled and crawled all the way to the grand stairway on the main block, where she nearly rolled down the stairs. She took a couple of gasps of air and ran desperately down the stairs, looking like a mess. She didn't care though, it isn't her face that's being used anyway. She had planned it from the start, to make the girl the scapegoat. All she had to do now is run to that abandoned classroom on the ground floor and switch over with the real Mafalda. Umbridge's eyes glinted menacingly as she ran. To destroy the evidence and get rid of suspicion, leaving a corpse in the school would be the best option. The chirping of the phoenix echoed through the castle corridor and Umbridge spooked and sped faster. But she didn't really have to worry too much. The phoenix's cry wasn't aimed at her, instead, it was aimed at a certain ancient rune professor who has laid his hands on him. Fawkes stormed out of the door, only to be caught by a hand that suddenly appeared out of a thin air and caught his neck in a smooth jolt, and Fawkes, who had never been treated so roughly before, simply exploded with anger. Easy, Felix said with a grin, holding Fawkes like a hen and stroking his pretty feathers soothingly with his other hand. Take it easy, you have to give her some time to escape or she can't get away. Fawkes lifted his long, graceful neck, his eyes filled with anger. Felix leisurely pulled out a silver pocket watch and popped open the front cover to check the time. Key. Valen's voice came from inside. It's not over yet, it is best for you to stay inside. Felix said soothingly. Key. Sorry, you can't have the little snake yet, there's a potential risk in using it inside a space created with undetectable extension charm, and you don't want it to suddenly blow up. Felix closed the lid of his watch and carried Fawkes down the stairs of the headmaster's office, and gazed into the distance through the window in the corridor of the 7th floor. It looked bright as day outside, and a broomstick flew past the castle. He saw some familiar faces and, as if competing with each other, balls of illumination light flew out from various locations in the castle, their soft white light superimposed to turn Hogwarts into a world of light. Infurious immediately started to rush out of their place like headless flies, instinctively fleeing into the distance, only to be set ablaze by the white flames spilling from the flying broomsticks that whizzed past in midair. Dozens or hundreds of illumination spells converged, lighting up even a small part of the Forbidden Forest. Felix finally loosened his grip and Fawkes broke free from his hand, and angrily spewed several golden projectiles at him. Felix waved his hand at it. Go go go, keep Umbridge mobile, don't be idle, Voldemort shouldn't be able to wait. Fawkes turned gracefully in midair, the two long plumes trailing behind him whipped over Felix's arm, as he flew headlong towards the grand staircase of the main block of the castle. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the empty hole in the wall. As they fought, he knew that the enemy would never succeed, with a steady stream of support from their side. At first, it was just Hagrid and Grop, then he came and took down several dark wizards in one go and dispersed the Dementors in the area. Then Mad-Eye Moody and Tonks joined them without incident. Later Ron came with Neville, Fred, and George, and they followed Moody's orders to form a bullhorn formation, leaving little Grop to stand behind and throw rocks, and from just a single hit the werewolves, vampires, and dark wizards were out of the game. Sirius and Snape were also sent over by Professor McGonagall. Hagrid whistled and summoned the centaurs, and when Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout also arrived, the situation was completely stabilized. The intruders were forced to retreat beyond the broken wall. "Let's wrap it up and march forward," Moody shouted, as he nonchalantly grabbed the flying broom from Ron, Fred, George, and Neville. The twins cursed but relented. Tonight Moody didn't use the polyjuice potion because he and Tonks were stationed at the school wall, so his magic eye which freely darted in his eye socket made him look a bit intimidating. Moody glanced at Harry and didn't ask him for his firebolt, much to Harry's relief. He distributed the broomsticks to Sirius, Tonks, and Snape and kept the last one for himself. Moody stared at Harry and said in an irrefutable tone, "You stay here and don't interfere." "Listen to me," he growled, "I heard you're a good seeker, so play your part. I'm not assigning you any tasks." Moody, Sirius, Tonks, and Snape mounted their broomsticks and flew outside the wall, a move that certainly caught the opposite side off guard as a chorus of shrieks and bodies falling heavily to the ground rang out from outside. "Time for us to make our move too, boys," Flitwick said pointedly. "Please stand behind me." With Professor Sprout he stood together, like a sharp arrow, and headed towards the huge hole in the wall. With sufficient light at hand, there is no danger of being sneaked up on. The 4 students followed close behind, followed by the centaurs, Hagrid and Grop. Harry held his firebolt with a little bewilderment, then climbed onto his broom and flew into mid-air, and now he could see more clearly. The Moody team of 4 were simply flying across with the help of the broom, and then descended from it when they had reached the enemies, and Harry understood his position at once. The sky is his domain. He swooped down. The firebolt seemed to have merged with him. Harry swept past a Death Eater like a ghost. He could even see his reflection in the man's pupils. A red light flashed and the dark wizard fell to the ground. "Look out! It's Harry Potter, he's flying." "Well done, boy!" Moody shouted happily, taking advantage of the opportunity Harry had created to instantly take down 2 dark wizards, while the rest of the group also fought their own battles. Harry was able to maneuver the firebolt with ease, his body covered in a humanoid shield charm as he continued to fly low and fast. The ear-splitting whistle produced by his flight frightened the dark wizards, and after a few moments, the remaining enemies could not hold their own. They fled in a panic with apparition, and more than one had suffered an extremely serious splinch. "A few got away," Moody muttered. Harry slowly dropped down and Sirius ran over to him excitedly and slapped Harry's shoulders so hard that Harry sat on his butt, which hurt like hell from all the gravel, and he couldn't help but glare at his godfather. Sirius grinned broadly and sat near him. "You did well, Harry." "What about us?" Fred came over with a resentful look, still upset about the broom. George, Neville, and Ron also sat around, exhausted from the hectic last 10 minutes. Together they watched as Professors Flitwick and Sprout made comments about the huge gaping hole in the school wall. "It's a lot of work to fix. It's better than building something from scratch," Professor Sprout said as she sprinkled a few seeds in the gap and waved her wand, where tender sprouts burrowed out from the earth, growing rapidly and soon blocking most of the gap along the wall. "Just a moment," Pomona Moody said gruffly from outside as he and Tonks dragged the tied-up dark wizard in. "All right." Professor Sprout waved her wand and the vines immediately filled in the last bit of empty gap. "At least it will last till dawn," she said. Grop carried many stones the size of a man's head in his hand, like small pebbles, and seemed to be aiming at the wall of vines. Hagrid hurried to stop him, and half a dozen centaurs looked warily at the giant sitting on the ground, but because of the battle they had shared, they were too embarrassed to aim their bows at him at the moment. "Finally, it's over. I'm going to die of exhaustion," Ron, who had just watched a great show, said, leaning over George, who leaned back a little, so Ron slumped into his lap, and George lowered his head, staring at his brother. "Do you want me to fix your nose for you?" "Ahem." Ron immediately got up and said with a straight face, "I wonder what's going on in the castle now." Chapter 577, The Battle is Endless, 2 in 1. Chesterton Avery panted, oblivious to the sounds of the castle and beyond, the world in his eyes only a tiny bit bigger. He is hiding in the broom cupboard under the spiral staircase on the ground floor, peering through the keyhole at the commotion outside. This is where Filch stores buckets, mops, brooms, and various cleaning tools, but Filch hadn't visited this place for some time. Avery took an instant liking to this place. This broom cupboard had many advantages. It is concealed enough to be inconspicuous, it is also close to the entrance hall, meaning it is easy to escape, and he also can watch through the keyhole for people coming down from other floors. Avery considered himself far superior to Umbridge because he is a pure-blooded Avery, whereas Umbridge is only a relative of the Selwyn family, something his cousin told him as a joke. For example, this time, the Dark Lord had granted him a weapon out of respect for the Avery family, and as a result, his task would become much easier. He heard a high-pitched, resounding chirp, followed by Umbridge's scream which echoed through the empty corridor as she shouted, "Avery! I've got it! Quick, come out and save me!" Avery wished he could kill her. This woman is beyond stupid. He quickly dashed to the brooms that are stacked against the wall and picked 2 out of them. It is flying brooms that he had hidden, and then, he pulled open the door in a fury and ran in the direction of the sound, and was immediately taken aback. A beautiful phoenix is hot on the trail behind Umbridge, and it opened its mouth to spit out a ball of flame. "Impedimenta!" Avery shouted as he brought his wand over Umbridge's shoulder. A red light struck Fawkes, but it bounced off. Although it didn't work, Fawkes used that chance to slow down and raised his wings, hovering in midair. Umbridge rushed forward on short legs, as she had started to revert back to her original appearance, the polyjuice potion expiring, meaning that her plan to use Mafalda as a scapegoat had completely failed. "You got it?" Everly asked eagerly. "Got it." Both of them were in the headmaster's office. "Both of them. I didn't think Snape would be a dash," Umbridge said as she ran, her voice hoarse as she ran past Avery without making any stops, other than snatching a flying broom from his arms in passing. She then promptly ditched him behind to stall for time. Avery's nose nearly popped out in anger, and he cast a few more hexes at Fawkes before turning and running. As he caught up with Umbridge, he growled in a low voice, "Give me that item, you've been exposed." "No!" Umbridge shouted. They ran to the entrance hall, where a number of people had gathered, students who had returned to the castle to rest after cleaning up the inferious, little wizards who had sneaked out to see the fun, and a few Ministry of Magic employees, are standing in front of the oakwood door. "That was impressive," Wilkie Twycross said, peering off into the distance. At that moment he heard hurried footsteps and looked back to see Avery and Umbridge running hard towards them, followed by a very beautiful bird. "Where have you been?" He immediately stepped forward in anger, his long pent-up dissatisfaction suddenly erupted. "You 2 lazy cowards, the reputation of the Ministry of Magic was lost because of your dash. Piss off!" Avery waved his wand and a spell struck Twycross square in the chest, and he leaned against the wall, passing out without a word. A chorus of cries rang out in the entrance hall, some shouted rebukes, others had blank expressions, clearly confused as to what had happened. But a few of the more responsive ones, both from the Ministry of Magic and the students who had been in the battle earlier and now resting, raised their wands alertly. Avery thought to himself, "This is the time." He pulled out a small wooden box from his chest position and tossed it high into the air with all his might. The box paused slightly as the crowd watched, then the lid popped open and a man in a long black robe abruptly appeared. He appeared tall and thin, without a single hair on his body, and his extremely oppressive red eyes slowly swept over the crowd, who were all stunned, and backed away restlessly, shoving and screaming, without even a little courage to meet his gaze. Although it was quite unbelievable, that is Voldemort. Taking advantage of this, Umbridge and Avery slipped out of the entrance hall, relaxed as if they were strolling down the street. Voldemort let out a high-pitched, cold laugh as he raised his wand, and its tip built up a green glow. "Don't be afraid, it's just a boggart that shapeshifted." Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom suddenly showed up and shouted. They were waiting for this moment. Frank raised his wand and shouted, "Ridiculous!" Voldemort just gave a lazy wave of his hand and the spell failed to do anything whatsoever. Frank had a shocked look on his face when Voldemort extended his wand and pointed it at him. A great sense of oppression made it hard for him to distinguish reality. When a whispering voice sounded in his ears, Voldemort transformed this boggart, fixing its state into his own image. A few spices may have been added, but it is still essentially a boggart, with few add-ons. Green light struck. The house point hourglass in the corner which contained the red gems suddenly leaped up and placed itself in front of Frank Longbottom. The green light hit it and smashed the hourglass into pieces, scattering the rubies all over the floor. Alice Longbottom's face tightened as she held up her wand. Frank Longbottom quickly rejoined Alice and described the situation, and vaguely hinted that Felix had no intention of showing up. "We can deal with it," he said as the students ran off into the great hall in a rush, with a few daring ones looking back as they ran. Felix watched for a moment, and after making sure that the Longbottoms are perfectly capable of dealing with this mutant boggart, he hurried off towards the far end. He is trying to keep his moves to a minimum. So far he didn't show up openly at the school, and Remus is also cooperating with him from the other side, blurring his time trajectory so that he can just appear at the right moment. Umbridge and Avery mounted their flying brooms, unable to believe their good fortune that they had actually escaped. The two brooms swept quickly over the stone steps and headed out of the school. The professors and students halfway up the hill who are still cleaning up the inferiors spotted them, but they didn't bother to obstruct them. At best they secretly despised them in their hearts. They still thought these two are cowards and deserters. Give me the items, Umbridge, I'm the one in charge of the operation. Avery leaned over his broom, shouting as he flew. Dream on! Umbridge said, pivoting her broom handle to get away from him, but Avery kept leaning over and speeding up. Umbridge's eyes fluttered desperately. She had already decided that once she left the school grounds, she would immediately apparate and hand over the items to the Dark Lord personally. There is no way out. Mafalda has been rescued by who knows who, and with that damned phoenix chasing her too closely, she has been completely exposed. The you-know-who's promise to help her clear out the Ministry's stumbling blocks and help her ascend to the position of Minister of Magic had naturally gone down the drain, and right now she had no choice other than fall in line with the you-know-who. But how to defect is something that needs to be considered hard. If she could personally offer him what he craves most, she would undoubtedly springboard a few steps and become an important figure in the Death Eater's hierarchy. Which made Avery an obstacle. Rumble. There was a loud bang in the distance, the ground shook and Harry's body slumped, nearly lunging into Sirius. Despite being a little fuzzy, he realized what had happened. There was just too much noise. A mountain had collapsed. Harry's eyes widened, as stunned as everyone else, and then out of the corner of his eye, he saw Umbridge and Avery riding their broomsticks in the sky. Without thinking, he grabbed the firebolt on the ground and rushed out. Harry. Felix, who had been following without slowing down, looked in the direction of Hogsmeade Village and mentally smiled. The fight had gotten really intense. Voldemort hadn't been killed by Dumbledore, had he? What had he done? No one could consider all the details and mishaps that could happen in the plan. Dumbledore couldn't, and neither could Felix. After much deliberation, he and Dumbledore finally came to the conclusion that Voldemort's purpose is clear, the Horcruxes, everything else is just a blindfold, and that's why the school is the top priority. At least one of the two of them had to keep an eye on the school the whole time and be ready to back up. But that choice was not for the two of them to decide, but rather to see which side Voldemort appeared on, so when Felix realized that it was only some cannon fodder that was besieging the Sword Castle, he knew that Dumbledore would not be returning any time soon. Voldemort chose to stall Dumbledore, and in fact, Dumbledore also wanted to stall Voldemort so that Felix could be free to steer things the way they wanted it to be. Cutting Voldemort's wings is just a matter of convenience. The hardest thing to do is convince Voldemort that his two Horcruxes are still intact in Dumbledore's hands. And Dumbledore is dying in his eyes. Once Voldemort accepted this setup, with the Horcruxes jigging ahead, his options would become extremely limited. Felix and Dumbledore both like to take the initiative. They can't always be passive and wait for an opportunity and spend the next 10 or 20 years of their time and energy on how to defend themselves against Voldemort's schemes and tricks, or at least Felix personally hated that idea quite a lot. Is that the battlefield where the you-know-who and Dumbledore are? Umbridge looked off into the distance with a shocked look on her face. The two of them slowed down subconsciously. You are supposed to call our Lord as Dark Lord. Avery shouted. Umbridge didn't respond. She heard a muffled, piercing sound, and when she thought she had heard it wrong, a red light swept past against the strands of her hair and she sucked in a breath, crouching her short, fat body on her broom and glancing back. It is that Potter. He is flying towards them on his broomstick, followed by several others, but Potter is the fastest. He moved with great dexterity, controlling the broom to accelerate as he shot out a spell. In the blink of an eye, Avery was hit by the stunning spell and fell off his broom. Horrified, Umbridge hurriedly aimed her wand behind her. Incarcerus! 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 Then she gritted her teeth and redirected her broom, flying in the direction of the Hogsmeade Village with only one thought in her mind, to leave the range of the anti-apparition charm and seek refuge with you-know-who. She had already formulated what to report in her mind, and as for Dumbledore? There is absolutely no need to worry about him. The you-know-who will do everything in his power to protect her as long as he wants to get his hands on the locket and the diadem. Another stunning spell charged at her. Although it missed, it did wake Umbridge from her sweet dream. The nasty Potter! Annoyed, she looked back only to find that Harry is already very close to her and is aiming his wand at her. A silver stag flew out from the tip of his wand and Umbridge froze. Had Potter lost his mind and used his patroness against her by mistake? What was going through his mind? She is not a Dementor. Umbridge didn't care, and desperately tried to make her flying broom speed up, when suddenly there was a sharp pain in the back of her head like something hard had hit her solidly. She blacked out for a moment and almost fell off the broom like Avery. When she touched the back of her head, it is stained with blood. Hiss! Umbridge looked resentful and shocked at the same time. A patroness could actually hit someone? For a moment she wondered if she had never learned this magic properly. A silvery glow once again appeared above her from the side, and she hurriedly moved her broom to the side. The patroness hooves stomped on her hand that was gripping the broom handle, causing her to scream in pain and almost fall off her broom. She barely managed to control the less responsive broom, when the sound of the patroness hooves stomping through the air sounded behind her again, and Umbridge looked back in despair to see the silver stag directly above her, both front hooves raised high, and she knew she is done for, even though she came so close to being able to use apparition. Bang! The patroness was suddenly scattered and Umbridge turned back incredulously. Potter, who is not far from her, also sported a surprised look on his face. Her eyes glanced past Potter to look behind him. Snape is riding his broomstick, holding his wand up with a gloomy look on his face. If one only looked at the general outlook, one might have thought it was an accidental slip, and Snape's spell had only accidentally struck Potter's patroness, which coincidentally had helped her. But Umbridge knew Snape is a spy, and she was overjoyed when she flew the final mile and raced past the boundaries of Hogwarts. She smelled freedom and power, and of course, she didn't care who gave it to her, as long as she could occupy a high position. She stared at the battlefield of Hogsmeade Village in the distance and prepared to use apparition. She had never tried to apparate while flying at high speed, but she felt confident. At least at this moment, Umbridge's desire for power and the desire to appear beside the you-know-who would definitely help her in that. Oxio Horcruxes! A young, mildly calming voice stated, in a voice that sounded somewhat familiar to Umbridge, but she failed to register at the moment who spoke and what he said. Horcruxes? What is a Horcrux? The next instant she felt a lightness in her pocket, and she watched as the locket and diadem in her pocket flew out, in two almost identical arcs, and landed in the hand of the man who had suddenly appeared at the school's outer boundary. It is Felix Happ. Umbridge didn't even have time to feel fear for him, as a mind-boggling realization hit her, so the diadem and the locket are Horcrux. In the next instant, she completely disappeared, managing to cast apparition to escape. Felix silently stuffed the locket and diadem into his pocket. Professor Happ. Harry controlled the firebolt and circled the spot where Umbridge had disappeared twice in vain before finally landing in front of him. Harry. Felix nodded at him. You did well, and were brave. Everyone was brave. It's a shame that Umbridge got away. Harry's expression held considerable regret, and then as if he thought of something, he asked eagerly, so her target really is the Horcrux? You and Headmaster Dumbledore haven't destroyed it yet. He grumbled a little. It was too dangerous. Thankfully you got here in time. If she had taken it he winced, unable to imagine what would have happened. A few more brooms landed. Their toes had barely touched the ground when Moody, Tonks, and Sirius stealthily surrounded Snape. What's wrong? Felix asked in mock surprise. Moody, Tonks, and Sirius didn't say anything, just glanced at Snape out of the corner of their eyes, who coldly said, maybe it's because my spell missed and instead of hitting the enemy, it hit Potter's patroness. You dare say you didn't do it on purpose? Sirius glared at him. So that's what happened, Felix said, and all of them looked over at him, surprised by the understatement in his tone. Harry also stared at the professor, with more complex mental activity than anyone else in the place, considering the fact that Snape had prevented him from entering the headmaster's office to find out what was going on, and the result of which being that Umbridge had gotten her hands on the Horcruxes without incident. If it hadn't been for Professor Happ's sudden appearance, how had he appeared so coincidentally? Harry didn't say a word. Anyway, the Horcrux hadn't been stolen, it was just that Umbridge had gotten away, an outcome he could live with. He thought of a possibility he had reached earlier, the possibility of Snape being undercover. Felix explained, Harry's patroness is special, beyond even the usual definition of patroness, and Severus, who had little knowledge of it, may have mistakenly thought that his spell could pass through. It should have been an accident. Snape stood with a blank expression on his face and did not open his mouth to explain. After a short while, Mad-Eye Moody said gruffly, "Let Dumbledore handle it. Is he in Hogsmeade now?" he asked Felix. "Quite a ruckus, isn't it?" Felix looked into the distance. He reckoned that the battle would be over, because of Umbridge. He had quietly buried a large pit for Umbridge and wondered if it would work. Hogsmeade Village. Voldemort and Dumbledore faced each other as dust and smoke swept towards them from the distance. Where the two had fought earlier, a mountain had collapsed and the cloud of dust and smoke is just an aftermath of the battle. Got more brutal than usual. Voldemort snarled, "Looks like I poked your nerve. That man is your brother? He looks like a savage boy with no one to look after him. Look at his dirty clothes." Dumbledore waved his wand and the power of the spell completely changed the terrain. Every stone, tree, blade of grass, and even the air oozed with hostility towards Voldemort, and the attack came from all possible directions, making Voldemort apparate from where he was and appear on the other side. He raised his snakewood wand. There was a pop and a short, fat woman emerged from the thin air and Voldemort's eyes widened. It was Dolores Umbridge. Why is she here? Success or failure, she isn't supposed to be here. You know who? Oh, Dark Lord, help me! Umbridge cried out, with an expression of ecstasy, as she had escaped for good, from Felix Hap. But she was greeted by a pair of scarlet snake eyes, and Umbridge's eyes became blank and hollow as images of the day, especially of the last half-hour's experience, came back to her like a passing light during travel. "You're being too careless. Someone's coming, I'll stop them, remember, the password is socks," Snape whispered, and Umbridge, who was disguised as Mafalda, stared blankly, frozen in place. The gargoyle blocking the path obediently moved aside. "Move!" Snape growled at her, pushing her towards the spiral staircase. She stumbled and panicked, while Snape straightened his robes and headed off in the opposite direction. Another scene, in the headmaster's office, Umbridge opened the drawer. Voldemort's snake-like nostrils inhaled sharply. The drawer contained all the Horcruxes he had been daydreaming about, the locket, the diadem, and even his former wand, along with the ruined diary and Gaunt's ring all together. Then comes the scene of Umbridge being chased by a phoenix, which cried out in a high-pitched tone, spilling golden flames. The scene changed. She was riding on a broomstick, next to Avery, and the two idiots managed to escape. No, with the help of Severus. How clever! His undercover work can continue. The situation took a sharp turn. Avery was shot down, and a mutated patroness appeared. It was Harry Potter, the boy who had survived because of luck, trying to get in his way once again. Then Voldemort heard a voice say, "Oxio Horcruxes!" And the diadem and locket flew out of Umbridge's pocket, and he felt empathetic, helplessly reaching out his hand, but it was only a memory, and his heart frustrated to the core. The Horcruxes had fallen into Felix Hap's hand. Who would be able to get them from him? Not even he could do that personally. Voldemort realized that he had once again failed and his follow-up plan became completely useless. Without any warning he disappeared and appeared in the distance. Ignoring Umbridge's pleading gaze, he stared at Dumbledore and said hatefully, "Give me the diadem and the locket, I know you have them, Dumbledore. I swear I will leave England immediately and would never return." Dumbledore shook his head slightly. "We both know it is an empty statement. You know what I am capable of, you can't always protect everyone." Voldemort shouted frantically, his red eyes blazing brightly. He seemed almost out of his mind, due to the fact that both of the Horcruxes were lost, and the curse on Dumbledore. Now, to him, it is not just a curse that could kill Dumbledore, but it also became a catalyst for the destruction of his two Horcrux. Dumbledore stared at Voldemort and whispered, "You didn't think that threat would work, do you? You were always acted like some kind of Muggle protector, and if they die in large numbers because of you I can tell who's really responsible, and if anyone dies, there's no doubt that you are the sinner, Tom. That only strengthens my resolve to get rid of you." Dumbledore interrupted him, staring at his right hand for a moment before saying, "I have always believed that you are my responsibility. But I may be running out of time, and I wish to buy time for those that will succeed me. Until then, you will fight me to the death." Voldemort fondled his snakewood wand and sounded a little surprised. "Why should I do as you wish? You're doomed to die." "Oh, I'm afraid that's not up to you," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "Think of it this way, I originally left those two Horcruxes to keep the precious relics of the school. I only delayed it because I didn't figure out how to separate the contaminants, but I'm about to die, maybe I'll last another year or two. In that case, why should I keep them now?" Voldemort's eyes looked like he wanted to devour someone as he stared at Dumbledore, those azure eyes looked calm like an endless sea that no one could shake. Just the two of us? He questioned calmly. It's just the two of us, Dumbledore stated calmly. With the Horcruxes as a wager. With Horcruxes as a wager. Hypocrisy. Voldemort sneered, if you want a painful death, I'll be happy to give you one. Dumbledore sighed with a faint relief when Voldemort suddenly raised his wand, his lips quirked, and then there was a flash of green light. Dumbledore flicked his wand and a stone turned into a shield and appeared in front of Umbridge. The killing curse was blocked. The curse was not aimed at Dumbledore from the start, but at Umbridge. She screamed after a second, shivering, with her face turned ashen. You're still so nosy, Dumbledore, Voldemort said coldly. She will be judged by the Wizengamot, and it's not your turn to kill her, Dumbledore said solemnly. Voldemort sneered twice and sowed discord before he left, that Felix Hap is your chosen heir? He's more ruthless than you, he wanted to kill her by my hand, and he probably wouldn't be happy that you saved her, he left in a flash. I'll give you some time to arrange your funeral. Dumbledore sighed softly as his gaze swept over Umbridge, who laid limp on the ground. Chapter 578, Night Talk. Dumbledore handed the muddled Umbridge over to the Aurors in the Hogsmeade village. She was very roughly treated by Voldemort when he explored her recent memories. Her mind is not very coherent at the moment and there might even be some residual effects. He then took a moment to reassure the frightened Hogsmeade residents, it won't affect you, apart from being a bit sandy for a couple of days. Afterward, he went to the Hogshead Inn. Aberforth sat at the door of the inn, looking tired and battered. You should have stayed inside, you are too badly wounded. And you want me to lie in the middle of a pile of dead bodies? Aberforth growled angrily, why don't you try? Dumbledore remained silent for a moment. All right then, I'll take you to St. Mungo's, you need to be treated. It's not a big deal, the bastard wanted to see me beg for mercy, but I didn't do as he wished, Aberforth said gruffly, spitting bloody spit on the ground, you came quicker than I thought. But Dumbledore insisted on taking him to the hospital. At St. Mungo's, Dumbledore took the time to talk to the portrait of Dilys Derwent. A former headmistress of Hogwarts as well as a healer at St. Mungo's, Dilys Derwent was a well-known wizard and had left portraits at numerous wizarding institutions. The Ministry of Magic got their hands full. Those dark wizards completely disregarded the statute of secrecy and blew a big hole straight through the visitor's entrance. The old witch with long, silvery wavy hair rattled off. The red phone booth? Dumbledore asked, interrupting her. Yeah, a lot of Muggles saw it, Dilys said under her breath, and the Ministry of Magic is going to be busy with it for the next long while. I don't want this to hold up the Wizengamot trial, the Ministry has caught a lot of dark wizards. She added. Dumbledore smiled, it may not happen that quickly, the trials of the last war lasted a long time. But our new minister is doing well, she'll take care of it. How are things in the school? Minerva sent the patroness to tell me about the situation a bit, but I want to know the most recent developments. Oh, they're really getting more competent, those little ones. Dilys said with great enthusiasm, it really opened my eyes, they didn't seem to fancy waiting for the Ministry of Magic's support, and solved the problem on their own. They even formed a reinforcement team and went out of the school to help the nearby Hogsmeade village to deal with the Inferius and Dementors in the vicinity. How exhilarating! Minerva agreed. Dumbledore asked in amazement. Objections were futile, the students were very enthusiastic. 10 minutes ago. Felix, Harry, Sirius, and the rest returned to the school as Ron, Neville, and Fred trotted over. How did it go? Ron looked at the returning men. We found Avery on the way, he had a nasty fall, we didn't dare touch him, and left him where he was, waiting for the professionals to deal with him. Where's Umbridge? She ran away. Harry said briefly. Ron stared as Harry added, her plot failed though, with Professor Hap showing up at the critical moment. He stole a glance at Felix, who smiled at him without rebuffing the remark. This made Harry very depressed. He had hinted quite clearly, and the professor still hadn't responded. Well, he planned to pull Ron and Hermione together to help him analyze it privately. Well, she's just a minor character on the run. Ron smacked his lips, then he said with some excitement, Neville just brought up an idea that I think is pretty good. Do you guys want to hear it? He looked at Harry and then at everyone. The group looked at Neville, who said shyly, many Inferius and Dementors are wandering outside right now, maybe some of them have run off to the Hogsmeade village beside us, and there are lots of wizard families living around there, and not everyone can deal with those things. You want to support Hogsmeade?" Harry quipped in surprise, and Felix also looked over in surprise. Neville seemed to have grown up. Harry didn't mince his words. "Neville, your idea is a good one, we can certainly help them." Neville shook his head. "I just suggested it." Ron, Luna, and the group helped to perfect the plan, especially Luna. She solved the problem of not having enough brooms. She also came over? Harry asked. He looked in the direction of Hagrid's hut and spotted Grop easily. He is too big and walking around the edge of the Forbidden Forest. With the help of Grop as a position, Harry vaguely saw a few small dots around him. He tried his best to catch the yellow-haired one, and he found it. Luna is stroking a black-winged horse-shaped creature. Thestral. He was surprised and enlightened. "We've been robbed of our broom, so we have to use our brains to find a replacement," Fred said with a grin and flinched nervously when Moody's magic eye looked over. "Just kidding, Professor Moody, don't take it seriously." "I should warn you," Felix interjected, "your idea is lovely, but first you must get the school's approval. The person in charge at the moment is Professor McGonagall." He nudged his eyes, and in the distance Professor McGonagall came scurrying over, with her hair draped behind her back, making her look imposing. Harry froze and looked at Felix tentatively. "Will you speak for us, Professor?" Felix winked. "I'd love to be on your side, but I have to maintain the relationship between colleagues, so it's up to you to convince her." Harry stared at him in disbelief. Eventually, Professor McGonagall was convinced, but she strongly urged several professors to accompany them. Sirius, Flitwick, Sprout, Tonks, the Longbottoms, and Emmeline Vance led the way as 36 students rushed high into the air on broomsticks and thestrals. The students who emerged from the castle looked at the group like heroes, applauding and cheering them enthusiastically. Harry hovered in the sky on his firebolt, watching in exhilaration as the students and professors set off from the brightly lit Hogwarts school and flew towards Hogsmeade. Turning back, he caught sight of Draco Malfoy in the crowd. He had stayed at the school, but his eyes were dead set on the sky. Harry saw reluctance and jealousy in Malfoy's eyes, a look he unexpectedly did not hate, as he suddenly realized that Malfoy wanted to be part of the support group traveling on broomsticks to Hogsmeade. Reluctance and jealousy could also be rephrased as envy. Those left behind went about their own business. Moody watched over the captured dark wizard. Madame Pomfrey treated the young wizard who had been scratched by an Inferius, or tripped over a stone. Kingsley returned to the Ministry of Magic, and Felix and Professor McGonagall stayed at the school, pacifying, ordering the students to return to the safety of the castle. To be precise, the students are overly excited tonight and seem to want to party all night outside. "We could move the kitchen outside and wait for the men to return from Hogsmeade. Do you guys think they'll bring back some Honeydukes candies along with them?" Such thoughts were quickly quelled by the dark force within the school, which was headed by Professor McGonagall. Although the sky above Hogwarts was as bright as day, it wasn't exactly safe to be outside the castle. There might be Inferius or Dementors hiding around some corner. They would have to check it out carefully. Later in the night, Dumbledore returned to the school. He spoke with Moody, McGonagall, Felix, and Snape one by one to find out what had happened as the night deepened. When Snape relaxing in his office, he felt a burning pain in his arm and stood up with a blank face. "The Dark Lord is summoning him." "So you came to see me empty-handed, Severus?" "Dark Lord, I did all I could, and even nearly got myself exposed to make her escape." Snape bowed his head and said, "Allow me to explain." "I dare not hide a thing." A ray of moonlight poured through the broken window and cast a pale light on his face. Voldemort sat in the darkness, with no light around him, and his snakewood wand made a hissing sound in his hand. He had seen bits and pieces of Umbridge's memories and knew what Snape had done, but he still burned with anger. Snape waited for a moment, and when he saw Voldemort did not interrupt him, he spoke. "You asked me to move when I saw the opportunity, and I did. I gave Umbridge the password to the headmaster's office at a crucial moment, and then distracted Potter, who had rushed over there. After that, an army of Inferius broke in. Although Dumbledore was not there, McGonagall assumed the authorities of a deputy headmistress at the first opportunity, summoning all heads as well as professors. It would have been too suspicious if I didn't show up. As you know, I hadn't gained much trust in the Order of the Phoenix and there were too many eyes on me in the school. I have an enmity with Sirius Black. I don't have much of a friendship with Minerva McGonagall. Harry Potter and his friends are even more unabashedly hostile towards me. Potter has the original Marauder's map in his hands, and even if you had taught me how to hide myself, I couldn't do it so easily, since it would have aroused even greater suspicion. I have a student-teacher relationship with Felix Hap, but last time I risked it to pry information about the diadem, which may have consumed some of that trust, and as for Dumbledore, he never puts his secrets in one basket, as he did this time when he secretly arranged for the Order of the Phoenix to enter the school. He must have sensed something, but I knew nothing about it. I even faked a mistake to stop Potter when he tried to capture Umbridge, but Felix Hap suddenly appeared and foiled that plan. Dumbledore came back and took the locket and the diadem straight away, leaving me no chance to interfere. Snape related the story, at which point he suddenly frowned. One thing is odd, I don't know if I've been exposed. I had hinted to Umbridge about my identity as a spy, but she was caught by Dumbledore. What if she confessed something? Don't worry, I messed with her head. Voldemort's high-pitched, clear voice came through the darkness. Felix Hap is a master of memory, Snape reminded. Voldemort sneered a few times. If they had investigated, they would have discovered a large group of spies that Umbridge will identify, and you are just one of them. You didn't tell Avery your identity, did you? No. I've been very discreet. Snape said. That's not safe either. Voldemort stood up and paced the empty room. Is he in St. Mungo's now? Snape nodded and said, Avery is badly wounded and seems to have hurt his head. He hasn't woken up yet. Then don't let him wake up again. Voldemort said with a murderous grin. The hiss of the snakewood wand grew louder as if there are hundreds of snakes hissing in the room. Lord? Do you still want me to go back to school? Snape asked in a low voice, showing just the right hint of dissatisfaction. You don't want to, Severus? Voldemort asked softly. He approached, bathed in the moonlight, his bare pale skin seemed to glow. On that snake-like face, his red eyes stared at Snape. No, of course, no. Snape stammered. I had thought that I could come back, return to the ranks of the Death Eaters this time. Voldemort looked at him silently for a moment. Have the years of undercover work bored you? He spoke nonchalantly, twirling his fingers around his snakewood wand. I still need you to do one last thing for me, Severus. After this is done, you can return to the ranks of the Death Eaters. Snape glanced up excitedly before lowering his head again. Thank you, Lord. I will serve you gladly, just as I did over a decade ago. Very well. Dumbledore and I agreed to have a duel, and it had to end with a death, but I didn't finalize the specific time. Do you know why? I don't know, Dark Lord. Snape said. How is the injury on Dumbledore's hand? Voldemort suddenly changed the subject. He is suppressing the curse to his right hand and needs to take potion at regular intervals. I've never seen a curse that powerful, stronger than most of the curses I know. A normal man would have died long ago. I have faith in my magic. Voldemort said, and Snape shut up. After a long moment, Voldemort spoke, weaken Dumbledore as much as you can, Severus, but do not kill him. I want to see him fall before me. Your talent for potions is unrivaled, and I believe you can do it without anyone realizing it. But there is a chance that Dumbledore will notice. Then it will be too late, Severus. When you have finished your duty, I will return all the glory that belongs to you. So be bold, Severus, I await your good news. Voldemort is ready to give you up. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, and Snape stared at him. It is now early in the morning, but Dumbledore has shown no signs of falling asleep. He is fully dressed and sitting at his desk, playing with a black jeweled ring in his hand. He was uncertain if Umbridge would leak. Those words were just to reassure you, and I assume he has other tasks for you? A highly time-sensitive one. He told me to poison you, Snape said coldly, the sooner the better. Dumbledore flashed a smile. Ah, so that's it. That may be the biggest risk he has given you tonight. Voldemort was grumpy when he left, and he hasn't been in the best of moods for a while now. I was worried that he would take it out on you. Chapter 579, Potion and Sweet. In the headmaster's office, the conversation continued. Dumbledore paused and said to Snape, Voldemort restrained his temper, because he still needs you now. Well, that much I knew from the moment I discovered Umbridge's mind was messed up. What's that saying? Anyone who asks for a favor will be polite. Obviously, Voldemort can't be an exception. I'm not interested in hearing some cheesy sayings that you share. Oh, Severus, those wise short phrases are thought-provoking and worth savoring over and over again. You know, I've been trying to get you to fall in love with life again," Dumbledore said amiably. Snape shook his head vigorously, as if he had gotten something dirty on it. "Since Voldemort wants you to take the opportunity to poison me while you are healing me, surely he will wait a little longer. I think the duel time might be determined based on the state of my health," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "In this case, I would be able to influence his judgment. Just a few interviews at the right time and a few pictures of my pale face. Well, I figured it out. Wizengamot, the Dark Wizard Trials. I need to talk to Ms. Bones. Severus, your role is too special, so special that even though Voldemort is suspicious of you, he won't make a move against you as long as you still have some value to offer. Aside from Umbridge, there's another loophole, and that's Harry. It's a good thing he practiced occlumency well, and Voldemort seems to have actively isolated the connection, but nothing is certain, so don't take it lightly," he concluded with a warning. "Speaking of Potter," Snape suddenly seethed, "Dumbledore, you lied to me. Harry Potter, he's one of the Horcruxes." There was a brief moment of silence. "When did you realize that?" "So it's true," Snape growled in a low voice as he stood up and stared at Dumbledore from across the table. "I spied for you, made up lies for you, risked my life for you. All of this is supposed to ensure the safety of Lily's son. Now you're telling me that his end was doomed from the very beginning? Like a pig to the slaughter dash." "How touching, Severus," Dumbledore said. "Is it possible that you have really come to like that boy?" "Like him?" Snape shouted, "Expecto Patronum number." From the tip of his wand, a glowing silver dough emerged. It landed on the floor and with a slight leap made its way to the end of the office and flew out the window. Dumbledore watched it go away, until its silver light faded, then turned his face to look at Snape, whose eyes now filled with tears. "Still like this after all this time?" he asked softly. "It's always been like this," Snape said. Dumbledore sighed and closed his eyes. The only sound in the room was Snape's gasp as he muttered and repeated, "You lied to me, Dumbledore." After a few moments, Dumbledore opened his eyes had regained their calm, and he gazed at Snape from the top of his half-moon-shaped lenses. "I don't want to justify myself, Severus. But I did prepare for the worst, for the point where, as a last resort, the boy had to die once, so I nurtured him, honed him, watched him, like a craftsman, carefully carving his special piece." "Die once?" Snape looked up. "Dumbledore, get your words straight. On the night Voldemort tried to kill Harry, the killing curse rebounded on himself and a fragment of his soul was blown away and attached to the only living soul in the collapsed house, Harry Potter. A part of the Dark Lord was left alive inside an infant? It later turned into a Horcrux." Snape asked fervently, "So the Parseltongue, the connection to the Dark Lord's mind, is all because of that soul fragment?" Dumbledore nodded slightly. "To be precise, Harry doesn't count as a complete Horcrux." Snape looked a little unsure. His knowledge about Horcruxes is still at a very shallow state. He only knows the most basic information, some of which he even deduced on his own by combining multiple pieces of information. He didn't know how a Horcrux could be made, let alone many of its taboos. He was only able to link Harry to the Horcrux easily and uncover the truth due to a slip of that boy's tongue. Right now, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The steps involved in creating a real Horcrux are extremely complex and difficult beyond imagination. Maybe that's why Voldemort hadn't been able to connect Harry to the Horcrux yet. Harry isn't anywhere remotely comparable to that snake in terms of completeness. But again, he does serve the purpose of the Horcrux. As long as the shard remains inside Harry, Voldemort will never truly die in a sense. So, is it possible to separate the shard? Snape racked his brain. It was just unintentionally attached, wasn't it? Like a dirty spot on the wall, just find some way to remove the stain. He held his breath as he looked at the old man in front of him. "Have you found it?" Dumbledore slowly shook his head. Snape's body shook for a moment, and he propped his hands on the table, looking at Dumbledore with a blank gaze. "Any matter involving the soul must be approached with extreme caution," Dumbledore said softly. "We are not able to draw wisdom from the scrolls of those who came before us, so we must rely entirely on ourselves. And Harry's situation is much more dangerous. The fragments of Voldemort's soul which remained undisturbed, bonded directly to Harry's soul. After all these years, the connection between them is probably much stronger than you, or I can imagine. And this connection also becomes stronger and stronger as Harry ages, like a parasitic being. You should have been aware of Harry's exaggerated rate of progress this school year, right? He asked. Snape looked expressionlessly at Dumbledore, who looked back at Snape in an equally similar manner. I thought, it is the result of his diligent training. I do not deny the significance of that. But, apart from the gap in knowledge and experience, Harry is not much weaker than you are now. That's never normal, Severus. Is there no other solution? Felix and I, both of us, are trying to find a solution. He found a line of thought in the books about Horcrux: repentance can reunite a fragmented soul. Felix is amazingly accomplished in the field of memory magic, Dumbledore said. He wanted to capture Voldemort and soak him in a jar full of repentance emotion for a day, or two, or even a year or two. Snape was shocked by the sheer audacity of Felix's thinking. But I don't hold out much hope for this method, the conditions are too demanding. You have to capture the living Voldemort first, a step that is surprisingly easy compared to the other steps. Second, you have to make Voldemort genuinely repent for what he had done, and frankly, I don't think he has an ounce of remorse in him. I wouldn't be surprised if he suddenly showed me his patroness. Apart from that, even if Voldemort is forced to repent, what effect would drawing out the soul fragments will have on Harry? No one knows. Snape froze in place. After a long pause, he asked, with difficulty, you only mentioned Felix's attempts, what about you? What have you worked on? Oh, I can't reveal that to you yet. Dumbledore said apologetically, that method is probably more elusive and unbelievable than getting Voldemort to make a sincere confession, and I have no way of verifying it for the time being, so it would only add further trouble if I told you. He tucked the black jeweled ring into a drawer and fiddled with the delicate silverware on the table. The conversation seemed to have ended there as Snape stood up and headed for the door. Oh, by the way, Severus. Snape turned his head and met the blue eyes beneath the half-moon-shaped lenses. Put some sweet in the potion, will you? Chapter 580, Influence of the Incident. Even though 3 days have passed since that night when an army of Inferi roamed around the school grounds, Hogwarts students are still talking about the events of that night with great relish. Those students who had first-hand knowledge, those who cleared out the Inferius, or were involved in supporting Hogsmeade Village are the most sought after, and wherever they go they are followed by gangs of students asking for specific information, the common room, the stairways, the classrooms, the library, everywhere you can find someone recounting what they had witnessed. We set off from the school, clearing hundreds of Inferi and a dozen Dementors along the way, and when we descended in the Hogsmeade Village from the sky, the looks we saw on those people's faces were simply fabulous. You guys would have loved to witness that. One of the seniors said. Awesome. Someone in the crowd said with admiration. How did you catch the Dementors? Another student snapped pointedly, I remember the patroness could only banish them, no. With a cage. To which the man replied in a high-pitched voice, seemingly pleased that someone had asked that question, it's a portable device that looks like a nose-biting teacup, but it's certainly not the same, once you drive the Dementors and they can't get out. According to the orator named Tonks, this is something that Professor Hap had researched. He whispered in a mysterious tone. A chorus of gasps sounded from the crowd. Well, make a way, please. I have to go find my mate and ask if the school has issued any task that involves searching the Forbidden Forest. The student waved his hand in a feigned manner, as you know, there is a possibility that a few werewolves are hiding there. The people gathered around watched him leave with reverence. Various variety of stories broke out one after another, and someone meticulously described the broken hill on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. There were many cauldron-sized boulders tumbling down when we arrived, and the dust was too heavy to get a full view. The members of the Magic Painting Club had made plans with each other to visit the site over the Hogsmeade weekend on Valentine's Day, to work together and create a piece of art. A number of students were tempted when they heard that they were looking for investment everywhere and for only 7 sickles they could leave their name on that huge masterpiece. There was also the discreet revelation about a dozen bodies dragged out of the Hogshead Inn, which is now closed. Something tragic may have happened. Those words were said with a humorous tone. All I know is that Professor Moody had shoved a dozen dark wizards into the dungeon of the castle, although they were relocated the same night. One of the Slytherin students said, the place where the dark wizards were kept is close to our common room and quite a few people saw it. Don't you guys live in the dungeon? Someone asked in confusion. That's different, the Slytherin student retorted irritably, our common room only looks like a dungeon. Gee, after all these years you haven't even thought of adding some decorations. We installed magic lamps. Oh. Currently, it is breakfast time and Felix is having breakfast in the Great Hall. He flipped through the day's newspaper. The front page had a shot of Ms. Bones speaking, but in fact, this particular event had happened 2 days ago, the day after the attack, and the photo had probably been chosen to boost sales more than anything else. He quickly skimmed over the contents at the top, which read: a spokesman for Wisengamot stated that the investigations had already begun, and the perpetrators captured included a significant number of foreign wizards, which would possibly bring in observers from the International Confederation of Wizards during trials. In addition, a number of countries have sent official letters from their ministries of magic asking if they can extradite their own wizards, and after a stern refusal from Ms. Bones, they have applied to be involved in the trial process. Although no specific trial date has been set, we at least know where the main source of forces behind the mass attack planned by the you-know-who came from. The second page described how they will respond to the danger of exposure. In the eyes of the Muggles, this will be an underground gas pipe leak. The third page mentioned that the Sword Castle had been restored to its original state and included a photograph on which Felix spotted Percy looking around, straightening his tie in a dignified manner when someone noticed him. A mid-page article between the fourth and fifth pages described blast-ended Screw-It Farm is now started to operate. Felix wondered whether that was an advertisement. The eighth page featured the news showing that the anti-spell product line had become the official equipment of the Ministry of Magic. On the ninth page, a member of the Shafiq family cuts the ribbon for a shop. Felix put the paper down and quickly finished his plate of food, and walked towards the entrance hall when he spotted the Weasley twins leading the members of the Swear to Defend School Rules Club they had formed out of the castle. 5 simple rules for regifting. Remember, this operation may be dangerous, but we, the members of the Swear to Defend School Rules Club, will not be afraid. Fred said loudly. What are we going to do? An underclassman asked warily. Didn't we mention that? Fred looked over at George, who shrugged at him. Well, we're going to Black Lake. You know, the Inferius aren't afraid of water, so there might be a slippery bunch hiding at the bottom and taking a leisurely stroll as we speak. But I've heard, the student who asked the question swallowed, that the professors have long ago teamed up with the student body, the Magic Rune Club, the Frontline Lookout Club, and volunteers to check all parts of the school several times. His voice grew lower and lower as the twins stared straight at him. You know, you remind me of our little brother Ron. The lower grade student's eyes lit up as he spoke excitedly. You mean Ron Weasley? Harry Potter's right-hand man? Oh, what an honor! Fred and George looked at each other, a little dumbfounded. Is he that famous now? George asked. We're not in someone's dream, are we? I mean, could this be a side effect of the patented Daydream Charm box? No way, Fred said with a depressed tone. I would have rejected that dream as unsellable in the first place. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked down the stone steps, intending to visit Hagrid. Is Mafalda okay? What did Madame Pomfrey say? Harry asked. Nothing serious, Hermione said. She was hit by a confundus charm and a stunning spell. She'll be fine after 2 days of rest. Except for a bald spot on her head, she was too embarrassed to come out and see anyone. Ron smiled and gloated a little. Umbridge hit her pretty hard. You need to wait a few more days to see her. Outside the castle, the snow melted away. A layer of tender sprouts poked out of the lawn, and in a short while, it would completely cover the grey mud. They crossed the vegetable patch and saw Muggle Professor Burbage coming out of a greenhouse from a distance, wearing an oversized hat, a dirty apron tied around her waist that smeared with grey mud. At first glance, Harry thought that Professor Sprout had lost weight. But he would only think like that in his mind, and he would never say that out loud in front of a Hufflepuff student. A dozen students stood near Hagrid's hut, chattering and giggling, with a mixture of excitement and fear on their faces. Curious, the trio went around to the back of the hut and found Hagrid training Grop on how to carry things. Grop, want food! The giant yelled. You'll get it when you're done carrying it! Hagrid shouted, pointing to a pile of rocks on the ground and a huge pumpkin under his other arm. Hi, guys! When he spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione, he greeted them enthusiastically. I'm teaching him to do odd jobs, starting with the basics, you see dash. Look out! Hagrid! Hermione suddenly shouted. Hagrid jerked his head back and was sent tumbling to the ground with a punch, and Harry felt the ground tremble. Luckily, Grop didn't continue to attack, he withdrew his dirty fist and took the pumpkin out of Hagrid's arms as if he is holding a large apple, and bit it down, splashing the juice everywhere. The little wizards who had gathered around had long ago run away squealing, and Harry reckoned they were scared shitless. Hagrid sat up on the ground and held his nose. Oh, well, still the same thing. I shouldn't have walked around with food in front of him. The trio looked at each other and Harry gathered the courage to ask, Hagrid, are you going to let little Grop move in with you? I did thought of that, but it doesn't look like it's going to work now, so I'm going to build a house in the Forbidden Forest. Would the Centaurs be okay with that? Hermione asked worriedly. Who cares about those mules? Hagrid said under his breath, blood seeping out of his nostrils. Take it easy, Hagrid. Ron shouted. Hagrid waved his other hand, it's not like they own the Forbidden Forest, anyone can live there if they want. And then he muttered, I'll just ask them superfluously, a bunch of old cranks. Chapter 581, Malfoy. The trio headed out of Hagrid's hut and on their way they ran into the young wizards who were watching earlier. They are very young and have an intense curiosity, so Harry had expected them to run back to the castle in a rush, but instead, they are chattering on the side of the path, discussing whether they should go back or not. Those brats! Ron shook his head as he remarked sagely. Harry looked back at them and guessed in his mind that these students would not have a clue that they might be sewing clothes for Professor Hagrid's dear brother in the Care of Magical Creatures class later. A damn cloth that is probably bigger than a tent, is now hanging in Hagrid's hut. They walked up the stone steps and saw Valen walking outside at the entrance of the castle. Harry's mood perked up, he ran over and locked his gaze with Valen. Is Professor nearby? He asked excitedly. After that lengthy night, Valen reacquired the gluttonous snake and carried it around every day, reassuring herself that all her treasures are inside. She looked up quizzically, and when she heard Harry's question, she held out her other empty hand to point in the direction of the Great Hall. The Golden Trio walked into the Great Hall and turned back when they didn't spot their target. Should be there. Hermione said, gesturing in the direction of the staff room. It dawned on Harry, but there was some hesitation in his mind. Snape might be in the staff room, and lately, he's trying his best to avoid looking at Snape. Come on, let's have a look inside. Hermione said encouragingly. Harry was just about to push the door open when, to his surprise, he heard Draco Malfoy's shaky voice from inside, yes, I'm sure. Harry's hand retracted. The trio looked at each other, somewhat unsure. Then Professor McGonagall's stern voice was heard from the room, Mr. Malfoy, you know the consequences of perjury. Draco did not respond, seemingly stumped by the question. At that moment Professor Happ's voice was heard in the room, let me ask him a few questions, Malfoy, can I assume that you didn't know what Avery and Umbridge were up to, and they claimed that they are your father's friends, which caused you to let your guard down? Yes, Professor. Felix muttered to himself, well, it's understandable. For that reason, you followed them to the girls' lavatory dash. The abandoned one. Pardon? It's the abandoned girls' lavatory. Draco swallowed hard and said. Okay, so you followed them to the abandoned girls' lavatory and Umbridge forced you to help them and even asked you to make a deadly vow, but it was disrupted when Miss Granger suddenly appeared. Yes. Felix the serious voice of Professor McGonagall interjected. Later you felt afraid and kept avoiding them. Felix continued the question. Yes. Draco whispered in a low voice. Well, I see. Felix's tone lightened, and he said with conviction, I guess Avery must have sneaked up on Crabbe and Goyle later and cast a Confundus charm on them. Felix, I should remind you that the Confundus charm has a time limit. Professor McGonagall uttered in exasperation. I know, Minerva. But Crabbe and Goyle's brain Felix paused, isn't exactly bright, they're in a state of confusion at all times, they might have even taken it as their own thoughts after the effect of the spell had ended, and only those who know them best would be able to spot the anomaly, such as Mr. Draco Malfoy. The sound of Professor McGonagall's intake of breath was heard from the room. Harry listened in disbelief, he could picture Professor McGonagall pursing her lips and her chest heaving violently, just as she had done a few days ago when he had worked up the courage to convince her to allow the students to assist Hogsmeade. She must surely be furious. All right, Mr. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall said, thank you for your testimony, and I will consider temporarily holding off on expelling Crabbe and Goyle unless there is new evidence that she paused, suggests that they were voluntarily aiding and abetting the you-know-who. Thanks, Professor. Malfoy said in a grateful tone. The sound of footsteps was heard at the door. Harry, Ron, and Hermione scrambled away from the doorknob as the door opened and Draco Malfoy looked at them in surprise. Ron grinned, "Hello." Draco gave them a hard stare and slammed the door behind him, and without saying anything, he turned and left. After that father-son session at the Christmas holiday, Lucius had told him a few things, not just about the present situation, but also about the plans for the future. According to his father, even if the war ended and Hap's side won, he intended to gradually become Loki and diminish his influence. "I'm undercover, but I'm also a Death Eater, and as long as I'm active, those two labels will remain. So the Malfoys will be relying on you when the time comes." Harry knocked on the door. But inside Professor McGonagall was talking loudly and their knock was ignored. Felix, Crabbe, and Goyle didn't have any signs of being under a charm. It's hard to tell. Malfoy's testimony was full of holes, and he said he had an argument with Crabbe. Well, it was a bit odd, but after the touch UPS I just applied, it might make slightly more sense, right? Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood awkwardly in the entrance, watching as Professor McGonagall cornered Professor Hap against the wall with her arms crossed, and Professor Hap kept gesturing for her to calm down. There was a chuckle heard from the corner and Harry jerked his head back to see Sirius sitting in an engraved chair, clutching his teacup and watching the drama. Potter, Weasley, Granger, Professor McGonagall spotted the trio in the room. She took a few steps back and took a few deep breaths, her face regaining its composure. "Very well, I will find Professor Dumbledore and explain the situation." She took a large step out of the room. Aside from the Golden Trio, only Sirius and Professor Hap are left in the staff room. Can I ask what just happened?" Harry asked impatiently. Sirius bristled. "Congratulations on seeing a good show. Someone turned black and white and treated the school rules and laws like they were nothing. Sheltered 2 potential Death Eaters, no, it should be 3. You mean Draco Malfoy?" Ron said. "He came over to speak up for Crabbe and Goyle? That's not like him." "That's right, once he realized those 2 not only broke school rules but could also potentially be shoved into the Wizengamot trial sequence, he wanted to back off." Sirius leaned back his body, letting the front legs of his chair pivot, and said dismissively, "After a few questions from Minerva, he panicked, and that's when our righteous and kind Professor Hap descended from heaven to fabricate a plausible excuse for Malfoy." "What a noble act! Tell me, Felix, how much did the Malfoys pay you?" Sirius asked with a wide grin. "That's a question you should ask Remus. The Malfoys have bought a fair deal of Future World Company products. He knows the exact figures," Felix said lightly. He walked over unhurriedly, and picked up the teapot on the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. Then 3 cups descended next to the trio and Felix gestured towards the 3, who sat down with their teacups. "Well, Harry, what are you doing here?" he asked. Harry was stumped. There are many things he wanted to ask, but he figured Professor Hap wouldn't tell him so readily. Over the last few days, he had found a number of suspicious things when he had discussed and analyzed everything with Ron and Hermione. The matter of Headmaster Dumbledore arranging for someone from the Order of the Phoenix to infiltrate the school ahead of time could be explained by the discovery of clues about Voldemort's troop movements, but there are a few things that seemed too much of a coincidence. Why did Snape appear near the headmaster's office, which happened to be around the same time as Umbridge? But it would make sense with the explanation that his mission was to deliver the password to the office. And then there was Professor Hap, whose appearance was also packed with theatrics. If he had been a few seconds later, Umbridge would have disappeared with the Horcruxes. But if Professor Hap had been there all along? "It's like the adults have joined together to stage a play," Hermione stated back then. Neville's parents seemed to know something, but they had already left. Harry had brought it up to Neville a few times, acting casually, but each time he became squirmy and Ron asked, "Did you get beaten up by your mum and dad? Tell us about it, we won't laugh at you." Neville gave him a stern look. So Harry had no choice but to let it go. He cleared his mind of these random thoughts and asked slowly, "What's going to happen to Crabbe and Goyle?" "Suspended on probation, I guess," Felix said carelessly. "Their father got caught red-handed," Sirius suddenly interjected, "for attacking the Ministry of Magic, and is probably in the company of the Lestrange brothers at the moment." With that, he gave Felix a provocative look, as if expecting a retort. But Felix reacted flatly. "Oh, what about Malfoy?" Harry asked, holding his breath. I mean Lucius Malfoy. Sirius's face suddenly scrunched up. He made his escape. How? Ron asked. Sirius put his upright chair down and looked at them. I suppose he was lucky to get away in advance. Amelia told me she was glad that she didn't remove the anti-apparition zone she had set up a while back. What was that thing? Harry asked in surprise. Remember the ancient magic rune exchange held in Hogsmeade earlier? Felix asked and the three nodded. More than remembering, it is a vivid memory. Voldemort had killed the headmaster of the Ilvermorny school that day, stolen Salazar Slytherin's snakewood wand, and destroyed a small part of Hogsmeade shortly afterward. We speculated at that time that Voldemort might take the opportunity to break into the Ministry of Magic. There is something there that is important to him. For this reason, the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix had set up traps in advance, and the anti-apparition zone was one of them. It's a pity he didn't show up last time. Felix's tone seemed light, but several people in the room could feel the hidden chill in it. Once the anti-apparition zone is turned on, Voldemort wouldn't be able to escape and be caught by the combination of the two, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Hap. Then it was most likely that the war would have been over that day. Professor? Hermione asked, I saw in the paper that the Shafiq Dash. Oh, I know about that. Felix interrupted her and Hermione fell silent. Before leaving, Harry asked a question, do you still believe Snape? After all that happened. You should call him Professor Snape. Felix replied. So Harry got the answer in his mind. Lucius Malfoy is one of your men? Sirius abruptly asked as he closed the door. Felix looked at him with a smirk, did you smell it? Don't use that metaphor. Sirius muttered in discontent. I thought you'd like, yeah, you're right. Felix said. Sirius straightened up in surprise, and you're telling it to me just like that. He couldn't help but look up and down. He's not going to be sold out by you, just because he's no longer valuable, is he? Felix rolled his eyes. What image do I really have in your mind? Scheming and cunning. Sirius subconsciously said. Felix glared at him, pondering an excuse to beat him up. Sirius shivered and hurriedly changed the subject. What are you going to do for Valentine's Day? Got a date? Of course I do. Really? With who? Sirius asked with interest. Met. Felix said dismissively. February 14th. On Valentine's Day, students lined up in long lines ready to spend a pleasant day in Hogsmeade. That's when they saw Filch standing in front of the main entrance of the school, staring at passing students with a rude look and checking for prohibited items. Filch is as unpleasant as ever and likes to catch students red-handed. Ron said. But at least he's on our side, isn't he? Harry said. And your requirements are too low. Ron said, and abruptly hid behind Harry, block me. What's wrong? Harry looked uncertainly in the opposite direction to Ron as Parvati and Lavender Brown passed by in a pair. She wants to ask me out for the weekend. Ron whispered, waiting for them to leave before he stepped out. Lavender. Harry guessed. It's her. Ron said smugly, can't help that, I am so popular. I received several cards. It occurred to Harry as an afterthought that he also seemed to have received quite a few cards this year, and Ginny said she was getting her hands sore from opening them. At that moment, they saw Professor Hap appear at the entrance, dressed formally, and operate away at the school gate. Someone asked the professor out. Ron asked in surprise. I don't know. Harry said dryly, seeing Ginny coming over in a pretty purple dress, and he pretended like he didn't see Luna, who had carrot earrings on and a dress full of shiny glittery sequins, beside her. It is nice to have an extra person, it reduces a lot of embarrassment. Harry thought. Diagon Alley, Sword Castle. Felix stood at the entrance and looked around for a while, then walked in. A number of people had gathered in the spacious hall on the ground floor, and most of them had their faces covered tightly with scarves. These people stood some distance apart from each other and seemed completely uninterested in making small talk. Clammy trotted over. Is everyone here? Felix asked. All present. 7 squibs, and 12 wizards with spellcasting problems, they're all here. Clammy said quickly, these are their profiles. She shoved a stack of parchments into Felix's arms, then looked at him with an expectant look. Have a good time. Bye. Clammy said simply, before turning her head to run away. Felix smacked his lips, suddenly feeling a little depressed. He jerked his hand and the heavy door slammed shut behind him. So, everyone, are you ready to feel the magic of magic? Chapter 582, Miss Winnie's Magical Journey. Winnie waited in line, peering out anxiously and looking around, as a blonde ponytail flopped around behind her head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 more ahead. She counted silently. From her viewpoint, she could see Felix Happ sitting behind a desk with a stack of documents laid on the desk, that had been handed to Mr. Happ by the witch who had received them this morning. Every now and then Mr. Happ would write and draw on it, and there is also a bell on the table. Jingle jingle. Winnie jerked her head up and stared intently at the man at the front of the room. More than one person did as she did, simply because the next scene would be magical enough. Mr. Happ gestured to his right, and in front of him, the wizard Mr. Ackle, a squib to be precise, in his 40s with half his hair balding, cautiously prodded with his one foot forward as if the ground was littered with unseen and unknown traps. No one urged him on, and all eyes opened wide to discern something in him, but, just like the previous instances, after a few steps, he disappeared out of thin air. Winnie once again marvelled at the wonders of magic, which was more magical than anything she had ever witnessed before. She recalled that just 10 minutes ago, this man, who looked almost her age, had closed a huge wooden door, over 12 feet high, with a wave of his hand, without even using his wand. That hand had silenced everyone in the room. Most of them, if you counted the wizards, couldn't even wield the wand properly, and the rest of them didn't possess a wand at all. Winnie stared at Felix's dark hair and blue eyes as he worked. Should that count as work? Looking serious, as he asked questions without urgency, and she wondered how much it would cost to hire a wizard like Mr. Happ. She couldn't even contemplate it, it simply wouldn't happen in reality anytime soon. All she knew about was that quick spell beginner's magic correspondence course which she attended a short distance from Sword Castle, would cost 15 gold galleons for a total of 2 weeks of instruction. It was something she had personally gone out of her way to ask about, and, well, she didn't even have the qualifications to think it was too expensive. Because she is a squib. Apart from the long lingering gloomy emotions of that day when she was sent to a foster home, Winnie didn't have many strong memories of her childhood before 11. And with all these years gone by, she had long managed to gain a foothold in Muggle society, where she's now working in a law firm and occasionally publishing a few short and crisp stories in magazines. She's not going to tell anyone that her brilliant imagination comes from another world, a world where the magic truly exists. All her colleagues know is that she loves to read and listen to music, and she loves to visit various bookshops and record shops in her spare time. So, and Winnie was never shy about saying this whenever she went out, I'm going to drop by Charing Cross. Her friends would ask her for niche titles or for the most popular records on the market, and she always had an answer for them. Jingle jingle. Winnie suddenly woke up to the fact that there was no one else in front of her. She took a few quick steps and stood in front of the desk, sizing up the silhouette of Felix Happ, a man who is nearly the same age as her but has accomplished so much that she couldn't even muster up the emotion of jealousy. Felix and Valen looked up together, finding the girl's eyes a little distracted. Winnie Valentine, 24 years old, graduate of the Queen Mary University of London. Felix asked as he looked up. Yes, that's right. Winnie said with a little tremor in her voice, you're totally accurate. It's all written right here on the paper. Valen looked curiously at the person who had a similar phonetic pronunciation to her name, amber eyes, with a bit of natural curl to her hair, and a very artistic black and white piano key-shaped badge pinned to her chest. Winnie blushed slightly, not looking straight into those light blue eyes, and lowered her head to look at the platypus sitting nearby. No, a niffler. It seemed bizarre, her mind was spinning with odd thoughts. If only she could take a picture of Niffler and send it to the magazine, it would probably cause a sensation. Felix tapped on the table and Winnie immediately stared at his fingertips. A subconscious picture flashed through her mind. This was the hand that, with a mere wave, transformed a gilded letter O from the lobby display into a desk, and another letter K turned into a dark green banner embroidered with ornate floral patterns, as a beautiful banner was created in front of her eyes. If it had been in a knitting shop, it would have sold for a lot of money. But it is completely superfluous, Winnie thought. She found another place where magic and technology differed. Technology tends to converge, while magic diverges. Then she sighed, there is absolutely no way she could share these thoughts with someone. Felix noticed her wandering off again and snapped his fingers in front of her. Winnie was taken aback. You look a little nervous? Then I won't ask any more questions, just go straight this way. He pointed to the right. Winnie breathed a sigh of relief, then a little regret. Had she acted too poorly? A few steps away, she suddenly looked back behind her. The desk, along with the young man who was sitting behind it, the niffler on the table, the bell and the people in line, were all nowhere to be seen. So that's what the people before had seen. Winnie thought. Hap 9 at your service. A voice suddenly said, and Winnie was startled. She looked back at Felix. You, oh, she asked excitedly, you're magically made. You could interpret it that way. Hap 9 said. Realizing the person in front of her isn't a real person, Winnie wasn't freaked out that much, and her nervousness considerably dissolved. She had seen many magic props that talked. Like the Quidditch team posters that shouted come on, the cups that urged her to finish her drink quickly, the mirrors that stuck to the wall that reminded her that she had some dirt on the tip of her nose. The strangest talking thing she had ever seen was an exquisite dressing table, with mirrors, perfume bottles, drawers, and standing lamps, each with their own ideas and would belittle each other's aesthetics, which, according to the shopkeeper, it had turned into something like this as soon as a particularly fussy customer tried it on. Winnie actively looked for a topic. So what have you changed from? Gilded letters, teacups, parchment, ink bottles, detergent. None of those, said Hap 9, I'm a memory. Winnie thought for a moment and lowered her voice, a ghost. No, just a temporarily constructed memory. My task is to guide you through some tests and get the magic inside you to move a little. The man who claimed to be Hap 9 said. Could memories exist on their own? Winnie couldn't figure it out. It obviously didn't have anything to do with technology, but well, it's quite magical, isn't it? She didn't really know much about magic herself, although she had read a lot of books, but being a squib, especially one who had gone to university, brought her attitude towards magic closer to that of observation, with a natural detachment like how she occasionally watched the other customers in the record shop. Hap 9 walked ahead of her to guide the way. Be careful not to run into other people's territory, he said. Winnie looked around and found that she is walking on a narrow luminous path, surrounded by what looked like a soap bubble-like membrane, that is being magnified thousands of times, and the contents inside are blurred, but Winnie can vaguely guess roughly based on the colors and shapes. She could see a quiet, deep forest river in one soap bubble, on her right is a beautiful garden, but she can't make out what flowers are growing in it. Then she saw a lofty castle, just the outline, and she knew what it is. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What are these? She asked curiously. Memories that you all find comfortable and pleasant, Hap 9 dutifully explained as Winnie jumped over what looked like a small puddle and accidentally poked her head into a soap bubble, and freaked out, worrying that she would ruin the dreamlike environment. But the quality of the soap bubble turned out to be better than she expected, and she sniffed a sweet and savory air, which was sweet enough to make her intoxicating. The place was full of chocolates and sweet delicacies. With just a cursory sweep, she found a dozen or so candy heaps, and at the top of one short candy mountain, a short, chubby male wizard weeping with excitement. There was also an identical Felix Hap whispering something without moving. The next second, she was yanked from outside. Told you to be careful. Oh, sorry. That's okay. Hap 9 said, pausing for a few seconds to fix the large hole Winnie had smashed out with her head. Until then, the sweet, intoxicating air had been blowing out of it. So you in there, Winnie pondered how to define their identity. What number is he? 7. They walked for a few more minutes, and finally, Hap 9 stopped. We are there. Winnie found herself standing in front of a beautiful exhibition display cabinet that contained a shallow wooden disc with a silvery haze of smoke. She realized she is still in the ground floor lobby of Future World Company. What do I need to do? Memories. Hype 9 said, dig through your memories to find the strongest feelings you have towards magic, good and bad alike, but I recommend happy memories. Winnie searched her mind, and after a long time, she stared blankly at Hap 9. Can't find it? Hap 9 asked, did this girl have such a rough life? It didn't look like that at all. Too much. Winnie said. Then pick the one that makes you most comfortable. Hap 9 said with an expressionless face. Winnie thought carefully. Being a squib, she tried to stay away from magic during her childhood and barely had a few memories related to the magic that are worth remembering. But when she went to college and took a psychology course, she gradually let go of her past experiences and was able to see things in a more positive light. So one day in her sophomore year, she walked into the Leaky Cauldron Inn with considerable nervousness. Hap 9 reached out his hand and pulled an ebony wand out of thin air. With its help, the visions in Winnie's head appeared in reality. Felix behind the desk looked up, his gaze piercing through one soap bubble to gaze at the small, old pub. The scenes changed rapidly from the Leaky Cauldron Inn, to what looked like a tourist guide to Diagon Alley. The wall behind the pub slowly opens up to form a wide-arched bridge that connects to a curving, cobbled street at the other end. That is Diagon Alley. The sunlight pours down and many shops come into view, ranging from cauldron shop, pet shop, apothecary to bookshop. Finally, they arrived at a junk shop, which was littered with a dozen wooden crates containing all sorts of second-hand magic items, tattered wands with unicorn hair peeking out of the core, old scales that wobbled and never aligned, old cauldrons stained with poison, old patched cloaks with suspicious blood stains that never seemed to have been cleaned, books with loose spines and missing covers. A spell book with a spine so loose, that even the cover was missing. Winnie took a deep breath, a wave of relief coming out of her every pore. Felix, sitting behind the desk, wondered a little, but he did feel a positive, vibrant burst of vigor and joy, and the thin magic in her pulsed a little in his magical perspective. He jotted down a few symbols quickly on his parchment. "You like it here?" Hap 9 asked. "Yes," Winnie said cheerfully. "Have any exciting stories happened here?" "Oh, well, it was just for me personally. I got my first spell book, my first cauldron, and my first wand here," she said with deep emotion. "It cost me 9 galleons and I still couldn't use it. It supposedly cost the same as the first wand Ollivander sold to a young wizard, but I'm an adult, so it would have been more expensive." "You can get that sum?" Hap 9 asked, knowing that Winnie had always stayed in Muggle society. Even if she wasn't short of money, he figured the Gringotts wouldn't casually exchange that much money to her. Those goblins had very tight control in that regard. "I have a good relationship with the owner of that junk shop," Winnie said. "You know those London antiques market streets? I sometimes pick up some interesting trinkets and bring them to the owner of the junk shop." "Right." Hap 9 came to the bright realization, "Yes, there are many squibs in the market, working as a broker of a sort. You'll have a real wand soon, although there are spell casting restrictions, it works pretty decently. I thought I was being scammed when your staff approached me, but luckily I ended up coming over," Winnie said excitedly. "How much does it cost?" "Oh, it's free, only for now. Your wands are all special custom-made one and various tests are required in order to match them as closely as possible to you. Let's get back to business. Firstly, Miss Valentine, I'm going to assess your magic, scoring it according to activity, quantity and quality. Don't worry, it's just a general estimate as I haven't taken the time to work out the general rules for it yet." An hour later. The soap bubbles in the lobby of the Sword Castle faded away and Winnie's head spun from side to side as the vision, supposedly constructed from memories, existed in the atmosphere for another 10 seconds or so, then they quickly faded in color and shape as if they were ancient relics that had been exposed to the light of day again. Winnie let out a slow breath as she stared at a particularly beautiful clock tower disappearing before her eyes. Along with it 19 haps disappeared, from number 1 to number 19. Hap 9 gave a final wave towards Winnie and blended into the atmosphere. Winnie was disappointed as if she had lost a friend she had known for a long time. "Everyone, wait a moment, I need some time to make your exclusive wands. You can visit the exhibition cases in the meantime." Silence fell over the lobby as Felix disappeared, and then some people gathered together. "It should be true," an old wizard said, having taken off his scarf to reveal a wrinkled face. "Old Borg, you think a big man like Mr. Hap would lie to you?" another man asked in a loud voice. "Of course not." Borg, who had initially spoken, turned bright red and retorted angrily. Winnie didn't get involved in the discussion as she began to pace around the exhibition cases in the hall. The ground floor lobby of Future World Company was occasionally open to the public, inviting a number of wizards to experience products that had yet to become available, for modification purposes based on feedback. She had been here a few times before, but only once she had been chosen, and the product she experienced was an anti-spell hat. The thing was incredible, the hex would just bounce off of you, even if you were just simply standing there staring at the person reciting the hex, in a completely automatic manner. She also gave her opinion carefully. Well, she couldn't really pick any faults, but she wished there would be more styles, for which she specifically drew a few sketches of women's caps. 10 minutes later, Felix reappeared. This morning he had arrived sort of well prepared, with all the materials on hand, and he just needed to tweak the magic frequencies, which went very fast as soon as he became adept. He lined up a row of wands set with small, colorful gems and slowly swept his gaze over a line of eager eyes. Gentlemen, most of you are in fact signed up for the beginner's magic course from the newspaper, but Clammy should have told you the truth earlier, right? Everyone in the room nodded. At the moment this research is not public, so there are some confidentiality contracts that you will need to abide by. There are 2 confidentiality contracts, one from Future World Company, which prohibits the disclosure of this research to the public, and the other from the Ministry of Magic, which prohibits the performance of magic in the presence of non-magical people, and if it involves your immediate family, you can report it to the ministry. In addition, because this work is of a research nature, you will not have to pay extra money, but you will have to cooperate by doing some tests, and the staff of Future World Corporation will observe your spellcasting data, so we can improve the product. In the long run, this will contribute to the advancement of this product. Is there anyone who holds a different opinion regarding this? Felix waited a moment. Very well. A wand flew up to them, the magic on it is fixed, but it's all practical, the levitation charm alone has dozens of application scenarios. You have half an hour to familiarize yourselves with your wands, after which we will begin the testing. Winnie stroked her wand and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. From the way the wooden wand curved, to the small gems embedded in it, it looked like an outstanding piece of craftsmanship. She stared at a dark red gem that seemed to hide a swirling vortex inside, which slowly spun. She followed the guidance of the now vanished Hap 9, mobilizing her emotions as strongly as she could, letting the desire to cast a successful spell fill her whole body, and then she raised her wand and recited the incantation, Lumos. A glow of light was released from the tip of her wand. Winnie gasped as she looked up in disbelief and looked around. Someone had managed to successfully cast a levitation charm, allowing himself to levitate 3 feet above the ground, and he was so stunned that both of his legs thrashed like frogs. Think about what you're going to do, and don't constrain your imagination. Felix made occasional reminders. The morning passed quickly. Winnie and the others fondly and reluctantly handed their wands back, in the hope that Mr. Hap would make adjustments based on their performance today. Winnie included a small note with her thoughts on how she would like to have an additional movement spell on the exclusive wand, a spell that would allow the item to move. She was envious of the way how Mr. Ackle directed his 2 shoes to dance next to her. She headed for the door when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Miss Valentine. She looked up and met Felix's gaze, and she pointed at herself in surprise. Felix nodded at her, which implied, yes, it's you. Winnie walked over to him feeling nervous. I read your file again. You studied law back in university? Felix asked. Winnie nodded. So, interested in making some extra money? The short-term kind? Felix asked gently, and Winnie stared at him. I have a few properties in Muggle society, not many, but I kind of need some advice from someone with a professional background. Chapter 583, Voldemort's Adventure. When he returned to school in the evening, Felix was in a very good mood. That afternoon he and Winnie went to the law firm where she worked to take on a legal consultation service as her friend. Winnie's boss, a middle-aged man in his early 40s, readily agreed to assign this business to Winnie, who is still a practice assistant, after learning that the consultation fee would not be discounted. The work is not that much of a challenge, but it's a bit of a menial job, and it takes time to travel around. Winnie's boss stated in a low voice, I'll check your progress regularly. Understood. Winnie said with a nervous look on her tense face. She knew that her boss was concerned that she would casually muddle through with her work due to the fact that she had found this job from a friend. But the truth is that he had completely missed the mark. There is much more to do than what was laid out in plain sight. In addition to the legal issues of several gold and silver handicraft shops, she also has a secret task on her plate, analyze the wizarding social system through the lens of a modern social system. Winnie could literally go on for 3 days and nights explaining the differences between the two, but Felix dismissed the angle of dissection she proposed. The law dash. No need for you to worry about it, a small society of tens of thousands of people doesn't need to have it all figured out. Finance dash. No need for you to worry about that either. Then what did you ask me to do? Winnie looked at him with exasperation. Right now they were in the cafe downstairs from the law firm. Felix was scooping up ice cream with a small metal spoon, Valen preferred strawberry flavor, and she was sitting proudly at the table by the window, where pedestrians walked up and down the block, but none of them seems to have noticed her. Use your head, Miss Valentine. You have had a complete and comprehensive higher education. There are very few people among the squib who have had similar experiences to you. You are a rare talent that has a whole complete social system at your back. By the way, you've dealt with quite a few companies, haven't you? It's all the cases that the firm takes on, Winnie said under her breath, and I'm responsible for gathering information and sometimes writing a report that is presentable, as per the requirements. That's it. Felix nodded, waving the small spoon in his hand. A word of advice: you can think of the wizarding community as a large corporation that is actively seeking to transform itself and just happens to have found you. Winnie stared at him, intrigued by the analogy, but she held a different opinion. We're talking about serious topics, aren't we? Winnie looked at Felix for confirmation, and he nodded before she continued. If that's the case, using the company as an analogy would seem inappropriate. As far as I can see, the various systems in the wizarding community are still stuck centuries ago. The statute of secrecy may be the main reason for this, but you can't deny that wizards can't act like a real corporation, with clear goals and unified operations. If it had to be compared to a company, it would be a loosely structured one, full of internal and external issues, with absolutely no future prospects. Winnie finished in one breath, her mood inexplicably bright, and she felt like she had gotten her revenge. Who had made the wizarding community abandon her back then? Felix smiled at her. I have no say in what you are thinking, but right now this futureless company employs you, and you need to come up with a solution. Winnie's hand that holding the spoon froze, and she tossed her ponytail in annoyance. I can't think of one, just tell me. Internal and external problems? Someone will naturally take care of that. Loose structure? No need for you to think about that either. Felix stated softly, what I want you to do is consider it from your own perspective. What is there in the wizarding world that is attractive enough to form a new industry? Simply put, if I wanted to integrate the wizarding community into Muggle society, like a set of gears, what are the possible points of interconnection? Forestry, industry, agriculture, livestock, fishing, science. Why would you want to do that? Winnie said, holding her breath. Do you know any insider information that the wizarding community is planning to reform? You could interpret it as a kind of reserve for future scenarios, a pre-planning for the future. Winnie looked at him in bewilderment. There's no major war at the moment, but have humans given up developing weapons? The wizarding community has no intention of amending the statute of secrecy for the time being, but in the long run, change is essential. You know about mobile phones, don't you? Winnie nodded. What about cameras? Winnie nodded again. And have you seen a product that combines the two together? Winnie nodded at first, then shook her head rapidly. Never seen one at all. Then you can look forward to its appearance in a little while. I expect something similar will be created in a few years. Felix said, try to imagine if in the future everyone had a mobile phone in their hands that could take pictures, would wizards still be as well hidden as they are now? Not to mention the internet. But Felix didn't mention that line of thing. You think wizards will be exposed to the general public at large? Winnie couldn't help but ask. She felt a little horrified inside. It's just a matter of odds and time. The Ministry of Magic deals with more accidental disclosures every year as technology advances. They are facing a new test. Felix said, I judge that there are two possibilities for the future. Either the Ministry of Magic gets tired and has to start working more closely with the Muggle government, where more people, or at least some of the government workers, will be aware of the existence of wizards. Winnie imagined that scenario. An ordinary person spotted a wizard, casually pulled out a phone to take a picture, and then reported the news to the TV station. Faced with this situation, it would indeed be difficult for the wizards to completely block out the news, and in time it would probably end up like the way Mr. Happ had described it, that the wizards would have to make a compromise and rely on the more well-staffed government agencies. But she soon realized a problem. This approach would treat the symptoms but not the root cause. As you probably realized, there is more than one Ministry of Magic and more than one Muggle government in the world, and when the day truly comes when both societies must work together to keep secrets, it is only normal for mistakes to occur. Felix said to himself, not to mention. He didn't go on, but Winnie followed his train of thought, not to mention that it is highly unlikely for all countries to be willing to cooperate, and as soon as there is an accident in one of the middle links and the talks fall apart, the result is that the whole secret will be broken. That's why you need to make an advance plan. Winnie more or less understood Felix's train of thoughts. The whole thing is indeed essential. She just didn't think she would have the opportunity to be involved in such a big affair, but she was somewhat relieved when she thought about Mr. Happ's status in the wizarding community. That's right. Felix said briefly. This is one of the reasons why he wants the war to end as soon as possible. The Ministry of Magic is having a hard time just keeping things running right now, and if they are kept getting sidetracked by other matters, especially big ones that concern the future fate of the wizarding community, he thinks Ms. Bones will probably explode from sheer frustration. But it is the Ministry's responsibility to safeguard the entire wizarding community from being discovered in the first place. Felix had spent the last few years gaining fame so that one day, when he formally raised this serious issue, everyone, including foreign wizards, would have to take it seriously and not dismiss the words as some foolish mumbo-jumbo. He did not want to do all the work alone. Even with the future world at hand, the force he could wield is still too small. Winnie asked quietly, the wizarding community has been monitoring the technological advances? I knew about the communication mirror, and watched people use it, and at that time I just thought the magic was magical, but now that I think about it, it's simply the direction the future mobile phone is heading, small and convenient, with the ability to transmit images in addition to calls, just with a distance limit. The distance restriction is already improving. Felix said. There are actually readily available alternatives available, such as a two-way mirror, but it's a bit complex to manufacture and not suitable for mass production. We're considering making a magic photo instead. Can you be more specific? Winnie asked with interest. It is a knowledge that is completely inaccessible to her normally. Felix moved his fingers, and the two roses in the cafe in response jumped down and transformed into two photographs, and Winnie stared at her own face in the picture, and then at Felix Happ in the other one, mentally marveling in wonder. You must be no stranger to seeing pictures that move in the newspapers. There exists a more advanced type of magical portrait in the wizarding community that not only can converse with a person, but also retains some of the wisdom of the portrait's owner when he was alive, depending on how much memory the owner has given it. This is where the inspiration for what I said came from. If you want to see each other, the easiest way is not to transmit a real-time image, but to hold each other's pictures and through enchantment replicate your current actions on your own picture. Just like this. Felix waved his hand, and the image in his photo followed suit. This method is relatively simple, but it also requires customization, and currently only the inventors of the couple's mirror, the predecessor of the communication mirror, Fred and George Weasley, are accepting this type of order, tailoring it specifically how the couple wants it. Winnie's head was spinning, and she is feeling very conflicted right now. On the one hand, she knew that the wizarding community is lagging behind the real world in many areas, and can even be said to be centuries behind, but on the other hand, the wizarding community is practically predicting the future direction of technology. Not only this one product, but many of future world's products also had a vague shadow of something familiar. She tried to attribute this phenomenon to the peculiarities of magic, but the reasoning didn't make sense, and she stared at Felix again as a realization dawned on her. In a magic society where there are too many old-fashioned creators, you're the best inventor of this era, Mr. Happ. Felix waved his hand. Well, I wouldn't presume myself as such. He is not brushing it off to be polite, on the contrary, the more he delves into magic, the more he understands one thing: any master of magic is a potential inventor. If the Weasley twins could make a couple's mirror, then why Dumbledore could not be able to do so? As far as he knew, Dumbledore had been able to exchange alchemy ideas with Nicholas Flamel when he was young, and he had made some useful magical tools himself, but Dumbledore had never thought of starting a company or converting his intelligence into money. Dumbledore's approach is actually quite a typical representative of those brilliant wizards throughout history. It is true that those people did not have much business thinking in their heads and were bound by the traditional ideas of wizardry, but they were also not short of money in the first place, so it was enough for them if they could satisfy their own needs and those around them. Another example is the pure-blood families who would rather hold on to their ancestors' magical notes and let them rot and be lost than willingly let any of those knowledges pass on to the outside world. After Valentine's Day, Felix returned to school as usual. In the ancient rune classroom. "Welcome back, everyone," Felix said unhurriedly as he walked around the classroom. "I trust you had a good weekend, and yes, the Valentine's Day package at Madame Putafoot's tea shop was a good deal, and the collapsed mountain in the outskirts was enough of an eye-catcher. I even heard that a quick visit to the Hogshead Inn had become a new trend." The students exchanged glances with each other for a moment, and Harry saw Hermione quietly mouthing, "Bollocks." He grinned. "But I want you all to take it easy. There are less than 2 months till Easter, and you'll be receiving career advice after the holiday, but it might actually be a bit late at that point." In the middle of his sentence, Felix trailed off as the students stared at him as he pulled a small slip of paper from his pocket. Let's see, what's next is the important and significant things about O.W.Ls exams, and revision plans. These things can be a real headache." He dryly dropped the small piece of paper, turning it into a paper plane before it made its way to the floor. The students stared with strained necks at the paper plane as it flew out of the window. "Okay, that is what I recorded during the professor's meeting. I was simply trying to show you how bored I was." Felix strides back to the podium and addressed the jaw-dropped students at the bottom. "Let's talk about something practical. If you are going to enter 6th grade, what kind of things will be taught in the Advanced Ancient Rune class?" The students listened intently to the professor's explanation. "Firstly, the content of the course is not fixed. The subject is currently changing day by day and new things are constantly being presented. If you are interested, you can go through the magazine New Solutions to Rune from cover to back. There are many articles that are either cutting edge or interesting, many of which you have also written and published yourselves. I intend to spend a couple of years to sort out a clear context for it, but in any case, the advanced class will focus on the teaching of practical runes, there is no doubt about that. I'd like to say something in addition. In 5th grade, and especially after the career advice, you will have to think carefully about your future. I can bring you into the thinking classroom and let you learn hundreds of translational runes in one lesson, so logically each of you can get a distinction on the O.W.Ls, Felix said calmly. "Yes, I can do that. Grades aren't the issue, interest is the key. In the advanced class, the demands I place on you will become higher and higher as the ancient rune subject continues to improve, and the content of the teaching will vary from person to person. You will spend a lot of time on more advanced topics of study, and the process can be very torturous if you are not really interested. So think carefully and clearly, what does this course really mean to you, and perhaps your thinking today will lead to the birth of new fields of cross-discipline of rune." Throughout the month of March, students are kept busy. But outside of campus, or rather outside of the United Kingdom, the very order of the international magical community was turned upside down by Voldemort alone. In the period between Valentine's Day and the beginning of March, Felix and Lucius met a few times and found that Voldemort seemed to have completely disappeared, and Felix could only assume that he is preparing for his duel with Dumbledore. But Voldemort had proved that it is difficult for him to settle down. On March 12, a letter arrived that caught Felix's attention. Enclosed with the letter was a clipping from a foreign newspaper, which mentioned that Voldemort had broken into a foreign auction house and snatched a valuable magical cloak. But according to the security staff, he took it, said rubbish, and disappeared. On March 17, he showed up in the underground vault of the Gringotts French branch and took a rather famous goblin sword with him. On March 25, Voldemort broke into a ruin of an ancient wizard that was being excavated in Brazil, where he pried open a coffin and threw its contents to the ground as if they were rubbish, and the lifelike body of the ancient wizard had decayed rapidly. During that period of time, a hunting party composed of aurors from several countries was formed. They were ordered to capture Voldemort, but for the better part of a month they ended up with no results. The newspapers were full of reports, and the Minister of Magic of a small country made a public announcement, claiming that Voldemort was a dancing jester who could only hide from everyone. The very next day Voldemort broke into that country's Ministry of Magic and slaughtered over 50 wizards. He then showed up at the premises of that wildly pieced-together hunting party and killed the flies that had been following his arse all this time. For a period of time, no one dared to speak out. Even Britain itself was looked at very negatively. The pages of the newspapers seemed to have been dominated by Voldemort alone. Many old people were forced to recall the horrific war more than a decade ago, and the tension continued to build up until just before Easter. The Ministry of Magic finally finalized and announced to the public the time for the Dark Wizard's trial. At the same time, Felix received a letter from the High Court of Wizards, Wisengamot. Chapter 584, Judgment. On the morning of the first day of the Easter holidays, Felix changed into a plum-colored robe and looked in the mirror. The color clearly didn't suit him, which was evident from the way Valen was giggling and gloating for a while. He quietly altered a few details, like making the color a bit darker, and finally reached up and smoothed out the embroidered silver W on his left breast, making it barely noticeable. He had no choice but to wear it, as it had been issued to him when he first became a member of the Wiesengamot for his formal court appearance. Felix walked out of the room and made his way to the headmaster's office. Knocking on the door, he entered. As he looked at Dumbledore behind his desk in surprise, he looked pale, weak and tired, and even the wrinkles on his face had increased by a few. "Albus, you gave me a fright," Felix said, instantly associating many things with the situation. He recalled carefully and noticed that the change seemed to be a gradual transition, not noticeable at first, and he hadn't noticed it at all. But he hadn't seen Dumbledore in the last week, so the change became instantly noticeable for him. "It's not an easy task to fool Voldemort," Dumbledore said with a weak smile. "Well," Felix had to admit he had a point, "but I am afraid that some of our own people will get spooked first." The two appeared in the Ministry of Magic through the fireplace in the headmaster's office. Felix looked around the gleaming main lobby of the Ministry of Magic. He found no remnants of the February battle, but some details did look different. The statues of the Fountain of Magical Brethren in the center of the entrance hall had changed slightly in position, presumably because the renovation had rebuilt the part that could not be restored by magic. They made their way to the golden doors at the end of the lobby and met Mad-Eye Moody and Professor Marchbanks, who were waiting for the lift together. "Been looking forward to this day." Professor Marchbanks, who had her back facing them, spoke to Moody at the top of her lungs. "There is a need to cheer people up, and yes, I've noticed some people have become a bit pessimistic lately. I really don't know what they think, it's so obvious we're doing so much better than last time." Moody tugged his ears and said gruffly, "You're right." Felix silently slowed his pace, allowing Dumbledore to walk ahead. "Dumbledore." Professor Marchbanks' attention shifted away from Moody as she stared intently at Dumbledore's face. "Your face looks bad." "No wonder, the you-know-who has been causing trouble out there lately. As Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards you must be troubled to no end." Dumbledore smiled and agreed. They took the lift to the 9th level and headed down a dimly lit corridor. Felix glanced at the black door of the Department of Mysteries at the end of his vision and said nothing. Then the group turned to the entrance on the left side of the corridor and stepped down the stairs, finally reaching the 10th level. The sound of talking was heard near the stairs. "There's no need to rearrange the sequence," Ms. Bones said in a somewhat disgruntled voice. "Since those people want to observe, let them stay a few more days." She heard footsteps and looked up to see a few people, who were walking over as they conversed with bright smiles. Kingsley nodded at them and left in the opposite direction. The torches perched on the stone walls trailed his shadow in a long, constantly leaping trajectory as he finally disappeared behind a thick wooden door. On this side, Ms. Bones greeted Dumbledore and inquired about his health with concern and then led them toward their destination. "You were just talking about the Ministry of Magic from other countries?" Felix asked. "Yes." Ms. Bones hummed through her nose as she lowered her voice. "They have united to apply pressure on us and I more or less had to display some sort of attitude. But they, just like the observers from the International Confederation of Wizards, only have a right to watch, without the ability to voice their opinions and vote. Here it is." She stopped in front of a grimy black door and twisted the metal knob, and a cacophony of talking sounded out of the dark room. There were about 36 people inside, and Felix narrowed his eyes and spotted a familiar face. He walked over to him. Damocles. Damocles Belby, the potion master, looked up, first somewhat surprised, then an expression of realization dawned on him. "Of course, you're part of the Wiesengamot, but I'm not aware since you didn't attend the first few gatherings." Felix chatted with him for a few minutes, and halfway through a couple of wizards sitting on long benches walked over to greet him, but this really isn't the place for socializing, so they kept it short, and then Felix sat next to Belby, staring with interest at the chained chair placed in the center alone. As Felix looked around, he noticed that the seating today was quite sophisticated. The courtroom was made of black light-absorbing stone and the surrounding light was kept very dim as if to create a deliberately eerie and solemn atmosphere. The overall layout of the room resembles a sunken alcove. It is bordered by benches arranged in a stairway configuration, and there are people sitting sporadically on 3 of the sides, dressed, like Felix, in peach-colored robes. These are all members of the Wiesengamot. There were also a few journalists holding quill and parchment dotted through the room, appearing discreet and low-key, being careful even when they spoke. Felix caught a glimpse of Rita Skeeter among them. He could find familiar faces on 3 sides of the gallery, but on the last side, at the back of the chained black chair, there were a small group of strangers, dressed formally, but with badges and embroidered inscriptions that showed that they were from different organizations, and Felix knew that these were the so-called observers from various ministries of magic and International Confederation of Wizards. Another 10 minutes passed and people kept coming in. Duck, duck, duck. The sound of a cane hitting the floor echoed through the room, and Felix looked up to see a thick, bushy-haired man striding in, his cane constantly jabbing the floor. It was Rufus Scrimgeour. He walked over to Ms. Bones and whispered something to her, and Ms. Bones nodded slightly. They each found their seats and sat down. It is time to begin. Scrimgeour's low voice echoed through the courtroom. When Ms. Bones had become Minister of Magic, he had taken the seat she had vacated, and at present, he is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. In accordance with custom, he is in charge of presiding over this trial. His words were like a signal, and as soon as the words left his lips, the door in the corner opened and 3 men walked in. 2 tall, lanky guards entered the courtroom, sandwiching a short man, so short that he was carried in midair like a little chicken, constantly tapping his toes on the floor. The guards shoved the short man into a chair in the center of the room and then stood on either side. The chains on the floor rose high like snakes, and the man winced in fear. "No need for now," Scrimgeour said, and the chains obediently slumped to the floor. He then started to read a document in a low, unemotional voice. Bart Hughes, a Norwegian wizard who was formerly charged in his home country for smuggling prohibited commodities and his involvement in 2 Muggle attacks, and he was caught red-handed in February of this year when he was participating in the assault against the British Ministry of Magic. The evidence is strong and conclusive, and your conduct was deplorable. Do you intend to refute these charges before sentencing? The short man seemed terrified and fidgeted in his chair. Felix could understand him. All around him, most of the men remained hidden in the darkness, the flickering torches occasionally showing a static image, many pairs of eyes staring straight into his eyes and then abruptly disappearing. There was an occasional rustling of papers being leafed through heard in the background. The psychological effect of these elements is indeed very intense. After a few more seconds. "If there are no objections Wait, wait!" The short man suddenly called out, trying to rise from his chair, only to be pinned back by 2 guards, and a golden light erupted from the chains that weighed on the floor, and the man flinched as he curled his body back against the chair. He raised his frightened face and strained his eyes to keep them open to stare at the firelight reflecting off the walls, as he tried to catch Scrimgeour's position. He gasped, "I have objections, I do. I was under an imperious curse Behind him, there was a murmur among the group of observers from various countries. "What a load of bollocks!" Scrimgeour shouted, his lion's mane-like brown hair fluttered. "The Ministry of Magic has installed thieves' downfalls in front of the fireplaces, and between the various floors, which will wash away the effects of the spells, and if you have indeed been affected by the imperious curse, how do you explain the fact that you were knocked down head-on by the Ministry of Magic aura instead of waking up at the entrance?" The short man opened his mouth, without being able to utter a single word. Scrimgeour raised his head and looked around. "The truth is crystal clear. Members of the jury, raise your hands if you think he's guilty The men on the benches raised their arms. The long, upturned shapes of their arms looked very striking in the dim, wavering firelight of the room. The short man slumped helplessly in the chair. "The charge is proven. Bart Hughes, you are sentenced to 10 years imprisonment in Azkaban, at the end of which time the British Ministry of Magic will transfer you to the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, where you will continue to atone for the crimes you have committed in your own country." Bang! The gavel fell heavily. Bart Hughes was taken away with a disoriented look on his face. After a brief exchange of words, the guards brought in several black wizards one by one. They were obviously the same group that had attacked the Ministry of Magic, and there was barely any delay before they, like Bart Hughes, were pronounced guilty. It was near noon that the main show began. 2 men who looked somewhat alike were brought in. Robistan Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange. Scrimgeour's low, seething voice trailed off as he said, had teamed up with Bellatrix Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. to kidnap an Auror couple at the end of the First War and used the Cruciatus curse to force them to reveal the whereabouts of the you-know-who. The crime was so heinous that they were sentenced to life imprisonment. A year ago they escaped from Azkaban and have since resumed their role as minions and accomplices of the you-know-who, and were suspected of being involved in numerous turmoil after that. In February, they were ordered to attack the Future World Company in Diagon Alley by you-know-who, and were caught red-handed with conclusive evidence. The 2 men looked pale and the slightly fatter one pulled the corners of his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he only managed to get a muffled quiver out of his mouth. Scrimgeour didn't let the jury raise their hands this time, his yellow eyes without a hint of warmth fixed on them. There is no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that these two men will be sentenced to life in prison, and their memories will rot there with their bodies. More people were brought in. Mulciber and Selwyn, Jugson and Knot, you are as guilty as the Lestrange brothers for escaping from prison, murder and causing havoc, and in accordance with the law, you will be sentenced to life. Wait, wait! A voice suddenly exclaimed. The gavel that Scrimgeour had lowered remained frozen in the air. Selwyn? Do you wish to defend yourself, or plead for forgiveness? After all the evil things you've done? I confess, I am guilty. Selwyn licked his lips and stammered, but I hope the jury will give me another chance. I know some more names. The tall man next to him suddenly rushed towards him. You scumbag! Guards! Pull him back! Pull Jugson aside! Scrimgeour growled loudly. Selwyn cowered in his chair as he said shrilly, I am willing to testify. Selwyn! Jugson yelled as he struggled, how dare you betray the Dark Lord? Do you think this will be the end? We are just going to be locked up for a while. He's still out there. Still out there. Take them away. Take them away. Scrimgeour yelled. The guards did as they were told, and finally, Selwyn was left alone. What do you have to say for yourself? Scrimgeour coldly asked. Selwyn looked pale, and it became clear that Jugson's threat before he left had some effect, and he asked, holding his breath, you will protect me, won't you? That depends on the weight of your testimony. Ms. Bones stated sternly, we have far more information than you can imagine. Selwyn pursed his lips and said, I understand. I know a person, Umbridge, Dolores Umbridge. She was arrested on the same day as you and is currently undergoing treatment. And we also know that you were the one who introduced her to the you-know-who. Selwyn's eyes widened and his body lurched. No, not possible. Not possible. Scrimgeour said sternly, we have solid evidence. You approached her as a relative and promised her the position of Minister of Magic. Impossible. Selwyn panicked, his gaze constantly shifting, how could you possibly know that? A knowing look dawned in his eyes, I know, you must have another undercover agent. Who is he? There was a lot of murmuring, and they, including the journalists and observers, looked at Ms. Bones and Scrimgeour like sharks who had caught the scent of blood, but there were no mood swings on either of their faces. But the conversation managed to get the attention of those all present. Had the Ministry of Magic truly planted a spy covertly a long time ago? And who could it be? At last, Felix thought to himself. Scrimgeour did not answer him and the trial continued. I know two more. Selwyn said through clenched teeth, Avery. Avery is a Death Eater, and his nephew Chesterton is also one. They've been arrested, and if that's all you know Wait. Selwyn's eyes struggled, he knew quite a few more, but he had to come up with a name that carried a certain amount of weight now and nail it down. Snape. Severus Snape. He is not part of the discussion, Albus Dumbledore had vouched for him. No, you've been tricked by him, I promise. Promise? On what? On your word of honor? The corners of Scrimgeour's lips rose up in sarcasm and scorn. Selwyn wore a look of despair. In his mind, Snape is absolutely a true Death Eater, because Snape had managed to gain the Dark Lord's trust in spite of having a great amount of suspicion on himself. That pretty much meant one thing, he is more trustworthy than any other Death Eater. Only a Death Eater knows how terrifying the Dark Lord really is, and Selwyn would never have betrayed the Dark Lord if he hadn't repeatedly demonstrated his ruthlessness towards his underlings. He stared at Scrimgeour, thinking he is nothing but an utter fool. But there was no way around it, but he still had another card in his hand that could help him. Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy. He's a Death Eater too. He shouted out recklessly. Scrimgeour's yellow eyes held a mixture of disgust and contempt. With a sneer, he said, you're out of luck. Someone else also vouched for him, this time it is Mr. Felix Happ. The people in the room looked over at Felix, who looked back calmly. The expression on Selwyn's face shifted between shock, dumbfounded and incredulous, so it turned out like this. He shouted out of his lungs, he's the spy. It all makes sense, the Ministry of Magic is very confident about their source of information, which means that the spy in question stands in sufficiently high rank among the Death Eaters. A list of names flashed through his mind, but he never could have imagined that this man would be Malfoy. Not just him, but the vast majority of people in the room hadn't expected it. The invited journalists' hearts pounded with excitement. Rita Skeeter's eyes glowed and her quill danced in a trail of strokes. Big news, absolutely big news. First, the head of the Malfoy family was conclusively proven to be a Death Eater, and then the tables were turned, he was actually a spy. And this spy was most likely arranged by Felix Happ, head Malfoy, who called the shots in the wizarding community, worked as a spy. Skeeter was trembling with excitement at the thought of the implications behind it. The you-know-who would definitely be pissed off. She thought as she wrote. Chapter 585, Moving, 2-in-1. The first day's trial was finally over. All Wizengamot juries and other wizards walked out in a row. Seriously, Dumbledore, Professor Marchbanks asked him earnestly as Dumbledore assisted her climb up the steps, are you sure you really don't need to go to St. Mungo's to recuperate for a while? Thanks for your concern, Griselda, I will give it some thought. Dumbledore nodded, but it will have to wait until we are done with this busy time, and then I will take a nice long holiday. In the main lobby of the Ministry of Magic, a large group of journalists had been waiting there from very early and looking around with rapt attention. These people had not been invited, so they simply stood blocking at the entrance, and there were even a number of overseas journalists waiting there. Let's go over there. Ms. Bones said. Felix and Dumbledore are absolutely indispensable for this press meeting, since they are the only two wizards in the current wizarding world that can stand their ground against Voldemort head-on, and their presence will reassure the public. After a few steps forward, they got surrounded by journalists, the white light of the flash and the click of the shutter reverberated through the room. All kinds of questions were thrown at them. Ms. Bones, how did the first day of the trial went on? It went well. Did the foreign observers interfere with any of the trial's verdicts? Was there any compromise needed to be made? The verdict of the trial was absolutely fair. Some people focused their attention on Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, can you share your opinion as a supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards? A journalist dressed in foreign clothing asked, has the you-know-who discarded his hold on Britain? How do you plan to confront him after the disastrous defeat of multiple Ministry of Magic, assembled Auror squads? As he spoke, the journalists who had been invited to the trial came out, carrying many more unanswered questions in their minds as they aimed their tongues at Felix. Mr. Happ, can you talk about your relationship with the Malfoys? When was your friendship established? The heir to the Shafiq family has returned home on a low profile, and it is said that he had some conflicts with you in his youth. Is Lucius Malfoy really an undercover agent? Further away from the crowd, Moody muttered, or it could be a ruse that they made to get Lucius off the hook. If that's the case, I'd say it's a clever trick. Felix selectively answered a few questions, highlighting his friendship with Lucius Malfoy and sharply refuting the dark coercion argument of some unscrupulous journalists. He then fixed his gaze on Rita Skeeter for a moment. Lucius and I have a good personal relationship, he's a big client of mine, yes, he has always been generous in that respect. Once I had noticed that something was on his mind and tried to open him up, and that's when he confided to me that he regretted very much what he had done. After the interview, Dumbledore returned to school. Felix, on the other hand, stayed behind. He and Ms. Bones went to the minister's office and Bones winked at him, they're still in there. Felix nodded and pushed the door in. There are two people sitting on the couch, Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy. They turned their heads nervously at the sound of movement at the door, and when they saw who it was, Lucius bolted up from the couch. It was a long wait, you two. There was a delay after the trial. Felix said briskly. Did I dash? Lucius' mouth quivered for a good half-second before he finally threw out a dry half-word. Felix nodded wordlessly and Lucius slumped back into a sitting position, clearly very disappointed. Narcissa clutched her husband's hand and said sternly to him, we knew this day would come, it was a public trial after all. You should be glad you quit early. Thanks to Mr. Happ. She looked up at Felix, who smiled at her. He raised his finger and lit the wood in the fireplace, then walked over to the fireplace and grabbed a handful of flue powder and threw it in, and in an instant, the fire turned green. Amelia has linked the two fireplaces together for the time being, so, who's going in first? Lucius swallowed, and stepped into the fireplace, saying in a loud voice, Malfoy Manor, the drawing room. There was a flash of green light, and he disappeared into the fireplace. Mrs. Malfoy, it's your turn. Narcissa stood before the fireplace, as an emerald green light from the flame crept up her pale cheeks, while she looked deeply at Felix. "Mr. Hap, Draco is left in your hands, you will keep him safe, won't you?" "You have my word on that, ma'am," Felix stated seriously. The green flames danced and her figure disappeared. Felix followed into the fireplace and a minute later, Ms. Bones walked into the office, which was empty. As if nothing had happened, she picked up the papers on her desk and reviewed them carefully. Malfoy Manor. Felix emerged from the gilded fireplace. The spacious drawing room was stacked with large packages and Lucius and Narcissa stood next to each other. "Is it all packed?" "Still a little short of the last bit," Lucius whispered. He had been looking very depressed since he knew his undercover secret was exposed. "Then let's get a grip. Who knows where Voldemort is hiding right now? He might be lurking around the corner nearby." Felix finished, and looked around with interest. "Mind if I walk around?" Lucius muttered, "Of course not." So Felix walked around Malfoy Manor. Everything in the place was exquisitely decorated, only it was empty and not a single soul in sight. He guessed that all the servants had been dismissed, and after about half an hour he returned to the drawing room, with a picture frame in his hand. "Found it in one of the rooms, you may have accidentally left it behind?" Felix asked. Lucius stared at the picture in the frame, not moving, with a look of disgust on his face. Narcissa glanced at her husband and came over to take the frame as she explained in a low voice, "It's my sister. We haven't had any contact with her since. I know," Felix said, "Voldemort is bringing her around with him." He looked down at the large packages that stacked up like a small mountain and occupied half of the drawing room. Some gold and silver ornaments and utensils were crudely stuffed in the bags like rubbish, showing the absent mind of their owner. "There's a lot of stuff, but he stared at the emerald ring he wore on his left hand. "Luckily I came prepared. It needs some relocating though, I've saved a lot of stuff before I even realized it." He began to shake his left hand vigorously, and from the tiny ring came a low clatter and lots of stuff unrelated to the ring's size dropped out, "And the new little ones, I need to make some room for them, to make sure they are comfortable." "Well, there you go." Felix reached out and stowed the wooden crates, packages, dragon hide purses, and velvet cloth bags on the floor, one by one, and soon the floor was emptied. Lucius and Narcissa took one last look at their home. "When this is all over, you can still come back," Felix reassured them. "I am not going to be that optimistic," Lucius said moodily. "It probably won't take that long for this place to be turned into a ruin." 10 minutes later they appeared in a vacant plot of land on the outskirts of London. Felix handed the two of them a small slip of paper, and they read it over carefully when a small, beautiful detached house squeezed out of the air in front of them. "You should be aware of my relationship with Mr. Nicholas Flamel. This is one of his safe houses in the United Kingdom. After his death, the original Fidelius charm expired and the local authorities had intended to demolish it as an unauthorized building, and then I worked my magic to keep it here." The two of them surveyed the dusty house with critical eyes. It looked less than a fraction of the size of their original home. "The security is less of a concern, the house is under the Fidelius charm, and I personally act as a secret keeper. So you can feel at ease," Felix said, moving towards the door of the house. "Go in and have a look." Lucius and Narcissa were somewhat relieved that at least Felix Hap was intending to keep his word, and they didn't have to worry about him destroying the bridge after crossing the river. The Malfoy family's fortune through the generations, except for the part that had been placed in the Gringotts, is all in that little ring. It ought to be very tempting. They followed Felix over the steps of the front door and into the interior of the house. The interior layout is very plain, it appears to have been unoccupied for a long time and dust is falling all around. As they walked in, they made 3 clear sets of footprints on the floor. "The conditions are a bit basic, not as good as your big manor house, but there are all sorts of facilities. The house has 10 rooms on 3 floors in total, and a small garden attached behind it. It's not bad for a temporary home. I'll also come by regularly and deliver some supplies, and if you want some change of scenery, there's a Muggle shop a few hundred meters away, but you'll have to use paper money." With a casual wave of Felix's hand, the dust in the living room instantly disappeared, and he pulled back the curtains to let the sunlight in, making it look a lot more pleasant to the eyes. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The luggage spurted out of Felix's hands like a tidal wave, flooding the entire living room in the blink of an eye, with half of Lucius and Narcissa's bodies buried in it. They crawled out with difficulty and stood on a rickety, slender-legged table, staring at the mountain of luggage that nearly matched the table's height in disbelief. "Do you need me to bring Draco here during the holidays?" Felix asked in a gentle tone. "No, no need," Narcissa said, "just let him stay at school." She pulled a thick, crumpled letter out of her pocket. "Mr. Hap, pass it to him for me." Felix took it and put it away in his pocket. "Well then, you two, I'm sure you must have plenty to talk about, so I won't be staying any more." He nodded at the pair and turned to walk out of the house. At that moment, there was a banging sound heard in the background, and he turned back to see Lucius Malfoy following him from behind. "Is there anything else?" I have a few questions that I need to ask," Lucius said, under his breath. "Go ahead." Lucius stared at him, hesitating for a few moments before asking, "I can't just figure it out. In your current position, you could have convinced the Ministry of Magic to postpone the trial, or to keep it confidential. At worst, you could have kept my undercover identity hidden by some private means. You're not a man who will abide by the rules. Mr. Hap, you have the means to conceal my identity, but you didn't do anything to get it under wraps till the end." Felix looked at him and said, "Because there was no need. At this point, there's very little you can do to make a difference." Malfoy was startled, almost expecting Felix to raise his wand and cast a killing curse in the next second, and froze for a few moments before he realized that the man in front of him is not the Dark Lord. He calmed down and mulled it over in his mind for a moment before a thought suddenly dawned on him. He asked tentatively, "The Dark Lord's forces have been greatly diminished, with less than a tenth of the Death Eater Corps members remaining, so to speak. Do you think he would suspect that there is a spy within and that I am in danger of being exposed if I stayed any longer?" "There is that reason," Felix said slowly, "and well, we also need to be considerate of him, don't you think? Allow him to make excuses for his failures and set up another target, so he doesn't turn his suspicions on anyone else." Clearly, Lucius Malfoy was that target, and he was unpleasantly aware of it himself, and for a moment he glared, but Felix didn't have much of a psychological burden. Lucius's occlumency was barely enough in his opinion, and the time was right for him to get out of it and escape the vortex of black and white. Lucius' grey eyes showed a mixture of shock and disbelief. "I see. It's not me who you are trying to protect. No, I should say it's not just me," he hissed a cold breath, the wet early April air clotting his guts together as he whispered in a faint voice, "You are trying to protect the real spy." Felix blinked and made no comment in response. Lucius Malfoy's guess was close to the truth. By now, all the stages were set and there wasn't much drama left for unrelated characters, such as the Death Eaters. Neither Felix's side nor Voldemort took them seriously anymore. The only person left who could still be involved, or even play a significant role in it, was Severus, and so his safety became the biggest concern. Had Snape really managed to deceive Voldemort? Felix wasn't sure. All he knew was that the last time Voldemort had gambled his full power and lost, so Voldemort would have reflected on that if he had even a fraction of a brain. Suspicion of a spy was a threshold that couldn't be bypassed, not to mention the possibility of putting the blame on someone else to make him look like less of a loser. When Voldemort turned his suspicions on his remaining men, Lucius was the first to escape proving that he is a spy, while Snape, whom he had nailed into the heart of Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix with his own hands, would be safe. The most important thing about Snape, apart from his superb acting skills, is that he is vital to Voldemort's plan, so vital that he is irreplaceable, just like that Bellatrix. At this point, it becomes necessary to dispel Voldemort's doubts, even if only partially, or to divert attention. Ideally, Voldemort would hate Lucius with a passion, and Severus' days would become better, and together with delivering important information about their side would decrease Voldemort's doubts about him as well as increase his trust in him. Felix didn't have to do anything now. He had already done enough before. Those in the Wisengamot would naturally assess the situation on both sides before giving the verdict, and it would not be surprising to see a weak-minded individual to jump out and surrender. Even Felix thought about arranging one himself. He just didn't expect that he would be lucky enough to run into Selwyn on the very first day of the trial. "I almost forgot something," Felix spoke up after a long pause. "Please extend your hand to me, Lucius." Lucius held out his right hand in bewilderment. Is this some kind of farewell gesture to him? "No, the other one," Felix said. Lucius' body trembled. He knew what would be coming next. He held up his left hand shakily and used his other hand to lift the sleeve, revealing the tattoo-like pattern of the dark mark inside. "This might hurt a bit," Felix said, grabbing his arm as he said so. Thick black smoke rose from Lucius's arm, when Felix's palm had made contact with the dark mark, and the skin became so scalding hot and burning that Lucius' expression showed a look of agony, as he let out an involuntary whimper that sounded like ho ho. Bear with it, Lucius, there is Voldemort's magic hidden in the dark mark, so we must make sure that there is no trace of it left. A few minutes later, Felix twisted a strand of dark, evil magic in his hand and carefully gathered it up. With the addition of the hall from Malfoy Manor, his purpose this time had all been completed. Narcissa, who was standing at the door, quietly put her wand away and came over to help her husband up. The two of them stared at the scalded skin on his left arm. The skull mark had completely disappeared. Thank you," Lucius said through clenched teeth. "You're welcome. As of today, you're no longer a Death Eater," Felix said. After returning to the school from the safe house, he handed the letter to Draco. "Your parents are safe now, they've been moved to a safe house, you know what safe house means, right?" Felix said without losing his gentleness. "They want you to stay at school for the holidays, read the rest by yourself, your mother has written a lot." Draco took the crumpled, thick envelope. "When the newspaper comes out tomorrow, you may have to bear some comments, and even all your friendships will be tested. Are you still friends with Crabbe and Goyle?" "Oh, well. I'm sure you can handle it. If there's something you can't figure out, I'll be happy to answer it, or you can find Professor Snape." He thought for a moment, but had nothing more to add. "Well, that's it, go ahead." Chapter 586, The Fermentation of the Incident, 2-in-1. When Felix returned to his office, he was surprised to see a line of owls standing in front of the window. "Oh, well, Easter, I forgot to leave the window open," he said as an afterthought. He opened the window and Valen, fresh out of his silver pocket watch, looked in novelty at the rush of owls that came streaming in, circling the office, and one by one dropping packages at their feet like bombers, all the while tittering and hooting in indignation that they had spent most of the day waiting. Valen climbed up along Felix's legs to his shoulders and looked down at the parcels on the floor. Felix remembered the Easter candy eggs he had received last year and hadn't been able to finish them throughout the year. But anyway, the whole thing of receiving a present is still itself something to be happy about. Besides, he got to play exploding snap cards with Valen, in which the winner could unwrap one present for each win. When he appeared at the Great Hall early the next morning, he was not surprised to see the students leafing through their newspapers and talking about it. "Malfoy," a student whispered, exchanging glances with one another. He looked around but didn't spot Draco, so he sat down and began to eat his breakfast. He still needed to make it to the Ministry of Magic later to continue the trial. The whole process would go on until the end of the Easter holidays, and Felix was suddenly tempted to skip his work. But he couldn't think of an excuse until he had eaten the last piece of potato. The skiving snack box that Fred and George had developed was not effective on him, so he couldn't bring himself to open his mouth to ask for sick leave. In the end, he went to the Ministry of Magic on time. On the other side. "Unbelievable, I still can't comprehend." Harry lowered his head and pretended to be working on a difficult piece of steak when Ron and Hermione came over and heard him whisper, "How could Malfoy possibly be a spy working for Professor?" He looked up at the Slytherin table, where Draco was expressionlessly stabbing an apple pie with his fork, and the Slytherin student nearest him was sitting 2 seats away. "It's Pansy Parkinson," Hermione whispered as she looked over. "She doesn't seem to have figured out what to do with this complicated relationship." She had read it correctly. When Draco's eyes looked over, Pansy immediately turned her head to talk to the Millicent next to her. "Oh? That must have hurt like hell, though I was shocked too," Ron said. His tangled expression was more than sufficient to prove he was telling the truth. "I almost thought it was April Fool's Day, but Fred and George's birthdays passed a couple of days ago, and I'm kind of regretting giving them funny hats," he said with meat in his mouth. "It cost me a total of 5 galleons. "What's that?" Harry asked curiously. "You mean funny hats?" Ron introduced it to him with gusto. "Zonko's new product. I saw the flyer in the pages between Fred's book the other day. It basically stated that when you wear it your face can switch between a vampire, werewolf, and banshee, by growing some cute fangs, a silky mane, and stuff." "Sounds a bit like the Emerald Crown from Future World," Hermione interjected, "one for changing faces and one for changing clothes." Ron shrugged. "Fred claims Zonko got his inspiration from the anti-spell hat and considers it as a big loss for him. But I thought it was funny." Professor Happ's birthday is coming up too, isn't it? Harry said, I think it's around the 15th. The 8th, we got it wrong last time. Hermione said. Isn't that today? Ron said in surprise, and Fred and George said they wanted to make a big splash. He said gleefully, oops, I was supposed to keep that a secret, so neither of you are allowed to tell them. Later in the evening, they let Ron's owl pigwidgeon fly out of the Olary with a package. It looks like it's struggling a bit. Hermione looked worriedly at the sky. It can't be helped, Hedwig doesn't want to go to the professors anymore, she feels ashamed. Harry said helplessly. They watched as the little piggy wobbled through the air like a moving pendulum and finally took a hard turn and disappeared from their sight. But they knew that by going over a few towers, if the piggy didn't have the misfortune of hitting one of the pillars, it would fly into the ancient rune office. Do you guys think the professor would like that telescope? Ron asked, and without waiting for an answer, he muttered to himself, I was originally planning to send a pet rat to keep Valen company. To be honest, I think they look a lot alike. Unfortunately I was in a hurry. That telescope was something George asked me to do for testing purposes, but I never got the chance to test it, so it's supposed to be new. Hermione, what did you send? A potted plant? Hermione said. That's a good idea, I'll make sure to write it down. Ron's eyes glowed. Harry didn't say anything. He stared at the azure sky, his thoughts drifting away with the owl. A crazy idea had just crossed his mind and he thought he must be going mad, but he still pondered one question with unstoppable gusto, what day is Snape's birthday? Maybe, but the next second he left the thought at the back of his mind. Come to think of it, he told himself, it wouldn't be that much of a big deal even if Snape turned out to be an undercover now. Well, actually it is kinda a big deal, Harry thought reluctantly, he kinda admired him for that, and his mind wandered back to when he had faced Voldemort. He wasn't afraid of Voldemort, but let him calmly play house and get close. To Voldemort Harry's goosebumps were rising. He hadn't seen Snape in the graveyard, maybe he was hiding among them, or had arrived late. Harry thought about Voldemort's speech to the Death Eaters that night, he hadn't heard all of it, but he remembered the ones that were said at the beginning, Voldemort lamenting his rebirth while threatening the Death Eaters. One didn't have the guts to come back, and will pay the ultimate price. The other, I think is leaving me forever, and of course, he will be executed. Now that he thinks about it, the former could refer to Karkaroff and the latter would be Snape. But Snape is still alive and well now, and Harry wonders how he managed to do it. He couldn't help but imagine a meeting between Snape and Voldemort, but his mind went blank due to the lack of references. As far as he could remember, Snape was either lecturing and trolling the students in class in his characteristic slow, drawn-out voice, or suddenly appearing from behind, taunting and showing the other students in an unabashedly gloating tone how badly Harry had brewed the potion that begged him to score low, but Harry didn't think Snape would use either of these two attitudes towards Voldemort. Probably just like the rest of the Death Eaters, Harry thought to himself, sickening at the thought of the group of Death Eaters groveling on their knees before Voldemort. Well, he would prefer Snape to be a bit tougher. As they exited the Olary, they couldn't help but talk about the Malfoys again. Ron mentioned Draco Malfoy's grandfather. Well, he was a powerful man. Was he a Death Eater too? Harry asked. No one knows, Ron said, but then he lowered his voice and said cryptically, my dad said he might have been one of the you-know-who's first patrons. He seemed pleased to see Harry and Hermione's mouths open wide. But he's never been caught in the act and has died in a respectable position. Ron added, compared to him, his son seems less intelligent, I mean Lucius Malfoy. Harry grinned in amusement. Let's see. He counted off on his fingers one by one, claiming to be under an imperious curse after losing the First War, then becoming Fudge's walking moleskin pouch, losing his school board member status in our second year, oh yeah, and losing Dobby. Kneeling before Voldemort to confess his mistake a good 6 months ago, and now hiding somewhere and unable to go out, yeah, I see what you mean. They joked and laughed, Malfoy had always been at odds with them, and they were actually quite gleeful to see that family going down now. But as they walked into the common room they suddenly realized that Malfoy is now on the same side as them. I would have preferred him to have been a Death Eater dash. Hey, don't say silly things. They sat at a desk and rummaged through their book bags. The professors clearly had no intention of making the students comfortable over the holidays and tacitly left a bunch of assignments. This had led to a significant number of the fifth years staying at school instead of going home, sighing and yawning to catch up on their assignments. As Ron pulled parchment and quill out of his book bag, he exasperated, "The lower grades are so noisy, I want to deduct points from them." But his exasperation vanished in the blink of an eye as the assignment for each subject was placed in front of him. Harry leaned down on the desk and casually tapped his wand at the revision plan timetable Hermione had given them yesterday, with each subject's assignments clearly marked out. "I even added a countdown," Hermione said gleefully, "it's in the top left corner." Harry stared at the number 59 on the parchment and had a sudden internal urge to rip it off. "How on earth do you guys think Lucius Malfoy got involved with Professor Hap?" he couldn't help but ask. Hermione pushed the newspaper at him. Ron, who sat next to him, said in disgust, "You believe that? Confided to me, bloody hell, how is that possible? If you ask me, he was probably out of luck when he was doing something illegal and got caught by the professor, so he begged the professor to let him off the hook." Hermione glared at him. "Ahem, I mean, everything went well. The Death Eaters are made up of a complex bunch of people," Hermione tried to make sense of it, "ambitious people, those who are cruel by nature, and there are those who rushed to get a bit of glory," she added after a moment of thought, "some, a few, were bewitched by the you-know-who's evil philosophies and empty dreams." Harry thought of Sirius Brother Regulus. "We couldn't tell the difference when the you-know-who was in the ascendancy, but once he was in decline," Hermione gestured contemptuously at the newspaper picture of Selwyn on trial, "we could tell what these people were made of." There was audible laughter heard in the common room, and they turned their heads. Harry and Ron were itching for something new, when they saw Fred and George, each holding a fancy hat in their hands, putting them on at the same time as the onlookers started to cheer. The crowd erupted in shrieks and giggles as Fred and George spun around to display them, and when they turned to Harry's side, the trio finally got a good look at their faces. Harry was startled and almost thought he had seen a vampire and a banshee combination. Fred's face was as white as paper, his cheeks were sunken as if he had been malnourished for a long time, and his eyes were abnormally bloodshot, but it was his carved, sharp teeth that stood out the most. George's face was another horror, his hair had turned black and was dragging to the floor, and his face looked like a skeleton, with a greenish glow on its surface, more frightening than the vampire beside him. The two men let out a triumphant laugh as they played their tricks. After a while, the crowd dispersed and Fred and George came over and sat next to them. They are still wearing the grotesque mask, and Ron subconsciously leaned back his body as Fred and George grinned. "Don't you like our new faces?" "Not bad, you guys seem to like this hat," Ron shot back in a mocking tone. Who was it that said they weren't satisfied before? "Well, that's a different thing," Fred said seriously, "we just thought the hat turned up at the right time." "Yeah, it'll brighten up Professor Hap's birthday party," George said cheerfully. The trio looked at each other. Ron kept squeezing his eyes at Harry and Hermione to remind them to keep their mouths shut, and Fred and George looked at them curiously. "Is there anything we don't know?" "Nah, not really," Ron said, changing the subject stiffly. "Did you hear, there's a statement in New Solutions to Rune, saying that they're planning to prepare an annual Ancient Runes edition and that everyone is welcome to contribute." "That's a big deal," Fred said happily, taking off his hat. His sharp teeth and pale sunken cheeks disappeared. "Which section are you guys planning to enter?" "What about you guys?" Harry asked alertly. "The career dynamic," Fred said without thinking. "We've created a new profession, me and George together. The profession is named as Prank Merchant." He squeezed his eyes at Harry. "The requirements are high: ancient runes, basic alchemy, transfiguration, charms study, and a sky-high imagination." "And a roaring heart," George quipped, half-truthfully. "That sounds like a boast," Ron muttered. "Have you tried that punching telescope yet?" Fred suddenly asked, staring at his brother's face as he did so. "Not yet, I gave it away." Ron tried to be vague about it, but Fred was staring straight at him, and he was close to spill out the truth. "Give it away? To who?" Fred and George shouted in unison. "A punching telescope?" "Punch?" Harry caught the keyword. Ron suddenly looked horrified. Fred and George stared at his expression and laughed. "Well, we won't ask," Fred said with feigned generosity. "Anyway, I'm sure we'll eventually find out," George added. "Come on, that thing, Merlin's beard!" Ron shouted, "What the bloody hell that thing can do?" But Fred and George just looked at him with regret, as if his life would soon be over. Ron panicked even more inside, and all he wanted to do now was run to the professor's office to get his present back and get a new one, but the thought of Crabbe and Goyle's unlucky appearance dispelled that notion. "Speak up! Now!" he yelled. Ron lunged up and shook Fred's collar as hard as he could, and Fred insisted on keeping his mouth shut with a look of amusement. "Do you really think that they would accept a name like that?" When it was quiet, Hermione asked, "I've heard that the reviewers are all very old, except for Professor Hap." "It never hurts to try," George eagerly said. "I figured, they're looking for talent right now and are desperately trying to expand their territory. It also mentions that once the profession is officially recognized, it will receive all sorts of support in addition to being included in the Ministry of Magic's occupational list. After the war is over," Hermione said. "What?" Fred asked. "It does have that clause you mentioned, but it won't be fulfilled until the end of the war," Hermione murmured. "Why, I didn't see it." Fred and George froze for a moment and yelped in sync. "It's on the last page of the most recent issue of New Solutions to Rune," Hermione said. The two men couldn't sit still, and they left in a hurry. When they had disappeared, Harry and Ron looked at each other and Harry muttered uncertainly, "Prank merchant. Sounds good. But could there really be such an additional profession in the future?" He had spent some time studying the pamphlets handed out at school describing various careers, and although he figured that he would become an orator in the future, it didn't stop him from reading with interest about the requirements for other professions and discussing them with his dorm mates late at night before going to sleep. "If pranking will be recognized, why not create a new profession of my own?" Ron muttered disgruntledly. "So you've got an idea?" Hermione asked, intrigued. Ron's jaw dropped and Harry, knowing he was speaking as he pleased, hastily asked, "Hermione, do you know how to make the 9th amulet?" "It requires the flame rune and the protection magic rune," Hermione subconsciously answered. "You have to combine them together in a way that equates to 2 sets of loops. When they work at the same time, they will absorb the flames around them and release them in one burst." "That doesn't sound like it would be very useful," Harry said. "Many spells will do something similar." "You could give it to a little kid," Hermione said, "and it will work pretty well if you plan to research flame magic. Even when facing a fiend fire, it can buy you a second or two, although it will break after one use." They began to work on their assignments, and it wasn't long before Harry began to get sleepy. He steeled himself to stare at his history of magic textbook. The Ilfracombe incident. Ilfracombe, was that a name of a person or a place? "Never mind, what the hell," Harry yawned and copied the name down on his parchment. His thoughts began to wander, already thinking about the evening party with Sirius, and Creaker, wondering if Sirius was used to being in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Felix was sitting dully on a bench in the courtroom, staring at a dark wizard with skin so dark it mirrored the dim light. Where did Voldemort find all these people? The words that Lucius had said yesterday were playing around in his head and made Felix want to make a trip to Malfoy Manor to see if it was burnt to the ground. It would at least prove that Voldemort had read the papers and was pissed off enough. Bang! The gavel fell heavily. Popastitso Buwaskivan Braun Papadopoulos Malafi Miguel Alves, guilty as charged. Chapter 587, The Twins in Trouble. As the Easter holidays passed, Felix had to appear in the solemn courtroom every day, watching as strange dark wizards underwent their trials, and it was like winning a lottery when a familiar face appeared. Of course, those acquaintances usually end up quite badly. As a Death Eater, they basically ended up with a life sentence. The foreign observers who were seated opposite to his side didn't exactly act as statues either. They provided a wealth of identifying information, and Scrimgeour didn't seem to have any trouble reading out completely irrelevant offences to the case as background information before the official verdict. As soon as this happened, Felix's mind began to wander. Valen hadn't followed him in the last few days. She had gone off to settle scores with Ron Weasley again. Felix was rather taken aback. When had Ron taken up the hobby of his 2 brothers? But there was really no real harm in that telescope, just a scare, and well, it scared a Niffler. And then there is another thing. According to Felix's research, the thing is supposed to imprint a black eye on the face and make it look like one has been punched in the face. But when you use it on Valen, the effect changed from a black circle around the eye to a mushy mess that is plastered against her fur and skin. Felix had a good laugh. He even wrote about it in a letter to Grindelwald. "I will introduce you to each other sometime." Of course, these are just interludes. He spends a fair amount of time describing how times have changed. After all, you've been isolated from the world for so long, it's understandable. And part of his own plan when the war is over, I'll pick the right opportunity to throw out some questions, with the various products of the future world company as a base, and they'll be able to more or less understand the level of Muggle technology. At that time, they themselves will realize the extent of the problem. Given the poor attitude the old man had shown in his past letters, Felix had also deliberately used his experiences back then as a comparison on several occasions. This way, they will value my opinion instead of branding it as heresy. From the replies, Grindelwald was quite excited and the quills scratched several parts of parchment. Of course, it might be due to old age or something. There is also the fact that Dumbledore's disguised look of exhaustion was spotted by a sharp-eyed journalist the next day, and when he was interviewed about it, he used the excuse that he was playing 10-pin bowling till early morning and looked much better after that day, so there was no rumor based around it. In the eyes of the public, Dumbledore would indeed do something like that. But to some well-informed people, his inconsistency seemed like a cover-up. At the end of the 5th day of the trial, Felix was keenly aware of someone's presence when he took his customary walk around Malfoy Manor, and he followed the trail to the gardens, where he saw the formerly ornate and beautiful fountain melting into a puddle of foul-smelling sewage. Voldemort had been there and had left in disappointment. The rest of the days were uneventful, except for the night of the 15th. Without warning, the Weasley twins threw a fireworks display on the premises, bringing out 20 different types of fireworks at once and setting them off over the castle. Felix, Valen, Sirius, and Flitwick were all together playing cards when there was a sudden loud bang from outside and Flitwick, who was seriously thinking about how to play his cards, fell out of his chair. Summon the blast ended screwed into the game, oh my! What's happening outside? Flitwick got up from the floor, and was startled. Did he just see a dragon flying past the window just now? Felix looked out the window in silence as a familiar wheeled firework flew past the balcony. He recalled briefly that it has appeared in the eye of some green skull over Hogwarts not too long ago. There were shouts of excitement heard from the castle below. They went to the balcony and looked down. At the foot of the castle was a circle of people, and in the center of the crowd, Fred was holding a very exaggerated rocket-shaped firework, and George held up his wand and cautiously moved closer. It's dangerous, we haven't tried it a few times. He motioned for everyone to spread out a bit. From past experience, the group obediently followed their good advice and retreated a few dozen feet away in the blink of an eye. This thing isn't going to blow up, is it? Hermione looked worried. Don't worry, they know what they are doing in their minds. Ron said cheerfully. From the tip of George's wand, a small orange flame burst out and inched closer to the firework. Careful not to burn my hand. Fred called out because it was obvious that George's eyes were looking elsewhere, and he followed his gaze up to meet those of Professors Hap, Professor Black, and Professor Flitwick. Fred grinned sheepishly. Bang! A loud explosion sent up layers of air and smoke and the two men tumbled out in disarray. Failed. George said disappointedly as he sat on the ground. I don't think so. Fred, who was lying on the ground, looked up at the sky and raised one arm, which acted like a fuse, as the choking and coughing audience looked up at the sky in unison, following the gesture. The massive firework shot straight up into the sky, barely visible in the darkness, only a glowing tail could be dimly seen, and after a dozen seconds or so, the black velvet-like curtain exploded with an explosion of brilliant colors, and the night became alive with countless more bright, shining stars, which fell from high above like a shower of meteors, and then settled in midair in a brilliantly colored design. On the balcony, Felix's face looked expressionless, but the movement of his hands gave away his mood as he stared at the huge half-figure made of fireworks in midair, the man with a face similar to his smiling broadly and giving a thumbs up. A suppressed intake of breath was heard from the ground below. Oh my god! Hermione was speechless with shock. Everyone nearby looked on in amazement at the spectacle. 3 or 5 fireworks in the shape of blast-ended screwed crawled above the schoolyard, and one in the shape of a flying broom trailed a long banner that spelled out the letters, May Professor Hap Live. Bang! Felix held up his wand and made it explode out in the air. Not too far away, Dumbledore pushed open his office window, the blue eyes behind his semicircular lenses curving in an arc as he surveyed the figure high above his head with interest, then looked back down at the bustling ground. Even Fawkes poked his head out, watching with fascination as the dragon-shaped fireworks spun in midair while spewing out red and green sparks. Dumbledore even waved at Felix through the window. At that moment, Professor McGonagall trotted over from the castle, looking at the mess with a shocked expression. It was unclear what the twins had said to Professor McGonagall, as she didn't deal with the variety of fireworks flying wildly above Hogwarts and seemed to acquiesce to it all before returning to the castle with both Fred and George by the ears in each hand. "It's actually quite pretty," Sirius said with a smirk when Felix turned his head. He considered it as retribution. The night before Valentine's Day Felix had dragged him to test a transfiguration spell and afterward told him with an apologetic face that the spell couldn't be lifted for a while. "Turn my nose back on," Sirius yelled with a pig's nose, and at the end of the day, he was forced to wear a large mask and refused to take it off when he met with Amelia. When Felix saw the twins again, it was in Professor McGonagall's office. The two were quietly receiving a lecture with their heads down and their eyelids drooping, looking downcast. But when they saw Felix walk in, they immediately looked up in surprise and gave him a wink. It seemed to ask, "Are you satisfied, Professor?" "Breaking school rules, intimidating students." Professor McGonagall said with a grumble of exasperation. "They are having a good time," Fred shouted accusingly, and the background noises of the bustle outside seemed to validate what he was saying. Professor McGonagall's chest puffed out, making fun of Professor Dash. "We were trying to give the professor a birthday surprise," George shouted. "Yet," Fred kept nodding his head. They had a lot of experience in breaking school rules, and they had already discussed every big and small consequence, even detention. "Minerva," Felix called out softly. Professor McGonagall frowned and said, "They must be punished." "I totally agree," Felix said, his two hands placed on each of the twins' shoulders, and the two chuckled audibly, before noticing that the professor is growing taller and taller. "No, they are the ones who are getting shorter and shorter." By the end of the process, Felix looked like a great demon bent over with a terrible grin, holding shrinking twins in his hands. "Oh, Felix!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed in surprise, "We never advocate corporal punishment against our students." "Don't worry, it's not corporal punishment," Felix said as he took the opportunity to shake the two little men, who are only a foot tall, as hard as he could, making them dizzy. He raised his both hands in the air and said menacingly, "I heard you guys have been wanting to make memorable memories before you graduate. Well, I just got the right thing to satisfy that." Professor Dash the Shrunken Fred said dryly, "Are you saying you don't think the show is memorable enough? We will consider your opinion." Felix grinned in irritation and shoved them into the large pockets of his robe as the two men struggled. "Ouch, it's too dark in there." One of them complained and tenaciously tried to poke his head out, which was coldly pressed back by Felix's backhand. "I'll teach them well, don't worry, it's just a normal punishment," he said to a stunned Professor McGonagall. On the way back, Felix deliberately climbed up and down, swaying his pockets back and forth, and it took him twice as long as normal to get back to his office. When he pushed the door open, he could still see part of the firework with some semblance to him through the window, that thumbs up, and Felix looked pissed off. "You guys have a lot of time on your hands, have you finished your assignments?" He grabbed the dazed pair from his pockets and shoved them at the opening of two empty ink bottles. "Done," one of them said dazedly. "Good," Felix said wistfully, "I heard your club is doing well with a lot of people joining." Fred, who had just pulled his arse out of the ink bottle, didn't realize the approaching danger and slowly said, "Yeah, it was pretty productive." George gave him a hard shove, and he sat back down again. "Ouch!" Fred waved his arms. "Swear to defend school rules club? Sounds good, but you'll have to take the lead," Felix said vaguely and turned to leave. "What's Professor going to do?" George asked uneasily. "Who knows? Don't you think the show was a huge hit today? Even now, the show's still going on." Fred said cheerfully. Valen jumped from the other side of the table and looked at them for a moment, before shaking her head. "Why do I get the impression that Valen is pitying us?" George asked. Bang, bang. Two quills that stood above their eye level fell on the table and George jumped in shock and looked up to see a dozen sheets of parchment like blankets flying over, and they hurriedly jumped out of the way. "The punishment will be copying the school rules," Felix's distant voice said, "no changing back until you've copied them." As it proved, he had guessed wrong. The twins' thought process is completely different from normal people's, and their first reaction was not frustration, but excitement as they looked at each other. "I've wanted to do this for a long time." "It's a deal, Professor." By the look on their faces, it seemed that it was not a punishment, but some kind of preferential treatment. The two spent the next few moments trudging through the parchment with gusto, as they evaluated each other's work as they wrote. Your W is horrible and difficult to read. Why don't you look at that letter O? How perfect, your letters seem malnourished dash. Nonsense. Felix held out his finger and cast a mufflieto charm near them, and the office finally fell silent, if you ignored the excited shouts of the students outside and the whooshing sound of exploding fireworks. He ultimately did not use his magic to wipe out the fireworks overhead. Ignoring the twins who were playing and scribbling sentences, Felix sat in the armchair behind the table, twirling a strand of dark magic in his hand and examining it carefully. The wisp of magic itself radiated a strong aura of contaminant. It was the magic he had extracted from Lucius' dark mark that belonged to Voldemort. The more Felix studied it, the more he felt that the magic energy had gone too extreme into the negative side. He even doubted if Voldemort could still use the positive and righteous spells. But when he thought about his own recent research into Patronus charm, he wasn't that certain. As he pondered, there was a brisk knock at the door. Felix waved his hand and the door opened automatically, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed in. He wasn't really surprised, they might have come to plead for the twins. But what he didn't expect was the presence of Draco, who was standing behind them. When he also entered, Felix was just about to speak when a fifth person walked in, a somewhat confused-looking Luna, who seemed to have gotten lost and had followed them on a whim after seeing Harry and the gang. She was followed by Ginny, Neville, and then Daphne and Astoria squeezed into the office, with Cedric and Cho Chang behind them. Felix was completely baffled as for why all these people had arrived together. The people who had just entered were also a little dumbfounded, their jaws dropped as they looked at the twins squirming around on a stack of parchment on the desk. Because of the mufflieto charm, they hadn't realized what was happening. Chapter 588, Their Respective Problems and Gains. I don't remember an invitation being extended, the Magic Rune Club's activities are suspended because of dash. Felix looked at them. Luna nodded and said, participation in the trial. Yeah, that's why. He said. I saw the picture in the newspaper, Professor Dumbledore, Ms. Bones, and you. Luna said with great interest, Dad mentioned in Quibbler that you are one of the 3 most powerful wizard in the world. I saw that article too, it was very amusing. Felix said with a poker face, especially the bit that envisaged us joining forces against the wizarding world. He turned his head and looked at the others, they looked at each other, averted their gaze, and hesitant to speak. Well, come and sit down, all of you. He used his magic to conjure up a couple of soft chairs, at which point Fred and George at the desk stopped, and ran out of the spell's reach, standing on the edge of the desk eyeing the situation while waving their arms for attention. Hey, someone, we can't get down by ourselves. Let me do it. Ron called out, as if afraid someone else would grab this chance from him, and only when he had finished speaking did he look at Felix. Is that okay? Before Felix's head could nod down completely, he rushed over to the desk, bent over to look at his 2 brothers, and said in a gloating tone, look what I found, flower fairies who lost their wings? I've never seen a flower fairy so big and fit. Come on up, brats. He held out his hand with a wide smile. Fred and George subconsciously took a step back, they didn't have the upper hand at the moment. But there was no room for compromise. Fred tilted his head and stared carefully at Ron's face. From this angle, your face looks like a disaster scene, pockmarked dash. Those are freckles. You 2 have them too. Ron exclaimed irritably, as he grabbed his 2 brothers and shook them in his hands. I haven't settled the score with you yet, for that punching telescope dash. He gave them a warning look and led them over to the couch in the office, and threw them smoothly onto the couch before sitting down. Fred and George screamed and avoided Ron's body as he slowly sat down. The 2 crawled up and down, and eventually leaned back against the arm of the couch, patting their chests heartily. That was a close call, almost got murdered by my own brother dash. Just the thought of being crushed to death by his arse, to be honest, would have killed me. Harry looked squintingly at the 2 men, who seemed to be having a good time. So Felix watched this interaction between relatives with interest as the rest of them stifled their laughter, then he sat down on the single sofa and asked, what sort of coincidence brought you together? Potter. Professor, Colin saw. Harry trailed off, staring at Felix's pocket and then at the twins who are still jostling at the couch, unsure of how to describe it. Is he supposed to say that Colin Creevy saw the image of the professor bouncing up the stairs while pressing Fred, who was poking his head out of his pocket, back in? That would be too weird. I see what you mean, that's what all three of you have in mind. Felix looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the trio nodded in unison and Felix turned to the others. They rattled off their words. I had some study queries, Cedric said, pulling a notebook out of his pocket. I tried to write a book like this, in imitation of a magic rune booklet, but it always seemed a bit vague. Cho is accompanying me here. He gestured to Cho Chang, who's seated quietly at one side. Felix nodded his head in approval, then averted his gaze slightly. I'm not doing anything, just stopped by. Draco slowly mumbled. I do have something to ask you, some questions regarding the academy, Felix said vaguely, stay behind for a while. Draco nodded hesitantly. Finally, it was the Greengrass sisters' turn. Daphne hesitated to speak, when her sister reached out and pointed at Draco. We followed him, he's been so alone and secretive lately, we wondered what he was doing. Draco gave her a stern look. That caught Harry's attention, and he stared at Draco's face as if trying to see something. He thought about the recent rumors about the Malfoy family head turning against the Death Eaters and guessed that the Malfoy who is in the midst of the rumors got quite affected. Only Neville, Luna, and Ginny remained, and Felix looked at Neville. Neville opened his mouth nervously, seemingly uncomfortable with so many people around him, causing Felix to think he was about to say something embarrassing, so he said tentatively, we can talk alone. No, Neville said, I'd like to ask about he paused, potions. Potions? Felix asked in surprise. Even the others looked at Neville strangely, which caused the flush on Neville's face to increase as he swallowed and said, the school distributed pamphlets on various careers over the holidays, and I saw that Auror's leaflet demanded that applicants should have at least 5 N.E.W.Ts certificates, with no grade lower than E in each subject. Harry and Ron drew in a soft breath. They had long identified themselves with the Auror job, but they didn't give it much of a thought and just assumed they would just wait for the start of the school year to speak to Professor McGonagall and listen to her advice. And a whole series of rigorous personality and intelligence tests prepared by the Auror's office. Harry and Ron's faces turned pale as Neville finished his sentence, which appeared comparable to Draco's skin tone. Oh, I see. Felix smirked. You were told that you had to get a certificate in potions class to enroll for Auror and were worried that you wouldn't be able to meet the requirements and had no idea how to proceed further. Neville nodded. No wonder, many students who want to enroll for Auror have gotten stuck on the potions hurdle. Who asked Professor Snape's advanced class to only accept students who take outstanding in O.W.Ls exams? Felix said, looking slightly amused. Requires a potions class certificate? Harry asked, in bewilderment. And get an outstanding? Ron shouted in despair. The two men looked bloodless by now. In their minds, getting outstanding in the potions exam would be a miracle. Harry felt his heart shatter like glass along with the dream of becoming an Auror. To be a good Auror, you at least need to understand how to detoxify the poison, right? Felix said, sort of explaining the problem the two had. Of course, the reality is much more complicated. He thought about it and said to Neville, if it's just a matter of simply improving your grades, that is, getting high marks. He looked uncertainly at Neville, who nodded repeatedly, and smiled, there's a way to do that, so wait a minute, and we can talk about that. Professor? Harry asked anxiously, can we stay and listen together? Yes, Professor, we're wondering the same thing as Neville, Ron said busily, as long as we can get high marks. Professor Snape wouldn't be happy about that. Felix shook his head, looking amused at what he seemed to have thought of. Still, there's no reason for him to reject some kind of little trick. Unless he wants to deny himself. His last words were low and inaudible. Felix's eyes darted between Luna and Ginny before his gaze eventually settled on Ginny. This time he guessed wrong. Ginny nudged Luna with her hand, who was staring straight at Fred and George. Oh, Luna sobered up, I have something to tell you. She said seriously. What's it about? Felix asked. Have you ever read the Tales of Beedle the Bard's storybook? Luna asked, her eyes suddenly became very bright, unlike her usual dazed appearance. There's the tale of the three brothers in there that mentions death and his three creations. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged cautious glances. I know what you're going to say. Felix interrupted her and Luna blinked, a little puzzled, but she didn't press on. Instead, she looked at him expectantly, which gave Felix a huge headache. Trouble seemed to be catching up with him, and he hadn't expected Luna to bring up this part of the story. Where did she find out about it again? The rumors about me possessing the Elder Wand were false, and I think I've proved it. Felix said briefly. The cost of a dozen lives, and an open battle with Voldemort, made all the hidden covetousness to fade away. Of course, it hadn't disappeared all at once. Felix had spent the next few months rummaging through the Marauders map when he had nothing better to do, and redeemed bounties on people who were suspiciously moving around. I'm talking about the other thing, Luna said softly, the Resurrection Stone. Felix frowned. Miss Lovegood dash. I performed divination with Firenze, Luna said quickly as she looked at him, and he said from the results that what I longed for seemed close enough to pass by. Felix was silent for a moment. What was it? The Resurrection Stone? Did she mean the Resurrection Stone was in the school? It couldn't be in one of her roommate's book bag, could it? And he reckoned that Firenze might not have meant pass by in the same way that Luna understood it. Okay. He said, you guys have really brought me many surprises. He stood up and looked around. That's a lot of questions, let's tackle them one by one. It just so happens that I have something I need your help with too. Luna, you come here first. He and Luna walked to the other end of the office and talked quietly about it. The result of the talk surprised him a little. For the first time, he had heard about the Deathly Hallows, the legend in which the three creations of death that are mentioned in fairy tales are brought together and treated as one. And it had a special significance, that is, mastering the three sacred artifacts would make you the master of death. All that Felix knew about them was that the Elder Wand is real and right now it is wielded by Dumbledore. Have you ever considered that it is merely an aphorism-like legend? That even if they were real, they might just simply be three powerful magical artifacts that have been interspersed and forcefully linked together by later generations. But Luna offered a basis for the truth. The Elder Wand. Luna drew a vertical line in his hand. The Resurrection Stone. She added a circle under the vertical line. The Invisibility Cloak. She finally drew a triangle outside the vertical line which wrapped the first two together to form a complete and elaborate pattern. Felix stared at his hand, which, if he had read it correctly, seemed to be the logo of another person. Just like his Ouroboros, at one point it was synonymous with the man. Grindelwald? He asked gently. You know him too? Luna asked curiously. Papa said that this symbol was indeed misunderstood by many, but the truth is that it did not belong to him. Grindelwald only borrowed it, and its true originators were the three Paviral brothers. The three Paviral brothers? 3 brothers. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, who were the original possessors of the Deathly Hallows. Luna said with great certainty, but Felix reckoned she was just paraphrasing her father. This symbol is still on the tombstone of Ignotus, in the Godric's Hollow. Papa took me to see it. It's the coat of arms of the Paviral family. Felix bowed his head and seemed to be talking to himself. So, whoever knows the symbol should also know the meaning behind it. On the other end, the few people sitting on the couch couldn't help but look repeatedly at Professor and Luna, who had been talking for a long time, but they were too far away for them to listen, or maybe it could have been a spell. The professor is so kind. Cho Chang said. She clearly dismissed the whole thing as a responsible professor guiding a young girl with a brain full of fantasies. But who is Firenze? She asked. A centaur. Harry said. So it's not something she imagined? Cho Chang asked with interest, looking at Luna in the distance, thoughtfully. I'm 2 years apart from her, but I still heard of her nickname, Loony, you know. She's not crazy, Ginny said coldly, just a bit dash. Weird in a weird way. Ron nodded sagely. Ginny glared at him. Oh, Cho Chang said apologetically, you guys are friends. At that moment, Luna had returned bouncing, with her fluffy hair bouncing together. How was the chat? Ginny asked, hoping her friend would dispel the unrealistic fantasy that the dead could come back to life and stuff. It sounded too good to be true. The professor promised to keep an eye out for me and if he ever finds one he will lend it to me. She said cheerfully. Diggory dash, Felix called out from the other end as Cedric stood up and walked over to him with his own notes. Felix flipped through them roughly, going over them quickly in his head, and said to him, it's pretty decent already, with a lot of details I hadn't considered. I can see you've put a lot of effort into it. Cedric smiled bashfully. I assume you've also submitted an article to New Solutions to Rune magazine, right? Cedric nodded. It was already mailed out. I'll keep this note for now, I need to look it over carefully and a little later we can discuss it. Then Felix waved at Draco who approached him reluctantly. Tell me, what you think? Felix asked, looking in the direction of the couch from which the Greengrass sisters are looking over. Your classmates can see that you aren't quite yourself lately, and as I told you before, you can come to me if you can't cope up with it. They're nosy, Draco said in annoyance, especially the little one, blaming me for ruining her ghost food. Felix casually asked a few questions about what had happened, to roughly summarize, that Astoria had gotten a portion of ghost food from somewhere. It is actually quite rare and difficult to preserve, only available in classroom 7, and he gave some to Valen. He turned his head to stare at Valen, and well, he seemed to know where Astoria had gotten the ghost food from. The drama that followed was Astoria bringing it out to show off, only to have it inadvertently knocked down by Draco. I was playing a losing game and was completely oblivious to her jumping behind me. Draco defended himself. So what's wrong lately? A flush spread across Draco's face. Felix was very experienced at this. I promise not to say anything. With that, Draco pulled an elaborate, ornate, and detailed coat of arms out of his pocket. When Felix saw the letter M on it, he guessed more or less. The family crest of the Malfoy family. Draco nodded. It was enclosed in the letter my mother sent. It became clear in Felix's mind that it was the same letter he had helped deliver. So they dropped the responsibility on you? Felix asked with a smile. Any luck? A little, Draco swallowed, sizing him up carefully. Professor, are you going to forcibly break the statute of secrecy when the war is over? Felix scratched his head a bit. You're all giving me so many surprises today one by one. Who told you that? Well, it should be a rumor. He had even teased Grindelwald about it personally. No. Draco seemed very disappointed hearing that, and when he saw the professor raise his eyebrow, he hurriedly said, it was my own guess. Professor, I'm sure you've heard of my grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. He asked with an expectant look on his face. I have heard of him. He died when I was a little boy, and I recently recalled his words. Draco swallowed. He said, that everyone has their own place in this world, and the only difference is that the place/position of the strong is not called a place, but a mission or destiny. Oh! Felix said in an uncertain manner. I thought I could help out if that is your intention. Draco stammered, you told me before that my wand is suitable for medical magic, plus I've been looking up information on this recently after the start of the academic year, for career advice. Felix had only one thought at the moment, Lucius can retire pretty soon. As it turned out, Draco wasn't trying to become a healer, but hit on the idea of a possible United Muggle Wizard Hospital, and even though his idea wasn't perfect, it was enough to surprise Felix. Your idea is a little ahead of the time, and I can't give you a definitive answer. After all, it's hard to say what the future holds, but you could certainly work towards that, by following your idea to become at least a good healer first. You have a lot to learn. Draco returned to his place on the couch and sat down as Neville, Harry, and Ron approached. Hermione thought for a moment and also followed. The three boys eyed him, eager for the way to get high marks as he put it, and as for Hermione, she strongly resented playing tricks, but she came over anyway to find out what it was about. I'm just trying to get information. Hermione told herself. Without further ado, Felix told them to wait here for a little while and took a set of potions textbooks out of his bedroom. He stroked the covers with affection. They've helped me a lot. Are these your potions textbooks from school? Harry guessed. How can I put it? You guys don't think I could afford a new textbook when I was at school, do you? Felix said. The school's financial support fund was very limited at the time and one had to be careful with money. I could only afford second-hand books and old robes, but what's the saying, if you think about everything one step further, you can be better than you are now. It wasn't long after school started that I discovered the school had a storage cupboard that's dedicated to store used textbooks and I spent a bit of time picking out the best of the best. I can't believe how some of them were near new with just a single name on them. Harry stared down at the set of textbooks in the professor's hand, torn and tattered, edges flying, seemingly having suffered terrible abuse. It does not include this potions textbook. This set was hand-picked by me, and you will find that it is wonderful beyond its appearance. Chapter 589, The Will of the Leader. Felix continued to address them. Professor Snape should have told you that potions is a delicate study, where attentiveness, discipline, patience, and just the right amount of wand-wielding are all that matters. In the curriculum, the difficulty of learning will gradually increase, and each potion you concoct will be highly distinct and often involve subtle manipulation. Harry, Ron, and Neville, as well as Hermione, looked at Felix in a daze. None of them ever thought they would have a day like this, listening to the ancient rune professor explaining the puzzles of potions to them, although all their minds were filled with thoughts of how to trick and get high marks. But this wonderfully odd feeling lingered in their minds. If you want to go further in the field of potions, Harry, Ron, and Neville shook their heads, and Felix sighed, it's best to learn it in the proper way. But he cleared his throat, his tone no longer that serious. Yeah, I was thinking pretty much the same thing as you guys, equally uninterested in delving into all the deep theory and subtle boiling steps, he said softly. To me, getting into the advanced class was just the easiest way to master the method of brewing the potions I was interested in. As for learning the finer points, I didn't really care. Harry listened more carefully. This was also what he wanted from potion class. He could hardly imagine himself enduring the loneliness later, holed up in an airtight basement for years, staring into a row of steam-emitting cauldrons. Felix patted the textbook in his hand. The original owner of this set was adept at this. There are many tips and easy methods, but of course, you will find notes on more than just potions. There are also some interesting little hexes. He hesitated. There are a few spells that are dangerous, and I want you to promise me that you won't use them on your classmates. Given the professor's very serious expression, the 4 students took the promise seriously. So next it's time to talk about my methods. Felix's expression returned to calm. Standing on a somewhat higher viewpoint, you will see that the O.W.Ls exam is just a test for your past learning rather than an examination for originality and innovation. Theoretically, if you memorize all the material and become proficient in the maneuvers mentioned in the book, getting an outstanding is an easy and natural thing to expect. Now even Hermione couldn't help but stare at him. She had always gotten an outstanding, but it definitely didn't have anything to do with the word easy. Work out the theory yourselves. For the practical work, my suggestion is to compile a list of how to concoct each potion, pick out the steps that are tedious and difficult to perform and try to simplify them. There may be dozens or hundreds of steps in boiling a potion, but if you group them according to purpose, they may only add up to a dozen or so steps. You ought to have your own insight, don't you? But from the looks on their faces, it seemed that Felix had asked a very superfluous question. But he could only assure himself that it was in no way his own question. At least the set has been written along with similar lines, and I've included some of my personal insights. Well, that's all there is to say. Felix handed them the books. Luna, Cedric, and the others were still waiting there as the professor had said earlier that there is something he needed their help with. Harry and Neville placed the books they were holding on the small square desk and looked at Felix as they sat down with Ron and Hermione. You've all mastered the Patroness charm, haven't you? Nearly all of them nodded. Even Fred and George, who are only about a foot tall, did the same, but the reason I said nearly was because there was still someone who wasn't in that range. I haven't. Astoria shouted, I am just a third year. Although Draco on one side didn't say anything, he didn't look like he had mastered the spell either. You can watch, eat some biscuits, or go outside and play. Felix said to Astoria who had spoken up. Astoria puffed up angrily but still stayed behind. I was looking for you guys for a test that I originally intended to give you after the next school year started, but on second thought, today is a better opportunity. After all, not all the students in the Magic Rune Club know this magic. Harry actually wanted to say that he had taught this spell in the Frontline Lookout Club, but he quickly realized that the professor is already aware of that. The test itself isn't dangerous, but it's quite emotionally draining. Felix paused for a moment to wait, and when no one raised an objection, he continued. The Patroness itself is a perfect combination of positive emotion and magic. From what we can tell from ancient glyphs and manuscripts, this spell was used by many people during the very oldest era, but, at some point, the Patroness charm became exclusive to those wizards who possessed pure, positive emotional power. Some, especially dark wizards whose minds have fallen into darkness, simply do not seem qualified to use it. Felix said and shifted his gaze away from Harry. He had put a lot of thought into this spell, especially after incorporating the knowledge given to him by Lady Rowena Ravenclaw and had improved it subversively, taking the magic beyond its original limitations. At one time he believed he had reached the limits of his understanding regarding this spell, but it turned out that he had still discovered something new during Harry's demonstration. Harry is one of the most gifted wizards when it comes to this spell that he has ever seen. As far as he knew, the first time Harry had managed to cast a visible patroness was on the covered bridge in his third year, where the stag patroness had fought off 100 with a single blow, demonstrating amazing power. Since then Harry has mastered the art of using the patroness to deliver a message without a teacher, later incorporating an ancient rune to give it a physical form, and demonstrated excellent practical skills when hunting down Umbridge not long ago. He has gone ahead of the vast majority of wizards, but Harry is still unable to incorporate runes that represent other emotions into the patroness. Because the patroness itself is built from pure to extreme positive emotions, mixing in any other emotion is simply mixing ink in the water and making the magic less pure. That's why Harry was never able to pull it off. The difference between Felix and Harry is that his patroness Rain Swallow was reconstructed with memory nodes and became very stable. Even if he mixed in other emotions, he was able to force them together under his superior control. Felix even took this level of difficulty for granted. But Harry's experience had taught him that perhaps it was just his deeply ingrained escalation mindset in action. He went back to his Ravenclaw notes and parsed the construction of the Ravenclaw diadem, then combined it with a mishmash of knowledge from various sources to try to put together a clear framework for emotion magic. The results were phenomenal. He created a whole series of patroness magic. But this thinking did not stop there. I need you to pay attention to a few words: pure, positive emotional power. This will be important in the rest of the discussion. Felix said, all you have used your happy memories when learning this magic. Is that right? Most of them nodded. Harry thought of the scene where Remus had taught himself and how he had mentioned that positive emotions could deal with Dementors, but in practice, he had only used happy memories or visualized happy enough memories. I discovered a secret in my research. I may be overthinking it, the exact conclusion is yet to be verified. But there is nothing prevents me from sharing it with you. The patroness has gone through 3 vague phases in its long history that can only be supported by assumptions. The first phase is unproven with no historical evidence, and it can only be traced from glyphs. At that time there was no such a thing as a Dementor, and the Lethifold was not discovered until the 18th century, and such creatures lived only in tropical regions. The second phase, which dated before and after the Middle Ages, is relatively well preserved, and the wizards of that time had a much closer understanding of the patroness charm to the present view, except this charm remained one of the rarest and most difficult to master profound defensive magic, and for a long time it was associated with those wizards who fought for a noble cause. Miranda Goshawk, who wrote the Standard Book of Spells series, mentioned in her description of the patroness, this ancient and mysterious charm conjures a magical guardian, a projection of all your most positive feelings. I have likewise seen similar statements in some ancient grimoires and manuscripts. But there is a subtle difference between this description and the specific descriptions in the third stage, that is, over the last 200 or 300 years, when wizards wrote study notes for this magic. They coincidentally equate most positive emotions with happy memories. Perhaps they did it to make it less difficult? Perhaps it was originally a particular wizard's secret shortcut trick, which eventually spread, and when people tried it, the success rate did increase. But to be precise, all this magic has done is distinguish normal wizards from particularly evil dark wizards, and if that's all it could do alone, it doesn't seem to deserve the fame it has gained. Felix briefly recounted his research and concluded, I have repeatedly made comparisons and thought that the problem might be in the emotions put into it. Happy memories may fall into the category of positive emotions, but does it rival the same level of conviction as fighting for a noble cause? He looked at the crowd. Perhaps one of you can give the answer. His eyes darted between Harry, Hermione, Cedric, and the Weasley twins, all of whom he knew had their own beliefs, such as defeating Voldemort, building a pan-magical alliance, and creating a new profession. Actually, Draco barely counted, but he didn't know the spell yet. Felix held expectations but likewise thought it wouldn't be easy to pull off. After all, he is still in the groping stage himself. He had once selectively forgotten this magic spell, and tried it like a beginner, infusing it with his full emotions, but instead of using positive and happy memories, he had used the belief, to fight for a noble cause, as described in the ancient manuscripts, as far as possible. He fulfilled this requirement precisely. He intended to transform the magical world, to bring it into line with the real world. In Felix's opinion, how could this be anything short of a noble cause? But the result was frustrating. He was unable to generate a tangible patroness with his belief, and there seemed to be something lacking. At best, he could only conjure up a silver shield made of vaguely shaped mist. The students sitting on the couch looked at each other in shock as the professor seemed to debunk the patroness charm. No, uncovering what this magic really looked like at the base of it. Only, he had no idea if he was right. Let's try it. Felix reached out and Fred and George's bodies swelled rapidly like a balloon and bloated out, growing from a foot to 2 and 3 feet, until they were back to their original size, both of them touching their faces and letting out a strangled cry. Then Felix said in a low, bewitched tone. Think about it, you are the best of your age, with a strong will, and you can do great things if you want to. Everyone has their part in society, but you, for your part, will not submit to your fate, and will follow your inner compass and find your true calling. The lights in the office became dim and his voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, easily bringing the group into the predefined mood he had set. They pondered what it is that they truly wanted. Only Draco and Astoria stared wide-eyed. They were unaffected, but Draco now felt odd. If he didn't have amnesia, it seemed that the professor had just taken what he had said to him and rephrased it and used it on others. Think of the noble cause you have in mind, how much you would be willing to give, in times of defeat, frustration, opposition, and even despair? Now, take out your wands, shout the incantation, and show me your determination. The ancient rune office was plunged into complete darkness, and both Draco and Astoria tried to use their wands to illuminate the room, only to find that they were completely unable to do so. In the midst of the utter darkness, they heard an increasingly solemn voice shouting out the incantation with great determination, expecto patro number dash. The professor's whispers bore into their ears from all sides, causing the only 2 unaffected people to shiver briefly. They subconsciously came together. What's going on? Astoria asked with trepidation. Stay put. Draco said through clenched teeth, and don't pinch me. Astoria snapped and moved her fingers away from his arm. Expecto patro number. A hazy bright light appeared, and the face belonging to Cedric flickered for a moment, followed by an even brighter light, the twins with tense faces and serious expressions, as well as Hermione and Neville, but their faces looked like dream bubbles, lingered only briefly for a few seconds before falling once again into the pitch-black world. Pressure appeared in everyone's minds. Even after trying for a long time, no one succeeded. Felix furrowed his brow. Is there a genuine issue? Was his assumption wrong, and there never was any true patroness? He had to change his tactics. He spoke in a raspy voice, this time not as an encouragement, but as a discouragement. Quit, give it up, and pretend it had never happened. Bury your dreams in your heart and accept the reality. Honestly, there is no shame in that. How can one person stand against a whole world? One will always have a chance later. A deeper darkness descended, so dense that it became impossible to see. The Phoenix cried out. Dumbledore and Fawkes appeared in his office, his brow furrowed and his expression looked solemn as the thick black fog seemed to do nothing to block his vision. Felix! He uttered in a deep voice. Albus, you're here. Felix replied calmly. As he spoke, a few silver moon-like lights extinguished again, but others struggled. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the students present, quickly became aware of what is happening, and he observed silently before finally setting his eyes on Harry. Harry's face flushed, his eyes red and his teeth clacked together. What exactly did you show the boy in his vision? Dumbledore asked. Nothing I could control, I just added more layers upon his vision, putting him into an even more desperate situation. Felix said, waving his hand to get some of the students to wake up from the darkness before they were really overwhelmed. It wasn't all bad for them, at least with this opportunity they would be able to get a better idea of what they wanted. On the contrary, Harry and Neville, 2 people with great resilience, were able to hold on for a while. Harry at the moment fully immersed in the fantasy he had constructed, dead, everyone dead. Sirius, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Hap, Snape. Mad-Eye Moody, Remus, Tonks. Neville, Ginny, Fred, George, the Weasleys. He heard the sound of gurgling water, the sound of blood pooling as it came together. Harry stared blankly at Voldemort, who had a ferocious grin on his face as the bodies of Ron and Hermione fell at his feet. Voldemort sneered and raised his wand. Surrender. In a high, cold voice, he said triumphantly, everyone you know is dead, and that's what happens when you disobey the Dark Lord. No. Harry shouted madly, but a blinding green light gathered at the tip of Voldemort's wand, and with a flash of light, he fell to the ground. He was dead. Harry lay in the cold darkness, surrounded by dead silence. A voice told him that he would be given a second chance to be reborn, but he would need to submit to his fate. Succumb to Voldemort. The voice did not retort and Harry gritted his teeth as he rose from the cold ground. That was when Voldemort stepped out of the darkness, followed by the dark, haunted figure. Harry took a deep breath and raised his wand. But there were many voices sounded behind him as well, and Harry jerked his head around as those who had died earlier seemed to return. He stared blankly at the familiar faces, who seemed to have been corrupted by the darkness, repeating a coward's speech over and over like clay statues. "Give it up, Harry," Hermione said. "We're utterly defeated and the Dark Lord is willing to spare our lives," Ron said bitterly. "Give in for now," Professor Hap said simply. The Death Eaters and Voldemort's dark minions pounced, overwhelming those he valued, leaving only a circular gap, like a ring made of flesh and blood. Voldemort stood in the ring and surveyed him with mocking eyes. "You are the last one. Die like this, or submit to my rule." Harry responded by raising his wand, the voice in his head urging him to use the Patroness charm and call upon the Patroness. A large, majestic stag leaped out. It stepped between Harry and Voldemort like a true giant with its foot on the earth, and the green light pierced through the darkness. The people in the office surveyed Harry's new Patroness, the silvery glow collecting and merging into the stag-like liquid, and as the vision cleared, the silvery shiny fur of the stag was clearly visible, making it look like a real creature in reality. Its eyes are both cloudy and emotional, but also calm, determined, and unrelenting. Like its owner, when it stood, everyone, whether illusory, existing only in Harry's imagination, or students under great psychological pressure in reality, felt their courage multiply, their conviction strengthened and their bodies filled with endless strength. It was as if they too shared that heavy dose of courage and conviction. Felix looked at the transformed Patroness, and he finally knew what he had lacked, though he would not necessarily correct himself, as it's a fact he is certainly aware of. Dumbledore's blue eyes misted with a thin layer of moisture. He fumbled for the black jeweled ring in his hand and the biggest stone in his heart fell to the ground. The real plan could begin. His mouth quirked and his voice turned into a thread that burrowed into Felix's ears. "Voldemort asked me to meet him last night. After sharpening his skills and waiting for a long time, he seemed to have finally confirmed my condition. A duel time was set. When? 2 months from now." Chapter 590, Potions. Dumbledore had left early, just as abruptly as he had appeared, before the students on the scene can focus their attention on him. Felix knew that the school is riddled with counterspells that prevented ordinary people from performing apparition in the castle, but there was no doubt, the headmaster is privileged. Felix could see, though, that Dumbledore had borrowed the power of the Phoenix this time out of his haste to ascertain the sudden burst of magic in the castle. There are at least 2 ways for Felix to do the same thing. The first would undoubtedly be using the innate talent of the magical creature. There's no need for him to even perform magical creature shapeshifting, as all he needed to do would be converting a talent similar to apparition into ancient magic, which would help him bypass the prohibitions placed in the castle. The second is somewhat more tricky and requires the help of a part of the castle's magic system, the Room of Requirement, to achieve it. This magical room is ingrained with the castle's magic by Lady Ravenclaw. When Felix had cracked part of the secret, he was able to gain access implicitly. Theoretically, he could use that room as a transit to jump around the castle as long as the Room of Requirement responded to him. The students in the office seemed hyper and mentally active. Felix brought out an assortment of desserts and biscuits to reward them. "There aren't any canary biscuits in this, right?" Fred asked, somewhat sheepishly. "You just reminded me of that," Felix said, waving his hand as nothing happened, but Fred was visibly stunned, staring at the snacks on the small square desk, not daring to reach out for them. Luna picked up a ginger salamander biscuit, took a bite, and said, "I don't think this one's enchanted." She seemed to be reassuring him, but everyone else, including Felix, thought the comment had backfired, and Fred was noticeably more warier. "Did Headmaster Dumbledore just come by?" Harry asked uncertainly. "I seem to have seen him." "Came and went," Felix said briefly. "Professor," Hermione couldn't help but ask, "is there some trick behind the reason why Harry's Patroness has become completely different?" The others looked over, curious about the answer to the question. Harry wanted to know it too, and he looked at Professor Hap in the same way. Felix thought for a moment and said, "Earlier I suggested a conjecture that the Patroness had another use. Some of you his eyes flicked between several of you, may have equally strong ideals and a conviction that you will not give up in the face of difficulties, but the truth is that those difficulties have not really happened, and your firmness is also only a figment of your imagination. The difference between Potter and you is that his conviction did not come out of thin air, he has experienced those cruel dangers and blows, and when he remains indomitable, that courage speaks volumes." The crowd savoured the words in silence. Harry blushed a little as he listened, and he could only pretend that he was also thinking, when in reality his mind was blank. Cedric asked, "Professor, can I understand it this way? Thinking you can beat the odds can only bring you false courage and conviction. This courage and conviction are only real if you have proved yourself. The former may also be worth encouraging, but it is like a castle made of sand." Felix smiled and nodded at him. "Think of how many vows we've made in our lives, and how many of them have yet to be fulfilled," he said with emotion. "Few of the men who have achieved great things in history have had smooth sailing, they have had to eat the same bitter medicine of failure as everyone, but the choice they made after their failure is what separates them from the common man. Gosh, if all those people were wizards too, the patroness probably wouldn't be that rare." In the evening, Felix put his pen on paper to write to his ill-informed pen pal. He started with "I have a student," and described his newfound discovery of the patroness charm in a broad manner, then he turned the script and introduced the concept of the Deathly Hallows with "I have another student. I am certainly not mocking you for stealing someone else's coat of arms, it is just simple curiosity. Has no one among your followers raised an objection? As a scholar, I must point out the risks involved. Although the Pavirals were among some of the oldest families that disappeared, it was only the disappearance of the paternal line, and the descendants of the three brothers are probably spread out somewhere. What emotions will they have in their hearts when they see that the coat of arms of their ancestors has become the symbol of some organization with an infamous reputation? Nurmengard Castle. Nasty little brat. Half a month had passed when Grindelwald read the letter. Right now it is at the end of April and the beginning of May. Grindelwald's wrinkled face stared at the letterhead as he flashed an odd smile. "Faith? It's far from enough, you have to burn yourself." He inclined his head to look at the house elf. "Bondi!" Grindelwald called out softly. "Gr. Lord Grindelwald." Bondi, the house elf, stood away from the hard bed and bowed his head humbly. "Why do you fear me? Were you warned by one of those lords about how cruel I am? Little thing, you have a right to know better. Half a century ago, a man named Dumbledore took his legion of children and dismembered my vast following. Back then, I was at the peak of my ambition and ready to fight. A battle had to be fought. I lost. Forbidden to cast magic, to lose my birthright to cast spells, unable to use even one single decent spell. Imprisoned for half a century." The house elf's head dropped even lower, his nose almost close to the floor. Bondi couldn't remember how many times Bondi had been warned by the Lord Wizard from the International Confederation of Wizards, and thus Bondi made up his mind that if the gentleman in front of him tried to get Bondi's help to break out of prison, Bondi would turn and apparate without waiting for the wizard to finish his sentence. In a trembling voice he said, "Lord Wizard, if you don't want to write back, Bondi will dash." "No, no, no, Bondi!" Grindelwald murmured softly, stopping him. "Your master was once very faithful to me. Remained faithful even when I made it into this place. Wouldn't you like to know why you were sent here? And why those lords of the Confederation acquiesced to your existence? When they wanted me to starve to death. Your master and I were brought together by a common philosophy, and I was simply standing at the front of the line." Grindelwald held out his hand and Bondi hesitated, indecisive, but he was convinced enough to move slowly closer. Finally, the two hands clasped together. Grindelwald smiled, and it was impossible to distinguish his once youthful appearance from him anymore. His cheeks were thin, his eye sockets were sunken deep, his teeth had nearly fallen out, and he looked like a skeleton. He said to the trembling house elf, "Look, isn't it easy? Even though I am not your master, I suppose you have been asked to make me as comfortable as possible? I promise you, I will never demand more from you than the occasional observation of the outside world with the help of your eyes. I need you, but I won't force you to do anything, as I appreciate the care you have given me for so long. Now, I want you to show me some of your magic abilities, which I used to do better, but for now I can only take comfort from your spell casting." Relieved, Bondi complied with the request. The house elf did his best to conjure up all sorts of dazzling tricks he knew. Then he stopped with a gasp and Grindelwald thanked him. "I would be very grateful if I had the chance to see it again in the future." The house elf bowed and left. Only a single person was left in the small cell-like room. Grindelwald raised his head and stared at the window, a window of sorts, or just a narrow gap between blocks of black stone. The mountain wind whistled at night, and the moon lit up a part of the room and cast an eerie shadow behind. He knew everything about this place and even remembered the words for the greater good carved at the entrance, which he had personally inscribed. The word Nurmengard was also the name he had given to the prison he had built for his opponents. But the irony is that instead of being executed after his defeat, he was imprisoned here. Now he is the only human alive in this place. His cell is at the top of this dark, gloomy fortress, in the tower. The landscape outside remained the same. To be honest, he had gotten a little tired of it. Especially since there is a little bastard outside, constantly ticking him off with all sorts of information. After an unknown amount of time, Grindelwald snapped back to his senses, spreading his palm out and gazing at the dozen or so thin strands of magic that swam around his palm like swimming fish. Well, it wasn't his own magic, but the magic of house elf that he had just collected. The graveyard in Little Hangleton village is deserted, with traces of the battle that once took place still visible. The Ministry of Magic had sent someone to repair it afterward, but it could not be fully restored to its original state. The whole thing has become another strange legend among the inhabitants of the village. It could be a wild beast dash. Nonsense. I'm betting it has something to do with the death of the Riddle family, who after spending over a decade transformed into ghosts and managed to get back at their enemies. Dot said inside the Hanged Man pub, with one leg crossed and his head cocked to the side, as he did whenever he was drunk, spewing foul alcoholic odor out of his mouth. You mean the dead gardener, Frank Bryce? Someone asked in a low voice. If not him, who else? Thanks to those drunken bums at the police station, he was released without a charge and lived so many more years. Think about it, 3 members of the Riddle family died in such a strange way back then? If you ask me, it was retribution. Where are the ghosts? Do you have any proof? The barman looked at him with displeasure and retorted, pay for your drink. Dot made a couple of grunts as he said, don't interrupt. He tilted his head the other way and said in a cryptic manner, I do have proof, I've been to the graveyard at the back of the church and Little Riddle's grave, it was broken open. Really? Someone coaxed, you're not making it up, are you? Why don't you go and see it now? You won't be able to see it, Dot said regretfully, it's been repaired. As they spoke, someone had already taken advantage of the night to go to the graveyard at the back of the church. A fanatic expression showed on Bellatrix Lestrange's face as she drank the potion in her hand in one go. Lord Dash! Sleep, my dear Bella. Voldemort said, I will wake you before the duel. Bellatrix fell into a deep sleep, the frenzy on her face becoming calm as she lay quietly in the coffin, her hands clasped together on her belly, with a golden cup clutched in her death grip. Voldemort waved his wand and the lid of the coffin closed, and dense alchemical symbols were lit up one by one. With another wave, Voldemort buried the coffin in the pit, and a thick layer of earth covered it. He would remain here until the day of the duel. He would wait, and if no one disturbed him in the meantime, then he could take a chance and temporarily separate himself from his Horcrux and fight Dumbledore. Dumbledore had grown weak, he could tell. The good news completely overwhelmed the shame that Malfoy, the traitor, had brought him. He knew how powerful his curse is. In the name of getting rid of the lingering effects of the curse, he was weakened even more. Voldemort sneered twice, very pleased with the results of Severus' work. He had deliberately picked the period of the O.W.Ls exams as the date for the duel when all the professors would be staying at the school, not to mention the existence of Severus, who would instantly inform him if Hap had disappeared. But is it safe to rely on Severus alone? Voldemort's mind whirled with various thoughts. By all accounts, he is a loyal Death Eater, carrying out his orders perfectly. But Voldemort never put his trust in anyone, just as he had never told the secret of the Horcrux to any of the Death Eaters who had remained faithful to him. Maybe he should have done more preparation. How about using those examiners from the Wizarding Examinations Authority as eyes and ears? Using Imperius? No, there's Thief's Downfall to guard against that, he had to find a more subtle way. He didn't need any assistance, as long as they could make sure Felix Hap remained at the school. There is also the Ministry of Magic Horrors. Voldemort began to work out all sorts of evil trickery. Once school started, especially after the first week of career advice, there was only one thing left for the 5th year to do. That is to prepare for exams. Felix noticed, almost visibly, that the students had become more conscious and harder working. The reasoning is not difficult to understand. After the career advice, each student had a goal or two in mind, as advised by their respective heads. What's more, almost every professor in every subject had continued to explicitly and implicitly state how important his or her subject is. At some point, simplified procedures for brewing potions began to circulate in the school. At first, the young wizards didn't believe it. According to the usual practice of previous years, what was popular at this time of year would have been amulets, Baruffio's brain elixir, dragon claw powder, and other such stuff. But the facts speak for themselves and a series of amazing coincidences emerged. Neville Longbottom, who had been hovering in the lower middle of the potions class, had risen to the top, and even Harry and Ron, who had below average grades, had excelled. Naturally, this unusual behavior had caught the attention of the students and a certain professor, who had been staring behind the few like a ghost in the potions class during one class. Harry's head was sweating. He hadn't performed any procedure for a full 10 minutes and the daisy roots were on the verge of being chopped up. When Snape disappeared, he immediately flipped open the potions textbook, which held a parchment with the heading Vitality Potion. The handwriting on it was dense, but Harry knew that the potion could actually be broken down into 7 major steps and 3 distinct stages. He quickly read what was on the 5th step, which had something like an outline, enhances the effects of fire salamander blood. He read on. The original textbook contained a cumbersome 5 steps, whereas the new and improved method is brief: strain the residue, stir twice counterclockwise, then twice clockwise, and slowly inject the magic. Harry grinned. It was almost equivalent to a combination of Professor Hap and the Half-Blood Prince. He recited a soft incantation and a piece of parchment on the table quickly morphed into a filter. He raked it twice and then stirred it counterclockwise and clockwise and infused it with magic. The potion had turned a light blue color. Harry looked around. Not many people had made as much progress as he had. He lowered his head in excitement and continued to read the following content. When Potter. Snape's cold voice was heard and Harry nearly jumped out of his seat in fright. Chapter 591, Advanced Potion Making, 2-in-1. In potions class, students stopped what they were doing and their eyes focused on Harry and Snape. "What are you doing, Potter?" I'm looking at the steps." Harry stammered. "What's that in your hand? Bring it to me." Harry showed a clear sign of rejection and his hand clutching the parchment subconsciously went behind him, but Snape walked over and snatched it away. Then he began to read the writing on it. Harry looked furious. He hadn't done anything wrong, and he wasn't banging the cauldron like Crabbe and Goyle, which was a serious breach of classroom discipline, so why is he only bothering him? Soon Snape's expression turned suspicious as he glanced back and forth between the parchment and Harry, sizing him up with a gaze that made Harry uncomfortable as he subconsciously used a clemency. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of Snape's mouth. A wave of quick relief rose up in Harry for no apparent reason. He was actually expecting Snape to find fault with him and ask him where he got all this information, so he could say, "I got some help from Professor Hap and the Half-Blood Prince, and frankly, I think they are teaching me better." He didn't care about the fact that Snape had published a number of dissertations about the new material blast-ended screwed mucus some time ago, or about the published comment in some newspaper that says he was just one recommendation away from the Order of Merlin. All he knew for sure is that he and Snape hated each other, and every time that hatred waned a little, Snape had a way of blazing it up with a word or two, or even a look in his eyes is enough to push the hatred back to new heights. In Harry's mind. But Snape ignored Harry. He circled around to the other side and reached out to take the textbook off the table, and Ron and Neville let out a faint groan from their throats as if they were being choked, but Harry shook his head at them, and they immediately relaxed their nerves. Hermione grunted softly through her nose. Snape flipped through the textbook, but it was just a very ordinary textbook, except for the 2 more sheets of parchment he had retrieved from it. Neville didn't need to look at them to know that Harry had recorded the simplified moderating and reinforcing procedure for the potion ingredients on them because he was the one that had tucked them inside the book. Snape read them carefully, and only the gurgling sound of boiling potion from the cauldron was heard in the classroom. Pretty soon white steam began to fill the room, but the students in the class seemed to forget to look after their own work and stared at their side with rapt attention. Snape lowered the parchment, his hawkish nose disappearing in the steam. "I underestimated you, Potter," he said calmly. "Apparently, once again, you've gained something that doesn't belong to you by virtue of your accrued fame. Perhaps I should go through the list of members of the Harry Potter fan club, the names on it might surprise me." "That's interesting, you check it out." Harry said through gritted teeth while waiting for him to ask the question, where did the contents on it come from? He can't wait. You should call me sir, or professor. Snape said coldly, as he turned through a blurred layer of fog and returned to the podium. Harry Potter, how many points should I deduce for tampering with the textbook, breaking the rules, and talking back to your teacher? Despite not being able to see his eyes, Harry could feel an unkind gaze fall on him. Gryffindor students scowled at Snape all at once. I thought normal professors would reward the innovative ideas that meet the specifications. A pinched voice echoed through the fog. Who? Snape shouted angrily, but the voice died away. He waved his sleeve and the window burst open, the classroom drained of its pearly white mist in the blink of an eye. The students below stared at him in silence and Harry noticed Seamus quietly remove his hand from near his throat, and he is certain there must be a wand hidden inside that broad robe. No one's going to admit it. Snape said slowly. The students were immediately taken aback, and it was clear that Snape was quite pleased with the state of the class as he pulled a slip of parchment out of nowhere, spread it out, and nonchalantly picked up the quill on the lectern and dipped it in full ink. Let's see, Gryffindor each gets a 5 points deduction dash. Wait! Harry shouted, feeling he had to do something. Snape paused cooperatively, his eyes displayed the sophistication and cunning of a hunter chasing his prey, which let Harry know that all his struggles would be to no avail, when a flash of light went through Harry's head and the memory of when Professor Hap had pulled out the textbook popped up. Harry shouted, you can't deny this method unless you want to deny your own dash. At the words, both Harry and Snape froze. Hermione froze too as she thought of something and inhaled softly, looking at Snape incredulously. Shut up, Potter. Snape said, sit down, and you guys, I'd like to see what sort of crap you are going to produce in this class. He stopped paying attention to Harry and walked around the classroom, pointing out the students' mistakes one by one. Harry sat down dizzily and stared at his cauldron. That's brilliant, Harry. Ron said as an aside, we need to get a grip, there's not much time left, I thought it was boiling dilute before, now it's just right. Harry didn't listen that much during the afternoon classes, and Sirius asked him what was wrong, which he brushed off with an upset stomach excuse. In the evening, he worked on his assignment in the library with Ron and Hermione, and Ron was incredibly efficient today, finishing his assignment an hour ahead of Harry. He even had the extra energy to look through the fifth-year potions textbook Professor Hap had given them. It's a shame I can only make out Professor Hap's handwriting, the other one's too scribbly. Ron couldn't help but mutter, his eyes almost brought near the pages, as he stared at the blackened mess of ink stains. Hermione's attitude was complicated. She did her best to help them organize the notes, but she was also determined that she wouldn't do what it said. Hermione, Snape is wrong about everything he teaches in class. Ron held up steps in the textbook and pointed them out to her. That's an error in the textbook. Hermione calmly answered. Well, what are you saying? If you had listened carefully, you would have noticed that Snape always shows the ingredients and the method of preparation on the board every time. You didn't think it was exactly the same as the textbook, did you? Ron stared at her dazedly, and even a somewhat depressed Harry stared at her. Hermione sighed, Harry, you shouldn't just listen to half of what you're told. Although Professor Hap implied that Professor Snape is a half-blood prince, he likewise said that Snape is teaching incorrect methodology. Wait! Ron yelled, half-blood prince? Who? Did you say Snape? Him. He stared at Harry and Hermione's faces and managed to get some sort of evidence. You guys know all about it? When did this happen? Why am I not aware of it? He threw out a series of questions in one breath, but neither Harry nor Hermione answered him. Harry was in a depressed mood and didn't want to answer, while Hermione was packing up her things quickly, stuffing the parchments, ink bottle and textbooks into her book bag in one go, zipping it up and getting up to leave hurriedly. Where are you going? Ron shouted. Of course, I am running away as fast as I can, and for a reminder, Mrs. Pants will appear in about 10 seconds. She dashed off on her feet and slipped away. Harry and Ron froze for a few seconds, then yelped in unison and quickly gathered their things, and sure enough, a few seconds later the grim face of Mrs. Pants, the librarian, appeared, brimming with anger. Yelling in the library. What's that? Scribbling on a book? A gross blasphemy. A despicable act. It's my book! Harry shouted, grabbing his potions textbook from her and running out of the library clutching various bits and pieces, with a flying feather duster following behind them. Both he and Ron received a few smacks. "This sucks, can't Hermione tell us in advance?" Ron rubbed the back of his head indignantly, "It's bloody swollen." When they got back to the common room, Hermione was reading a book while sitting elegantly. Ron immediately became furious and snapped at her, which made Hermione's eyebrows arch as she listened. Harry also had some complaints, but he had other things on his mind, so he used the Muffieto charm to interrupt Ron and asked, "Hermione, have you thought about Firenze and Luna's recent prophecy? You're still obsessing about it?" Hermione asked, as if she had forgotten about it. "Merlin's beard," Ron said excitedly, immediately forgetting all about his earlier outburst, as if he hadn't been the one who had called out Hermione earlier. "That's a prophecy that points to the Deathly Hallows. We could even consider it as a proof that proves that the Deathly Hallows really exist." "Maybe," Hermione said lightly, "remember what we discussed last time? The Elder Wand may be real, but the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak dash. Harry's invisibility cloak might be the one from the legend." Ron said, "This is one of the possibilities they had previously discussed." "Okay, I don't want to argue with you guys," Hermione said, "but the Resurrection Stone," she said firmly, "there can't be such a thing. At best it's some deceptive imitation that's vastly less effective, maybe even an evil artifact that can only be used to control armies of Inferius or something." Harry and Ron stared at her. They had already become accustomed to hearing this same reasoning, but they are just as helpless as they were before, unable to come up with any evidence to refute it. So for the moment, they could only listen to Hermione repeat it again. "Firstly, even in the fairy tale of the three brothers, the Resurrection Stone does not bring people back to life. As you can remember, the second brother who got it ended up committing suicide. Secondly, all existing magical theories do not support the idea of resurrection from the dead. At best there are some similar alternatives, such as ghosts, magical portraits, the memory body of Classroom 7, or even..." Hermione mouthed a word, and Harry and Ron knew she wanted to say Horcrux. "Is also nothing more than a fragment of your soul forcefully tugging your soul to linger in the world. Does the Time Turner barely count?" Harry asked softly. "No way it could possibly be capable of support the return of a definitively dead person to the human world, in a living form," Hermione said firmly. "Remember Ms. Grey, as long as the dead person chooses to go on, there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. And finally, I don't know if you noticed, but Luna's prophecy, let's just assume it's a prophecy, says that she passes by the Resurrection Stone, which means that she won't be able to get it in the end, or use it to fulfill her wishes." After a moment of silence, Harry asked, "Hermione, maybe you're right, but it doesn't prevent the fact that Luna's prophecy mentioned the Resurrection Stone, or a similar artifact, being in the school. If that's true, who would have it now? Headmaster Dumbledore. Ron guessed, or maybe it's in Professor Happ's possession." "That's not necessarily true," Harry said, "it's likely that the person who owns it is also unaware of it himself." "What do you mean?" "The Elder Wand would probably just look like an ordinary wand, wouldn't it? If it had been particularly conspicuous and extraordinary at a glance, it wouldn't have become an unsolved mystery." Harry said, "The same might be true for the Resurrection Stone, as in dash." He racked his brain for examples. "A philosopher's stone," Hermione replied. "Exactly." Harry slapped his thighs together and said excitedly, "I've seen the philosopher's stone, and I've touched it. It looks so mundane compared to its immense fame. I mean, it's just a somewhat brightly colored red stone, and it doesn't even compare to the moonstone." Of course, Ron and Hermione knew what moonstone is. It is a pretty useful potion ingredient that can also be used in jewelry. With a little polishing, these stones will bloom with a halo of ghostly blue or bright white that resembles moonlight. "Then there's no way to find it," Ron said, with disappointment. "Seriously," Hermione looked up from her book, "do you guys realize that the O.W.Ls exams are less than 4 weeks away? Even if you can take a makeup exam, I doubt that after a year's delay, you'll still have enough time to get your N.E.W.Ts certificates before we graduate." Harry and Ron immediately became as sullen as defeated roosters, losing all temper and lazily resuming their assignments. After a while, Hermione dropped the book in her hand and stood up to leave in a victorious manner. "There you go, I've finished reading it." Everyone was studying hard as the exams approached, and despite Harry's constant yawns, he struggled to read the words in the textbook. This was when the advanced potion-making book Hermione had left behind became very attractive, and Harry had been wanting to see the description of the polyjuice potion in it. "How did you do that?" He rubbed his forehead drowsily. "What?" Ron asked, reading the History of Magic textbook with avid interest, which seemed incredible to Harry. If there is any time Ron looked at it for 5 minutes without dozing off, it means he is acting abnormal. "It's like you're on steroids." Harry yawned again, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes as he said. "What's a steroid?" "Never mind, it doesn't matter. I did drink something though." Ron looked around and sneakily pulled a small vial of potion out of his pocket. Harry stared at the glass vial in shock, recognizing the contents. After all, he had just seen it in potions class today. "Vitality potion. SHHH. Smuggled it out of class," Ron said, handing it to Harry from under the table, and Harry instantly understood why Ron had been so energetic all afternoon. Ron lowered his voice and said, "We need it, and it's just right for us." Harry suddenly felt a little tempted. The potion worked by temporarily boosting the user's vitality and giving a boost of energy. "How does it works?" Harry asked in a whisper. He felt he had to ask this because a few weeks ago their grades were hovering between passing and failing, and he just didn't have the courage to drink the potion that Ron, or himself, had personally prepared. If only Hermione had prepared it. She is absolutely trustworthy in this area, Harry thought as she had managed to successfully brew a polyjuice potion in the second year, with an hour-long duration of effect. And this is advanced class content. But on second thought, if Hermione learned about it, she most likely would exercise her prefect powers immediately and confiscate the vial from his hand. "Works like a charm," Ron said, pointing to himself. For the next 10 minutes or so, Ron enthusiastically promoted his potion. While Harry hesitated, he seriously doubted that this enthusiasm of Ron's came from the side effects of the potion, but it certainly isn't unacceptable, so he took a small sip. "How does it taste?" Ron asked with a look of anticipation. "Well, it's probably not bad," Harry replied uncertainly, not perceiving any effect. "One more sip," Ron said encouragingly. Harry took another small sip when someone tapped him on the shoulder. "I heard you and Snape had a fight, Harry." Harry choked, the potion fully gulped down his throat all at once, and he began to cough violently for a good while. "Oh, I'm really sorry," Fred said, spreading his hands. "What are you drinking?" "Some kind of scar-removing potion." Harry rolled his eyes at him without a smile. George sat down next to him and took the small glass vial from Harry's hand to examine it carefully. The light blue liquid inside barely made it past the bottom layer. George shook it and sniffed it a bit. "Vitality potion. Very knowledgeable." Ron pretended to compliment. "I hope you strictly followed the instructions on how to take it." Fred suddenly jumped forward. "Or else what would happen?" Harry asked worriedly, but Fred and George's faces showed both apprehension and gloating at the same time. "Nothing really, except that you might not be able to sleep," George said briefly. "Slightly hyper," Fred said very nostalgically, ignoring the two men's somewhat pale faces. Some time passed after they left and the last person in the common room had also departed. Only Harry and Ron remained behind, but they didn't feel like going to bed at all. "We can't go on like this, we have class tomorrow." Harry made a snap decision and dragged Ron to their dorm room. But they were completely sleep-deprived and were lying in bed, tossing and turning, before finally slipping back into the common room. "I can't believe that being energetic can be a torture," Ron said, his eyes staring straight at Harry for almost 3 seconds. In one moment he took out his History of Magic textbook, intending to spend the night going through it. In another he wanted to practice magic with Harry, and the next instant he offered to go for a walk. "You can read a book with me," Harry said. He is now reading the book Hermione left behind, Advanced Potion Making. The chapter names alone are enough to get one excited. Draft of Living Death, Polyjuice Potion, Elixir to Induce Euphoria, Everlasting Elixirs, Hiccuping Solution. But he was mostly reading the notes of 2 people, and the thought that one of them might have come from Snape in his school days gave him a twinge of nausea. Ron's symptoms tended to worsen as he began to become hysterical, developing an inexplicable worry. "What if I can't sleep again?" he said with a horrified look on his face. "Or what would happen when the potion wears off? I fall asleep and can't wake up again." That's the effect of the Draft of Living Death. Harry couldn't resist showing off the knowledge he had just read. "You can brew one yourself later if you need it, provided we can manage to get into the advanced class." Finally, Ron made a very irrational request, one that would never have come out of his mouth if he is in his right mind. "Knock me out," Ron said with a gloomy look on his face. "What?" Harry looked at him in surprise. "I don't bloody care. I need to sleep, I have class tomorrow," Ron said, then he started rambling, walking around the common room, coming over to tease Harry every now and then, and finally, Harry drew his wand and agreed to Ron's request. There was a flash of red light and Ron passed out happily. After that Harry brought him back to their dormitory. He looked at Ron, who had a small smile on his lips, and suddenly panicked a little. What if he became like that himself in a moment? Who would knock him out? When he saw Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who were sleeping soundly, Harry was slightly relaxed. He could wake one of them up to help knock him out if necessary before he makes a bigger scene. Moodily Harry carried his little magic lamp back to the common room and glared at the old textbook. He glanced at the window. The moon is still high in the sky, and the distant end of the Forbidden Forest is splashed with grey-green color. He reckons there is still 4 or 5 hours before dawn, which means he has a good chunk of free time to do what he wants to do. Maybe it is a good idea to go out for a stroll? He suddenly thought of the idea Ron had suggested earlier, followed by a churning in his stomach. The side effects of the potion wouldn't have kicked in already, right? He muttered under his breath, "Expecto Patronum." A stag jumped out, its silver body translucent like crystal, its fur distinctly visible. Harry gently stroked the stag's antlers and head, which felt very real to touch. The uneasiness in his mind disappeared, and he continued to read the book, Advanced Potion Making. Chapter 592, Influence and Response. The next day at breakfast, Harry had a pair of red eyes and was poking at his fried egg with his fork. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione asked worriedly. "Yeah," Harry said, his voice sounded a little hoarse, but mentally he seemed in good spirits. "The potion hasn't worn off yet." He turned his head to Ron and said vaguely, "I might need your help tonight." Ron nodded knowingly. Hermione, on the other side of the table, pouted in wonder at the silent understanding between the two. But before she could ask anything, Neville came over with the book 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, which was bookmarked with thick sheets of parchment inside. "I've put together a list of the 100 most common herbs and fungal potions ingredients," Neville said. "I have referred the previous year's O.W.Ls exam questions, so there shouldn't be anything left out." Ron was stunned by the confidence in his words. Harry quickly pulled out 3 sheets of parchment from his book bag. "Here's the simplified process for the next 3 potions. Hand it over to, Hannah and Susan." Neville grinned, "They can't wait to verify." Hermione "I'll drop by this afternoon to have a look," Hermione said. "Do I need to check and mark them according to the exact O.W.Ls standards?" "It would only be effective that way, otherwise the scoring criteria Susan got from her aunt would all become useless," Neville said, "and as for antidotes, there are no definitive solutions for that part. One has to understand the principles in depth." Hermione nodded slightly in agreement. "I can only offer a few thoughts. Actually, most poisons can be detoxified using bezoar." Harry, who had been reading the book leisurely all night, interjected. It was only then that Neville saw Harry's red eyes, and he was so startled that he almost knocked over his soup bowl. "Harry, your eyes." "It's nothing," Harry muttered. When Neville had left, Harry, Ron, and Hermione leaned over to see what Neville had prepared. Each parchment had 7 or 8 kinds of herbal ingredients described on it, not only with names but also with rough sketches outlined in simple lines. There are several arrows leading from the herbal ingredients, at the end of which the names of the potions in which the ingredient appears, and the role it plays in them, are written. The first ingredient is dittany. Harry stared at the drawing next to it for a couple of seconds, which roughly matched his memory. Then he carefully looked at the string of arrows that led up from it. The first entry mentioned raw consumption or anointing to heal superficial wounds, the second entry mentioned extracting the essence for a more effective healing effect, with the 2 common ratios written in small print next to it. The third entry mentioned that dittany could be used to make an elixir that used to awaken people who had fallen into a magical slumber. "We should have stocked up on this," Ron shouted when he saw this one. Harry had spent a lot of time waking him up this morning. The 4th to the 8th entries described what a mixture of dittany mixed with other ingredients could do, such as mixing it with silver powder to heal the bleeding caused by werewolf bites. "Awesome," Harry said. "I wonder how things went on the Greengrass sisters' side." Before afternoon classes, Daphne and Astoria arrived at the frontline lookout club room, which looked completely different, with rows of cauldrons placed in an orderly fashion, and a few students adding ingredients into them, while Hermione examining the sample of a finished potion. Non-toxic dash. Slightly pale, but negligible. Smells normal. Next is the Scarpin's Reveille spell. Hermione waved her wand and various shadows appeared above the small glass vial, then their shadows pulsed and Hermione mouthed some words. Although it was not clear what she is doing, the shadows are becoming clearer. The people next to her came over to look. It should be okay, she said with a sigh of relief. It's just a matter of trying. Who's going to try this one? Seamus Finnegan said happily. The crowd took a step back in unison. They had obviously not forgotten what had happened to Anthony Goldstein. Hermione wasn't present at the time, and the result was that Anthony's eyebrows as well as his facial hair grew after taking a modified hair growth potion. His nose hairs grew to a foot long. After that, Hermione became an integral part of the testing and identification process. And she also knows the many versatile and seemingly pointless spells that can change an accident from very bad to average bad. I'll do it. Justin Finch-Fletchley stepped forward, despite the quiet objections of his friend Ernest Macmillan. Harry stared unblinkingly at Justin, his eyes more redder and visibly tired, but he will be cured soon with the help of sleeping draught he got from Madame Pomfrey some time ago. Boy, you really should have come earlier, she said sternly. O.W.Ls exams do force a lot of people to dash. It was just an accident, Madame Pomfrey, Harry hurriedly said. Only after repeated assurances that he would not abuse potions again, he was allowed to leave. He noticed someone tugging at his shirt from behind, so looked back, lowered his head, and spotted Astoria. Astoria waved at him, gesturing for him to follow her out. Did you bring the stuff? A vial of dragon blood, half a unicorn horn, 20 secondary unicorn tail hairs, runespore skin, ashwinder snake eggs, thwooper's feathers, dragon liver, scarab beetle, and Lethe river water. It's all here, Daphne said as she patted her pockets. A shriek sounded from the side. It was from Ron, who had tried to reach for it and was smacked by Daphne with her wand. There are conditions, Daphne said with a stony face. What conditions? Harry asked sensitively. Daphne glanced reluctantly in Hermione's direction. She's the only one who can use these materials. It was unanimously agreed. Wait, how many people are there with you? Ron asked. 15. That many? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Do you know how much these materials cost? Daphne asked condescendingly, then gave Harry's red eyes a somewhat hinted glance. A sample vial of dragon blood alone worth 12 galleons. We're not going to waste precious materials in an uncertain test, so it has to be done the proper way, and we need to see the correct procedure in action. Look at your red eyes. It's not a side effect from testing the simplified potion. Harry couldn't resist defending himself. But Daphne shoved a small pouch of potion ingredients at him. I don't care, I'm just a messenger. You guys can set the exact time, but it has to be when we're all available. She left with her sister in tow. Harry and Ron dumbfounded. What's she so proud of? It's not like we're begging for it. To be precise, we were not involved. Harry reminded Ron, scratching his head. I just didn't expect Mafalda to really bring in so many people. Yes, there was a shadow of Mafalda in this whole thing. One could even say that she was the one who had linked up the students of the four houses together. Right now, she has retired with credit and started to actively expand her other business. We're going to keep track of the developments regarding new solutions to Rune magazine, and wasn't there news some time ago that Diggory had signed up? He may be offered an offer during the summer, so we can make early predictions. He's still very popular, Mafalda said passionately, tossing her pale red hair around as she did so. A few of the lower grade kids nodded their heads like chickens pecking at corn. Before she knew it, Mafalda already got her first team. Towards the end of the short meeting, she pulled out a brand new little notebook and looked down at her outfit repeatedly. Well, isn't it perfect? There was a chorus of praise. Mafalda, is there someone you're going to interview? Yeah, the one I've been aiming for, she said happily. Mafalda dismissed the little wizards and stomped along the courtyard with a skip in her step, as she looked through the news pics for the next edition of the Wall of Mystery newsletter. Professor Burbage sings late at night about a major breakthrough in her dubious research. Draco Malfoy spends his days holed up in the library. working towards his career as a healer? And Harry Potter might have red eyes. She looked gleeful. The next Quidditch match is Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff, and there's a change in potions class which I got myself involved in. What should I write about? A team of students from all 4 houses versus a potions professor? Oops, that's my head. I think you should change it slightly. A voice suddenly said. Startled, Mafalda looked up to find herself outside the courtyard. After the March winds and the April rains, the weather at present is exceptionally pleasant, and she looked at Professor Hap, who is seated on a bench, with a field of flowers behind him. She strode over to him with a grumpy air. I've written you 27 letters, Professor Hap. And you've only written back to me 3 times, what's this? She whined at first, but midway through her sentence, her attention was drawn away by the thick stack of parchment in Felix's hand. Just a student assignment, Felix said, and with a flick of his fingers, the parchment was gone. He leaned back on the bench and said lazily, since you haven't changed a single word in your later letters, I didn't see a point in wasting time. In fact, if you keep doing this when you reach the 3rd year, I'll detain you. Mafalda pouted. Why would I take your class? Probably because it's such an important class, Felix said matter-of-factly. Mafalda froze in place for a couple of seconds. You almost got me fooled. That wasn't a student assignment at all, I saw it a bit. It was titled Research Report on So-and-so, and the name of the person who wrote this file is Winnie Valentine. Felix looked at her rather surprised. I'm very sensitive to names, Mafalda said smugly. Has anyone ever told you, Miss Pruitt, that the large part of your personality revolves around showing off? Felix said, I remember you have suffered because of that, just a little while ago. If you forget, I can help you recall. Keyword, hair dash. Mafalda squealed in exasperation as Felix pulled his ears in a slightly exaggerated manner and leaned his body back. Mafalda became even more furious and cursed Umbridge in a quiet voice, stating that she had been caught in the crossfire. Damned old banshee. She touched her hair. God knows how devastated she was when she broke out of the confused charm effect and discovered a bald patch in her head. Felix silently enjoyed the moment and said, we've gone very far off topic dash. So now for the interview. Mafalda immediately changed her expression. Oh no, I just wanted to advertise something. It is about something I just happened to overhear. Anyway, let's discuss it. What is it about? Quidditch, or potions lessons? The latter. Felix said, don't you think life is too bland for 5th and 7th years, being confined in tight rooms all day, going back and forth between classrooms, the library, and the common room? And what's wrong with that? Mafalda asked incredulously. You will have this same sort of days afterward. Felix reminded her, I heard a couple of students had emotional breakdowns and were admitted to the hospital wing once again. Sheesh, those professors have bad hearts. Mafalda squinted at him, hesitant to remind him of his position. I noticed that some students have been organizing their own potions revision recently. That's good, never bow down to the evil forces, but the scope could be broadened a little. Serious, ahem, your defense against the dark arts class professor, making you all swing little wooden sticks all day, how tiring. I heard he also ridicules you in class for not swinging it perfectly. And Professor McGonagall, with her constant stern face, don't you want to see her look surprised? Surprised, Mafalda mused, surprise the professor? Do you have any ideas? I don't, but I bet the memory body in classroom 7 knows. Felix, that's the scoop. Classroom 7, yeah. There are a lot of professors' memory bodies in there, and they know a lot of stuff. Mafalda narrowed her eyes as she thought about how she was constantly looking for a chance to interview Headmaster Dumbledore, but unfortunately failed to succeed, and the only time she had been near the headmaster's office was when she was impersonated. She brushed past those unpleasant memories and thought along the previous line of thought. She could inquire the memory bodies about the secret learning tricks they had used during their school days and make a series of articles. Especially the ones about the O.W.Ls exams and the N.E.W.Ts exams, which surely would draw huge attention. If she could pull out some of the professor's tips. Mafalda's breath ragged as she grinned. You can do more than that. Felix said, I have a proposal that will be enough to make you famous. Have you thought about it? Some of the textbooks in the school are so old they seem out of date, so you can make the professor aware of it. A direct confrontation is not realistic. After all, there is no proof in empty words, you have to show tangible evidence. Why not think differently? The memory bodies are equally intelligent academically, and they can guess the minds of the professors better, so if they can be brought to the side of the students and have them use the students to start a battle of academics between them and the original ones. Mafalda's eyes lit up. By the way, Miss Pruitt, I'm taking a huge risk in breaking this information to you, so if my name ever spreads out Felix said seriously, I'll turn you into a frog. Mafalda was flabbergasted. You've heard the story of the Frog Prince, haven't you? I hope someone in reality would accept a frog with a good heart. Well, I'm curious. Felix shoved 2 silver sickles into her hand. Here's the advertising money, I inquired about it from Professor Burbage. With that he left with a brisk stride, it just felt so pleasant to delegate his task to someone else. Consequently, Dumbledore wasn't satisfied. You could have done it more honorably, Felix. Felix snickered. He is a snake, and it is his instinct to lay bait and lure people in. You can accomplish more, Dumbledore said, as he could discern his thoughts from his face. The 4 founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, each of them had their own individuality. Their spirit has been passed down from generation to generation and lives on in the school to this day. If you want to change it, you first have to become it. Felix smacked his lips. How familiar those words sounded. He seemed to have said similar things to many students, the latest being today. So the next one should be. And you have the potential. Tisk, he guessed it. Chapter 593, The Secret of Classroom Number 7. For the next few days, the Wall of Mystery newsletter was sold off the shelves. The first and most attractive title of the newsletter article was, How to Surprise a Professor. On the back, there was another printed article, Classroom 7, Our Overlooked Treasure. Just a day later, an article, The Students' Support, Classroom 7 became the new hot topic, with Mafalda successfully interviewing several memory bodies who coincidentally were more than happy to give their real bodies a bit of a hard time as they recalled their school days when they were preparing for their exams and spilling some little tips. For example, the Hogwarts students learned for the first time that both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw heads had an hat's tall when they were sorted, and Professor McGonagall was kept debating with Sorting Hat for 5.5 minutes in her mind, as she wavered between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, before finally sorting into Gryffindor House. And the Sorting Hat went through a similar process when it met Professor Flitwick, and although it didn't take that long, it did think twice before finally making the exact opposite decision and sorting the younger Flitwick into Ravenclaw House. How marvelous! If the Sorting Hat had changed its hand at the time, we would have had 2 heads with swapped positions. Ravenclaw's Padma Patil called out. The Sorting Hat has no hands. Her twin sister, Parvati Patil, who had been sorted into Gryffindor, reminded her. Are we getting a new head? Luna looked around. They're joking. Ginny said. The professors were startled. At first, they had turned a blind eye to the students' actions and allowed them to harass the memory bodies in Classroom 7, their time was spent studying anyway, but after this story broke, the professors got a bit more concerned. They have found their memory bodies and given them an earful, warning them not to reveal their little secrets ever again. Felix then saw Dumbledore sneaking into Classroom 7 one night during curfew from the Marauders map. He grinned, put the map away, and played the latest version of the Wizard cards with Valen, a card game made by the Chocolate Frog Card Dueling Club, which was founded by a Ravenclaw student. Professor Flitwick had proudly shown it to them during an afternoon tea session on one occasion. Felix could remember this event very well. Since it happened on April 15, not long after that happened, the Weasley twins made a big commotion. Key. Don't cheat. Valen grumbled, clutching a handful of cards in her hand. Felix slapped a card on the table, a distraction. All my attacks are considered twice as powerful when this card is present. Key. Valen stared at the card with wide eyes, in disbelief. How is it impossible? Felix stated vibrantly, you've clearly seen me prepare this. Exasperated, Valen wanted to throw the little snake in his face. Key. Well, he withdrew the temporary card regretfully, I'll certainly suggest them to add this card when I get a chance. Your turn. Valen blinked sheepishly and displayed the cards in her hand one by one. Felix stared at Niffler's cloak, Niffler's wand, Niffler's treasure, Niffler's money bank, and the most powerful one of all, Niffler's trump card, Summon the Great Demon King. He bristled, well, that's a perk of being an investor, I guess. After dinner, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to Classroom 7, the corridor by the door was simply buzzing with activity, and the three of them were pushed through the crowd to the front to see Angelina talking to Alicia in a low voice. Harry suddenly realized to his horror that they were both 7th years, and with Fred and George, 4 of them would be gone at once from next year's team. Harry! Angelina waved at him. Here she reached out a hand and yanked Harry over. Harry didn't even react. Then she rummaged through her book bag and pulled out a stack of parchment, and asked as she searched the bag, "Where's Ron?" "Here." Ron gasped as he squeezed over. Hermione followed behind, clutching her book bag. "Excellent, you see, this is a new tactic I've worked out. The winner of the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff will be our opponent. According to the current rankings we still retain the advantage, but we must not take it lightly. Before Harry could speak, the door to classroom 7 opened. "That's all for now. When you guys go back, take a good look, we will use it at our next training session," Angelina said quickly, as she hurried into classroom 7 after Alicia. "I'd like to see " Ron mumbled, squeezing in with Harry and Hermione at the same time. They had been here so many times in their 4th year that it had left many psychological shadows in their minds, which led to them rarely dropping in. Even when classroom 7 became open to students in their 5th year, they had heard that some students who liked to explore used it as some sort of second common room. "The weather is still so unpredictable," Ron muttered, and Harry thought deeply. Unlike the twilight scene outside, the pale sunlight shone down on their faces, is warm, and the soft dirt seemed to glow under their feet. Under their feet is a twisting, cobbled path that reminds Harry of Diagon Alley, except there are fewer cobblestones. There are wooden signs standing on the road, with a fork in the path extending alongside each sign. They can only see part of the way, and any deeper seemed to be obstructed by a mist. Harry squinted hard to see further down the road. There seemed to be some small houses hidden in the mist, and he guessed that Mr. Scamander's magical zoo, Professor Sprout's wild greenhouse, and other buildings would be there. "Do you guys think the young Professor McGonagall will be at the end of the road?" Ron said, pointing to the nearest wooden sign, which neatly inscribed Transfiguration. "It's possible," Harry said, feeling intrigued by the idea. He ran to the other side and joined Hermione in surveying a crooked wooden sign. "It must have been written by Hagrid's own hand." Hermione sounded very confident. Harry grinned as he looked at the wild handwriting on the board, with 2 letters misspelled. Who else could it be? At that moment, the students who had come in before and after them took the fork in the road, and their figures quickly disappeared. "Let's hurry up and choose one too," Hermione urged. "How about Transfiguration?" Harry offered. "I'm not too skilled at cross-species transfiguration yet." "The lesson where the owl turns into a small telescope," Ron whispered. "You've done well enough. I was surprised when they blinked at me while I was looking into the telescope lenses, and Seamus said he always felt like something was staring at him." "That's because you don't see them shrink themselves up when they get ticklish," Harry said gloomily. So they returned to walk up the Transfiguration path. Harry was more and more certain that this path had been designed by Professor McGonagall's memory body. The plants on either side of the path had obviously been well tended, the shrubs neatly trimmed, and seemed to have been measured with a ruler. Harry recalled Privet Drive with unpleasant flavor, and he shared the thought with Ron and Hermione. The former laughed endlessly, the latter just grunted, before they came to the end of the path. Harry looked around. "What's wrong?" Ron asked. "Before us." Harry stretched his arms out, looking a little dumbfounded. "Some people picked this path, but none of them are here." As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 doors appeared in front of them. "So they're waiting inside," Ron said, and the 3 of them looked at each other, before each picking a door and walking in. Behind the door, there is an empty classroom, without a single soul in sight. Harry walked around the room and finally returned to the same spot, and was somewhat dumbfounded to find that even the door had disappeared. He cleared his throat and asked in a loud voice, "Is anyone home?" At the same time, he clutched his wand vigilantly, fearing that a flock of dragons would come out flying due to his loud shout. Something similar to a mirror suddenly appeared in the air, its surface rippling with golden light, and Harry saw a blurred image of what appeared to be someone on the other side. Then a red envelope was thrown out. "Wait!" Harry shouted, "I can see you!" The golden ripples, which were nearly fading, came to life, and after a few seconds a hand poked out of it, followed by an elegant face. It turned out to be the young Professor McGonagall, who pursed her lips and showed half her body, making him very unnerved. "It's Harry," she said in a flat tone. The red envelope that had just been tossed over to him began to puff out smoke, and the ear-piercing memory about this thing in his deeper mind came flooding back. This thing is a howler letter. Harry tried to move back, but his feet felt like they had taken root, and he couldn't move. Professor McGonagall. Oh, are you trying to ask about that thing? The young Professor McGonagall said with a scowl. That's Felix's design, it's not much use, it's simply to scare people. Her tone was somewhat dismissive as the mirror, which was only half a man's height, turned into a door, and she pushed it in. Then with a wave of her hand, 2 more beautiful chairs appeared in the classroom. Let's sit down and listen together, it's about all the changes that have been going on here recently. So Harry and Professor McGonagall sat down in the chairs, and the howler letter, or maybe an instruction manual disguised as a howler letter. Harry couldn't quite figure it out, but it opened one mouth and began describing the functions of Classroom 7 in graphic detail. A great place to help students. A novel experience. Ahead of the times. Harry listened with rapt attention, and it took him 5 minutes to realize that all the things it said before were pure nonsense, and at some point towards the end, it finally moved on to the main topic. This place is designed with the students' will in mind. You can learn in single-user mode, or in group mode as a class, or together with your friends. Yes, there is an immense degree of freedom, it's the biggest difference you will find between here and the classroom. The envelope moved closer with its mouth wide open, and Harry leaned his body back. He felt the envelope's spit about to spray on his face. We won't ask you to do anything. In other words, you have to figure out what you want. No one can help you on that point. The envelope began to burn, and Harry was afraid it would suddenly explode, but Professor McGonagall simply waved her hand and made it disappear. Now do you understand? The young Professor McGonagall asked. Well, Harry pondered, looking at the exquisitely dressed Professor McGonagall out of the corner of his eye and mentally addressing her as Ms. McGonagall. It suggests that Classroom 7 is different from the classroom outside. He realized he had just said a standard line of nonsense. We want the two to complement each other, the classroom and Classroom 7, the professor and the memory body. The young Professor McGonagall corrected, and... Well, I can learn whatever I want to learn. Harry guessed, and Ms. McGonagall smiled at him, limited to transfiguration. Yes, you're right. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. What about Ron and Hermione? Did they go through the whole howler letter thing too? Harry asked while wondering if Ron would still be calm enough to listen carefully to its contents when he saw an instruction manual that resembled a howler letter. Pretty much, but they didn't see me, though. Ms. McGonagall said, I am here on a whim. She added in a small voice, then waved her hand and 2 blurred images appeared in the air. Harry stared in amazement as the images showed none other than Ron and Hermione. Ron was being chased by a group of round things, and Hermione was lost in thought facing a wall with hundreds of books stuck to it. Hermione walked around, occasionally stopping to make a gesture of turning the pages. The books in front of her obediently turned the pages. Harry watched in amazement. How amazing, but why are there so many differences between the two? Could it be that this place would divide them according to intelligence? They have chosen different ways of learning. Ms. McGonagall explained, Ron preferred to learn by playing, so I had a bunch of plates of vegetables to chase him around, and they wouldn't stop until he could successfully turn them into mushrooms one by one. Harry mentally prayed for Ron. As for Hermione, she's more of a thinker. That being said, I think she's a little too Ravenclaw-ish. Ms. McGonagall said. Harry suddenly thought about the rumors he had heard over the past 2 days. He bravely asked, McGonagall, Ms. A slight smile tugged at the corners of the young Professor McGonagall's lips, and Harry dropped the question that was on his mind. Is it true that you had experienced Hat's Tall when you were sorted? Yes. Professor Flitwick too? He asked cautiously. Oh, we sometimes do, I mean between each other in this context, poke fun at each other, Ms. McGonagall said. I have that part of my memory. But in fact, Phileas's case is not considered exactly as Hat's Tall, it's just that the sorting hat hesitated a little too long. Well, I can't stay here for too long, there are quite a lot of students these days and I have to look after them constantly. Although other people will help, but... She muttered in a small voice, probably along the lines of don't want to bother anyone else. I will occasionally show up as a class lecturer, not to lecture, but to answer questions. It's quite a nostalgic feeling. She said, one thing you should know, here, you will get a response to whatever you want. Imagination is important. She personally demonstrated this by drawing a random door in the air with her finger and then pushing it open and leaving. Harry walked over to it, and it was gone. He remained in place for a moment and wondered tentatively, can I change the setting here? How about turning it into a forest? The air around him began to shake as a vague image of towering trees and shrubs emerged, and a few seconds later they appeared in real life. Harry watched this in awe, almost thinking he had arrived in Professor Happ's thinking classroom, and then he tried various environments such as the Black Lake, the Great Hall, the Covered Bridge, the Clock Tower, and even the Shrieking Shack. After a few moments of intense fun, it occurred to Harry that Ron would still be being chased by the vegetable plates, and he hurriedly inquired, "Can I go to Ron's place?" Ron Weasley, with the red hair and freckles dash. A small line appeared in the air, personal permission required. After a few seconds, a blurred image appeared in the air, and Harry moved closer to catch a better look, and then he noticed Ron frantically running toward him. Ron jerked his wand backward and a few dark mushrooms grew from the nearest dish, and when he looked back he saw Harry in front of him. He shouted excitedly, "Harry! A little line of writing just appeared in front of me and I thought it was an illusion dash. Watch out!" Harry yelled. Bang! Ron went through the fuzzy blur of air and the two crashed hard against each other. Harry's eyes went straight up, and he covered his nose and plopped down, tears brimming down his face, and after a long moment, he shook Ron's leg off his chest and struggled to get up from the ground, his glasses hanging off his left ear and his vision blurred. He hurriedly put his glasses back on and noticed that the plates are dancing and circling around both of them. When Harry stood up straight, the plates rolled towards him as if they had received a signal, and Harry sat back down decisively, dragging Ron, who was about to stand up, back to the ground in the process. The plates stopped in their tracks. "Can we be able to use other magic?" Harry and Ron discussed the countermeasure. "No," Ron said with a frown, "I'll show you." He fired off a stunning spell, only for the spell to go straight through the plate. "I reckon they only react to transfiguration." Harry scratched his head a little. He could already imagine the scene where he would practice turning an owl into a small telescope. Maybe they could try Hermione's method next time? The depths of Classroom 7. This area is the absolute heart of Classroom 7, which is densely woven with runic circuits and magic nodes that look like underground pipes, with layer after layer of protective magic wrapped around them. Theoretically, this place could not be discovered by outsiders, not even the memory bodies. This is because, at the beginning of its construction, Dumbledore used the headmaster's authority, just like in the Room of Requirement, to connect Classroom 7's magical feed together with the entire castle. At the moment, Felix appeared in this non-existent place, with jars and pots in front of him, which extracting and storing invisible magic from every corner of the room. The mouths of the jars shone with a star-like brilliance. Felix clapped his hands together and stood up. "Let's see, joy, anger, fear, sorrow, curiosity, disgust, guilt, pride, calmness, confusion, longing, as well as love and hate, what else? Never mind, let's divide it up later." As the date of the final battle approached, everyone is preparing for it accordingly. Chapter 594, Approaching Conclusive Duel. When they got out of Classroom 7, Hermione kept chattering. "Didn't expect that at all. It was much better than I expected. I was expecting all sorts of practical battles, like throwing you in the Forbidden Forest and having a bunch of weird creatures chasing you around. I mean, it wouldn't have been that bad, but I prefer a period of quiet and productive reflection." "Who says it's not?" Ron snapped. He and Harry were drenched in sweat and their hair looked askew, like they had just been through a rigorous Quidditch training session. Hermione didn't seem to have heard his words, as she continued to share her feelings excitedly. "You can simply talk to the room and have it help in the way you want, which is what I did, you know? I've always had a dream of being able to read a dozen books at once. Of course, they're all interrelated with each other, presumably with different interpretations of the same magic, which I can use to cross-reference, and it's really helped me achieve it. The best part is that drinks appeared once a half hour in there. I only discovered this later, and you could choose between tea, hot cocoa, and pumpkin juice. They were all ghost food. But there's nothing wrong with that." Harry and Ron looked at each other. They weren't exactly being rewarded with hot tea to drink. Instead, they were followed by a group of spinning plates of greens that forced them to perform transfiguration. Harry swore he wouldn't even go near a mushroom for the rest of the week. "I've heard there's also the classroom model, in which a group of students get together to study, which is modeled upon a classroom scenario. Harry changed the subject and said. Yeah, Hermione tried to remember, I seem to have seen that too, later we can give it a try. The next 2 weeks flew by, and as June approached, the 5th and 7th years spent all their energy on revision, and instead of assigning assignments, the professors reviewed the questions that might come up on the exam in class. The students' heads were spinning every day and the little time they had in class was not enough, so they were forced to jot down the points and then either spend the whole evening in the library memorizing the material or show up in the classroom 7 to practice their spells. During this time, Hermione also fulfilled her promise to demonstrate the most difficult potion boiling methods for some of the students in the class. There were students from all 4 houses gathered around, but they could basically be grouped into 2 categories, the members of the Frontline Lookout Club and their friends, and the dozen or so students from Slytherin. The former had made a significant effort to simplify the potion process, and the latter, well, paid for a good deal of precious potion materials. I didn't see Goyle or Crabbe. Hermione whispered when the demonstration was over, looking at Draco Malfoy's departing back. It's not just the 2 of them, Fred said as he came over, all the ones who are related to Death Eaters are trying to distance themselves from them now, so the few whose immediate family are Death Eaters are miserable and very unpopular. Harry's mind drifted off as he remembered reading in the newspaper a few weeks ago about Crabbe and Goyle's father being sentenced to life imprisonment by Wizengamot. What about Malfoy? Wasn't his dad undercover? Ron asked. Him? Not that bad or good, Fred said carelessly, he did get some cold shoulder at the start, but there's no shortage of clever Slytherins, so soon someone came along, he added, or maybe their parents are resourceful enough. Of course, there are some who hold it against him, those who dash, George said. People whose immediate family are Death Eaters. Harry said with certainty. Exactly. George winked at him, there's a gain as well as a loss. Fair enough, isn't it? Harry put his mind at ease, he had been worried that the Slytherins would be looking for trouble, he had even tried to ask one of the professors to come over, not Snape of course, but Sirius. But Sirius was too busy, and he complained to Harry privately that Dumbledore made sure to assign him extra duties since he knew that he would not be teaching in the next school year. To motivate the students, Sirius even made a bet with them that if any of them could get outstanding in the wizard grading test, he would present to those students his experience of learning Animagus as a gift. Come to think of it, although Professor McGonagall knows about it too, she doesn't teach it that easily, as far as I know, it's only for the best students of the Transfiguration Club. He said grumpily, want it? Then get an outstanding and return. Professor Black, will you continue to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class next year? A student asked expectantly. Sirius shook his head, only this year. Seeing the disappointed look on the student's face, he hurriedly said, don't worry, I will keep my word, that knowledge is in Professor Happ's capable hand. Professor Happ only found out about this on the 3rd day, he had basically stayed in the depths of Classroom 7 all this time, creating a makeshift office for this purpose. The thinking room and Classroom 7 are simply a perfect match, combined with the constant flow of emotions that the students were generating because of the exams, his research is making extremely rapid progress. When did you ever give me the information about Animagus? Felix asked in an unpleasant tone as he blocked Sirius at the Great Hall entrance one day. Who realized, as an afterthought, that the news about Professor Black entrusting his knowledge to Professor Happ had spread through the school. Am I wrong? Sirius said dismissively, the Black family generations of book collections are stuffed into your belly. Animagus is just an insignificant addition, oh, no wonder you don't remember. Felix smartly closed his mouth. After lights out, Harry sat on the windowsill of his dorm room staring out at the stars, realizing with a start that they had won the Quidditch Cup 2 days ago, which should have been something worth celebrating in a big way, but the Gryffindor team, with the exception of Katie Bell, who doesn't need to take either of the wizard grading exams, the other 6 just made a hasty appearance at the celebration party and turned their heads to deal with the pestering gnome in Fred's words. As the month of June approached, the shadow of exams loomed ever closer. More than one student had developed exam syndrome, with more or less of them picking up some odd habits, such as Hufflepuff's Ernest Macmillan's tendency to probe the study times the other students needed to review for their exams, and then be relieved when he learned that they need more time than he did, and nervous when they did not. Hermione is just as bad as him, and she excels in 2 areas in particular. She had single-handedly thwarted the thriving black market trade of young wizards, whether it was poorly packaged, poor quality Baruffio's brain elixir or substandard dragon claw powder disguised as dried fox dung or all sorts of substandard elixir to induce euphoria, sleeping draught, were all confiscated from the student's hand and dumped down the toilet. Another thing is that she has developed the habit of looking at people with blank eyes, which usually happens on her way to class with Harry and Ron, or during meal times. It was accompanied by symptoms such as mumbling under her breath and poking her fingers in the air constantly. "You're not Luna in disguise, are you?" Harry looked at Hermione suspiciously. "What? Of course not," Hermione impatiently said, "I'm just studying in my mind." In the last class before the exams, Felix explained to the students what to expect. The Ancient Rune exam is scheduled on Friday, with a written test in the morning and a practical in the afternoon. Felix said, "I personally participated in the questions formulation for the practical exam, and all the questions are within the scope of our review, so you can put your hearts and minds at ease. Also, I assume you are aware that cheating is forbidden in exams." The faces of the students under the podium were tightly tensed, and Felix wasn't sure what they were really thinking unless he tried to use legilimency or some kind of mind magic. The examiners are highly experienced, and they can easily spot any cheating tricks. It might be a bit abstract when you put it that way, so I will give you an example. The head examiner, Professor Griselda Marchbanks, has invigilated Headmaster Dumbledore's N.E.W.T.S. examination, which would imply that she has invigilated nearly 100 of such examinations from her youth till now, so try to imagine what it would signify. Harry inhaled softly, he had never thought about it in that context before. He looked around the room and the others had pretty much the same look on their faces when Professor Happ used an example that is too unreal to be true and showed them how difficult it would be to cheat. Things like auto-answer quills, remembrall, detachable cribbing cuffs, and self-correcting ink, all sorts of potions. These things are all banned. I spent 2 days at the Wizard Examination Authority, and believe me, figuring out anti-cheating magic is just an all too common part of their daily routine, and the variety of weird and bizarre trinkets I saw in those 2 days was breathtaking. My personal advice for you is to ask Madame Pomfrey for some sleeping draught, to get plenty of sleep, plus chew a couple of mint leaves to refresh yourself before you go into the exam room. Yes, mint leaves are allowed. At breakfast on Sunday, Seamus stumbled into the Great Hall and shouted, "The examiners are here." The original buzz instantly reduced to a low point as a Year 7 girl suddenly bawled her eyes out and a circle of people around her reached out to comfort her. Harry had one eye on the suddenly hysterical girl and the other on the entrance to the Great Hall, trying to spot the examiners and nearly ending up with food lodged into his nose. Just as he was in the process of coughing down, he heard a neat intake of breath from his left and right, and he jerked his head up to see Dumbledore assisting an older woman walk through the entrance. "It's Professor Marchbanks." Hermione sounded out of character. "I heard she and Neville's grandmother are good friends. Do you think we could dash?" Ron mumbled hopefully, then he saw the stiff expression on Neville's face and sighed, "Alas, it seems not." On the other side. "Dumbledore," Professor Marchbanks said in a loud voice at the side, followed by a silent Professor McGonagall and Snape behind her and Dumbledore. "Dorothea told me you haven't bothered to get a checkup. There's an excellent healer at this school," Dumbledore said calmly, "she can fix those headaches of mine with ease." The last night before his exams, Harry lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He felt his mind is particularly active tonight. He thought of Sirius' encouragement to him during the day, the feeling of holding the Quidditch trophy in his hands after a year of absence, and he even thought of Voldemort, who hadn't appeared in his dreams for a long time, and it seemed that Professor Happ and Headmaster Dumbledore's suspicions are right. Voldemort had used occlumency very tightly to prevent his intrusion. That explained why his scar had never hurt for a long time. Harry rose from the bed and fumbled around in the darkness for a while, eventually managing to rummage through the Christmas sock Dobby had given him to find a small vial of sleeping draught, which he unscrewed and took a small sip of. "Give me some too, Harry," Ron chimed in. Harry handed the open glass vial to Ron and their hands bumped against each other as the vial transferred smoothly in the air. Then came the sound of gulping, and Ron smacked his lips in satisfaction. At that moment, another voice was heard next to him. "Any more?" Neville asked in a whisper. He wasn't asleep either. "There's more than plenty," Ron said, and as soon as the words were out of his mouth, from different spots in the dorm room came the voices of Seamus and Dean. "Great. Do you mind sharing me a little? Thanks." The vial rotated in a circle and was empty by the time it returned to Harry's hand. Sleep hit him and Harry haphazardly placed the vial on the bedside table and took off his glasses to lie on his pillow. Shouldn't we set an alarm? He asked vaguely. What? I said ha-ah. Harry yawned widely and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Bellatrix awoke from her coffin, sitting up blankly, her hands still clutching the golden cup with a death grip. Voldemort was very pleased with her attitude. Bellatrix bowed her head respectfully, the inexplicable zealousness once again surfaced on her face. Click, click, click. Bellatrix shook her stiff neck. She seemed to have been asleep for a long time. Her arms and legs were incoherent as she crawled out of the coffin, and just as she was about to crash down to the ground, Voldemort snapped his fingers lazily, and she was immediately pulled upright by an invisible force. Thank you, my lord. Bellatrix stared at her hands, which seemed to have lost the appearance of what normal skin should look like, becoming wrinkled and pale as if they were covered in some sort of fine scales, her eyes widening as she touched her face in panic. Then there was an audible, bone-seeping scream. Don't worry, my dear Bella, it's only temporary. Voldemort surveyed his work with satisfaction. Your body has undergone some minor alterations in your sleep and will need some time to recover. He took Bellatrix's hand. With Voldemort's help, Bellatrix stumbled out of the coffin. Surrounded by the gloomy crumbling graveyard, with wild grasses making a grimy sound and a wind that seemed to scrape into her skin which caused her to shiver with cold. A few minutes later, slightly more mobile, Bellatrix followed behind Voldemort. During the time you were asleep, there was a great change outside. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have shattered my loyal followers to pieces with the help of 2 traitors' identification. Bella, you are one of the few who still remain loyal to me. Dark Lord. Bellatrix said gratefully, thank you for being magnanimous and not taking my sister and brother-in-law into account. Voldemort's eyes cast 2 dangerous red lights, and she snapped her mouth shut as the air fell into dead silence. After a long moment. Not accounting? Voldemort asked softly, and Bellatrix bowed her head as Voldemort walked around in front of her. What makes you think I would forgive the betrayal of anyone? Lucius, Selwyn, and perhaps others. The Ministry of Magic's intelligence was closed to me, and I am now like a blind man who can only learn about the trial from the newspapers. Since when does my name not seem to hold up the weight as it used to be? Do you know what is now being discussed in the newspapers? Voldemort asked, and without waiting for Bellatrix to answer, he muttered to himself, Dumbledore, Potter, and even that woman. Amelia Bones. The wind was chilly. They're talking about the Dark Lord's nemesis, and there's more than one. Voldemort raised his voice and Bellatrix's body shook as if she had been whipped in the face, and she fell to her knees. Voldemort ignored this, his mouth twisted with an evil grin. I seem to be nothing but a clown to all these people. My lord, you are the most supreme Dark Lord. Bellatrix wailed, seemingly saddened by this dwindling honor. Things aren't nearly that bad. Voldemort sneered twice. Of course, things are not that bad. He said coldly, but it has reached a critical moment, so my mind became sensitive. My duel with that old man Dumbledore is almost at hand, and my greatest fear is about that Felix Hap fishing in the muddy water. Is this a trap? Bellatrix asked, holding her breath. No, Dumbledore wouldn't dare lie to me, he can't afford to do that. Voldemort said in an icy tone. Bellatrix fully grasped the blood and gruesomeness in those words. The location of our duel is a secret, and I will also place intruder charm on the surrounding perimeter. It's something else I'm worried about. He'll come after you. Me? Bellatrix muttered, both surprised and thrilled. Voldemort stared at her pale face, making Bellatrix nervous as she became more and more careful and reverent. Bella, Voldemort said softly, you have been loyal to me, and now it is time for me to reward you in kind, he said as he took Bellatrix's hand and with a gentle touch of his long, pale fingers, he picked the golden cup from her hand and examined it carefully for a moment. I will share the secret of my immortality with you. Chapter 595, Time. The atmosphere in the cemetery was eerie, and the faint lights of the little hamlet and town in the distance, were dotted like ghostly fires instead of adding some life to the atmosphere, acting as some kind of ghastly element common in horror stories as Voldemort and Bellatrix conversed in the background. Voldemort, draped in a loose black robe, with his bare skin reflecting the ghastly white moonlight, spoke in a soft whisper as Bellatrix's head bowed lower and lower, all the while her eyes glowed in the desolate graveyard. Yes, my lord, I have been looking forward to this moment, Bellatrix said in a flattering tone as best as she could muster. They would never have anticipated it. Tonight is destined to be an uneventful day. Dumbledore, something is wrong with you. Felix said with a stern look, his eyes turning into a pupil less grey-white like thestral, as he unabashedly looked up and down at the older man sitting behind the long-legged table. Dumbledore smiled and lowered his head to gaze at the bizarre silverware in front of him. Felix guessed that this silverware had been personally crafted by Dumbledore, like the lamp extinguishers he had previously demonstrated. At least Felix assumed that their function would not be merely to spew out a stream of smoke in a jubilant manner. The two men did not speak. Halfway through the proceedings, Dumbledore removed the glove from his right hand and examined it for a moment, then placed the dry, charred hand in the smoke, the jet-black color of his palm becoming less pure, like some kind of old, mottled paint beginning to peel and fade. After almost 10 minutes, the hand in the smoke stopped changing, but it did not return to full normalcy. If one looked closely, one would see that the palm of that hand had very tiny black things tangled in its palm lines, twisting persistently and wickedly. That Horcrux, the Gaunt's ring, Dumbledore uttered softly, has a particularly powerful curse placed on it, hidden and powerful. And, perhaps Voldemort himself didn't consider that the material of the ring itself was very tempting to me, he sort of played it right, but all in all, I completely zoned out. Perhaps it was fate that I carried the Christmas present you gave me during that time. He smiled and complimented it once again. The design was so cleverly thought out that it made me want to study it. It's just a detector. Felix quipped. More amazing than any detector I've ever seen, Dumbledore corrected, not to probe the outside world for danger, but to examine oneself for anomalies. I must stress again, a very clever design concept. He continued, after I brought the ring back, I spent some time studying the curse on it and managed to extract some of it, said Dumbledore, showing his hand to Felix as if he was showing off his results. So the result of your research was to get yourself retainted with the curse? Felix asked incredulously. Dumbledore smiled. Oh, as much as I keep saying that Voldemort is pathetically ignorant, it is because he put his whole heart and soul into the wrong path, and I have wondered more than once if he had stayed on the right path, would these tragedies have happened? Felix, when dealing with him, we better not harbor unrealistic expectations, especially in areas that relate to his field of study. It won't be easy to hide it from him, so it's a necessary price to pay. The price, Felix repeated. Exactly, this is why you should understand why I didn't tell you the location of the duel. Voldemort holds the initiative in the duel, he could leave at any time and pick up a fight somewhere else, and then we would all remain passive. A moment of silence followed. Is that all? Felix asked. He pointed to his eyes and said, if the curse is a necessary price, I can understand that, and I'm sure you're perfectly capable of keeping it in check. I was talking about something else. In my eyes, your soul is like a wavering torch, intact but pulsating abnormally. Or did the curse hurt your soul? That can't be right. If Voldemort had that kind of ability, he would have gone into hiding and healed his own ugly soul, which is on the verge of collapse. You know what I am getting at, Dumbledore? You seem to be cooking up some kind of terrible plot. I doubt you can even defeat Voldemort now. This isn't what we discussed at the beginning. He unconsciously raised his voice. The portraits on the walls opened their eyes and Phineas Black said in a grim tone, how rude, in my day nothing like this would have happened. I am extraordinarily favorable towards order. Felix waved his hand back and Phineas's mouth was immediately glued shut in the portrait, as he whimpered in exasperation. No, Felix. Dumbledore said, we are heading down the right path, and I have no intention of changing the plan. All I am doing is filling in the gaps that may exist. I have plenty of confidence in this duel, and don't forget, I told you I have the skills to temporarily boost my strength. Felix furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, he put on a by-the-way attitude, that trick. I can't figure out how it's done at all. That doesn't seem to be a boost in strength, but a recovery, or retrospective. You have that strength within yourself, except not now, but at the peak of your life. When he said this, Felix himself was a little surprised. Ever since he had become a magical being, his strength has been constantly growing, not in a way that he suddenly became very strong, but in an all-round steady way. Of course, the most essential change is still his magic power, but then again it's not just his magic power. The strength and control of all those spells he normally rarely uses have followed suit. He had once put forward the conjecture in the Magic Rune Club that the process of studying magic is actually the process of finding one's own spell-casting instincts. His own experience seemed to validate this. Is it transfiguration? Bloodline magic? Dark magic? Or perhaps, something to do with time. Why do you say that? Dumbledore crossed his arms and rubbed his chin, looking at Felix with interest. You mean time? There are many clues that suggests that you are by no means a stranger to Time Turner, and of course, all Time Turners are passed through your hands to Minerva, who in turn gives them to those good students. You have had ample opportunities to study Time Turners. Even that. Felix paused, with a strange look in his eyes, as a thought suddenly occurred to him, and that was, had Dumbledore ever been to the Department of Mysteries? There is no way to prove that point though, because even if he did, Dumbledore would not have been as blatant as he was, stealing most of the time energy. Perhaps another way of looking at it would be to consider whether Dumbledore had any interest in studying time magic? Yes, who could resist the temptation of time? In any case, Felix is incapable of doing that personally. Even without the whole Ms. Jane thing he would have found the opportunity to study it himself. He hadn't forgotten that he had given a mission to Mundungus. But after inheriting Nicholas's research notes later on, he had no hope that Mundungus would hit the jackpot. Let's just say that for wizards at Felix and Dumbledore's level, there is no such thing as an impregnable defensive fortress in this world, as long as they are given ample time to prepare. Of course, Voldemort is counted as one, which is why Ms. Bones didn't ask for that part of the time energy back. Even Grindelwald, who is currently imprisoned in Nurmengard Castle. Dumbledore didn't answer the question and didn't touch the previous question either, all he did was sigh sentimentally, time, how many people through the ages have longed for your favor. He waved his hand, causing Phineas' sealed mouth to reopen. As soon as his binds were untied, Phineas Black began to curse and Felix raised his eyebrows threateningly, and the male wizard immediately hid behind a green banner in the portrait. Abominable, evil, portrait bullying Slytherin brat, I'm your headmaster. Oh! Felix said in response with an expressionless face. Humph. I'll go and find my genius grandson dash. Headmaster Black? Did I mention to you that I personally captured Sirius in the old Black mansion, when he was still wanted? Felix kindly reminded the Black family ancestor. Phineas, who hid behind a framed green banner, let out a strange shout, he'll always have children. The Black family's bloodline is noble and pure, not something you can compare with. In a smug tone, he said, I've heard all about it. He and that minister, must have made a very gifted child. Just you wait, little bastard. Chapter 596, Wizard Grading Examination. In Classroom 7, Felix sat in a swivel chair, deep in thought. The place where he is now has a circular platform with a floor that seems to have been carefully polished from an undamaged single block of black stone, and one can clearly see silhouettes of people in it. In the space before him, a blurry book floated in the air, irregular in size and shape, but when Felix looked over, the book became what he wanted it to be. He waved his wand and a silvery solid Patronus materialized. It looked like a small rain swallow, and when it appeared it immediately flew quickly around and circled over the circular room, circling twice before landing directly in front of Felix as if it had never moved. Felix waved his wand a second time and a golden, round, fluffy feathered snidget flew down, leaping and swaying along the floor, while at the same time a black, furry, acromantula appeared out of nowhere, a horrific-looking creature that looked a little more pleasant in its Patronus state. There are longhorned, emerald green serpent, golden phoenix with two long, beautiful plumes, dragons of various shapes and sizes, snow-white ferret-like creature with no name, thin, skeletal thestral with a pair of bat wings, and if you look closely, you will find a Dementor mixed among them, which, even in Patronus state, looked like a black and grey piece of rotten cloth. Compared to it, the rags in the Hogshead Inn are 100 times better. Felix sat in the center, like a head keeper of some magical zoo, staring at these 1,000 strange Patronus in his sight. He looked at them over and over again. These creatures seemed to possess their own characters, and they were all different. For example, the thestral is timid and retains those silver-grey, pupil-less eyes, while the round golden snidget bird and the unknown white ferret seemed to possess an exuberant curiosity and bounce around, and as for the dragons, they kept roaring with their eyes filled with rage, although they don't stand a few dozen feet tall now. They don't look much taller than a fire-dwelling salamander on the ground, so when a small Hungarian horntail craned its neck and roared, the Akami coiled next to it sprang up and knocked the dragon off its feet. Not far away, a long-horned emerald serpent slithered and leaped into the smooth, calm lake-like floor, its body swimming freely within, before poking its head out the other side and locking eyes with the glowering sphinx. If they have anything in common, it is that they have all been carefully studied by Felix. In other words, at least in theory, he could easily turn into one of their kind. There was a loud banging on the door from outside, and it sounded like a troll might be standing outside waving a wooden stick and slamming the door hard. Of all the professor's memory bodies in classroom 7, the only one capable of such a thing would be, well, himself. Felix grimaced, as golden lines emerged from the walls of the circular room, which twisted into the shape of a door, and the next second, the door was pushed open from the outside. Wow! The memory body whistled, the whistle echoing off the smooth floor as he looked around. You can do this now? Ha! I really want to have that part of knowledge. With that he turned his body into a silvery transparent state as well, his 2 legs covered in mist, as he pretended like he is a patroness too. Hi big guy, I'm your companion. The memory body introduced itself to a towering thunderbird. He pointed to himself, and you guys. His hand traced a circle horizontally, circling all the magical creatures present, are the same. Thunderbird looked at him with sidelong glances and didn't move a single feather. Felix rolled his eyes. You should watch out, it's pride incarnate. What's the point? Is it supposed to impersonate a statue? The memory body circled around the Thunderbird cheerfully, and the Thunderbird, which stood a head taller than a normal human, flapped its wings and blew the memory body away, and he floated up to Felix as if he weighed nothing. As they looked at each other, memory body cleared his throat. Felix suddenly thought of something and said to his memory body, I have a question which I need your input on for reference. He said slowly, Voldemort's soul is broken, and my idea is to work on that, but playing with souls is a more taboo and evil field than time, and public information about it is scarce. I can alter the time of an apple, but I can't do the same to the soul of a rat or anything. Soul, memory, emotion, the 3 are intertwined, and if given enough time. Felix furrowed his brow. The memory body looked like he had been listening carefully. Keep talking. Don't interrupt. Felix said, whether it's the field of time or the field of soul, I was only exposed to a few scattered points of information to begin with. For the former, Felix had the research material of the successive generations of unspeakables that he had copied from the Department of Mysteries, and the hour reversal charm is part of the results they had produced. He also has ample time energy to play with and find the truth behind it. The so-called ample is only relative. The thing is like a dementor, once it's put into research, the number will decrease drastically and there will never be enough. And of the latter, the domain of soul, Felix also has a few insignificant footholds to stand and work on, such as the unforgivable curses, and the thestral perspective. But trying to create a soul cage with these isolated bits and pieces can only be described as highly challenging. The good thing is that Felix is highly proficient in memory magic and has an in-depth study on one of its branches, emotions. What he has been busy with these days is also related to this subject, using memory magic and emotion magic as a springboard to step into the domain of the soul. His increasingly bizarre patroness is a combined result of these two. In addition to patroness, Felix had to thank the Dementors for their contribution to this cause with their lives. Dementors were not true beings, they shared some similar characteristics to Voldemort's spirit form, and if a patroness could trap a Dementor, could it trap Voldemort's spirit form? Felix is working on just that. He is somewhat hesitant at the moment though, unsure of which one to use as the main attacker. Which emotion do you think Voldemort has the weakest resistance to? Felix asked. Well, the memory body mused. It can't be any of the negative emotions, Felix said to himself, so it comes down to the positive emotions? But can remorse be classified among the positive emotions? It might play an important part in the prison formation later on, but to use it to capture him. He shook his head, it probably wouldn't work too well. I think, the memory body opened its mouth. Can't say for sure though, Felix's attitude wavered again. Remorse or repentance is an emotion that Voldemort would never be able to produce on his own, as his self-proclaimed nobility would not allow him to do so, so such an emotion might cause him great pain. I say, why don't you just group them and send them together? After several interruptions, the memory body spoke in a very aggressive tone. All together? Send them all together with a single mind. Felix blinked. Yeah, in one big swarm. The memory body looked towards the hulking patroness. You've got a whole army of patroness. Felix switched his mental gears on. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of a similar line of thought, but these patroness weren't meant for fighting, they were meant to trap Voldemort and be used as a type of cage. Essentially, it would be no different from a Dementor capture cage. At best, the cage holding Voldemort would have to be stronger. When he was about to open his mouth to explain, a strange idea was suddenly born in his mind, and he was fascinated by it. A swarm? No, rather he should create some kind of cycle. When he saw Sirius again the next day, he looked mildly disinterested. "I wonder which part of that old man's mind went wrong," Sirius said with an unpleasant look on his face. "He came into my office last night and asked all sorts of questions and rushed me. He suddenly stopped and changed the subject stiffly. By the way, did you mess with him? He kept making things up about you." "I'm a little more curious, how did he get to your office?" Felix asked. When he looked around the Great Hall, he could clearly discern two distinct groups of students in the school, those who attended their classes as usual, who were still in the mood to discuss whether or not their breakfast was tasty, as their final exams had yet to begin, and those in the other group, the 5th and 7th years, who looked pale and had no appetite. One 7th-year Ravenclaw girl stared blankly at the vegetable soup, while her friend carefully looked at the strawberry tart that she had just taken 2 bites of, as if she was worried that there might be poison in it, or maybe it was the other way around, Felix guessed in his mind. Either way, they hadn't done anything for a full 2 minutes. "Because I had moved his portrait there," Sirius said sullenly, as if regretting his former hasty decision, "just the day before I was appointed. He told me that since even Creaker helped out in the kitchen here in his spare time, there was no reason to leave him in the big house." "So you agreed?" Felix asked with some amusement. "You should know that his feelings are not real. And he's not your great-grandfather either." "Yeah, I know, even without learning about it. If you had had to deal with all those stiff-reacting, lame-talking portraits of your ancestors from the beginning of your childhood, you would have realized it just like I did without being taught," Sirius said grimly. "Hogwarts headmaster portraits are more realistic at best, but they still can't react beyond their initial setting. Just like my mother," he said sullenly, "she really did leave a lot of resentment in that portrait. That's the sad thing about portraits. They are like a carefully written piece of programming that mobilizes pre-stored memories before reacting. They are not living beings, but objects that give feedback according to the established rules. Moreover, it is difficult for them to change their own inherited perceptions. Sirius will always be the same unworthy son who disgraced his family in Mrs. Black's mind, and will never be forgiven. But, on the other hand, their reaction is also most genuine. If Phineas Black's portrait had shown adequate regard for Sirius's life, the odds of it being the same even when he was alive in person is great. Perhaps to Sirius, despite being just a portrait, it might be one of the very few things related to the Black family that could still be properly communicated with now. The wizard grading exams would last for 2 weeks. If you ask Felix what's different about this year's exams from the past 3 years, he would say that him being appointed as a non-staff examiner is one. During his free time, he would join the examiners of the Wizard Examination Authority to maintain discipline during the written examinations. In previous years such duties would have only gone to the heads of the 4 houses. But this year they made an exception and added him together. Felix had the opportunity to invigilate the first and last day of the exams, and he had a strong sense of anticipation, but of course, the last day carried a lot of weight. It would be the day that Dumbledore and Voldemort would duel. He is accompanied by Professor Tofty. As Felix led the 5th years from the entrance hall to the Great Hall, many of them were surprised to find that the 4 long tables had disappeared and had been replaced by lots of small single tables. "This exam is on the theory of charms. The sheets, quill, and ink are on the tables. All right, you may begin." Professor Tofty finished in an old man's slow tone and nodded towards Felix, who turned a giant hourglass upside down. The students turned over their test sheets and began to answer. Felix stood on the podium, and to him, the exam was like a highly condensed miniature representation of real society, and the students' expressions were astonishingly varied and their reactions were very amusing. There were sad faces. Felix guessed that this group of students must not have been prepared well. Of course, there were also those with relaxed expressions. As time passed, the moods of these groups of students gone to 2 extremes, with the second group becoming more and more gloomy, with their brows forming a knot, while the first group remains consistent from start to end. Ron Weasley's performance here was good enough to be included in the case study, and it was still N.E.W.T's difficulty, if Felix intended to carry out a study in that area, as his expression shifted back and forth, switching between excitement and hesitation at high speed. For a short time, Felix could only assume that he might know a little bit of each question, but only a little. There were also some students who displayed a look of surprise, the kind of reaction you only get when you come across something you're good at in an exam. Harry, for example, swore he would never forget the incantation of the levitation charm in his whole life, and he had no doubt Ron would too. After all, not everyone had the chance to knock out a frenzied troll with a clean shot. The second question was about the counter for the conjunctivitis curse, and Harry was able to answer it with ease. The third question was a little more difficult, which involved a detailed description of the repairing charm. Harry had read Hermione's spell notebook carefully before the test, so what appeared in his mind at the moment was not the slate font of the textbook, but Hermione's handwriting. He began by writing the definition of a repairing charm: a spell that can be used to fix broken things. Why is there such a thing as a definition? Harry thought as he wrote. The memory of what followed was a little fuzzy, and he could only sum it up in his own words. After checking it over, he added an extra description after repair, with mostly. And then what? Harry thought as he looked up and saw Hermione Head, who was seated a few seats ahead, and her head never raised even once, her quill spinning like a spinning top. He stared at Hermione's disheveled hair in wonder. What would happen if he used a repairing charm on them? Inspiration came to him all at once, and he lowered his head and quickly wrote, "Taboo, cannot be used on people, does not work on liquids and vessels either." Good, Harry thought, that's all the groundwork needed. He was just about to write out the specific incantation when another point of knowledge came to his mind that he could write about: the inventor of the spell. So he lifted his quill. This spell was created by the witch working in Ministries - Harry paused. All he could remember about the spell is that it was invented by a witch in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but he couldn't remember exactly which office she was in, and he tried the elimination method. It was unlikely to be the office where Mr. Weasley is working because Harry couldn't figure out how this spell could be associated with Muggles, maybe because wizards couldn't figure out those increasingly complicated Muggle tools? He didn't end up using that line of argument because he hadn't heard a similar kind of story from Hermione. So he crossed out those words and simply summarized them as: this spell was invented by a witch at work in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. After writing it down, Harry stared at the two words "at work." He wasn't really sure, but he thought it was something worth the risk. Next, he wrote out the incantation and casting action for the repairing charm in rapid motion, and described his feelings as he cast the spell at no small length. Harry continued to answer the questions. He particularly liked questions 7, 12, and 15 as they were all about summoning charm, and Harry had had some successful experiences of summoning a broom, like when he had summoned it from his dorm room in the castle to the Forbidden Forest when dealing with a vicious Hungarian horntail. The 20th question was about the Patronus charm, and Harry wrote a large volume about it, eventually filling in all the space he could. By the time he came out of the exam room, Harry was slightly more relaxed. He felt he would at least get exceeds expectations, and from the look on Ron's face he had answered well too, but neither of them was interested in comparing their answers with Hermione. "I know we made mistakes and missed a lot of points, but let's embrace some sense of satisfaction for the moment when the results are yet to be issued," Ron told her firmly, and Harry thought Ron sounded like a convict awaiting the outcome of his trial. Even Death Eaters, I'm sure, wouldn't discuss their crimes with their fellow convicts before being judged. Harry thought. Chapter 597, The Real Dream. Hermione was unfazed by Ron's self-deception and simply grunted in response as they returned to the common room for a short break before turning back to the Great Hall in time for lunch. During the lunch hour, the 4 house tables reappeared. Hermione asked after they settled down at the table, "By the way, why were you nearly late this morning?" "You mean that?" Harry wolfed down his mashed potatoes, his mouth stuffed full. "Overslept." "Everyone's overslept." Hermione looked surprised. Were these boys in such a good state of mind? The girls' dormitory was full of people who had insomnia all night. "Yeah," Harry said vaguely, moving the pumpkin soup near him in passing, and Ron responded by waving a sausage. While it was true that forgetting to set the alarm wasn't a smart thing to do, but given how spontaneous it was, the 5 of them in the dorm decided in unison to forget that it had even happened, and at least they got plenty of sleep and woke up the next morning with tons of energy, which Harry believed was more than enough. Wasn't it the case? The fact that Neville's scream was the first thing that woke the others up was proof of that. Professor Happ did not turn up for the afternoon charms practical exam. "He's lecturing the 4th years." Terry Boot, a 5th-year Ravenclaw student, said to Harry and the rest of the boys, "I saw it when I passed by." The students in the entrance hall preparing for their exams were putting up their final struggle. Ernest Macmillan and his friend Justin Finch Fletchley were quizzing each other about common incantations, reciting them as they made rapid spell-casting gestures that looked like some sort of comical dance. Parvati Patil and her twin sister stood left and right on either side of Lavender Brown, staring blankly and mumbling. Lavender looked like she was on the verge of a mental breakdown, looking pale with an amulet clutched tightly in her hand. Every time Professor Flitwick came out to call a small group of people away in alphabetical order, the students in the entrance hall looked up in a panic as if Professor was taking them to some horrible and dangerous place. Harry's exam order was sandwiched between Hermione and Ron, and when his name was called, he followed the Patil sisters straight inside, only to be pulled back by the short Professor Flitwick at the door. "Professor Tofty is available now, Potter." Flitwick, who nearly fell backward with him, said under his breath. Harry hurriedly said sorry and trotted inside. The Great Hall was not decorated as it was in the morning, with only 7 or 8 tables arranged in the center with an examiner sitting behind each one. Harry knew Professor Tofty, he had just met him in the morning, so he walked up to the old male wizard with the least visible hair, and Professor Tofty lifted his wide glasses from the roster to scrutinize Harry. "Is that Potter? The famous Potter? Now, I'd like you to make this egg cup to do some flips for me." Outside the Great Hall, Ron and Dean came together to chat in whispers. They were both fairly far back in the alphabetical order by name, almost last in the group, and neither was in much of a mood to look over their notes as the crowd continued to decrease. "I wonder what will be on the test? The people who went and never showed up again, it's really strict. Probably some basic spells, levitation charm, summoning charm, make a teacup grow legs, that sort of thing." Dean glanced quickly from side to side to make sure no one was paying attention to them before he lowered his voice and said to Ron, "I've heard that, you can get extra points for good performance." Ron's spirit perked up. "Tell me more elaborately." "I'm not really sure," Dean said uncertainly. "I heard from someone else, that if you master any particularly advanced magic, you can take the initiative to show it and the examiner will give extra points at his discretion." Ron sighed and said pessimistically, "That's a privilege reserved for good students." "True," Dean agreed, and looked at Ron sympathetically. "Hanging out with Harry and Hermione must be a lot stressful in general, right?" "Yeah, wait, what do you mean?" Ron turned red. "Oh, Dean, who realized that he had slipped a tongue, held up his hand and whispered soothingly, "You actually do better than most, it just doesn't stand out since you're always with Harry and Hermione, one is first in every subject from the year 1, and the other one can't find a rival in practical class." Ron's face calmed down a little, and he grunted, "Actually I'm not that good, cough." Despite saying this, his eyes glowed with excitement, and he looked at Dean expectantly, as if silently urging him to say more. The pressure now shifted to Dean's side, and he changed the subject stiffly. "By the way, do you think illumination counts as advanced magic?" "That's ancient magic dash." Ron looked a little disappointed, but he couldn't force Dean to compliment himself. He shook his head. "It probably doesn't count, everyone in the Magic Rune Club knows illumination. Remember the day the army of Inferi attacked the school? How many balls of light were above our heads then?" He lamented. "It would have been the case 2 years earlier, but now? I bet there are at least 100 students in the school who know this magic." The two men became even more downcast as Ron finished. There weren't many people left in the entrance hall now, and they stared at Zacharias Smith, who was talking loudly in front of the Hufflepuff House hourglass. Some moment later Dean looked away and said, "I wish I could punch him in the nose." Ron grinned, "Man, I've wanted to do that for a long time." Zacharias Smith, of course, was unaware of Ron and Dean's prickly comments. He was speaking rhetorically in an arrogant sarcastic tone. "Oh come on, is this test even difficult? Damn it, he hasn't even mastered the Patronus charm." Ron said contemptuously, looking at Dean, whose expression had suddenly become rigid, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "You just said," Dean asked in an extremely weak tone. "What?" Ron was puzzled over the comment, when a silvery magic spread out from the Great Hall, a huge pillar of light completely engulfing the students still in the entrance hall with a sweeping momentum. He saw Dean's mouth open wide in surprise at first, then the pessimism that still lingered on his face was swept away. Ron reckoned he had the same look on his face. "It's Harry's super Patronus," he said in a somewhat exaggeratedly perky voice, pivoting on his toes as he peered into the Great Hall, which appeared very quiet, and just as Ron was surprised that the Patronus charm had failed to garner the full attention, there was finally the sound of chaotic commotion heard from inside. Looks like the patroness works after all. Ron said contentedly, listening with pleasure to the exclamations from the examiners. I almost forgot, I know this magic too. The exam was interrupted for 10 minutes because of you. Ron said to Harry, who had left early, in the common room after that day's exam was over, but also thanks to your patroness, I was in great shape for the exam. He furrowed his eyebrows halfway through the sentence, too bad that bugger got a dose of it too. Who are you talking about? Ginny, who was preparing for her final exams, asked. Zacharias Smith. Ron said without thinking. Oh, him. Ginny pouted as she remembered, he's been pestering me and Luna about a few club events, asking questions with a condescending attitude and making fun of Luna's adornments. Harry looked conflicted. He acknowledged that Luna had a lot of individuality, but he wouldn't praise her aesthetic, but who made him find Zacharias repulsive too, so he agreed, yeah, he's really annoying for sure. As they prepared for their next day's transfiguration exam, Harry's mind was filled with complex spell models and theoretical explanations, and he could never understand one question: how could turning a toad into a mouse possibly occupy an entire chapter of the textbook? Moreover, Hermione had managed to compile a dozen parchment of notes from the textbook, and she had even managed to pull out 3 essays she had written in the past. So when he heard someone at the door shout, "Harry, there's someone looking for you!" his first thought was that he could finally get some air. As he passed Fred and George's table, the two of them were playing wizard cards with Lee Jordan and discussing in whispers as they played. Fred waved lazily at Harry in a gesture of greeting. "Aren't you guys going to review?" Harry asked. "We have a clear understanding of how good we truly are," George said. "Well," Harry thought unconvincingly, "then you must not know that Mrs. Weasley would always ask about both of you incidentally whenever she wrote to Ginny." He pushed open the door with a stifled feeling and heard the fat lady chatting enthusiastically with a familiar voice. "Yes, I went to see it," giggle. "The painting was huge, I guess it must be about 20 feet long. Violet was with me when I went, and the students did a good job painting it. It was very grand, as expected of Dumbledore, he beat the Dark Lord into submission," giggle. Harry glanced backward at the fat lady's portrait as he exited through the round cave-like entrance and unsurprisingly saw some bottles of alcohol piled underneath her figure inside the portrait. Her face flushed as she seemed unaware that someone had come out, and mumbled under her breath. "I just can't figure out why there's a Niffler standing so conspicuously in it." "Professor!" Harry exclaimed in surprise when he saw the person at the entrance. Felix nodded at him. "Come with me, Harry." Harry followed the professor with some anxiety, secretly rumming through his memory for any serious mistake he could have made to get the ever-lazy Professor Hap to find him at the door. He guessed that there might be something serious going on, and they came to a dark corridor where the professor, who was walking ahead of him, stopped. "You have shocked the examiners collectively with your performance today." Felix smiled. That patroness was far more intensive than what they knew. Well, Harry didn't know how to respond. "I need a favor from you," Felix said bluntly. "Okay." Harry asked with a nod, "What is it?" "For a certain reason, I'm hoping to gather some emotions." "Your emotion?" Felix inclined his head towards him. "To do that, you need to use your unique patroness. Remember not to let the magic burst out like it did during the day, it would draw too much attention. Summon it quietly and leave the rest to me." When Harry returned to the common room, the shock on his face had not subsided. "What's wrong?" "You look like you aced an exam," said Ron. "That was Hermione," Harry retorted subconsciously. Hermione raised her eyebrows and glared at him, and Harry immediately corrected his words, "Slip of the tongue." Ginny and Ron burst out laughing. "It was Professor Hap who called me." Harry described to them what had happened when they had settled down. "He said he needs my patroness." The few of them listened quietly, and after he finished Ron asked incredulously, "You mean Professor Hap put your patroness in a glass jar?" "Shhh," Harry said hurriedly, "keep your voice down." "Didn't he tell you why?" Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. "No," he said honestly. "That's odd." She rubbed her head softly with one hand. "Given the professor's character, if it is for some sort of magical experiment, he'll be more than happy to tell you the circumstances and maybe pull you into the research, unless it has to be kept secret." "That's what he said to me," Harry instantly said. "Keep it a secret for now." "Probably doesn't want to distract us, we've got exams tomorrow," Ron guessed. "But the professor asked me to go over to him every night for a while and use the patroness once." Harry commented how normally the patronus would dissipate on its own if he actively cancelled the magic, but the professor had preserved the emotion and the magic in some way he couldn't understand. Harry guessed it was probably some kind of device like a Dementor capture cage. He felt strange at the thought of having a row of his own patronus in the professor's office for a few days. If it's like what you described, it must be serious and urgent, Hermione said with certainty. They spent a bit of time guessing the reason why the professor is doing this, but there were too few clues available at hand. Could it be something to do with the person who must not be named? Ginny interjected in a whisper. Harry's heart pounded, but there was little support for this speculation, and they ended up going back to their boring revision, Harry yawning as he flipped through Hermione's Transfiguration notes, the clarity of mind that had been brought on by witnessing Professor Hap scooping up his patronus using a wide-mouth bottle reverting to hazy state. After the Transfiguration test, the third day was devoted to herbology, followed by defense against the dark arts. Sirius stood at the door cheering each of them on. What if we don't do well on the test? A student asked timidly after giving Sirius a high five. Don't worry, I won't be your professor by the time you get your results, Sirius said as he bared his teeth. No need to worry that I'll be chasing after your arse chanting hexes. After Friday's ancient rune exam, Harry and Ron talked privately and both agreed that they would get at least 2 outstanding. One in defense against the dark arts and one in ancient rune. That's a good start, I'm sure you'll be more confident for the next week's exams, Hermione said calmly as she leafed through her book. Harry and Ron were playing wizard cards, which they had borrowed from the Weasley twins. The wizard cards had been modified by the two, and when Harry used a disarming charm card, an illusory red light sent Ron's knight's armor flying. While Ron was drawing his cards, Harry leaned forward and took the exam timetable from the table. Let's see what's on the schedule for next week. Monday, potions, Tuesday, care of magical creatures, Wednesday, that's a bit of a tough day, with an astronomy theory exam in the morning and a divination class exam in the afternoon, and it's not over yet. There's a practical astronomy exam at 11 p.m. I've always wondered why you guys haven't given up on divination class yet. Even if Trelawney can make prophecies on extremely rare occasions, there's no denying that what she usually teaches is rubbish. Hermione asked pointedly. Listen to me, Hermione. Oh, weather-modifying charm, Harry, you are lost. Ron said after a moment of silent reminiscence of victory. We made up nonsense for 3 whole years just to score a spot to the divination class O.W.Ls exam. Seeing Hermione trying to interject, he said quickly, if you're in luck, this class will add an O.W.Ls certificate for you, even if you didn't know anything about it. I seriously mean it. Harry hadn't expected Ron to make some sense out of it, and he thought hard for a moment. A large part of the reason he was still taking divination class was due to habit, and another small part was because he had personally heard the prophecy that Trelawney had made. Despite the low probability, Harry had a glimmer of hope. What if he could hear another real prophecy? But if there is a next time, he hopes that Trelawney will be more precise in her descriptions, without being too vague, such as giving the exact date of Voldemort's death. The days passed and the students finally went to their last exam. Harry opened the History of Magic test sheet on the single table and skimming through the questions according to his usual habit, his head immediately buzzed. The stack of History of Magic notes he had borrowed from Hermione in the morning was desperately trying to slip away from his mind, and he didn't bother to look at the back, as he tried to write a few more questions before he forgot all the complicated names and dates. He glanced hastily at the lectern, where Professor Hap was slouching in his chair, seemingly distracted. It certainly is a good day to be lazy, Harry thought with indignation. After another 10 seconds or so, he realized that he hadn't finished a single question, so he quickly looked down to answer the questions. As Harry had predicted, he ran into trouble with the time and the names of historical figures and events, especially the names of the giants, goblins, trolls, and centaurs, which were both tongue-twisting and lengthy, and Harry suspected that the historians of that time had been lazy and translated them directly from their grunts and groans. For almost 2 hours Harry fought against his drowsiness. When Professor Tofty, who was already very old, slowly told them that there were only 30 minutes left, Harry sighed in resignation and stopped thinking about what had happened in the dispute between Liechtenstein and the trolls and flipped the question sheet to the front, where a few questions remained unanswered. He stared at the 4th question. In your opinion, did the wand regulations contribute to or help to better control the 18th century Goblin Rebellion? Harry struggled to get his numb brain to function. the sand from the time-keeping hourglass on the lectern leaked down unhurriedly, the sun was shining just right outside, it was a perfect June-ish weather, but he had to sit in a stuffy great hall and think about the Goblin Rebellion. Harry's consciousness was growing fuzzy, his head dropping uncontrollably towards the table, the corners of his mouth leaking suspicious water stains. He found himself looking at Headmaster Dumbledore's face, which was no longer gentle, and the dark blue eyes behind the half-moon-shaped lenses did not have a spark of joy that he had seen in previous days. He looked gloomy and solemn. He waved his wand wildly, and the power of the spell made Harry's heart skip a beat as rows of stones came towards him with masses of grass and mud like the whole earth was being dragged and slammed into him. But Harry didn't flinch. A dazzling green light poured from the wand he held in his hand, with ghostly silhouettes forming in the green light. He could feel his face reveal a hideous grin as he spoke in a tone that filled with overwhelming excitement. "The curse is not pleasant, is it, Dumbledore? Show me what else you can do, or you're dead today." Chapter 598, Ancient Contract. Crash. Harry collapsed onto the cold stone floor, his scar burning and painful, images of himself and Headmaster Dumbledore fighting earlier still lingering in his mind. No, it wasn't himself, it was Voldemort. As he put his crooked glasses back on, he noticed that the single table was knocked over by him, the examination papers were crushed under his thighs and the surrounding students had blank and horrified expressions. Professor Tofty moved past the crowd and looked at him worriedly. There were more complex emotions present in those eyes, but Harry couldn't differentiate them at the moment. "Are you? Potter, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Harry panted, not bothering to look at the wrinkled face, or at Hermione, Ron, and Neville who were trying hard to squeeze their way over to him, as he lowered his head and the red glow in his eyes slowly subsided. "Probably a nightmare, the students have been under some stress for a while." Professor Happ's voice reached him from outside the crowd. "Yes, I had nightmares," Harry said, grateful to have found an excuse. "But before you said " Professor Tofty glared at Harry, then turned his head to look at the students who kept coming over and gave up on pursuing the matter further. "Well, Potter, are you still able to take the exam? Have you finished answering the test?" "I finished it," Harry lied. He had a few questions left blank and the test sheet hadn't been checked, but he didn't feel comfortable answering the questions in this state, and as Professor Happ had said in class, "You don't fight unprepared battles, and many things are predetermined before the event even happens" is quite descriptive of the situation at hand. Harry decided that he could already see the consequences. He would at most fail his history of magic test. "Then I will take you to the hospital wing," Professor Tofty said. "I don't need to, I can, well, go out and get some fresh air by myself," Harry said vaguely, as he hastily shoved his test sheet towards Professor Tofty. "Sorry, I'll go first." With that, he covered his forehead and stormed towards the door. "Harry!" Hermione called behind him. Harry didn't respond and just walked away sullenly, not having time to think until he was out of the examination hall. He wanted to get into that state again and see Headmaster Dumbledore and Voldemort fight, but that's when Harry realized to his frustration that his occlumency was working spontaneously, and he couldn't pick up anything, so that attempt was completely cut off. Harry angrily punched the alcove in which the house hourglass was embedded and his hand ended up hurting badly. This calmed him down a little, and he wandered headlessly around the pitch-black entrance hall for a long while before eventually walking through the oak doors and heading out of the castle. He stepped on the steps. The sun outside was a little harsh, the sky was blue, and he could see the water rippling in the black lake in the distance. Harry squinted his eyes and tried to think of a solution. What on earth is he supposed to do? Tell Professor Happ? Right, Harry thought, slightly regretting why he hadn't considered that before, and turned around and ran towards the castle when Hermione and Ron came rushing out of the entrance hall and, upon seeing Harry, they dragged him towards the corridor without saying a word. Bewildered, Harry could only watch as Hermione pulled him into a nearby broom cupboard, and raised her wand to lock the door behind her, before turning to look at him solemnly with Ron. "What's wrong, what are you guys doing out here? The test isn't over yet." "I've finished my test," Hermione said quickly and Ron shrugged. "I wrote all I could, the rest." He left a meaningful pause. Hermione asked with a solemn expression, "Harry, your scar hurts again, doesn't it?" "Yes, I saw Dumbledore, you mentioned Headmaster Dumbledore, saying he was under a curse or something, and that he was going to die," Hermione quickly said, "and then you fell on the floor and knocked over the table." Harry was horrified. That came out of my mouth. Ron nodded with a wooden face. So you know why we came out early, don't you? We have to come up with a decent excuse before the rumors spread. I saw Headmaster Dumbledore from Voldemort's point of view, Harry said in a somewhat hollow voice. He was dueling Voldemort and seemed to be on the losing end. Hermione and Ron's eyes widened at the same time. Oh, right. I'm going to find Professor Hap, I have to tell him about this dash. Harry said anxiously, not even knowing why he had delayed this again. Wait, Harry, Hermione managed to sober up, do you think Professor Hap wouldn't know? He was right there in the examination hall just now. Harry stopped and looked back at Hermione for a moment, not understanding what she meant. Only after a short while did he stammer, you mean Professor Hap knows? It's dash. A duel that was arranged in advance. Patroness. Hermione was just about to speak when Ron suddenly spoke up, Harry, your patroness. What oh? You mean Professor Hap had gathered it from me these days dash. Harry showed a bright look of realization as the past half a month of reporting to the Ancient Rune office after his daily exams surfaced before his eyes. Well, you think this has something to do with today's duel? I don't know, Harry, but the professor obviously has no intention of involving us. Hermione whispered, there really isn't anything we can do. She added. Harry walked around the narrow broom cupboard, kicking the broom that was in his way aside. He was trying to rationalize what was going on, starting with the fact that Headmaster Dumbledore might be fighting Voldemort, right now. And Professor Hap seemed to know about it, but he hadn't gone over to help. Why? There were signs that he did know something, and the helpless Patron uses in glass jars were proof of that. Harry, did you just say that Headmaster Dumbledore was on the losing end? Hermione asked quietly. I'm not sure. Harry shook his head as he tried to recall the brief image he had seen. I could feel Voldemort's emotions. He was excited and confident and seemed to be completely sure of his victory, and he also mentioned something about a curse dash. Isn't that just a bluff? Ron remarked, visibly more relieved, we've even witnessed their power personally. Harry didn't say anything, he found it hard to put Voldemort's mood swings into words, he was so confident and seemed to really think he could kill Dumbledore, so was he being tricked? I think Professor Hap is comfortable staying at the school because he knows the curse is bogus. Ron said calmly, we can confirm this with the professor. Oh, not now, there's still 20 minutes left before the exam ends. Can you still see them dueling now? Hermione asked as she picked up the crucial point. No, Harry said sullenly, it was cut off by the occlumency. Well, that was a really bad thing. Hermione and Ron looked at each other and Ron put on a light-hearted face, that's okay, we should trust Dumbledore, think of the first two battles, he has never lost against the you-know-who. He's the most powerful white wizard of all time. By the way Harry, I think you may not have realized that the O.W.Ls exams are over. It's over. Harry repeated blankly, his mind still wrapped around the issue. Yet, after a busy year we've finally managed to get rid of the exams and came out half an hour earlier than everyone in the class, Ron grinned, and they're still in the exam room right now. How nice. This thing is definitely worth bragging about for the rest of our lives. Not here, either. Felix stepped out of the dripping karst cave, a blazing, fiend fire burning in the damp, dim cave behind him, and a woman's hoarse cry bellowing harshly from the flames. His eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. Another shard of a severed soul, so Voldemort only taught this woman how to split a soul, but not how to make a Horcrux? Voldemort tricked her. Felix unfolded a map with hundreds of dots on it, all of them are members of the Order of the Phoenix. The men were divided into 7 groups and the ink dots representing their names kept jumping on the parchment. There were large blanks on the map, but some important places were marked on it. Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, Godric's Hollow, Mould on the Wold, Chudley, Falmouth, Ottery St. Catchpole, the former site of the Wolves Orphanage, the London Communities, the English Counties. Any place that is more or less related to the wizarding world has been summarized on this map. Is it possible that Voldemort hid the Horcrux and Bellatrix abroad? Felix and Dumbledore discussed this and concluded that it was unlikely. Even disregarding Voldemort's morbid obsession with the domination of the British wizarding community, there were more realistic factors at play. For wizards, distance doesn't really have much significance. If hiding in Britain can be found, then hiding somewhere else in the world will likewise have no chance of staying hidden for long. Very often, it's just a matter of magic. Not to mention that Felix had visited several well-known African witch priests who had a knack for witchcraft that relied on self-harm to make not-so-accurate prophecies, while specifically concealing his identity. After paying a considerable amount of galleons, an old wizard who had not long to live finally agreed to divine for him. But they clashed over the scope of the divination. The old wizard insisted that the divination should not be performed directly on a powerful wizard like Voldemort. According to him, the cost would be too high and the results would not be reliable. So the divination settled on Felix, to see what his luck would be on this particular day. The final conclusion was rather vague, with the old wizard divinely saying that he would get considerable help from arm's length that day. Felix wasn't too happy with the result, but the old wizard was already vomiting blood, so he had no choice but to offer galleons and leave, treating it as if he had got a good deal from an expert on the subject. If Felix was to ask Trelawney, God knows what she would say in her sober state. He didn't want to hear anything unspecified before the showdown. Felix's biggest asset was the preparations he had made in advance, whether it was the Voldemort magic he had extracted from the Death Eaters, the hair of Bellatrix he had collected at Malfoy Manor, or the doppelganger who was taking his place in the examination hall with unmistakable physical realism. He even held one final backhand. It was the inspiration brought to him by the house elf, and in order to keep it as secret as possible, Amelia Bones had to work 2 weeks extra overtime all by herself in secret to piece together the entire contents about ancient contracts from the stacks of old documents. Felix picked up the communication mirror, which had a picture of Sirius on it. Harry had dragged Sirius insistently to take this picture, so for most of the time, Sirius in the picture looked rather impatient, constantly fiddling with the tassel that dangled from his hat to the tip of his nose to pass the time. Sirius. The man in the picture immediately jumped up and after a few seconds Sirius said with a serious expression, "All set, Creaker's right here with me." His voice seemed low, calm, and stern. "I'll be right over," Felix said, stepping out and appearing on the front steps of 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius was waiting there, holding Creaker's hand. Sirius whispered, "I made a deal with Creaker, he knows what the implications of doing this are." At that moment, there were 2 crisp crackles at the door and Remus Lupin and Tonks appeared holding hands. "Felix," Lupin said, "we carefully checked the 12 locations on the map, using the detector you gave us, but found nothing." Felix nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. A few more minutes passed, with not much time left before the scheduled time, and several teams of Order of the Phoenix members who had been out returned, and they too found no sign of Bellatrix. At best they found nothing more than the product of something evil mixed with fragments of Bellatrix's soul and Voldemort's magic, as Felix had done. "That thing really is laced with Bellatrix's soul?" Frank Longbottom asked in surprise, with a complex look on his face. After receiving an affirmative answer he sighed. "I knew Voldemort is cruel and vicious, but I didn't think he wouldn't even spare his last loyal subordinate." "Alastair's team hasn't returned yet, there's no accident, is there?" Bill Weasley asked with a frown. Felix looked down at the full map he is holding. "He is in perfect condition, probably stuck with Dash." At that moment, Creaker tiptoed over to Felix and tugged on his sleeve. "Esteemed Mr. Hap, can Creaker really carry the burden? Can Creaker also play a role in overthrowing the Dark Lord? You have a much bigger role to play than one might think, and I can guarantee your safety," Felix said. Creaker looked relieved. Sirius said with a dark look on his face, "I've told you many things but you didn't trust me, but you trust an outsider when he just says a couple of things. Who is exactly your master?" "You, of course," Creaker replied loudly, then turned around and shrugged his little shoulders and said in a voice that everyone in the space could hear, "But the master was not reliable when he was young, and he was wrongly accused and thrown into prison when he has grown up. What a shame, who knows what mistakes he will make this time." "Creaker," Sirius said through clenched teeth, "I think you're just afraid of risk, your guts are only the size of a peanut." "Not at all. Creaker isn't afraid of risk, Creaker is worried that Creaker won't be able to avenge young Master Regulus." The house elf yelled back loudly at his master in a loud voice like a bullfrog. As they spoke, another group of people appeared out of thin air. It was Moody, along with Mundungus, and Daedalus Diggle, their clothes dusty, but no one hurt. Moody came over on his crutches and said gruffly, "Our group ran into a spell trap, took a bit of time to crack it, but it was empty inside." His magical eye circled around for a moment before landing on Creaker along with his normal eye. So we're putting our hopes on this little guy? I can't wait to witness it. Lupin, Tonks, Moody, Mundungus, Daedalus Diggle, Hestia Jones, Bill Weasley, and other members of the Order of the Phoenix scattered far apart and formed a circle, acting as guards and looking solemnly at the two men and the house elf standing on the steps. Creaker solemnly puffed out his thin, cured chest and looked at Sirius. Sirius took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and said, I, Sirius Black, the last rightful heir to the Black family, voluntarily relinquish all my rights over the house elf, Creaker. By ancient contract, Creaker automatically belongs to the next closest member of the Black family, Bellatrix Black. Yes, Creaker will comply, my lord. Creaker trembled and bowed deeply towards him. He bent so low that his fleshy nose pressed against the ground, and out of his loose, white pillowcase a green locket slipped, which gleamed in the sunlight. I'll take it from here, Felix said softly as his hand rested on Creaker's shoulder. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What are you up to, Potter? Snape looked coldly at Harry, who was blocking the way, his thin lips twisted into a smile. I heard you walked out on your last exam? What a crazy decision, but it certainly seemed like something you'd make. His eyes moved away from Harry and lingered slightly on Ron and Hermione. Once again the Iron Trio has been assembled, and are you ready to save the world once again? Tell me, what's it all about this time, Savior Potter? Harry mentally fumed. Snape had this knack to successfully provoke him with a word or two, and he also carried his hatred for Draco Malfoy. Harry hadn't forgotten who had come up with these nicknames, Savior Potter and Scarhead. I'd like to ask you a favor. Harry tried his best to keep his tone less aggressive. I mean, please, sir. I know Headmaster Dumbledore is fighting Voldemort right now. None of that concerns you, Potter, Snape said. Harry continued anxiously. I know you're good at occlumency and legilimency. Yes, I know, Professor Happ mentioned it inadvertently. I hope. You hope. Snape clasped both hands over Harry's shoulder and stared into his eyes. For what? If all your sentiments are true, Harry held his breath, the green eyes that looked exactly like Lily's met Snape's. If you two have been longing for Voldemort's complete demise, he demanded. Then use the legilimency on me. Break my occlumency.